Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell, for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, and off we go. Cougs, the Cougs are right down the road here. I didn't even realize it. Cougs were right here last night at ASU, just kicking the snot out of them with another road win for the Cougs, which I think they're setting some kind of record for road conference wins, or they lead the nation in road conference wins. 14-1 now in the Big 12, just kicking everybody's hiney up and down. And the Cougs with the win last night. As we get back to some sports here, and we talked about it yesterday a little bit about the hockey, and what happened, or rather on Monday we talked a little bit about it. But we talked about why they were fighting before, and they all admitted it was because of the flag. They all said, yeah, it was. We decided.
What Canada do to the flag?
Because the booing our flag, booing our national anthem, we were going to show those people, what America's about. The Kachucks got together with, I forget the third guy who fought, and they said, yeah, we're going to go. Yeah. As soon as they drop the puck, we go.
It's fight time again on Thursday. Tomorrow, the next round of fights, and it does look like they're fighting again.
It does. It does.
Because the Canadians already said, we'll see what happens. They were asked about it, and they said, well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Canadians don't let things go.
Oh, and guess whose flag is going to guess whose national anthem is going to get booed on Thursday?
Nobody's.
Oh, you don't think we're going to boo the Canadian national anthem?
Not if we're classy.
We're not classy. Oh. We have nothing to do with class.
We really have taken a tumble on the class meter as a country over the.
Oh, well, wait a minute. They booed ours first.
I know so. And then we fought them and beat them in fights.
And the Kachucks, at least Matthew Kachuk said it had nothing to do with the anthem, according to CBS News.
Well, over on the other side, they said it had to do with the flag.
Well, on what other side?
Yes, it was about the flag.
Well, you said the Americans said.
Well, they said the flag.
What did Kachuk say?
Matthew Kachuk, yes, it involved the group chat between the Kachuk brothers and Miller, who's the other guy involved. Kachuk said it had nothing to do with the anthem booing it. If anything, players felt it added to the fun of the night.
It was setting a tone for Canada that you're just our 51st state. Okay?
Well, maybe it was setting the tone.
Yeah.
But he says it wasn't about.
The Canadians said, it had everything to do with the flag.
But they were texting before the game even started, before they even
got
got booed.
But the Canadians weren't. They said it just had everything to do with the flag.
Well, that's them saying that they're not the ones who started the fight. And besides that, it happened. Dell just said he said it was a text string before they.
Yeah, no,
before the game even started. They didn't get booed before the games, like a night before.
Listen, it's about American pride and beating their ass.
Well, Thursday we get to see it again, and I'm watching this one. Last time I didn't watch this.
I'm gonna tell you what. This is we keep talking about all-star games and how the lack of competitiveness and all of this stuff. What a great idea this was, because you get more players involved than you would at an all-star game. You got 4 different teams that you got involved. All these guys are in the NHL. This is not an international Olympic event. This is an NHL event.
Well, first of all, John, they copied Adam Silver, because Adam Silver created the first, hey, let's get 4 teams together and play on All-Star Weekend. That was an Adam Silver thing.
Well, these ideas come long before. They decided this last year, 2024.
Who? Hockey?
Hockey, yes.
Yeah.
It was
Adam
announced
Silver probably
around last All-Star game.
Adam Silver had nothing. Adam Silver was sitting in New York thinking about how he can make 10-minute games.
Well, no.
No,
he's trying to think of, what can I do to make a 15-year-old happy?
Yeah.
Well, can I make the game? Can it be televised on only TikTok or only streaming platforms? Can we make the game 30 minutes?
Do you know the
40 games?
I know, right? That's exactly what he wanted to do. But the NHL was doing an NBA type of weekend. They would skate around and hit
they had
plates
a skills
in the
contest
goals
and all that stuff. Yeah, no, they have. Look, listen, the NHL's not in great financial shakes, but they're better than they used to be. And they were trying to copy. They were trying to copy the NBA. They said that they were. But this is a great idea, because anytime you have country, the World Baseball Classic, it's just that our country doesn't care as much typically about, like from a baseball standpoint, we don't care about it as much as the Latin American countries in terms of just the South American countries in terms of, pure love of country. And it's a major, major deal. Go to just All-Star Weekend when they have home run derby, the flags all over the place from the different countries. But when it comes to soccer, like we see it in soccer, it's a major deal anytime you have countries competing. World Baseball Classic, major deal. It's kind of cool that Ryder Cup, major deal.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool that you have something and especially that it's NHL sanctioned. I think that's a pretty cool idea because you do have so many players from other countries.
Yeah, if this was an international event, all of the guys that fought, this would not be. It wouldn't happen because there are strict rules about fighting in international competition.
Oh, are there really?
You're out. Oh yeah, you're out. You're out. As soon as you fight, you're done. You're leaving but this is an NHL event, so they can go at it, and they're going to go at it again on Thursday. You're right. This is must see because there's very little. I don't remember this time of the year being as poor sports wise as it did like the All-Star break during the summer. I don't know why, but maybe because we're talking about the draft and stuff. So there's still stuff to talk about.
We have Astros talk. Typically.
And we had right. And we have we got preseason Astros, But this has been a really slow time, and this has added something. This really has added something to it. I wouldn't be surprised at all if the viewership for Thursday night isn't off the charts. Off the charts.
Where is the game?
It's at Madison Square Garden.
No, TV.
Oh, ABC.
Oh, it's on network TV?
Yeah, it was on network TV Saturday night. Yeah.
Will it be on Thursday though?
I think
check.
if
not,
it
could be on ESPN.
ESPN either way.
Yeah.
Everybody's
You think the numbers are going to be sky high? I think they'll be pretty good. Yeah, why not?
I think they'll be real good because there's really nothing else going on.
Yeah, right.
And all the hype about the fights and everything else, I think people are really intrigued by it.
Do you think enough people who aren't really into sports know about this though?
I don't
think Four Nations I think it woke some people up because they heard about all the fights and everything, but it'll be a good turn regardless. People will be tuning in who didn't turn into the first game. I'm one of them.
Yeah, no. And it's our job right now and here and now and Dell on your show and
Dell,
all
you need to get this going.
To get the word out. Because Dell is going to be glued. I know you're going to be glued.
Yeah, am I going to be glued?
Yeah.
The NBA is back in full effect on Thursday night. Am I going to be glued to Four Nations? I won't say I'm going to be glued.
A regular season NBA game versus the championship
of a
made-for-TV
tournament, yes, that just started this year. Yes, well, I know you want to beat Canadian ass. You want to see Canadians bloodied and bruised because of for patriotic reasons, but it's still just a made-for-TV tournament. I may keep track, but I won't be glued to the television.
Well, if you don't hate Canada right now, maybe you should be deported. Okay.
You can't work up any hate for Canada.
Yeah, I don't
like Russia.
I don't like them
Russia,
as a hockey country. I don't like their
Russia
hockey team,
China,
but as far as the country itself, I don't care.
People who exert influence or have can kind of change. Canada doesn't change the way we do things.
No.
We don't have the Cold War with China. I mean, not China, with Canada. What are we starting here? Canada. Now, I remember when all those handmaids ended up going to Canada.
Yeah.
They
were escaping
for their communist Canada.
No, they went up to Canada because the actual United States government was in Canada. Remember, because the handmaids where they were living wasn't the U.S. anymore.
John would have been. It was a separate commander.
I forgot what they called it, but it wasn't the United States anymore.
He would have had a girl, and she would have been calling him Off John.
If
John.
I was a commander, I would have stayed. Okay. If I was,
no, you would have stayed.
That. You get. I mean, you have benefits.
I don't want turn around. You would have said this to the handmaid. Yeah. Turn around. Nope. Guilty.
Yeah. Well, if I was a commander, which side I'd be on. Okay. There's no question because of all the benefits.
Wendy would have had that firm hand like what's her name?
I forgot what her name is.
What is her name, John?
Which one?
The lead.
Fred.
Alfred. But the wife, not the handmaid.
Oh no, yeah. Well, she was. Yeah,
John would have been a huge part of the Republic of Gilead.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We're going to straighten this country out. Okay. That's right. I would have definitely.
I just want to know I just want to know the wife's name.
Alfred and the wife. I forget the wife's name. It's been a while. Isn't it still going on?
Yes, I think they might have one more season. Serena is her name.
Serena Joy.
Yes, Serena Joy.
Serena Joy. Yeah, it's kind of jumping.
I think the final season will be this year.
It's kind of jumping the shark a little bit. Yeah. So the game's going to be on ESPN. So it'll be on ESPN, and it's going to be on at 8:00. I'm assuming this is an Eastern time.
Yeah, I believe it's 7 here.
Yeah. So 7:00 Thursday tomorrow night, ESPN. We've got Canada versus United States, and the winner gets oil.
Is that what we're fighting for?
We're putting oil. They're putting oil and syrup on the line, and Butterburgers. We are putting beer and
what else? What's
what
an
else
American?
Can we put?
What's an very American
chicken
thing?
Fried steak.
Mm-hmm.
Chicken fried steak and maybe fried okra.
Fried okra.
And coal.
Okra.
Interesting.
And coal.
Yeah. What are we?
We gotta get the coal miners.
What are we? West Virginia?
We're gonna have so much coal. We're gonna get the coal. So it's coal and chicken fried steak, and I don't know. We'll let him have Drake back, I guess. He can.
They can keep Drake.
They have Drake.
I know, but we can probably build a wall to keep Drake out.
Okay.
Okay. We can offer institutional oppression. No.
I don't know if that. I don't know if they
it's
want
not what
that.
we're giving. Okay. We're putting up racism and crippling debt. Okay.
Crippling racism and crippling debt.
Racism and crippling debt.
I'm sure Canada does okay with.
Oh
those
yeah,
things.
we can offer some diabetes for them if they want some.
Now.
Yeah.
They're cold. Now they're a cold people. So.
And a crumbling air transportation system.
Wow.
Oh
yeah, but they got a taste.
See that
flight? They got a taste. It landed in at the airport.
Yeah,
wait. Did y'all see the one that landed? Where is that? It looks like a sheet of ice or something.
It landed in. It's a flight from Minneapolis that landed in Toronto.
Oh, so that one where you
upside down.
It landed
up upside down.
It landed right side up, and then it hit the ground so hard it flipped upside down.
That was wild. You could see like somebody getting out of it had a camera on. There was a guy on the ground. I've seen two different shots. One was a camera phone is some guy was getting out of it and still recording, going, what the, this is crazy. You know, somebody probably like 22. And then you had a guy on the ground who saw it coming down. He's just filming it like, oh my God, he's going to crash.
Now I'm not accusing, and they have not released who the pilots were on that, but that is an airline, that particular part of Delta, that prides itself on unmanned flights. All women, no men.
Oh,
yes.
Oh, you're not unmanned. Not that you're saying that's
what they call it, unmanned flights.
Yeah, not that you're saying that's what it was.
No, I don't know.
I'll check
I don't know
right
what it
now.
was. Yeah, but they have. I don't think they've come out with who the pilots were on it, but it doesn't matter. I mean, it turned upside down. What the hell?
Yeah. Did anyone die?
No injuries, certainly, but no one died.
Everybody had their seatbelt on. Very nicely done. Very nicely done. 713-780-3776.
Oh, apparently everyone's looking for the. It's not if everyone's okay. Everyone's just
who's
Googling
the pilot. Who's at fault?
Pilot. Yeah, it's the only thing that matters to people. Did anyone die? I don't care. Have they released pictures yet?
Yeah, the Cougs did set a record. By the way, when was the last time we started a show in 25 years with hockey?
Never.
I don't remember that.
Never.
I don't.
This is your stamp on a Hall of Fame career.
Yeah.
That's right. No. We have
diversity.
We can go left. We
equity,
can go right.
And with hockey, you are inclusive.
DEI.
This is a DEI segment. You were just inclusive of hockey in Canada.
Hockey.
The diversity of sport.
Hockey,
hardly DEI.
Oh, hockey is very
inclusive. And the equity of Canada can get some again.
Well, to be fair, it only started this way, not because of the sport itself, because of the fights that took place before the hockey actually started.
Of the sport. Like people don't go.
It wasn't about the pure love of hockey. It was about nationalism and beating up Canadians.
This is what they do on the on the plexiglass whenever they're trying to get a fight going.
They do.
With fans. And do people go to races?
By the way, they don't let you do that. They don't let you do that, brother. They don't let you do it. They stopped that. They stopped letting you do it. And by the way, just to clean it up, the Cougs, 12 straight road wins.
It's a Big 12 conference record. Yeah.
Yeah. So good. Congratulations there. All right. We just getting this show started. If you want to get in, 713-780-3776 is the number. I want to talk about Gulf Coast Windows. Gulf Coast Windows is awesome. Gulf Coast Windows is the place to get your window on. It's the place to get your door on. And when you see these doors and these windows, you're like, wow, this is different. It's different than, I mean, because you grew up, I grew up, we didn't see, and you didn't notice, great windows. When you see what Gulf Coast Windows does, you're like, wow, that's just different. It's just better. It's just the best window that you're going to find on the market, period. Jim Fiume's been doing this forever. There's a reason that he's been doing it, been able to do it forever. There's a reason that he's a Pinnacle Award winner. There's a reason that you stay in business for about 40 years because you just do it right. And Jim Fiume does it right. If you're looking for the best way to get those new windows or doors, Jim Fiume has got them. Go see the showroom. You're going to see, I'm telling you, there's a wow factor that you're just going to be like, wow, I can't believe that I can have this in my house. And you can. But so if you're going to replace those windows and doors, there's one way to do it. GulfCoastWindows.com. 713-849-5454 or GulfCoastWindows.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance, along with Dell, talking some hockey. We got to talk some Astros baseball, but before we get off the hockey, our hockey expert, Longhorn Scott, wants to join us to talk a little Four Nations. What's going on, Longhorn Scott?
I tell you what, fellas, Saturday night was the first time in my life that I said, you know what I'm going to do tonight? I'm going to proactively turn on a hockey game. And I watched the whole thing, and I'm telling you, literally, not hyperbole, never done that before. I've only been to a handful of games, like, in person, and they were like the Austin Ice Bats back in the day. Dude, that game was awesome. You know, you think, who cares? It's Canada. But then, you know, Canada's like that family down the street at the end of the cul-de-sac where, you know, you see them out in their front yard occasionally and they wave and they seem nice, but they homeschool their kids, so you're not around them at school events. Occasionally they show up for driveway beers, and when they do, they don't say anything. They're never invited to, like, cookouts and, like, the real party bangers, the neighborhood parties, you know. But then your buddy runs for HOA board one time, and then he comes back to you one night and says, dude, you're never going to believe what I found out. You know that family down at the end of the street? Like, they made a deal. They don't have to pay their HOA dues, and they can bring whoever they want into the neighborhood pool. Like, they've got this great deal worked out, and, yeah, they're kind of like low-key shiesty. Like, what's going on with these guys? And then you call them out on it, and you realize they're not great. You're not, like, you thought they were kind of harmless and no big deal, but now they're kind of pissing you off. And so that's Canada. And that was awesome Saturday night, dude. And you know what I'll be doing tomorrow night? Watching it again. And I thought the game was in Boston. Is it at Madison Square Garden or Boston?
It's in I think it's in Madison Square Garden.
I believe Scott is right. I heard in the broadcast that the two locations were Montreal and Boston. Yeah, it's going to be in Boston.
Oh, sorry.
Well, first of all, it's Montreal.
Sorry, this is America. Montreal. I say Montreal. Montreal.
Okay, it's in
Boston.
It's in Boston? Okay.
Yes.
Boy, you don't think those Bostonians are going to boo the Canadian national anthem? Okay.
They should have had it in Philadelphia.
Now, there's no classier fans than Boston fans. Okay. All right.
They're like school on a Saturday. No class.
No, that is going to. Oh my God, that kicks it up even a notch, a bigger notch, because those people are just idiots.
I'm too Gen X to care about this stuff. I know Scott's worked up about it, and the neighbors aren't paying HOA, and I'm just like, I just don't care enough. I guess I don't know. I don't get mad easily at groups of people. I just don't. Whatever.
Well,
whatever happens. I don't have any control of anything. I have control of. I'm in the middle of a 4-day juice, so I'm not eating solid food. So that's a rough go of it. Day one was a challenge. Then I can watch my shows. I got deadlines. I don't have time to worry about Canada or anyone else. I barely have time to worry about Snacks' grades or his latest detention he just got, which is this Friday. Another one, 7.
Would your teachers describe him as a bad kid?
No, they don't describe him as a bad kid.
Because there's a lot of Snacks is in trouble talk. So I'm trying to figure out what's written on the progress report or the email they sent home.
They all like him fine. Just, I don't know. I don't know why he's always in trouble. I mean, one time he did. Yeah.
Is he an Eddie Haskell type?
No. He's not. He didn't have any of that. He's not.
I mean, just because you get in trouble doesn't mean you're a bad kid. I got in trouble all the time.
Well, you don't use yourself as an example. You're a bad person.
And he's had 5 detentions.
I couldn't be a nicer person.
You're a bad person.
And I got in trouble all the time. Suspensions.
A predictor of things to come.
Yeah, it was a foreshadowing, if you will.
I'm sure the nuns thought you were a great person.
Yes, they love me. Okay. And
nuns don't love anyone but Jesus.
Sometimes good people do bad things. That's all. All.
But what if the bad things happen more often than the good things?
But they don't. Okay, I'm way over. I mean, I'm playing like 557 ball on good things and bad things. Okay,
you're the Wizards. Your good percentage is like the Wizards.
No, I'm 557. I'm
okay.
Okay.
Lance, do you think he's a near 600 when it comes to good things happen?
Good things.
Top 3 in the West.
6 out of 10. You think he's a top 4 seed?
Top 4. I do not think he gets home court advantage in the playoffs.
I'm not even. I'm just above the play-in game. Okay.
Do not think he.
Yes.
Okay,
I'm in the 6th seed.
You could be in the play-ins.
I'm in the 6th
He's
seed.
solidly in the playoffs, at
like
least according to him.
Or 10.
Yes. I'm solidly.
I don't know, man.
I think you're hustling for that 10 spot.
I think you're permanently, and it speaks to it's where you were from, Chicago. The Chicago Bulls have been in the play-in and like the 9-10 spot for the last it's the entire play-in. That's kind of what you are. The Bulls they're not terrible per se, but they're not good.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what you are.
Well, I'm more like the Jordan Bulls. That's what I'm like.
No.
Yeah.
Not a chance.
Of good?
No.
Yeah, of good. Yeah. That's right. I used to. I don't care as much anymore about
the Lonzo
doing good.
Ball Bulls.
Zach LaVine Bulls.
So, Del, play this Altuve thing. It's really disheartening.
Which one? Oh, the one where he's moving to left?
Yeah.
No, this is just lock in and sit back and enjoy it, kids. This is happening.
This had nothing to do with Bregman. Because they went to him before. Altuve's like, I'll move to a left field for Bregman. He can stay. Yay. Let's get Bregman back. Okay, yeah. No, the Astros went to him a long time ago and said, hey, what about, what is going on? What the hell is happening over here? What's happening on Texas Avenue? Can somebody explain it to me?
It's just not, I guess they're making way for the youngsters coming up from the minor leagues. Preparing the
but they've got some outfielders that are coming up, and
I don't know. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to the guy's not a. I mean, other organizations go out of their way to kowtow to the veterans, but Jose Altuve is so like if he, you see what Rafael Devers like. I play third, played third, and Jose Altuve is like I play left.
I play wherever.
I play left. Yeah.
I do whatever for the team.
Like
right?
He does because he's so agreeable. Nobody else would be asked to do this. I just, Biggio did it so they could get Jeff Kent in.
Right. And, Berkman went to center field. I mean, guys do it. If you're a good, you're a team guy, you're going to do it.
This guy's weren't good in those places.
It's not about being a team guy. It's about why.
It's about why are you taking a short guy with limited range and a very minor arm? Why are you doing this? Well, what's the purpose? Well, who's the great second baseman that's coming in?
So this was yesterday. Brian McTaggart posted this. Let's hear from Jose Altuve on this.
When did you guys start having like the conversation in earnest that this could be something?
After the season.
Okay. So was it because when it first came out, it kind of seemed like you were doing that to maybe get Alex back, but this is something that you guys were talking about regardless whether Bregman.
No, in the beginning it was for Braggy, and then just keep the plan, I guess, and I'm trying not to make this a big deal or focus, go somewhere else than prepare for the season and win. So I think that's the main thing. I want to get rid of this left field conversation, try to answer every question possible, and then just move on and start preparing for what we all care about, which is, preparing for the season and start winning.
Answer every question possible. The only question I have is why.
Wait a minute. I'm going to call BS just a little bit here. If Bregman was going to stay, why would you move Bregman to second base? So right after the season, he said right after the season, they started talking. If Bregman was going to stay, why would you move him? So no, maybe after the Paredes trade, you said, well, now we got a chance to keep on. But this happened right after the season, he said. So that had nothing to do with Bregman moving to second base. It had everything to do with let's just move Jose Altuve to left.
Yeah. Well, even if it was about why would Paredes play ahead of Bregman at third base?
Yeah, no. Yeah. No, a Gold Glove third base.
Play Paredes in left field. Well, I mean, give him some. Let's find out if he can play left field. You know, I mean, in theory, obviously, if Bregman had come back, give him some reps out there. Let Bregman play third in this theoretical. We sign Bregman back, and let Altuve stay. Keep your infield, and just put a new guy in left field. That's all it would have. That's the only thing that should have been talked about.
You know what I'm seeing a lot of these days is a lot of Zach DeCenzo.
Yeah, I saw that he's. You see how big he is now?
He is 6'3",
220.
220?
Yeah, 220, 225. Like he's added weight and muscle. Remember when he came up and his family was all excited? They were on TV and Julian Morales got their reaction after he got the hit. And it was like, oh, man. And then you were like, oh, Italian. And then you were like, you kept doing the hand thing.
Yeah.
And then he was like, poof. And like that, he was gone.
Well, it ain't easy, and it's not easy to come up and dominate Major League Baseball right away. And you got a team that was in the midst of its greatest season ever, and so you got a short leash on a guy like that. So now sometimes it takes. Greg Maddux was yo-yoed up and down from the minor leagues. Greg Maddux. So Zach DeCenzo could well be one of the all-time greats. You don't know.
Somebody asked a question at Twitch. Worst general manager, Bagwell or Brick Johnson, which is Woody Johnson's son. It's not funny, Del. It's not funny. That's a child. It's a high schooler. I found out from somebody who worked for the Jets that it never was Brick. The only reason it turned into Brick is because people assume because he's the older one. Somebody who worked for the Jets told me, no, it's actually the younger one. It's actually like the 15-year-old that's apparently a little bit of a problem.
It's running the team.
Brick is a real steady Eddie. He's at boarding school, no problems. He's not doing anything with the team. It's the younger son. The media ran with Brick, probably because his name is Brick. Obviously, that's kind of a cool name if we're being honest. But it's actually an even younger son who's like 15 or 16 who's doing stuff like that. And the answer is that kid is better.
Yeah.
Because Jerry Jeudy still has a lot of drops. Let's just see if Jerry Jeudy plays well next year. Montero and Abreu were not good. You had to eat contracts for both of them. What all that Woody Johnson's younger son did was just not sign Jerry Jeudy because he didn't like his Madden rating. Okay, he didn't cost you money.
Well,
Bagwell cost you dead money.
Wasn't he right? Was he right or not right?
Now he did. Jerry Jeudy did turn into a Pro Bowler.
And
the kid didn't want him, so I don't know that he was right.
A Pro Bowler catching passes from Jameis and others. And what's the other one? DTR.
Ugh.
Became a Pro Bowler.
Became a Pro Bowler. That's how good you were.
Yeah, maybe Daniel. Did you see? I saw a story. Daniel Jones, perfect fit for Steelers. Daniel Jones, perfect fit for anything.
If you're Steeler fans, you got to be sick and tired of this.
You're done.
You went from Russ to Justin Fields. Now you got to hear about Daniel Jones coming in.
There's no option. Like they're caught in Colts hell where Colts couldn't get a quarterback. Now that's where the Steelers are. They're like, well, we're too good to get a high draft pick, and what are we gonna do?
Well, and apparently there's an edict from Mike Tomlin: don't throw across the middle. What?
What do you mean?
Yeah. I mean, there's a story that's out that Mike Tomlin doesn't want his quarterbacks thhrowing over the middle.
Is it because he can't trust them to throw it over the middle?
Maybe.
Well, it's a more dangerous place, but it's also a shorter completion, like a point A to point B completion.
Would you trust Justin Fields to throw across the middle?
I'm not really trusting him to throw a lot, but if we're going to run some wishbone,
some beer,
some beer offense, I'm good with it. I know he can run. Well, throwing has not been great. What
the Steelers should have done is do what the Giants did: is hire Matthew Stafford's brother-in-law, which is what the Giants did, which has led to Matthew Stafford's going to the Giants. Hire his brother-in-law like you're an AAU team. I mean, a college basketball team.
He's going there.
Yeah,
I've been told it's going to be a done deal. I don't know what the weight is. Maybe until after the
But if you hire him, I guess his name is Chad or Chris Hall, whatever, hire the brother-in-law, which the Giants did, Then he wants to go to Pittsburgh. You go get yourself Matthew Stafford.
Hire Daniel Jones's brother-in-law?
No, you should have hired Matt Stafford's brother-in-law.
Well, it's too late. Why don't we hire? Why don't they hire Daniel?
Because they don't need it.
What about
to do that?
Davis Mills have a brother-in-law?
They don't need to hire Davis Mills' brother-in-law to get him there.
If they want Davis Mills.
If they want Davis Mills, they can just ask the Texans. The Texans will give him away.
But if you hire his brother-in-law, it makes it easy.
No, you hire his brother-in-law.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
Matthew Stafford's valued. That's why the Giants did it. Davis Mills, you don't need to hire anyone in this family. Hey, Davis, would you like to start for the Steelers? Yes. Thank you. That's all you have to do.
If you hire Hector Villegas, my brother-in-law, there's a chance I'll go wherever you want.
Trevor Lawrence already said no. I'm not going there.
Well, they didn't hire his brother-in-law.
Davis Mills might say, "Boom, I'm out." So that's it.
He would never.
Don't know.
He would never.
You don't know.
The man was third choice, and one of the choices was Case Keenum. That man would go to Pittsburgh right now.
So Chris Rose, John, who does baseball. He does a lot of baseball stuff, and
I also know Craig DeSurf. Let's talk about Chris.
I'll mention something on the other side. I'll tell you about Craig DeSurf right now. Craig DeSurf has been. He's out in Angleton. He calls it Camelot in the cornfields. The reason he does that is because when he went out there for the first time, he thought, well, I don't know. They really wanted to bring him in from Houston to come run their place. And Craig had been very successful here in Houston. He's one of the most, Craig is the treasurer of the Houston area auto dealers. It's a really, really big deal. He is trusted by other auto dealers as one of the guys and has been for years and years and years. He's well respected in the business. And I like to have fun with them and we bust balls, but Craig is an awesome guy. And how the customer, it really matters to him how the customer is treated. It matters a great deal. So when we went out to Angleton, he thought, oh, it's Angleton. And then he fell in love with the place. He loved the people there. He loved the no hassle attitude. And he took his set of principles for selling a vehicle, took them out there, and the result has been incredible. They've got Buicks, GMC, Chevys. You can go online and look at the products, but there's all these products are available at a lot of different dealerships. The difference is that trade-in value, is the selection, is the service, is the no hassle attitude. Everything about shopping at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC is better than what you're going to find around the city of Houston. Yeah, it's a few more miles out to Angleton, but it's worth thousands in your pocket, and it's also worth a great car buying experience. And you know what? If you can't make it in to go pick up your car, they'll even deliver it out to you here in Houston. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC, where the service, the selection, and the value is beyond reproach. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
713-780-3776 is the number. We are urging you to go to ESPN975.com and sign up for our golf tournament. Our occasional invitational is going to be on March 4th at Wildcat Golf Club. We are going to have, it's going to be a great time. We're going to tee off at 10:30. So we're going to have, something for you to eat before, after. Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage is supplying the food. Carbach was got the beer. It's going to be so much fun. It always is. Great time had by all. We want you all out there. We'll be doing the show from 7 to 10. Come on out early. Have breakfast. The place is awesome. The golf course is always in great shape, and it's going to be out perfect for us. It's a great time of the year to go play. What's the weather? You guys got some rain yesterday, right?
Yeah, we actually got a lot of rain. There's a big cold. Well, it's in the 30s right now.
Yeah,
it's 34 right now.
Turned on the car and it gave me that notification of that frigid
possible
temperature,
ice or whatever. Yeah. But I would say, because in Indianapolis right now it's 12, and I was looking at the weather. But while I'm there, it's going to be 52, 54, which is going to be a record high for them in February. So it's going to start off really cold, and then it's going to warm up. So my guess is here in Houston, this is not going to be a problem on the 4th. Yeah, 66. High of 66, low of 53. So it'll probably be in the low 60s when it starts. Wind jacket, you're fine.
Yeah, it'll be cooler this week. Get some rain on the weekend, then it'll warm up starting next week.
Actually, it's going to be 74 the day before the tournament, and then 66 the day of the tournament.
Oh yeah, well yeah, and it can change. Yeah. And 66 is
fine.
It's great to play.
Yeah,
it's great to play.
Let me see if it's windy, because if it's windy, I'm not playing.
Yeah. Well, there's that.
Oh my God. Yeah. Winds of 15 to 25 miles an hour.
So you're out?
Well, par's your partner.
Yeah, right. I mean, don't worry, Lance.
I haven't played
We're
forever,
not going to let you bogey a hole.
and I have no time to even swing a club, because it's literally the day. Like, I get back Sunday night from the combine, do the show Monday. Tuesday's the golf tournament, right? The 4th?
Correct.
Yeah. I'll go hit some balls Monday, I guess.
Well, thank you.
We appreciate the effort. You can go over to ESPN975.com and
what I'm going to do is I'm not going to play. I'm going to drive around in a cart and just hit shots for people.
That's fun.
I'll chip for you, which I am terrible at.
I've got a team that I've got out there, so I can't do that. But yeah, you just come and hit some shots for people. That's awesome.
So you want to ruin their score by going out there? Is that what your plan is?
You can only help them. They can't ruin them.
Okay.
No, there's not going to be any jam boys in the tournament. Del, can you tell people what jam boys are?
Yeah, apparently.
Because you found this out somehow.
Apparently, back when the English were on their BS, not that they aren't anymore, when they're all about the colonialism, they were in India and they wanted to play golf. So what they would do to keep mosquitoes off of them, they allegedly would spread jam on the locals, because that would attract the mosquitoes. But
they would walk with them, right?
They would walk. Yeah, of course. That's the jam boy would walk with them while covered in jam. And the jam boys were paid in the jam that was spread on them.
Yeah, there won't be any money, but you get to keep the jam.
They got to keep the jam with, potential mosquitoes.
Jam boy was my nickname in high school. And it's it's also where John Boy came up. It came up from, it's a derivative of Jam Boy.
You think he knows what a Jam Boy is?
I doubt that.
No. I don't think many people do. And how did you find this out?
I don't know how. I didn't think of it myself. I think the word was said and then I looked it up. I don't remember how we got there, but Jam Boy apparently was a thing the English were all about.
Cheddar says, I can tell you what a cam boy is. We're not,
no,
this is not the stuff we're doing. This is a sports show. Okay. We're keeping it sports.
Raheel enjoyed it because it was, in India.
Yeah,
so,
yes, he has. Jam Boy can mean a lot of things.
Yeah.
Urban Dictionary will tell you.
There's some real. Obviously, we know about what's going on in the Middle East. Mm-hmm. India and Pakistan have had beef. If they played hockey, they would definitely fight.
Oh yeah,
if those two played hockey, there'd be booing of national anthems, and there would be fighting. Right after the puck dropped, India and Pakistan would fight. Now, also Drake and that's America, Canada too. Let's be real. Drake and
Drake is
Kendrick
Houston.
Lamar.
Drake is Houston.
Well, but he's Canadian, and he took a DeMar DeRozan jersey and threw it down because they used to be boys, but DeMar DeRozan squared. He fell squarely in the camp of Kendrick Lamar because he's from California. So LA. So
Compton,
but yeah, they say Drake lives in Houston, but I don't know that he has a house here. I don't know that he lives here. He has a house here, but he's pretty much on the road all the time. Now 50 Cent lives here because people will randomly see him.
Yeah.
And you know what? Somebody else famous. I just saw another one the other day where somebody else famous lives here too.
Shaq
doesn't anymore, but I think he still has a house here. But Shaq used to live here. Dennis Rodman, my kids I went to use the bathroom. I was in Total Wine or something, and I went to go get something. And Sebastian's like, we just saw Dennis Rodman. I was like, no, you didn't. He goes, yeah, I did. And the guy ringing us up and says, oh, yeah, Dennis comes in all the time. He's great. Dennis Rodman lives here. He goes, yeah, he lives on a high rise right over here, somewhere off of like Post Oak. In the Post Oak, San Felipe area. Dennis Rodman has a high rise.
Weren't we going to come back and you're supposed to?
Chris Rose,
yes.
So Chris Rose is he does baseball stuff, and Astros Twitter got really mad at him. But he also does NFL Network stuff. He does the combine every year. Chris is a good guy. I know Chris, and he texts me. He goes, hey, quick question. What are your thoughts on Shedeur Sanders and Cam Ward? This is a month and a half ago. I said, or maybe, a month and a half ago. I said, I don't know. I haven't watched him yet. We'll see. But I said, but I watched some Travis Hunter, and I wasn't a big fan of what I saw from the quarterback. He's like, because he's a Browns fan, a huge lifelong Browns fan. And then he came back to me and he goes, hey, did you get to him? What are your thoughts now? And I said, well, I mean, you can draft them if you want, but I don't know that they're going to change your fortunes necessarily, either one of those guys. And he goes, is there any chance that any of them is going to be like, can help take us to a title side? I'm not prepared to say that, Chris. And then I had another guy reach out and goes, hey, where would these quarterbacks this year rank in last year's? I said, well, whoever's number one in this class would be sixth in last year's class. So quick question. I'm a Browns fan. Is there any chance that maybe one of those guys could lead us to like a Super Bowl type? I said, this is not the year to try to find a quarterback to lead you to a Super Bowl. This ain't it, Browns fans. And it got me to thinking, oh my God, the Browns fans are, they may draft. Like, would you draft a guy you're not sure about, or would you rather have Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter, or somebody that is really good?
So we'll see. But if Cam is there at 3, I think the Browns are going to take him.
No, Browns are 2.
The Browns at 2.
It's the Titans Giants are 3. Yeah.
Titans 1, Browns 2, Giants 3.
But here's the thing: the Browns.
If they don't take Cam, I think the Browns take Cam.
Okay. If who doesn't? The Titans. Okay, but let me ask you this: you know who the GM? You know who the GM is for the Browns? It's Andrew.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Andrew Brown. Wait.
Andrew.
I just had his name just at the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, we saw a lot of them when Deshaun.
Andrew Barry, yeah.
Andrew Barry.
So Andrew Barry is the GM. Heavy background in analytics. There's no way the data. I remember Sashi Brown was before him. Data driven.
How many years is Andrew Barry there now?
At least 4.
Yeah, so it's time to get a quarterback.
Yeah, but if the
pressure is on, forget analytics. The pressure is on. We got to solve.
Okay, so but what if you don't think it's a solution? This is what I have a hard time with. If you in your mind don't think a guy's a solution, why would you draft him when you know you're potentially drafting failure? I don't know why you do that when you know Travis Hunter has a chance to be an elite cornerback and Abdul Carter is a great pass rusher.
Don't they have two good corners?
Not doing anything all those years got Sashi Brown fired.
Don't they have 2 good corners, Ward and Newsome?
Yeah, but you can move one down inside, and Travis is unique in that you can run him some snaps at wide receiver, or you can play him full time at wide receiver if you want.
You're drafting a receiver like Travis Hunter that high?
I mean, I don't want to ever draft a quarterback I don't believe in. If I believe in him, I'm drafting a quarterback. If I don't believe in him,
it could be Abdul Carter. They're going to need him if they trade Myles Garrett, even though they're pushing back against that. But
even if they kept Myles Garrett,
but you also got to go about it. Like, people have made mistakes about quarterbacks before. I mean, Joe Montana went second round.
Not
Russell
usually.
Wilson third round. I mean,
the
people
mistakes
have
go
made
the other way,
mistakes.
though. They don't usually make mistakes. No one ever said you made a mistake by passing on a guy at number 3. Like, it doesn't happen very often. Those guys usually get picked.
Everybody who passed on Patrick Mahomes and let him fall to 10.
Well, if you'd like, we can go through a list of mistakes inside the top 10, and I guarantee you we'll run through
what's a mistake?
An enormous list.
Because, yes, their high draft status means
you think Carson Wentz wasn't a mistake.
They're franchise quarterbacks.
Carson wasn't a mistake. He just, just didn't end up
But Jalen Hurts wound up in the second round. If I asked you when Jalen Hurts is drafted, is he a quarterback who could help the team win the Super Bowl? You say no.
And that's kind of the point. Sometimes you don't see it. You don't see it coming.
Okay. All right, let's break, and we can continue this on the other side. If anybody else wants to get in, you're more than welcome.
Davis Mills is literally still out there.
Stop.
And his brother-in-law is looking for work.
You know who's not looking for work has not had to. Well, that's all they've done is work for the last 50 years. Is the Brinkmans, Jason Brinkman, his dad. The Brinkman Quality Roofing has been around. They got siding, storm damage. If you've had any storm damage, we've got freezing now. If you're somebody that hasn't looked at your roof in a while, if your siding is bad. If you want a solution, and by the way, it is really cool. Their solution for solar, it is really, really, really cool. It's shingles. It's not windows that you put on the top of your roof. Find out about that. They pay for themselves in 10, 15 years. Literally pay for themselves. They've got the solution at Brinkman. They know everything about roofs. They've been doing this for 50 years. You think there's anything that they haven't seen? They've seen it all. Now, don't wait until it's too late and you've got damage in your house, okay? Be preemptive. 844-215-2840. 844-215-2840. Let them come and give you a free consultation on what's going on with your roof. And then if they give you a clean bill of health, you've got that for the insurance company as well. Okay, so let them come to your home and make sure that your roof, if you haven't looked at your roof in 5, 10, 15 years, it's time. 844-215-2840 or Brinkman, BRINKMANN, quality.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. A couple of – did you guys see the Duke-Louisville women's basketball game?
No.
Did you see that Louisville tricked Duke into guarding the wrong basket on an inbounds play?
That's embarrassing.
Yes.
Did you see that?
I've seen it in high school before, never on the collegiate level. It's not a good look for either. It's definitely not a good look for Elville.
Duke, don't you have to be smart to get into Duke?
No. Louisville tricked Duke, yeah.
Well, Duke wound up. Well, it's a women's game. So I don't know if
what's
you're
that supposed to mean, Del?
No, I was trying because Duke played.
Oh, you're saying it's a DEI thing?
No.
Well, it's a women's game.
No, what I was saying is I was looking up the score of the game to see who won. I was going to say Duke won, but no, the men's game came up. I didn't get. That's what caught me off guard. Do we know who won the game?
At this point, America lost.
No. All we know is that they inbounded the wrong.
Do you need to be smart as an athlete to play at Duke? I'm sure they have a certain standard, but
I think most, because at Rice,
Rice doesn't care about sports.
Yeah, one of the concerns that Willis Wilson used to have with basketball, I don't know if it's the same, is that, man, we don't get any breaks around here. We got to have. He said the football team got some breaks. Now, once again, this is years ago, so I don't know. Maybe it's different, but I remember Willis Wilson with basketball was like, all of our guys have to meet academic standards. Football gets to pass. They get some passes on some guys. But even then, the Rice guys are typically going to be better students. I would think the same things. I would think it's the same with Duke. I think the Duke kids are probably pretty smart.
Well,
on the women's basketball side.
Well, if we go back to the Fab 5 doc, the conversation was about, part of it was about the type of athlete Duke would recruit. And that's why they didn't like them, because they went after a certain athlete that they didn't fit the model. I don't know if Duke still does that per se. I don't know if it's strictly always based on education. At least it wasn't always under Coach K. I think you do have to meet a standard, though. I believe they want to hold that as part of the reason you come to Duke, that you're not just a basketball player, you're also a good student.
Yeah. Well, I read a story where any recruit, Coach K had the guys go out with him, and if they didn't like him, then he wasn't going to be recruited. He was done. His recruitment was done. I mean, he had to be able to fit in with the players on the team.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
I think I told you before, Eric Winston he once told me that he felt like any offensive lineman that the Texans were considering drafting, he wanted, like he said, I wish the Texans would let us meet with the guy and kind of hang out so we could get a read for if he'd be a good guy in the locker room or not. Yeah. A good fit in the room. And that does make some sense.
Absolutely.
Duke was like, more Thomas Hills, less Ray Jacksons.
By the way, did y'all see the new documentary that hit on HBO? We Beat the Dream Team. I'd never heard this story. Apparently, Grant Hill and Chris Webber, and maybe I did hear this.
Yeah, we did.
We have heard it, right? The collegiate all-stars beat the Dream Team in a scrimmage. Well, they technically didn't have an end of the game. They just turned the clock off, like, all right, that's it, we're done. And they just turned the clock off, and they're like, we were ahead. We beat the Dream Team. And we're talking Weber, and I got to see who all the players were from that 92 team, but that's on HBO now. It's actually available. I think I'm going to take a quick look at it after I'm done with the White Lotus. I'm not sure if I'm going to.
All you have to do is watch. It's one episode. What do you mean after you're done?
Yeah, I know.
Are you in season 3 or are you behind?
Season 3.
Okay.
White Lotus, yeah.
Wait, so are you not what? It's not good?
Well, we don't have an Italian woman that is with a heart of gold who's also a lady of the night.
If the British actress didn't have those fake big teeth.
Those are not fake. Those are her real teeth.
Those can't be real teeth.
No,
I've been trying to Google.
I've seen her in Sex Education on Netflix.
What's her name?
Amy Lou Wood.
Those cannot be real.
Those are her real teeth.
It's the most British teeth I've ever seen. It's almost like cartoonish.
Unless she decided to do it for her entire career in every role. Those are her teeth.
Amy Lou Wood. My God, those are her teeth.
I told you.
Oh, my God.
I told you.
That's like Michael Myers with when he was
those are
Austin Powers.
Oh, Mike Myers. Yeah.
It's like, when Mike Myers was Austin Powers.
Do you ever watch Family Guy and they got the British guy who's got the gigantic teeth?
Yes.
That's her.
And I think it was good of them to just point it out. Like, there's a scene.
I love your teeth.
Yeah. Are you British?
Are you British?
Or English?
Yes.
Whatever she said. Yes.
She goes, thank you.
Yeah. So
I love your teeth. They were just trying to.
She was in a very popular Netflix show, but this is her most exposure as far as HBO.
Those two front teeth are so enormous.
Prestige shows. They're like, let's get this out of the way. Let's call this out right now. Let's get it out of the way. Yes, she has the teeth. Let's move on. And they did it very early.
That's what they did. They basically do say, listen.
If you've never seen her before, yes, she's got the teeth. Let's go.
It's jarring. And you can't really
I've seen her before,
pay attention to how hot she is because it's just the teeth you can't stop looking at the teeth.
You've got Arnold Schwarzenegger.
And there's huge gaps in the teeth.
Arnold Schwarzenegger's kids in the show.
Who?
The douchey older brother. That's
his son?
That's Patrick Schwarzenegger. Yeah.
Oh, what a chode.
Well,
they always have one.
Well,
it's always a white guy.
We're
well represented in White Lotus as douchebags.
I'm pretty sure he's playing a role. Are you sure that he's a douche?
Well, the character. I'm talking about the character. I'm not talking about the individual.
Yeah, I'm talking about the character too. I don't know the kid.
He's trying to get his.
If you do your job, I should hate you as a person.
He's trying to. And there's a possibility of some triple incest from that family
I didn't
too.
like this. I didn't like a lot of that.
The
that
douche
middle brother is.
Yeah, the douche in question is calling. Said his sister's high. He doesn't understand why she's a virgin, while he's talking to his younger brother. Who
don't even say the scene where he walks out of his own
and then his younger brother's looking at him. There's something going on there where it could be like triple.
Mike White, we have got to clean this up, man.
I'm out.
You like Game of Thrones?
I did. That didn't bother me because she was hot.
Well, the daughter. I guess. Well, she's like a 27-year-old actress, but she's playing like a young college girl. She's attractive.
I don't want to see any of that.
But I don't want to see any of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay when it's like medieval. I don't want to see modern times.
Right.
With dragons, anything was going. Anytime you have a dragon, like all bets are off.
Sure.
Yeah, because that's how they acted then.
But this is in Thailand
with dragons flying overhead. You had to have sex with your sister.
That was
different things.
That was before it was taboo.
Right. There were no real rules.
No, it was taboo back then too. They just gave. It was taboo back then. That's
okay. Well, what's taboo is having a really crappy goal in your front yard. That's awful. Having one of those baskets with the sand in the base. Yeah, Dad, that's terrible. It's gross, and no one does that. Here's the deal. What we do is we get a pro dunk goal. The pro dunk goal is the best goal in the history of goals. It's not even close. It's the best goal ever. You can raise it up and down. It's tempered glass backboard. It is perfect. The kids love the goal. Love the goal. I had one. That's what the kids were out playing on it all the time. They love to lower the goal. That's when we had a crank. Back in the day, we used to have to crank that thing. Now, a button, boom, and the goal is being raised and lowered. So they want to dunk, Dad. They want to have fun. They want to be able to reach the goal. Dad, it's time. Get the goal. Mom will love it because it looks like a great goal. It's the perfect goal for the family. Produnk.com. Tell Keith Tate you heard right here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Did you guys see NASA has increased the chance of a major asteroid smashing into Earth in 2032?
Is it like 3-point-something% now?
3.1% chance, up from 2.6 last week. The odds are getting higher.
Do they give us any reason why the odds are increasing?
No, maybe the course that it's on. I don't know. I just left NASA. I quit.
What?
Right.
What year is it again?
It's 2032. That it's big enough. It's 500 times it'll hit 500 times the energy released by the atomic bomb that destroyed Hiroshima.
Look, I've seen Armageddon. I've seen Deep Impact. We got to send people up there.
We got to send them.
Have we started getting the team together to make sure we put a nuke on asteroid or whatever the hell it is and get it off tracks?
What is Bruce Willis still available?
Yeah.
I mean, we got to get this. We got to get this set up. The cities with the highest risk are Bogota, Abidjan, Lagos, Khartoum, Mumbai, Kolkata, and Dhaka. So we're good. It's all right.
Yeah. The highest risk is getting hit.
Right.
Wow. Sucks.
It's not. They said it's not. It's just take out the city. We don't care. It's not on any of our cities.
Well, I don't know if my dad will be around in 7 years. It's not great for him. That's where he retired, Lagos, Nigeria. So gonna have to get him back for 2032. So just spend some time in LA or wherever you want to live for a couple months.
Yeah,
because he's had some ties to LA. Maybe we get him there, wait for the asteroid to hit, and then he can go back when things are cleaned up.
Well, yeah, but we got to make sure.
It is interesting that it's up to 2.6%.
It's up to 3.1.
3.1%.
It was at 2 point. Yeah.
Yeah, and it is interesting that they call it a city killer.
Hey, John, can my dad live with you in 2032 in LA? Because he knows the city. Can he just spend a couple months there until the city killer hits?
He already thinks John is a clown.
Well, he'd be entertained.
I'm fine by that. I'm fine with that. Yeah. He could. Yeah, cool. Absolutely.
He doesn't take up a lot of space.
Bring his friends too.
All right. Okay. You got plenty of space.
Yeah. So, yeah, absolutely. I got a spot for him.
Have you seen the odds? The way that they
notice I don't want him here with me, but
no, I noticed that
he can live with you.
By the way, the city killer asteroid odds. It's like watching the odds go down for like Jaden Daniels in offensive rookie of the year. It started off like 1 in 83. Then it went to 1 in 67. Then it moved down to 1 in 53. Then 1 in 43. And then currently it's gone to
32.
1 in 32. Well, then it was 1 in 38, and now it's dropped to 1 in 32.
Right. The odds keep dropping. I'm going to put some money on it. Can we put money on it and what town it's going to hit? I mean, because that parlay will pay. That's going to. I mean, it's a long.
Wow! Did you see what the?
It's a long play.
So if it's between 131 and so if it gets rocked by YR4, which measures between 131 and 295 feet in diameter. So let's just call it 210 feet, so we can do 70 yards. So it's a 70-yard asteroid. If it hits, the resulting energy blast would be the equivalent of 8 megatons of TNT.
Yeah, I just said it 500 times.
Oh, you read the New York Post article, huh?
I just read it just a second ago. 500 times.
Well, he got in late.
What here? Oh, he wasn't even in there.
I was using
he came to the bathroom.
Yeah.
So here are the cities that could be impacted.
He did that already too.
I know, it's a joke.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So it's okay. It's not going to hit one of our cities. We don't care.
I don't know.
Well, we have lots of things. We have hurricanes, tornadoes.
Yeah, we have our own issues.
We have you guys have earthquakes and fires.
It doesn't take out entire. Oh well, Harvey took out an entire city.
Yeah, not completely obliterated it.
And
like
by the way,
megaton, like a 500 megatons of TNT would probably
no one left.
Yeah, it's probably not so much a flood as wiped completely off the face of the earth.
Tsunami, not a flood. And
by the way,
speaking.
By the way, I have earbuds for people that are a guy. Hey, John, maybe you should get a raise so you can buy some earbuds. I'm holding my phone up because it sounds a lot better then the microphones on the earbuds sound like crap.
Yeah,
so.
John is sacrificing for you guys.
So hold on a second. Why don't you do it like this? I just grabbed something from the room, like a trash can or whatever, when I was in, and I got the little hook, on the back of it, and I just sat it down and just had it right there and just talked the whole time, so you don't have to hold it.
Well,
sit it on. Something
I don't want a
high.
trash can in my face the whole show.
Sit it on something high. Well, just whatever.
No. Well, I
Phone
got my
books
arm
or-
propped up on this, and it's very easy. It's not a problem.
But you look ridiculous. Go to
You mean like you when
Go
you're
to
holding your
YouTube.
headphones up
When
to
you
your
when you're talking into a garbage can like that.
No,
But you can't see. I put it off to the side.
even in the studio, he would hold his headphones up to his ears because he didn't want to ruin his
made
hair
people
for picture day.
upset. Now I've
You
got
look
these headphones
ridiculous.
Yeah.
on. Don't care.
Yeah. This does not look ridiculous. I don't care. Listen, it sounds good. Yeah, that's all that matters.
When's tea time today, John?
Tea time is 10.
You got tea time clothes on.
10
locally?
and 10 and 10.
Okay.
Yeah. Which is
The
an
12
hour
here.
after the
Who do you
show.
play with out there?
I'm with the Green Bay boys, and they're all talking about they don't want us to come for the draft.
So are they?
They're
So
excited
they're
about it.
staying at your place.
No,
Wendy wouldn't let
I'm
them do
staying
that.
at their place.
Oh wait, yeah,
They-
you're in Phoenix. My bad. You're not
Yeah.
there. Yeah.
Yeah, they get a house every year, come down, play golf for 3 days, because it's like 20 below in Green Bay. So they're down here, and it's fun. We had big steaks last night. We played golf. I took their money. It was great. It was great. So yeah, it's a great time. They do this every year. This is the first time I've been able to join them, but it's fun.
All right.
It's
So
fun.
when we come back, we've got Rob Manfred talks about the Dodgers payroll, and guess what? Finally, there has been some movement. All these athletes who keep getting robbed, like every game day. Apparently, 7 have been charged. To give you the headlines on that. Luckily, I don't remember Houston Astros getting plundered.
Altuve gets robbed.
Oh,
Has been robbed
that's
3 or 4
right.
times.
Why? What a
What are
bad
you
run.
talking about?
Honestly, I mean, first he gets blamed for trash can scandals when he said, I don't want it. Guys, don't bang it around me. I don't want that crap. Don't do that. Then he gets blamed for it. He gets accused of a bad tattoo being a buzzer and his wife, and won't. And he said, my wife doesn't want, I don't want her showing a tattoo. And then they say, he's got a buzzer. He's got a buzzer. He's not a Hall of Fame. He's a cheater. Boo. And Jose Altuve's just like, what? Then he gets his house robbed multiple times. Then he's moved to left field. Like, why can't people leave Jose Altuve alone? This is a great person.
Now he's got to share an outfield with
now he's got to be outfielder
Jake
with Jake
Myers.
Yeah. Good Lord, what are we doing?
Is that the worst insult?
If he's not a national treasure, he's a Houston institution.
No.
He's up there with Olajuwon.
Do you think?
And we treat him like this.
Do you think he says, rob my house for the next 2 years, but just don't make me play the outfit with Jake Myers?
No, because he's not like that. He goes, I'll play wherever you want
in his
me to
head.
play.
You may not say it out loud.
Altuve is the ultimate team player.
I know.
You're like, no, I don't want to go out to that. I'm not going to that golf course. The ultimate team player.
When have I ever said
you worst teammate ever?
I'm not. Lance and I won't go out to that golf course. What was it? What was it? Kingwood or something?
Yeah.
We refuse.
For what?
No, in the Woodlands. You're both
Woodlands.
Like,
For the what?
Yeah,
it wasn't even our deal.
I don't know if it wasn't our deal, and there's less.
It wasn't even a radio station deal. I don't think.
A John deal.
Yeah.
It was less distance from the outfield to
just
second
you
base
going
than there
to
is from
play golf
Kingwood or
somewhere
wherever
for
the hell
free.
or the Woodlands to this place.
Want you guys out here? You just go out there.
No, that was the Highland Pines one, and I did it for Dan Pastorini, and we got great interviews.
That's
and here
great.
you two
We
are
got
like,
great interviews.
It's great. It was great for us.
Did we have great interviews that day?
Yeah, we had great interviews.
Who did you interview?
Dan Pastorini. Thank you. Good night.
Is that the only one?
Yeah. We
Oh,
actually did good.
no. A Goose Gossage.
Oh,
What? Yeah.
Then I have to
Goose
bleep.
Gossage
Then I
telling
have to
stories,
bleep him or
dropping
something.
F-bombs.
Yes, you had to bleep.
Didn't he
Goose
curse?
Gossage
I had to bleep him.
twice.
Yeah, you had
Yeah.
to play. Man, it was awesome.
Hey,
All right, Lance,
Art, you remember the Goose Gossage interview?
By the way, do you think there's any chance that Jose Altuve's wife, when he gets home, does she like say, "Why do you let them do that to you? Why are you you need to say something?" Because I can feel like most wives, with something like that happening, you're being too nice and too agreeable and too passive. I know I don't want to do it. Well, if you don't want to do it, you need to say something.
No.
You've been here forever. You're going to be a Hall of Famer. And look, and you've taken less money than you could have made on the market. And look what they're doing. They're putting you in left field. What is wrong? You got to say something. Stop letting them treat you like that. I know. I really need to say something. Then do it. If you don't do it, I will say something to Dana Brown's wife.
He needs a Kelly Stafford.
He needs a Kelly
You think
Stafford.
his wife's like Kelly Stafford?
Oh,
she got that dog in her.
Get her. Well she had
yeah.
her own podcast.
Don't worry. She talks more about what they should do than Tristan Cassis
What
does.
about yourself?
We got a break.
What
we got a break.
Giselle when she said, Wes Welker, you need to catch passes. Stop dropping so many passes.
He should have caught that ball.
No, he can't throw them and catch them. That's what she said. He can't throw them and catch them. All right, we got a break. You got to talk about Taquerias.
That's a real one. Taquerias Around This is a real one, too. If you're looking for a great place to go watch games, so you got the hockey going tomorrow. You got basketball. Our basketball team kicks it back off on Friday. There's always games going on, college basketball, whatever the case may be. Maybe you want to pull up for March Madness, start figuring out a plan. I'll tell you what would be great. Go to Taquerias Around Us. Go just sit there at Around Us Sports Bar where they have select locations have turned their bar areas into sports bars. The one off 1960, it's enclosed separately. It's unbelievable. There's like 1 billion TVs in there. It is a great place to go watch March Madness because, you know, what you got to have is multiple TVs, right? Now, if you just want to go and you want to enjoy authentic Mexican food or their bar menu that they have, which has specialty food items, great drink specials going on, margaritas, and a place for you to pull up and own the bar so that you can watch the games that you want to watch with your boys. That's Around a Sports Bar. Stop in at any location and just take over the bar, man. Get them to turn to the games you want, and you're ready to roll. And, of course, when March Madness rolls around, you got to have multiple TVs. That's where Around a Sports Bar is going to help you out as well. For breakfast, for lunch, for dinner, and for your favorite sporting events, it's Taquerias Around Us.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. There were a couple of things that you wanted to talk about, Lance, when last we left.
Yeah, your boy Rob Manfred.
Yeah.
I know you're a big Manfred guy.
I love Rob Manfred.
I call him Robbie. Well, sometimes I say Bobby. Bobby Manfred said that it's the system that is a problem in Major League Baseball. It's not the Dodgers' exploitation of it. Remember, the Dodgers have been pulling this crap where they have now signed 5 players to 9-figure contracts. Ohtani, Yamamoto, Blake Snell, Will Smith, and Tyler Glasnow. The last 2 they got in with extensions. During spring training media event, Manfred reiterated prior comments while saying the Dodgers have, quote, gone out and done everything possible, always within the rules that currently exist, to put the best possible team on the field. And I think that's great for the game. But he acknowledged that fans and owners have expressed concerns about their ability to blow other teams away monetarily. Here's the problem. The Dodgers' competitive balance tax payroll is going to be about $392 million, which is beyond the highest threshold. Only the Mets, who are $321, are even close. We're the only other team that's cracked $300 million. The problem you're having here, and he said, Manfred says, disparity should be, it certainly is, at the top of my list of concerns about what's occurring in the sport. When I say I can't be critical of the Dodgers, they're doing what's the system allows. If I'm going to be critical of somebody, it's not going to be the Dodgers. It's going to be the system. Okay, but you just said previously that I think it's great for the game. How in the world can you say something is great for the game and then say it's at the top of your list of priorities that's a concern? You're talking out of both sides of your neck, Manfred. And the big problem you have here is yeah, it's within the rules of the game, but it gives a competitive advantage to the most well-capitalized, and well-capitalized in the sense of, it goes back to TV deals, radio deals, et cetera, stadium deals. The most well-capitalized organizations are the ones who can afford to pull these little shenanigans. And frankly, there's only 2 or 3 that really where it would even make sense that they're willing to take this kind of a hit, because obviously there's going to be a hit on the front end and the back end because they're going to be paying Ohtani forever or his next interpreter forever.
Listen, what did you expect him to say?
Well, I don't expect him to say anything. I did think it was a little ridiculous for him to say they put the best currently the best possible team out there within the rules. And I think that's great for the game.
He can't say, listen, the system's rigged. Only the rich teams can win. That's all there is to it. The Dodgers have an unfair advantage because, okay, how can Tampa, how can Pittsburgh possibly compete? He can't say this because it's the truth and because there's no sense in watching baseball anymore because the only team that can win anymore is the Dodgers with how much stupid money this is. How about no deferred money? How about that? How about you can't defer your payment? Well,
I mean, that's the end of that. That's the end of that nonsense.
Well, right. Well, then they won't be able to. That's right. It won't happen. Alex Bregman's got $60 million that's going to be deferred on this deal.
Or you put a limit on how long you can defer it.
Or, well, whatever.
Like it's just 2 years
gotta be collectively bargained, and Major League Baseball has had no power against the players' union ever. It's the only uncapped sport. It sucks. It's terrible.
Well, ask yourself this. So if they collectively bargain it, all right, so usually when you see things that benefit few and hurt the many, you're talking about, okay, it benefits some players, but most of the players, not only does it not benefit, it actively hurts them. And so the Players Association will make considerations when it comes to a collectively bargained agreement in basketball, football, baseball, for example. The problem you have here is that this doesn't hurt other players. It helps a very select few, obviously, for one team, and maybe the Yankees and the Cubs are financially positioned to do this, but they don't want to do this. Nobody wants to do this to try to keep up with the Dodgers. The Dodgers are doing something that's fiscally irresponsible, not just in terms of baseball competitive balance, but also it's fiscally irresponsible, except for the fact that they're getting Japanese money in, which is like a huge windfall, just like Les Alexander. And frankly, it's rolled over for the Rockets, even though they don't exist in China anymore because of Daryl Morey saying Hong Kong should be free. The problem here is why would the Major League Baseball's Players Association, like, I'm sure they think this isn't a great thing either, but it does help like 3 to 5 of their players, but it doesn't hurt. Like, who does it hurt? It doesn't hurt anyone else. If anything, it opens up the possibility of this happening for other teams. So I don't see is there any impetus for the Players Association to actively be willing to agree to do away with deferred money? I don't see any reason that they would. It's best for the game and competitive balance, but I don't know that they would think, yeah, but how does it positively affect us if we give in with this, unless they're getting something else in return?
There's no negative for the players. They're never going to give in. It's just baseball sucks. I mean, it sucks. It's all about the payroll and nothing else. That's why the NFL. That's why baseball is where it's at today, and why the NFL is where it's at today. Because they would not, because the players have dominated and the money has dominated.
Now, I do like this, John. I do like his. Now, this is I'm a huge fan of. Manfred reiterated his belief that a separate draft is the best remedy to clean up some of the corruption that occurs in the international market, particularly in Venezuela and Dominican Republic, where pre-deals, performance-enhancing drug use, and age fraud has become especially prevalent in recent years. Quote, the transparency of a draft, the inability to make secret deals because you don't know who's going to draft whom, is really the best systemic approach. I actually agree with that, because once you have that, it puts all the information gathering on the table. You can do wholesale drug testing. You can do age verifications. The shady deals, you give teams a chance to actually be active participants in the international market, and kind of spread the wealth. What sucks is that Asian baseball players, the Japanese baseball market primarily, Japanese and Korean, they're just going to the coasts. That sucks for the rest of Major League Baseball. Okay, Mets, Yankees, Dodgers, Angels, and Giants, and that's it. We don't want to go anywhere else. Well, that's not great for Major League Baseball.
Well, you can't. Well, since they get to choose as opposed to being drafted, if you had a true international draft, then those players wouldn't be able to just choose. But they're going to choose. Of course, they're going to choose. And they're going to choose Seattle or LA or San Francisco because it's closer to Japan. I mean, as opposed to, you think they want to play in Tampa and try to get home? No, they're not going to do that. There's zero chance of that. So that's how it's always going to be, because the players dominate baseball as opposed to the league actually running itself. And that's how it's always been and always will be.
A league is never healthy unless there's a healthy balance between player and owner.
That's right.
You have to have that, and that's why it's got to be collectively bargained so that both sides have input on it. But if it gets too heavy in one direction, it's not good for whether it's owner-based or player-based. It's not good for the health of the league. It never is. The NFL is so big because of their parity has been a big win for the NFL. There's no.
Oh my God! Look at it.
Every market. Detroit is a major. Is it major in basketball? No. I mean, has it been in the past? Yeah, it was good in the past. It doesn't matter where you are. You can win in the NFL.
Yep. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. We got to talk about Chastain Ford for a minute. I want to talk about for me, I love the Ford. We're a Ford family, and we've been a Ford family for a while now. And I got my son, his, my daughter, hers. I got mine. I got a couple of different ones, and I got them from Chastain Ford. So first, do you want a Ford? Okay, that's the question that you have to ask yourself. Have you seen the F-150? Have you seen the Lightning? Have you seen the Hybrid? Have you seen the Escorts? Have you seen, if you're looking for a starter car, they've got that brand new on the lot where you can get your kid into a vehicle for like about $300 a month. I mean, this is a great way for them to start to have a solid vehicle that you don't have to worry about them breaking down. It's a brand new Ford. It's going to be awesome. Okay, so you got that. You got where you have to make, you're going to have to make the payments on them. Where do your payments have to be? That's one of the first questions that they'll ask at Chastain Ford, because they don't want you choking on it. They don't want you to have a bad car buying experience. They want you to have the best car buying experience that you can have. And how do you do that? By being affordable, by it not marking up, not adding on, not doing everything they can to get as much money out of you as they possibly can. That's not the way they go about it at Chastain Ford. I love Patrick and Joe and everybody over there. The way that they do it is the perfect way for you And you're going to feel great about it. You're going to go back and you're going to buy your next vehicle for them because of the car buying experience. So find out for yourself. Go to ChastainFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. It's only 5 minutes from downtown. It's Chastain Ford.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 to get in here with us. If you want to talk on the radio, you're more than welcome to do that. Come and hang out with us here. Cougs set a Big 12 record. Most consecutive road wins. Nice job last night, 80-65 over Arizona State, right down the street here from us. Jose Altuve explained to the media yesterday that this has been ongoing since the end of the season. I don't understand it, but okay. The move to left field looks like it is a done deal. Joe Mixon and Will Anderson both getting their money back on those see, Joe Mixon had said, I never even said that, and the league is fining me. And then they fined him again for saying I never said it. And so he's getting his money back on the criticism of the officials in the Kansas City game.
His explanation for that, understood. he was upset is not how it actually went down. They fined him for something he didn't say, and then fined him for what he did say, but they didn't actually take $25K for the thing he didn't say. So overall, he actually got hit with a $25K fine, and then they reversed it yesterday. Because initially it was a quote from TJ Houshmandzadeh that they attributed to him, and he never said it. But he did not get fined for complaining about getting fined. Yeah, he didn't
get fined twice.
Well, he said they fined him twice.
That's what he tweeted about, but he was never fined for complaining about being fined.
Yeah, we went through this before.
Yeah.
Dell went through but regardless, he didn't get fined.
But he got all his money back, and so did Will Anderson.
Right. Will Anderson did too. And so I was worried about their money, but now we don't have to.
Well, Will's just a rookie.
Well, yeah, but Will's doing okay and gonna do okay.
So who are you more concerned about?
No, the rookie
bookies, or
if you had to rank them,
the books or Will Anderson's money,
bookies or your defensive end.
Well,
big corporate bookmakers or the defensive end who plays for your team, not who's actively trying to take your bets away from you.
I'm not worried about Will Anderson's going to make a lot of money. He's going to be just fine. Joe Mixon's got a lot of money. He's going to be fine. In their careers, Will Anderson will make more than Joe Mixon.
He won't make more than Tillman at Golden Nugget.
No, he won't make more than Tillman at the Golden Nugget, but he's going to be just fine. Tillman's going to be just fine too, the ambassador of Italy. Let's put some respect on him.
I know.
Saying,
are we going to fight the Italians in hockey
ambassador
now?
Tillman.
Are we fighting the Italians in hockey?
No, we're not fighting the Italians in hockey. We don't want none of that. We don't want that heat.
Not yet.
Do they have enough to?
We'll beat the brakes off.
They have enough for a roster.
Did y'all see when asked who the most inspirational teammate he's ever had, Jalen Milrose said, Will Anderson.
Mm-hmm. Will Anderson's that guy.
Will Anderson is that guy. Will Anderson is a beast, hard work. Will Anderson has been those two picks. I mean, JJ, Andre, possibly Stingley. But those two picks,
he's a culture changer.
That will be that's right. It's an entire organization changer.
He's a culture changer, and that's
and CJ.
Now let's pit them against each other. Here we go. Here's the question for you two. CJ had the lead coming off of year one. I would think Will Anderson has moved ahead with his 11 sacks in year two, a total of 18. Going forward, forget about the contracts they both get. They both play premium positions. They're going to get a lot of money. CJ will get more if he actually plays well going forward. Better career going forward. Not importance, because we understand the quarterback, but better career going forward.
Oh man, a lot of it's based especially for quarterbacks, on how for defensive ends it's sacks. For quarterbacks, it is how far you're going to playoffs. So it's kind of
a tough question.
It's kind of tough. I would say, I'd say if you had to rank them, you'd put the odds in Will Anderson's favor, because he needs less things. Like, Will Anderson's responsible for his own food. He goes out and hunts on his own, and he gets to eat what he hunts and kills. CJ Stroud has to have an offensive line, wide receivers, play callers.
But Will Anderson doesn't have Nick Caley.
No, he has
D'Amico.
Yeah,
he's got a swarm,
but he doesn't have the great Nick Caley.
Yeah, that's true.
So he also doesn't have Hutchinson to depend on.
Dalton
Schultz to depend on.
You will be glorified more if you have a successful quarterback.
I'm simply talking about.
Well, what's your answer though, John?
Best career as far as what they accomplish individually.
Okay, I'm gonna say Will Anderson. Will Anderson will be a multi-time All-Pro.
I'm hoping it's CJ, but I probably would say Will.
Will Anderson's got a better chance of being a multi-time All-Pro than CJ does. And part of it's because who CJ's up against at the position.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I'm just, but just as far as well, I probably will. I'm
trying to come up with a quantifiable. I'm saying all pros because it's quantifiable, but realistically, I think it's a pretty good question, though.
Well, there's only one quarterback, and there's two defensive ends on the All Pro, So
but you can be second team All-Pro, right?
Right. Yeah. Right.
But CJ has multiple guys, even in his own conference, who are under 30, who are still great. Josh Lamar, Patrick Mahomes.
That position,
and Joe Burrow, throw him in there too.
Right. That defensive end position, though, that's pretty tough too. There's a lot of good players. There's a lot of good defensive
There
ends.
is, but Myles Garrett's getting a little bit older. He may not even be in the AFC. We're talking about Joe Burrow, Josh Allen.
All pro is
Pat
NFL,
Mahomes.
not just AFC.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. But Pat Mahomes, well, just in the AFC alone, Pat Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, and Lamar Jackson at quarterback. That's all in the AFC. Woo.
Yeah.
And they're not on the wrong side of their careers either.
Forget all pro Bowl.
Anybody can make. I think Davis Mills made a Pro Bowl one year.
Mac Jones made a Pro Bowl.
Mac Jones did. Well,
he gritty.
Was an alternate. If you're not on the first team, that doesn't count.
Tyler Huntley made a Pro Bowl.
Yeah, I think Tyrod Taylor made one. Oh, Tyler Huntley made one. Yeah, that's got to be the worst Pro Bowler ever.
Here, Jonathan Alexander, exclusive.
Oh.
The Houston Texans are faced with two choices for their make significant renovations to NRG or seek public money to build a new stadium entirely. One will happen.
There it is.
That's
Here we go.
Houston Chronicle this morning.
Told you.
Sorry, Harris County residents. Time to fork up or for the money.
Well, I'm going to tell you this. We need to go to Montgomery and what's your Galveston County? What are you in?
I live in Galveston County.
Galveston County, yeah.
That county
you got to pony up too.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Okay, because you enjoy. Okay, then you can't watch. All right, then it's going to be blacked out.
Don't punish me with not having to watch the Texans make their way to another wild card win. Please don't punish me with another AFC. I don't have to watch AFC South games. Don't punish me with that.
Yeah, AFC South, the greatest division in all of football.
Look, there's a real chance if the Titans pick Cam Ward that I buy a Titans
Cam
Ward jersey.
Then you know what? Then we're going to impose tariffs on
tariffs on what? Galveston County?
Yeah, Galveston County. Yes, we're going to impose tariffs and possible deportations will happen.
From where? From Galveston County to where? Another county or just out of the country?
Yeah, to another county.
Okay.
Pony up.
Or maybe to another state.
It's not fork up, it's pony up. I'm thinking about Arizona State.
Maybe
pony
another
up.
State.
I'm not going to pony up. I live in a different county.
Yeah, well, guess what? Well, then you don't get to enjoy our team. Okay, our county. Get your own team then.
I'm good.
The Galveston Gorillas, whatever.
That's
I don't know.
Bad. I like that.
Are they going to make it past the divisional round at some point? I'd love to root for a team who makes it past the divisional round.
Yeah, well, maybe, and then again, maybe not. You don't know how hard it is. All right, you don't get to enjoy our team.
I don't know. The Commanders did it with the rookie quarterback in year one. No. It can't be that hard.
This is tariff time. Okay, that's what we're doing.
You can't just say tariffs for everything.
Yeah. And
how is Harris County going to
just says tariffs on everything?
Impose tariffs on Galveston County? What products do Galveston?
Every time you turn on the TV to watch the Texans, tariff.
I don't have a stream. I just ended my subscription to YouTube TV. Yeah, I ain't got no reason for it. I'm a streaming service person only anyway. I can find a way to watch the Texans. Alternative methods. I don't need you to charge me for that.
No. It's like you're stealing Netflix. That's what you're doing.
I pay for Netflix.
You're stealing our team.
I pay for Netflix. I pay for Paramount Plus. Your team is stolen from me. They stolen all my Sundays the last decade and a half.
They have done that.
Yeah.
There's been some theft.
There has been some theft. But listen, you gotta pony up like the rest of us.
I'm not ponying up. If I lived in Harris County, yes, I would ask the McNairs to, pay for it themselves. But if I had to, then I would pony up because I'd be forced to. But I don't live in Harris County. Good luck, everybody.
No. Galveston, you're paying up. Montgomery, you're paying up. All of you.
Guys, don't worry. John cannot impose tariffs himself. He can't just say tariffs.
Yes.
He doesn't even live in Harris County that often. How often is he here?
John can threaten tariffs, but not from Los Angeles.
No, you can't. Phoenix.
I pay property taxes.
I'm sure you do, but when you're residing in Phoenix,
no, if you pay property taxes here, you have one man, one vote.
I'm not saying he has a right to be upset. I'm not saying you don't have a right to be upset.
It says the Constitution and the Bible. One man, one vote.
That's not in the Bible. He lives in Harris County sometimes, so you can be upset with the McNairs if they try to pay for our stadium off. But you, as a current Phoenix/LA resident, cannot impose tariffs.
I'm not upset with the McNairs for wanting a new stadium. I'm upset with the surrounding counties enjoying our team and not paying anything for it.
They haven't created that much. They haven't caused that much enjoyment. Trust me.
Yeah, they have. No.
I walk around in a local.
They make your life better.
I walk around in local Kroger's and HEB. Don't see a lot of Texan gear. I see a lot of Astros. That's still a thing.
Well, now, pony up for that too.
Well, they haven't asked.
You paid nothing for that too.
What are you talking about?
Reparations. That's what we're looking for.
I don't need you saying reparations.
Reparations.
It's not even your money. You don't even get any of it. What are you campaigning for?
Okay. We need reparations.
He's such an advocate for the big money people.
Mm-hmm.
Man of the people, my ass.
He's a man of the owners.
Yeah.
Crane, McNairs, they need reparations from you people. Okay.
From the poors?
From the counties. Okay, that's right. So pay up. This free. It's a bunch of baloney. All right. This free ride you've been on.
Are they going
in
to
Montgomery County?
Free ride you've been on.
Montgomery
are
County
they going to pay up?
Quit suckling the teat, Dell.
Are they going to pay up for all the misery they've caused the last 20-something years?
Oh, really? The Astros have caused you
Not
misery?
The Astros.
Okay.
We're talking about the
you
Texans.
haven't paid up on them either. The time to pay up.
Sorry.
Right?
I've been in enough games when they were bad covering them that I don't have to pay up anything. I've been in those locker rooms. I had to talk to Wandy like he was a star player. Get out of here. I ain't paying it for nothing.
Yeah, you never do.
Wandy, Chris
Carter.
The
problem with you.
I got to talk to Chris Carter like, man, the 4th loss in a row to the A's. I mean, give me something.
That is a hard job. It's roofing, ice truck driving, and then getting sound from locker rooms in 100 lost seasons.
I got to stand next to guys talking in these muted voices because they don't want to be they don't want to upset anyone.
With their junk hanging out, barely hanging out.
No, it's like the reporters. The reporters always treat it like a funeral. Yeah, I know it's a really tough one out there. Hey, speak up. Say it with your chest. It's just a baseball game. You can say it with your chest. They lost.
No, you have some deference. You have no say whatsoever.
Deference?
Whatsoever. All right. No, you have protocol in the locker room and start paying up for all the wonderful times that these teams have given you.
I'm not paying deference to a Brett Myers-led bullpen. Okay.
Yeah, right. We're gonna break. I pay deference to.
Maybe
Doc
we
Linville.
can divert school funding to a new stadium. That's
what Louisiana wanted to do for LSU, didn't they?
More football, less books. It says.
All right, we got to talk about Doc Linville right now. I got to talk about your hair. I got to talk about what's going on with up there. All right, you're looking in the mirror and you're going, man, oh man, that receding hairline, that's bad. You woke up this morning and said, this is getting worse. Well, if it's getting worse, do something about it. Don't wait until it's all gone. Then it's too late, people. Do something now. You want to fertilize that hair? Okay, Doc can do that with the PRP. You want to, okay? It'll help stimulate the growth, and that's a very easy process, and it's not expensive. It's very easy. Now, what's a little bit more complicated is a lot more complicated than neografting, but it's the best procedure that you can have to get that hair back on the top of your head. I did the other one where they cut. It's awful, awful, awful. What you need is the neografting, which is a great, great process. Doc's got a 3-day anesthetic. It just can't be a better process than the neografting. It's affordable. You can make payments if you want to, but do it now, okay? Don't wait until you're completely bald because then it's too late. It's too late. You want to keep that hair. There's one place to go. See my man, Doc Linville. He's awesome. Also, his staff is awesome. Everything about it is awesome. 975hair.com, 975hair.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
$8:54. It's going to be. We have really had a hard time staying on the clock, so we finally have to catch up. So this will be a very, very short one. I referenced this earlier. 7 men have been charged by federal prosecutors for their roles in a string of burglaries at the home of prominent professional athletes. The 7 men, ranging in age from 20 to 38, all from Chile, were members of a South American. And we had heard rumors about this, that they're a South American theft group they've stolen more than $2 million in valuables, which frankly seems low relative to the people who they stole from. They were charged Tuesday with conspiracy to commit interstate transportation of stolen property. The complaint includes a photo of 3 of the men posing with a safe and jewel. I mean, they took pictures. You know who'd never take a picture? Robert De Niro and his crew from Heat. If you have a real crew that actually does burglaries, I promise you, they don't take pictures. And if you get a Wangro, you get rid of a guy like that. But you don't take pictures near a safe. These guys took pictures near a safe that was stolen by Bobby Portis. Portis had posted on social media in November that some of his prized possessions had been stolen and asked fans for any tips or information. These men were also linked to robberies, including Pat Mahomes, Travis Kelce, players from Tampa Bay, Memphis. I don't know about Jose Altuve. Maybe Jose Altuve. 3 of the men have also been charged with that Joe Burrow burglary as well. So it looks like we're making some headway into these robberies that are occurring to professional athletes, except for the fact that Olivier Giroud, who is, I don't like him. He looks like he has too much
fun.
Yeah.
He is a
fun with women.
French. He's got a family now, so maybe the fun's over. He's
French.
He's a French international striker, but he plays for the Galaxy right now. He used to play for the big European clubs.
You go
but
over when you retire, you go to America and just play easier soccer for
money.
For money.
Yes.
Well,
that's all.
And you probably want to spit in his mouth.
He's one I've never liked him, and he has a way of hitting headers and he's slow-footed. But yeah, he's like a guy who looks like a model who could have been in the movie 300. But he had $500,000 worth of jewelry stolen from his house on Monday. I'm sorry, on February 5th. So they got this. So they got these South American Chilean burglars, and right when they get them, Olivier Giroud, is it Giroud? Giroud, his house gets clipped in L.A. When is your stuff getting stolen, John? Oh, the good thing is, your stuff may be getting stolen right now. You guys talk about me in Phoenix.
You guys talk about me with Tillman and worried about the owners and the casinos. That's all you care about is rich athletes. When these poor people in Chile need something and they can't just go and take it when they need it.
All they got to do is put tariffs on us and money will roll in. Why don't they just put tariffs on America?
Every problem we have will be solved with tariffs.
That's right. We're going to you tariff us, we're going to tariff you. If we get tariffed in Harris County, Montgomery County, Galveston County, you get tariffed.
You're laughing now, but this is going to start pissing you off at some point when you realize that we're still paying for the Astrodome. The Astrodome sits there with like 47 people want to keep it afloat, and the rest of Harris County wants it torn down and like, it's a historical site that no one cares about anymore because it's just one of it's like you say, this is the very first microwave ever made. So who cares? Who cares? This is the first toaster. Big deal anyway. None of us care.
What are you talking about?
Your campaign against the Gulf Coast Parthenon needs to stop.
Listen. No one would go to Rome or to Athens if everybody had your attitude.
Weren't done in the late 60s and early 70s.
At that time when they were when
no one was
they were
touring,
no longer in use.
No one was touring 60
years
years later. Like, is this the Parthenon I've heard so much about? 60 years later. No one did that.
No.
Bust that stupid ass thing down. I'll burn it down if you don't.
They had some
Bust it up,
foresight and said,
burn it down, get rid of it, and build your new stadium there. Build a new little facility or whatever that can You can connect it to NRG. Stop trying to build new stadiums every 24 years. Ridiculous.
I mean, you have no foresight. Okay, in 200 years,
I'll be dead. Don't care. Get my stuff out of here now.
See, that's
why do I care about 200 years? You don't care about 200 years.
You've always been selfish.
Nobody in this country cares about 200 years from now. Nobody.
Now I agree
You're just
with
a sucker.
Now I agree with your ex-wife.
You're just a sucker.
What did his ex-wife say?
She didn't say anything. She's busy in jail.
He was selfish.
She's busy getting arrested. What is he talking about? Dump that dumbass. What are you talking about? Selfish. Keep a job.
Selfish. That's all. Okay.
I mean, honestly, why do we still have this stupid Astrodome here? Nobody comes here to visit. Nobody says let's go to the Astrodome.
No.
You know when they did? I remember when I was like 6 years old, and my uncle and aunt came from, and my grandma and grandpa came from Kansas, and we lived in Richmond, Roseburg in an apartment. And I remember they wanted to, and they took a tour of the Astrodome. It was a big deal then. Nobody cares now.
Well, listen,
you know where you want to go? Jerry World or SoFi. You want to go tour that? In 2,000 years, people are going to be visiting there, and they're going to show Mickey Mantle and those astronaut people, those people in the astronaut suits. We will not be a thing
the
in
tiles
2,000 years.
that they had to, and they're going to explain
I hope the asteroid hits the
that,
Astrodome,
and it's going to be awesome. And
I hope
the
city killer hits us.
No,
so I don't have to listen to this nonsense anymore. And now you can't get a new stadium.
Okay.
We'll take out your new stadium, and we'll take out your old stadium. One city killer, bang.
I don't need a city killer. I need the plot from Deep Impact to happen, where we break it up enough, but there's still pieces that fall, and one of them takes out the Astrodome.
Yeah.
You want the asteroid. You want the asteroid to hit the Astrodome.
Yeah, no, a bit of it. Not the full-on thing at the city killer. Just we did our job, but we
can't
didn't do it.
Just let a bunch of people with guns just go out there and just shoot it? Can't it become a shooting range? You just go and just shoot it
at the Astrodome or the asteroid?
No, at the Astrodome.
Do you think?
Let people bring all their guns out there and just get it out of the way. Just if you want to just unload, shoot the Astrodome.
So everybody
just bust this stuff
if everybody shoots it, it's just going to collapse like one of those old cowboy buildings.
No, but it at least serves a purpose.
That people shoot at it.
Yeah, like you at least get to shoot it. What else?
And then it
do?
starts creaking.
Yeah, what else does it do right now?
And falls down.
You can't even shoot it right now. You can't even put.
It has
we
no
at least
purpose.
Let guys? Yeah, it has no purpose. What does it do? Let people take paint out there and start doing graffiti on it or something. Or let my man. Oh my God, I cannot believe I'm forgetting his name.
Who paints everything?
Yeah, he's one of the best. No, not Banksy. Oh, Frankie. Let Frankie go out there and I'm trying to remember Frankie Cordona. Let him go out there and paint the Astrodome. You see all his stuff at Rockets games. He does all the murals. Let him and Donkey Boy and Donkey Boy's mom, Donkey Mom, just get out there and just do murals on it or something. That's way better. At least we got something, or let people throw rocks at it, or you can just, throw a tennis ball off of it and catch it like you do a side of a garage or a house or something.
Yeah, and in 2,000 years, Donkey Boy and Donkey Boy's mom painted this,
and Frankie,
and it's going to be an attraction. That's
never going to be an attraction. It's not now, and it never will be.
Everyone in the world is going to visit Houston.
That's not now, and it never will be. We don't care about old stuff anymore. We only care about new stuff. Nobody in this society cares about old stuff. If it's not new,
everybody.
And frankly,
because no one goes to Rome to see old stuff.
And it's not going to matter. Quit comparing Houston to Rome.
It's going to be the new Rome.
Stop comparing us to Rome. We have no history. No one comes here to see anything.
Yeah.
No one comes here to see anything. We have NASA.
We're the new Rome. Yes, that's what we are. Okay. Yeah.
This show is just completely out of control. There's not one good thing about this show today.
Underdog fans
today. Underdog Lance.
Well, listen. So they do have 4 nations. So actually, I'm going to pull up my Underdog right now. And when I pull it up in the top on my app, so on the app it's automatically set to look at Pick'em. And so you got quick buckets. Today there's a 20% profit boost on first quarter points. So if your player scores more than, I think it is 5.5 or 4.5 first quarter points, you just pick and choose which one of the players you want for that. Remember, there's games going on now. So we've got 4 nations where I can take a look at Connor McDavid, higher or lower shots, 2.5. Higher is 0.8, lower is 1.1. Let's just say I think Connor McDavid is going to get a ton of shots off. So I'm going to move that number to 3.5, and I'm going to go higher. Now it pays out 1.4 times. So now your opportunity to make money, if you go higher and he takes 4 shots or more, you make even more. And see, this is what I mean. This is why you can make 1,000 times your original play. When you start playing long shots or start moving the statistics around to make it a little more difficult, but go higher or lower despite it being more difficult, and it hits, big wins. And take your sports knowledge, take your viewing habits, combine them, play Underdog Fantasy's Pick'em Challenge. What you do is you download the app, use promo code Lance, throw your money in there. You got a chance to win up to a chance to have up to $1,000 of bonus cash. Then they're going to give you a free pick on top of it. But what you're going to get to do is pick higher or lower on all these different statistics for every player. Basketball, the other day I had for Jalen, I had like 21 different statistics to choose from. You're going to find something that you can go higher or lower on in just about every game. It's Underdog Fantasy. Watch the games, play along with the games. Underdog Fantasy, use promo code Lance. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncpgambling.org.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 703-780-3776 is the number. You want to hang out with us, you're more than welcome to do that right here on the show. We changed the world today, I think. We've been talking asteroids. We've been talking
hockey.
Tariffs. We've been talking
International hockey.
International hockey, which is tomorrow night.
Well, it's not really international if it's the U.S. and Canada. That's not really international.
So, did you see Tristan Casas is not a household name. He's first baseman for the Boston Red Sox. Dell, we've got that in there. Hey, you know, when the media asks you, hey, what do you think about what this player said and about this guy playing this position? What's the answer that should come out of your mouth?
You just say, I'm fine with whatever. That's a team decision, and I'm gonna.
That's it. That's the manager. I mean, it's up to the manager. Yeah. That's not something that I can.
Yeah.
Well, in Boston, welcome to Boston, Alex Bregman. We showed you yesterday. Rafael Devers was like, I played third. I don't know what you're talking about. I ain't moving to DH. I played third.
Mm-hmm.
I played third, he said. And then why is Tristan Casas getting in the middle of this?
Because somebody asked him, and instead of him just sitting on the sideline and playing it safe, this is turning into Boston versus Bregman. Like the Red Sox clearly don't like the Astros, and Bregman's the face. Whether people like it or not, it's not Altuve. I think everyone around the league probably likes Altuve. I don't know that Bregman's all that beloved by guys around the league. Now, once they play with him, I think they'll love him.
Oh, yeah.
But I think those guys right now are like, man, look at this guy.
Well, this guy has done quite a bit. And, well, maybe they're looking at the back of his baseball card, which ain't all that great. But they, you know what? He's got his guys back. Tristan Casas has his guys back. But this is something that you become France. You're in Sweden. I'm neutral. I got nothing on this. Okay. And instead,
because Alex Cora is making the decisions, friendo.
That's right. Alex Cora makes the decision. Instead, this is what Tristan Casas had to say.
I think it's Rafi Devers' position. I think he's the third baseman, and at that point, that's where it stands. And he's done it for a really long time now. And I think he's only getting better at that position. I think his defense is getting better every single year. We don't know what the future holds, but we know it holds Rafi Devers. So I think he's got to play defense. It's going to keep him athletic, and he's going to hit because of him being at third base. He doesn't know any other position. He doesn't want to play any other position, and he's going to fight for it, even if it's with any of the younger guys, any new guy. I mean, I think he's the best third baseman in the league. I wouldn't take him. I wouldn't take anybody over him. So I think he should play third base. Yeah.
Now he's got his guys back. I get that. But are we voting on who's going to play what position now?
At the beginning, you could tell at the very beginning he was thinking, should I answer this or should I not? Play just the very beginning and listen to him.
Well, we've got more. He was asked specifically where Bregman should play.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, I want to hear this.
So you think Bregman should play second? Rafi plays third?
I think Bregman should play second base. Yeah, I think he's going to make the transition well. I think he's athletic enough to, and I think Trevor, is going to play an awesome shortstop.
When did Tristan Casas become the manager? Fill out the lineup card. When did this happen? If I'm Alex Cora, I go up to him and go, dude, really? Who asked you? I mean, I know the media asked you, but who told you could make out our lineup?
This dude has played 3 years in Major League Baseball.
I mean, he's a big toe guy too.
Well, he's got an OPS of 24 home runs and 23. He can hit a little bit. I mean, he wasn't great. He wasn't great last year, but he's still at an 800 OPS. I mean, he's not bad. He's not bad. Finished third in Rookie of the Year voting in 2023. He's got 3 years in the league. You're still under club control, son. You shouldn't be saying these things if you're under club control.
Oh, my God. You got 3 more years of arbitration.
You're not even hitting arbitration. You don't be telling now, in real life, probably the best thing is the clearest path of least resistance is Devers at third, Bregman at second, and that's probably the easiest way. And everyone is, because Bregman will be trying to fit in, and that's probably the easiest way to go about it. Yeah. But there's way more plays to be made at third, harder plays to be made at third than at second.
Yeah.
And one guy can ball at third, and one guy's not good at third.
Listen, it's not a bad infield. Although it's not, Bregman is Trevor Story has just been pretty much a disaster in Boston. I mean, his second year there, he had an OPS of 566.
Woo.
566, 737, 566, 733. He has been, he came from Colorado where he was, an MVP candidate and an all-star. He was in Colorado. Okay. So that'll just tell you. And since being in Boston, he has been, but Casas at first, Bregman at second, Story and Devers. It's not great defensively, but it's not a bad infield. Okay. If Trevor Story can hit again. And we know what Alex Bregman, how the struggles he's going to go through. Casas, he had a bit of an off year. Devers is a great offensive player. But just Tristan Casas, if I'm Alex Cora, I'm going, can you come in my office? Can you come over here and tell me why the hell you're putting our lineup out there? Who asked you? Did I ask you?
No.
Where you think people should play?
My job is to answer questions from the media.
Trevor Story was
part of the job.
Trevor Story played a big part in recruiting Alex Bregman over. So it says here in the Boston Herald, he talks about recruiting Alex Bregman to come over to the Red Sox. It'll be, it's interesting just because Bregman's there. Otherwise, I wouldn't really care about it so much. But it is interesting to me because this is the first time that I think we're seeing pushback on a guy who was an Astro. George Springer. George left before all the stuff broke, from what I remember. Right? Didn't George leave after 18?
No, he was on the 19 team.
Was he on the 19 team for sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but he faced no heat. He faced no heat in Toronto. Carlos Correa he was one of the faces of the Astros cheating scandal because he went and said, "Hey, if you're Cody Bellinger, you don't know, shut the F up."
Right.
But at the same time, he's got that dog in him. Like you could tell, everyone wanted to be like. He's a guy you wanted to be teammates with. Bregman's one of the first, and Garrett Cole is Garrett Cole. Bregman's one of the first guys that I think is really getting the side eye from a team because he's an Astro and a guy that you didn't even like.
Well, I'll tell you this, though. Marwin didn't, but when Marwin didn't perform, it was like, maybe Marwin benefited quite a bit from the scandal.
Yeah, but the context of who he's replacing, I don't remember who George replaced in Toronto or who Alex took over for in Minnesota, Devers is one of theirs. That's one of their guys.
Yeah.
So if one of their guys is saying, I'm a third baseman, and you're bringing in the Astro to take his spot, I think that plays a part, not just because he's an Astro, but he's replacing a made man.
I wonder what the fan base, where they side on this because of that, Del. But they've also watched him commit more errors than anybody.
I imagine they'd be. You would think they'd be fine.
Yeah.
But the players themselves, Devers has been. How long has he been in Boston? His entire career, right?
Yeah.
So he's one of the guys,
and he can hit. Devers can hit.
He can hit. He's a perfect DH. Perfect DH. But did you hear him? Casas said, "Well, he could." It'll help him stay in shape.
Yeah, apparently Devers. Well, we know what he looks like. So if he's not even in,
he's not. Yeah, he's not an Adonis there. He's got.
He plays third.
He does play third, and he's got a chance to be a real fat guy if he DHs. So maybe there is something to that.
What did you hear? What Casas said? He's in the field, keeps him active, burn some calories. Well, put him in outfield.
Right.
Let him get more steps in.
Well, that's what
you got to run. You got to run in. You got to run out. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Fat, double wide, fat
Porky,
ass,
fat ass,
lard ass,
lard ass. Right.
Porky, hog, fat ass, double wide, butterball.
No, it's just
I
fat.
don't want to say that about your third baseman.
No.
Porky,
double.
First baseman. That's fine.
Yeah.
But you don't want that for third baseman.
No, we don't want that. DH, get as fat as you want. You can get as fat as you want.
Well, maybe not for your health.
Well, maybe first to third is not a great idea.
You still gotta You're a DH. You still got to move a little bit.
Yeah, you want a shot that's kind of like cut off in the gap, the center field, right field gap that gets cut off before it gets there. You want to know that you've got enough wheels to beat that throw or that relay throw to first to third.
I prefer a decrease in long singles from you. Stretch that to 2. Make that a double. Most everyone can turn that into a double. I don't need you being the long single king.
No. I wonder who. Well, there's been we had plenty of fat guys. Who is the long single king?
Well, they have to be good enough to make it a thing. I was
right, but they also
like to put it in play
slow enough.
Yeah,
that they're not. Yeah.
But you would assume Jordan, but Jordan can move when his knees aren't.
Oh no,
falling
Jordan
apart.
Can run.
You would just assume. Yeah. I mean, Singleton doesn't put the ball in play enough for that. I can't think of the long single king here.
Not just now. I mean,
but ever. You'd have to answer that one.
There's been plenty of long single kings out there that just they can't run at all. And Devers there if he DHs, so maybe there's something to that. Tristan Casas might be onto something here. He's gonna be he's gonna be a double wide.
Yeah, but Alex Cora didn't ask him at all. Hey, cut that out. You think you think the Red Sox had a conversation with their players? Hey guys, can we wait till our first spring training game before
they're hitting fungos and like when they walk by? Hey Tristan, come over here for a second. Hey, what's up, Skip? Hey, so I heard what just so you know, I heard what you said about. I'm glad you had Devers back, but Alex is part of the team now. Alex is a Red Sox, so it's not really, and I'm the one who's going to decide what the lineup card looks like. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
well, wait a minute.
You're not locked into a starting spot either, by the way, friendo.
Well, who played second for them last year? Because he don't have his back, right? He's like, oh no, well Devers is our guy. Well, wait a minute. What about the second baseman last year?
Screw that guy.
Yeah, I mean, wait a minute. You're throwing him under the bus. Wait, what about that guy? You love Devers. What about the other guy?
Cass is saying, what about him? Cass is saying, what about that guy?
So?
And?
Yeah.
And? So?
Well, I mean, if we're listen, maybe Bregman came over and he's just not going to play because we love our guys.
He never takes
He never
takes
on
the
field.
We don't have any drama here with the Astros, do we?
No.
I mean, we really don't. I can't think of one bit of drama we have.
Altuve to left. That seems to be
over the 7 years, what has been the drama that we've had? And don't tell, it's not about injuries or the only one I can think of is the stuff that you alerted us to. It wasn't even a public story, really, that the players didn't want Justin Verlander throwing out the first pitch because he wasn't here all year long when he was hurt.
Yeah, right.
Now that's kind of drama.
But that's
honestly,
that's
drama.
That was very little though. That was bing. It's over. All right, we got a break. And maybe you can think of something and tweet us, or if you want to call in. Right now, though, we're talking about HRP, talking about what HRP does for your company, what HRP has done for our company. You've heard all of the testimonials by the Chuck Watsons and the Chad Clays and all of the people that use HRP. It's awesome. It is really, really a game changer for your business. It's going to get your payroll to your people easily. It's going to make your life a lot easier. It's going to decrease your payroll department. And maybe, those are you can put those people in other places. Okay. Do what's best for your business. Do what's best for everybody. Listen, if you're the CEO, the CFO, your responsibility is to make sure that your business runs efficiently as possible, okay? So that those people will all have jobs. If you have 20, 30, 40 employees, 50 employees, you got all of those families that you're feeding. Do what's best for your company to make sure that you stay in business and make sure that you're as productive as possible, that you're making as much money as you possibly can by doing it as efficiently as you possibly can. And that's what HRP does, okay? So, we want to do our own. You don't do payroll. You don't do HR. You don't do taxes. That's not what you do. Sell your widgets and let HRP do what it does. And that's get your payroll, HR, and taxes to your people. HRP.net. Find out. Let them come and give you a free evaluation of what you're doing and how they can do better. HRP.net. 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Brian McTaggart is reporting this. What is that, though? Astros are in agreement on a minor league deal with veteran second baseman Brendan Rodgers with an invitation to spring training. He hit 267 with 3-4. He had over 721 OPS, 13 homers and 57 RBIs, but that was with the Rockies. Okay, that 721 OPS translates to about a 510 OPS for every other team.
Well, they have the splits, and the splits suggest he's a Coors Field merchant.
Yeah. Yes. And so what are we doing? So I have a theory on this now. I just thought of this. Do you think that the Astros don't want to be thought of? They do not want to have a stat up the worst hitting outfield in Major League Baseball and maybe one of the worst in Major League history. So they're moving Altuve to left field to bolster the numbers in the outfield.
No.
Oh,
no, then just sell the team. If we got a team that's that stupid, that this is what they care about is so they don't historically have.
Instead of playing, Brendan Rodgers can't hit. They're going to put him at second base possibly and move Altuve to left field. I mean, what?
But you think
can't
this is
find
because
a better outfield hitter than Brendan Rodgers? A second baseman.
I'm fine with all that stuff, but what I'm telling you is there's no way they're making decisions so that they can just be one of the worst and not the worst hitting outfield in baseball.
Well, Altuve would bring it up drastically, but yeah.
Well, and my guess is that we've seen there have been some really, really dreadful offensive times in Major League history. And my guess is there's some outfielders that you're going to find that were absolutely terrible.
So I think we found him and we've got him. We've already got him on the roster.
They never even played together.
We've already got him on the roster.
No, I'm sure I can find some really, I'll look it up, but I'm sure I can find a really, really deplorable outfield before in Major League history when it comes to hitting. But they're not making decisions. I mean, seriously, if they were making decisions based on so that people couldn't say that about them publicly, then we have really lost. We're like, guys, has anyone thought about the fact that if we move Altuve to left, they won't really be able to say we've got the worst hitting outfield in history? Yeah, we probably need to move Altuve out there so that they don't say
Jason Bristol says it's only been 2 days, but Jose Altuve looks very good in left field.
I'm sure
he's received some applause from members of the Astros coaching staff after a couple of catches. Okay.
We have been.
Can you guys explain
ALCS
to this
kings of the ALCS?
No, we got to applaud.
And now we've got to applaud a little guy playing left field.
So when they're training, Altuve knows they're hitting the ball to him. Like he knows, okay, they're hitting this to me. This isn't him tracking the ball, going, I don't know where it's going to go, and making a play. Stop it, everybody. Yes, I don't believe he will fall on his face every time he's out there, but there are going to be some instances where we're like, oh, this isn't good. When he has to try to throw a guy out.
That'll be. Since entering the league, Rafael Devers is the worst defensive third baseman in MLB per defensive run saved. He's 103 out of 103.
Yeah, but if he doesn't play, he'll get fat. Sure.
So which would you rather have? A skinny third baseman that sucks or a chunky DH that can hit?
I don't care. He's just bomb away. I don't care. That's y'all's problem.
It's not our problem anymore.
I'm done caring about Boston. I hope they implode and it all falls apart and there's fist fights in the locker room. I'm done with them.
Let's go this way. Do we think Bregman is a chaos agent? He takes the opt-out to ruin the Red Sox and their chemistry. He goes there for a year.
Like Justin Verlander did with the Mets.
Ruins their chemistry. And then he heads to the Tigers and F's with them for a year. And then maybe spend some time with the Yankees. He ruins three franchises over the course of 3 years and makes like $110 million doing it.
Totally sweet.
I hope that's the case. I hope he destroys the Red Sox from within by simply being there. He won't do anything. He'll just be there, and they'll lose their minds.
Oh man, I had an outfield for you, John, and then Ichiro screwed it up. The 2010 Mariners, Michael Saunders had an OPS of 662 with the 211 batting average, 10 home runs, 33 RBIs in 100 games. Franklin Gutierrez, the center fielder, played 152 games. He had 12 home runs, hit 245 with an OPS of 666. And then, of course, you had Ichiro, who at the age of 36 had an OPS of 754 and, of course, hit 315. So he ruined it. This team, listen to what the team OPS is one of the worst in the history of baseball. For the year, they were 637. The team. It was unbelievable. Their catcher had an OPS of 513. Their first baseman had 616. Second base, 646. Shortstop, 572. It's one of the worst hitting baseball teams in the history of modern baseball, the 2010 Mariners. And yet they had Ichiro.
We're going to – Michael Schwab put this out. Michael, come on. Brendan Rodgers is 2 seasons removed from a 4.3 WAR season. He provides solid depth at second base and could even start if Altuve really is in left field. 260 hitter last year, which is fine. Well, let's go a little deeper. At Coors Field, he had an 888 OPS. On the road, everywhere else, 571.
Ooh, gross.
571 on the road.
Ugh.
Come on, Michael. This is not an acceptable replacement. This is not some. There's got to be. Listen, there's got to be a better outfield option than putting Altuve on left and Rodgers at second. There's got to be a better option with leaving Altuve at second and getting a better hitting outfield.
Hold on.
There's got to be.
Don't we have an air conditioning company now sponsoring the stadium?
Daikin.
Yep. Will they be able to change the consistency of the air in Minute Maid with their talents, and maybe that helps Brendan Rodgers?
We lower the dew point.
Yeah.
So the humidity is down.
Somehow the air becomes thinner for Brendan Rodgers.
Dude, Brendan Rodgers'
Daikin?
career. I'm looking at his career splits. Yeah, John. Now the home run numbers are actually the plate appearances are exactly 910 at home
equal.
and 919. Yeah, they're equal. 24 home runs at home and 221 at bats, but 21 home runs on the road. But his OPS goes from 826 at home to 628 on the road, a 200-point difference.
Yeah.
Yikes.
No. He was drafted right after Bregman, by the way.
Yeah. So they have clear evidence that he's a much worse player away from Coors Field, and they decided to sign him and potentially play him.
I mean, you got to look at the splits. You got to look at them.
We know they have access to that. So what's the reason behind this?
They're just throwing anything up against the wall, seeing what sticks. That's it. We're going to do it without spending any money. We're going to get Ben Gamel. We're going to bring up DeCenzo. We're going to sign Brendan Rodgers to a minor league deal. We're going to keep throwing stuff up against the wall and see what sticks.
This is not the Astros I'm used to. And look, you're still paying, and you've got dead money that's on your books. So it's not. I don't think Jim Crane is really super hyped about doing anything until some of that dead money's off his books.
Yeah, I mean it's incredible. This is incredible. This is not. You're right. This is not the Astros that we're used to. It's just not.
It's being run.
You know what
completely
we're used
different.
to? Getting nice jewelry from Zadok.
Yeah. Well, most people probably aren't used to it because, for a lot of people, you go to a jewelry store so infrequently. You maybe go for your engagement ring, and then when's the next time you go? Well, how about the fact that maybe you start to consider that and you start considering going more often because of the statements that you're trying to make. For your engagement ring, no question, Zadok, 100%. If you want to get a watch for yourself, a luxury watch, nobody around the state can mess with Zadok. They've got selections and unique timepieces as a boutique displayer and a boutique option for some of the best timepieces from around the world. But for we've had Valentine's Day, for Mother's Day, for anniversaries, for birthdays, for any special occasion, or just to say, hey, I've been thinking about you. Earrings, pendants, tennis bracelets. You want to go big or you want to go small, it doesn't matter. The experts there will help you. They'll stay within your budget if that's your primary concern, or they'll find the best piece or even custom make the piece for you if that's your primary concern. They can take family heirlooms, melt down the metal, and then reconfigure them and recreate them and design them into something that's hip and new and something that's going to be special for her. It's Zadig Jewelers. For over 4 decades, they've been on Post Oak Boulevard. Their new location's at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. Go to Zadig.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance with you, 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776, the number to hang out with us. This is our final segment before we hit News of the Weird. Del, we missed, what did we miss? We missed, what about what happened last night between Guard and Underwood, the two coaches for Wisconsin and Illinois? They met at half court and they decided not to shake hands after the game. What was that about?
Brad Underwood, the Illinois coach, explained it. He said his team has the flu, said he did not want to put the Wisconsin players in that position. Said it's not good for them. They've already played the game. Why put him in an even worse position, I guess, by having him shake hands?
There's a lot of crap going around with RSV and rotavirus. Is it rotavirus? That's supposed to be brutal. I had a friend of mine who got it. He's like, dude, it is uncontrollable, both ends. There's nothing you can do about it. I'm like, it sounds terrible. Yeah, he's like, it is terrible.
That's like dysentery.
You sit on the toilet and have a trash can in your hand.
Ugh.
And I'm like, I don't want that.
That's not.
I'm not interested in that. How about Kansas getting beat by 34 by Utah?
BYU.
By BYU. It's the worst loss in Kansas. Is it Kansas history?
No, since
third worst since Bill Self. Yeah, the third worst in the program's history. He lost by 24 also in 2021. Right now, they're almost 500 in conference play. They are, 8-7? They're either 8-7 or 9-8 Kansas in conference play. This is a terrible year for them.
So listen, if you get beat by 34 and you're just a 500 team in conference, I know your name is Kansas, but you know what? You don't deserve to be in the tournament.
Yeah, you know what? It's the same argument that I made against Alabama. Just because your name is something, that doesn't mean that you should get the advantage to get into the conference, to get in the college football playoffs. If anything, you're performing well below standards. Why should you benefit from your name? You shouldn't.
Yeah. I mean, well, it's going to be reputation. If anything, they should be in the play-in game or a 12. I mean, but they don't deserve to be there. You can't lose by 34 points to BYU. There's a bunch of white guys on that team.
Oh, I thought you had some actual
basketball
stuff behind this. It's just because they're white guys?
Yeah, he's just going to go to racial inferiority complex.
Okay.
You can't lose by 34 to BYU.
Yes, you can. They're 26, 27. You're getting beat by grown-ass men on the court. Bunch of 19-year-olds balling against 24-year-olds.
A bunch of guys named Jimmer. You can't.
Jimmer could play now.
Oh, Jimmer could play.
He was a good college player.
Well, you said Jimmer, but here's some of the names. Mawot Mag. That's a real name. Mawot, his first name. Kiba Keita and Igor Dimin.
Those aren't regular BYU type names.
Well, Igor's from Russia.
Those don't sound like
as you might imagine.
Igor is either Rice,
and it's spelled with an E.
Either he plays at Rice or BYU.
Igor with an E. Kiba Keita is from Mali. I don't know how old he is. He looks like a grown ass man with the picture, and Mawot Mag is from Melbourne.
No, so it's a little different. Yeah, it's a little different BYU than we're used to.
And
not the standard soakers.
he just dabbed everybody. Not a bad joke, but he didn't have to dab.
You don't have to. Don't take credit. I mean, you just wanted to say soakers. That's all.
Oh no, I was working on that one for the last 45 seconds.
You just had to find a way to get it in there.
Yeah.
Much like soakers.
Yeah.
That was my nickname in high school.
Just had to find. And we do have a Trevin out of
that sounds like
out of North Salt Lake. Trevin.
Yeah, sure.
But 3/5, and then Richie from Riverton, Utah. But 3/5 of their starting lineup is
now
from
Kansas
places.
Lineup. Tell me who Trevin beat.
He beat a Flory Badunga from Congo.
Yep.
I knew you were going to do that, but the man's from Congo. Hunter Dickinson, the transfer who's been in college basketball forever from Michigan. Zeke Mayo.
This doesn't sound like a good team.
He's from Lawrence, Kansas. He's a senior. And DeJuan Harris, who's been around a long time, too.
DeJuan sounds like he's got the early second.
He got the headband. You'll recognize him on the floor. So it's not a vintage Kansas team, as evidenced by being 23rd in the country going into the game and then getting worked by Igor and Mawot and Trevin from BYU.
Well, and you know what? Maybe there's something to this. The Alabamas aren't the only ones that are going to get those big name players anymore because other teams are paying. And now Kansas isn't getting all those big name 5 stars because other teams can pay as well. So maybe there's going to be a regression to the mean.
But other teams could always pay. That's the weird thing about this. Basketball had the cheatingest cheaters of all time. All these other teams could pay at all times. They never were stopped from doing it illegally. What, they just had too much moral compass?
Yeah, in some instances,
You think?
absolutely.
Maybe some. I think a lot of it is just sometimes it just gets. So what I was told, I was talking to a coach who was at Arizona State who recently left. Well, he was on the support staff. He recently left to go take a coaching job. And I was asking, like, how did you guys do? I was asking about Cam Scatterbo and some other stuff. And he said, and he was telling me, he goes, like, you can't believe what we deal with right now with some of the players. He goes, it's getting really hard. The guys that he goes, now he said, well, his point was Arizona State would never, Kenny Dillingham, like, that's never a top flight program. He said, but what we're finding out is that you can now, like, we can get guys off of the primetime, rosters. Like, what will happen is if a guy can't play at Kansas his first year, he'll bail.
Yeah.
Go somewhere else. Like, if you don't play if you don't like what's going on in the first 6 months, you're out of there.
Yes.
So it's much harder to hang on to guys that you recruit. And then secondarily, the price of poker has gone way up because players have a little bit more, like, they want more power. And that's why the old school coaches are like, what do you mean you want more power? You're going to be here 1 year. What are we doing here? But if you don't recruit those 1 year guys, those are the most talented guys too. So there's two ways of doing it. You either go the route of a bunch of 3 and 4 year guys, which has always, been successful, but you don't have the best talent, or you go the one and dones. And then if you have that, it's harder to sustain. You're in a dogfight every year.
Yep. We got a break. Thanks. We appreciate it. News of the Weird coming your way next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But Lance and I are talking about Aqueduct Plumbing. We're talking about any issues that you have. 281-488-6238. You have to put that number into your phone, because when you need it, don't tweet us and say, hey, what's the number of that plumber that you guys know, the guy who gets the brown down? Well, no, have it in your phone so you're heroic when something happens in your home, and something inevitably will happen. I had never needed a plumber until I needed one, and then I needed them like 3 times in 3 months. So you never know when a plumbing issue is going to happen. And oh, by the way, Lance, if you haven't done anything like your tankless water heater, if you haven't cleaned that out, how about doing something like that?
It's got to be done. You may not have even known it. I didn't know it until they came and cleaned it, and they had to do it 3 different times. It was 2 years prior. They came out again, had to be done 3 times again because of all the sediment that's in my line. Clean the tankless water heater out. You're tired of running out of hot water? Get a tankless water heater. They can install one of those for you as well. They can move, if you've got some construction going on, you're trying to build something new, they can move gas lines for you. There's so much that Aqueduct Plumbing Company does. Just go to the website and look at all the information they have, aqueductplumbingcompany.com. But the most important thing is to have that phone number, because for big jobs, for small jobs, for emergencies, always trust Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
So this is a little weird. Apparently, L.A. Mayor Karen Bass says she's investigating why she went to Ghana before the L.A. fires.
Wait, what do you mean? I thought she was there. I saw her all the time.
She's the one that went to Ghana.
I know,
and
but
she's
when
investigating why she went.
When did she go to Ghana? I saw her on all the fire stuff.
No. She didn't. She went to Ghana before went right before but she had been. Well, this is the point. No, you didn't know she went to Ghana and she wasn't there for the start of the fires.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, she wasn't there. Anyway, so she's investigating why she went.
I hope she gets answers.
She doesn't know.
She doesn't know. She says that the level of preparation really didn't tell her not to go. It didn't reach that level, except right before she left, she was in a press conference that talked about all of the high winds that were coming.
But she thought she had prepared.
She
thought enough preparation had been done, so she can go to Ghana.
Actually, nothing had been done, but okay.
So she's like Sloak at halftime?
That's exactly right. She made no adjustments, zero. And she might be fired for it too. In what might be the hardest paternal test of all time, Bonnie Blue. Do you know who Bonnie Blue is?
Yes, over 1,000 men in 24 hours.
She slept with 1,057 men in a day. She is allegedly pregnant. Do you think they'll be able to find? Do you think they'll be able to do all the paternity tests?
I got a question that
I do not know how you're going to do this.
That you may not know the answer to, or you do and you don't want to answer it. Was all the sex unprotected? That would lessen the number of people you needed to test. If some people wore protection.
Yeah, that's probably a.
So
Is there anything grosser than 1,057 men in 24 hours?
Also, there's another question, John. We don't all know. We don't know how many guys actually.
Ah, boy, here we go. This is where I knew it was going to go.
We don't know how many guys did the thing that would create a baby. So that's another way to lessen the amount of people you have to test.
I mean, what if you were number 1,056?
I don't want to. No. I don't even want to be number one. To be honest,
number two. I don't want to be two.
I really don't want to be one because there's a guy waiting behind me. I don't want to be in that environment.
Is that what we're calling it now? An environment?
Well, what else do you want me to call it?
Huh.
No, I like that you.
Like if I'm one
it up for us
and I know the guy is sitting over there waiting, I don't want to be involved in that.
Is she the grossest? I mean,
there have been others who have reached those levels.
1,000 in 24 hours.
She's pulling an old school thing. There was one woman called Houston, and she called it the Houston 500, like a car race.
Good Lord.
But I think that was back in the 90s.
I do not want to be in that race. I just don't. I don't want to be in the Houston 500.
Men or women.
No, goodness gracious. Who thinks of doing that? Well, what is wrong with you?
Now you're telling the story, so it worked.
Yeah.
Except
she did it for clout, and she got clout.
She got a lot more than clout. I'm sure she's got a lot of other stuff.
Oh, boy, here we go.
You're catching a lot of stuff, not just clout.
I'm sure they did the requisite testing to make sure everyone was clean.
For 1,000 guys?
I didn't see it. I'm never going to, but I'm going to assume not all 1,000.
What about
should be tested?
What about one of the guys was in line
for fatherhood?
That's a fair statement.
One of the guys was in line, and his mom came up and grabbed him out of the line.
Shut up! That's not real.
How would his mom even know he's there?
Somebody told the mom that he was in line.
Where's Trevin?
And
he said that he had a BYU basketball game against Kansas.
Tevin. No, you're right. It's Trevin.
Miss what's Trevin's last name?
I don't know.
Mrs. Walker. Trevin is actually with
Mrs. Nell.
Mrs. Nell. He's actually with Bonnie Blue. And supposedly he was just going to soak with her.
Oh.
And 1,056 others.
And he's number 785.
Yeah.
Oh,
what?
get him. Oh no, he's not.
To hell.
Oh no, he's not.
No, he's not going to soak. Not on my watch.
Not with Bonnie Blue.
Not with Bonnie Blue.
All right.
I haven't even met her mother yet.
Not with some nice girl. That's the only one he's going to soak with.
Well, I don't know if mom's pushing for soaking either way.
You're not considered a nice girl if you're doing that.
All right, we're done. We will talk again tomorrow, everybody. John Daspit is what we're talking about now. Have a great day.
John Daspit is the king of personal injury lawyers here in Houston, and he's had a lot of TV commercials, NIL stuff, and billboards, and you've probably seen him. You've heard me talk about him for a while, but he's important to know because you might not need John Daspit right now, but at any second, on any time out in the roadway, you could end up having an accident that's someone else's fault. Someone races through a red light, which happens literally every day, thousands of times a day, and they smash you, and you're T-boned, and the person in your passenger seat is injured badly, broken hip, broken bone, and broken vertebrae in the neck. They got to be life flighted out of there. Let me tell you something. Yes, the hospital bills are going to pile up like crazy. Yes, you may be out of work for a long time and maybe forever from a physical standpoint. But I can tell you this, John Daspit and his lawyers, in those situations that are very, very drastic like that, man, they go to the mattresses. They're going to make sure that every single bill is accounted for. Every future bill is accounted for. Every bit of physical therapy, your pain and suffering is going to be properly accounted for so that the insurance company doesn't get you to scratch off a signature on a weak settlement for what their client did. That's never going to happen with John Daspit at the helm. 713 call now. You got to have that number. 713 call now or go to daspitlaw.com.
Welcome to the show. I was reading up on the article in the Chronicle regarding the Texans and looking for either a renovated NRG or a new stadium altogether. And apparently the number is $1.4 billion. If it'll cost them $1.4 billion over 30 years to renovate the stadium, they're going to want a new stadium. They're just going to, hey, that's too much. That's too much of a charge just to renovate this old ass 20-something-year-old stadium. Get us a new one. I would say this likely has a lot to do with what appears to be Houston being left behind when it comes to major events outside of the World Cup. That's coming here. But they're not on track to get any of the Super Bowls coming up here shortly. None of the national title games, Final Fours off the card, off the table as well. That one, I think they're going to be, there's one in North Texas, and I think there might be one in San Antonio as well.
But they did just have one like 2 years ago.
Yeah, but that's 2 years ago. But not in the future, though.
Okay.
They don't have any setup for the future. NRG is looked at as one of the bottom half of the NFL stadiums now. 20 plus years, I guess, will do that. So the article in the Chronicle from Jonathan Alexander and others is talking about the McNairs and trying to position themselves for some new digs, whether that's a renovated stadium or a new one. And they've made hirings to get people who know what to do. A new team president. There is a quote from a spokesperson who would know that, a team source that says the priority for them would be to renovate. You don't want to run it out there very quickly that, hey, taxpayers, the money that you think is yours, we want a little bit of it for a new stadium. So we say, hey, we don't want to build a new one. We just want to renovate the one we currently have, unless the renovations reach beyond a certain point. I'm going to guess the renovations reach beyond a certain point. Maybe I'm cynical. I'm going to think, at least I believe that 1.4 number is going to be surpassed, because the Texans are going to tell you they want the best of the best. They want to attract the big events. They want all the things that new stadiums bring to the table as far as revenue, and also the spotlight of a Super Bowl, of a national title game, of a Final Four. You know what? 1.4 wasn't enough to get it done, so let's just get ourselves a new one. We will see, but that's out there. And maybe it's a legacy thing too, because Bob McNair brought football to the city again, and NRG is his legacy. Maybe Cal wants his own, and bringing a new stadium to the city that brings all the giant events would be part of his legacy as a Houston Texans owner. I don't know if that's his motivation, but if it plays a part, it would not surprise me to have something that's your own. Because this city, even though it's been a while since Bob McNair's passing, will look at that Texans organization, that team, and that building as Bob McNair's. Maybe Cal wants something for himself, beyond the multi-billion-dollar franchise that he currently runs. We will see there. So be on the lookout for that. I'm sure more stuff will come as far as information is concerned. But what it means is they're going to ask you to spend your own money. You would hope that it'd be privately funded, but I find the possibility of 100% privately funded stadium not very high. Sean, you are a recent you have your own apartment now?
Yes.
I am not a Harris County resident. You are, correct?
Yes.
When I say the Texans are going to come to you for money to build a new building, what's the first feeling you get?
Well, aren't the renovations gonna?
They're gonna either way. You're gonna get.
Yeah, like
they're gonna ask for money.
That's why I don't care.
The renovation is gonna cost less.
Yeah,
but
there's not gonna be a way where it's free for me.
Yes, they're not going to 100% privately fund. They're gonna ask for help.
So, who cares? Whatever.
But let's remove new from it. The Texans are going to come to you and ask you for money.
No, F off. Like. Who's like, oh, sure thing, Cal McNair. Here you go.
I think there may be a certain segment of people who are like, I don't mind it. I want that place to look great. Others, most of us, well, not me once again, but most of the Harris County residents are like, man, if y'all don't get out my face, what are we doing? That stadium is fine. I don't even care about the Super Bowls. Yeah, I hear about the impact it brings to the city, but what impact does it have for me? What's the trickle-down effect for me? I don't get any of it. That's what a lot of people's thoughts would be, I would imagine. But the sell is, hey, it's not just for us. It's for the entire city. It's going to make the entire city better. Don't you want a Super Bowl featuring the Chiefs and insert the 49ers, whoever it might be?
49ers or Eagles?
Yeah, whoever it will be. Don't you want to have that in the city? Wasn't it great to have the Patriots versus the Falcons and that memorable moment? Don't you want the Super Bowl coming back? And then the entire national media saying, why is the Super Bowl in Houston? Should it be someplace else?
Yeah.
Don't you want to relive those moments? Oh, the answer's no? Okay. You don't
care.
Or
yeah.
You don't
Same
really
thing
care.
with the Final Four. Same thing with
Whatever.
the national championship game. It's like, well, don't care.
Yeah. The allure of a giant sporting event in town doesn't hit.
Oh my God, Jim Harbaugh's in my city.
Good luck with that with the Chargers. But he was here for the title game, right?
Yeah, when Michigan won.
Yes, he was here for that. But so there it is. That is the news of the day. The McNairs are going to come to you for a check.
Where would you even put a new stadium?
Would they just actually bury the Astrodome? Finally? Would they because your question is a good one, because when these things happen, are you tearing down your existing stadium and playing where for a couple of years? Like, how are you doing it? You have a giant stadium, a less giant stadium that no one uses, so there's space there. But what are you doing with NRG? Is that going to be for what? Or are you saying we're going to tear it down on site and we're going to play someplace else for a couple years?
Tear down the Astrodome, build the new stadium where the Astrodome is,
and
then tear down.
No, leave NRG up for 30 years like they wanted, like the Astrodome.
Yeah.
Let's just keep the cycle going.
Oh, okay. Great. I don't know.
I think the way you set it up would make the most sense, because I don't think they want to spend several years playing someplace else.
Yeah, playing
in another city.
TDECU Stadium.
Yeah, it's not going to work for them.
Yeah, or what? Are they just going to play in like Sugarland?
Sugarland.
I don't know. I was just thinking of a suburb.
Yeah. No,
we need to find our Arlington.
What? Who wants to be called Arlington? In this city, in the area, I think it's fairly reasonable to assume you just tear down the Astrodome, so you play at Energy, and you get all the shots from the helicopters of the two stadiums side by side. Mike Tirico, and that when he's here for Sunday Night Football, there's the new Texas Stadium going up, but we're here in NRG, something like that. All the side by side
for the next 2 years are going to be.
Yeah, this might be our final time
in this dump, right, Chris Collinsworth? Yeah, this place sucks.
This might be our final time in this building, Chris Collinsworth. The old lady that is NRG has all these historical moments, and it'll all be things that aren't Texas related, like the Tom Brady Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, it'll be
both Tom Brady Super Bowls. Wasn't the Panthers Patriots game a great one too?
Game winning field goal.
Yeah.
Or at least a field goal late to take the lead. It'll be those two. It'll probably be just like a still shot from a national championship that was played there.
Yeah.
Probably the terrible Butler Kemba Walker one. Or was that Shabazz Napier? I forgot. It was the UConn Butler where they scored like a combined 80 points.
Yeah, and the semifinals weren't great either.
And then maybe the JJ Watt touchdown against the Bengals. And that's it.
We do get a Texans. Nope. What was it? 20. What's the score of the Cowboys Texas game? I don't remember. 21-19, 2019, the first ever game.
Oh, the first one?
Yeah.
Sure. That one too.
That one will get a.
That's the first of the slideshow of just like a touchdown catch. And then,
Billy Miller touchdown.
There'll be more slides of Tom Brady than the Texans, is what I'm saying.
You'll get the Billy Miller touchdown. Did Corey Bradford catch one too? You'll get the JJ Watt pick six, and then you'll get Tom Brady Super Bowls,
and then like a Final Four.
Those would be the moments, yeah.
And then the rodeo.
Not exactly a long history of great things happening in that building.
I mean, you could throw in the Rosencopter, but they wouldn't.
That's not what they're looking for.
I mean, there are great moments that happen,
but not like Vince Young running it in for a touchdown. You want that one in there too? No, that's not what the Texans want. They don't want that to be highlighted as they move to their new building. And if we were creating the footage, yes, we would do that.
I mean, like when I think of
Matt Schaub is picked to Richard Sherman. Was that?
Oh yeah, that was a great one.
Yeah,
I remember watching that live and like the way it was framed, like you couldn't see where the ball was like going, or like and as he threw it, I was like, ugh. and then Richard Sherman was the only guy in the frame.
Was that the 6th straight game he threw a pick six?
No, that was early in the streak.
Early
that
in
was
the
like
streak?
3 or 2.
Okay,
Yeah,
it would get worse. So yeah, maybe we just tear it down for vibes reasons.
For vibes,
things haven't been going well in there.
Like, is there? I guess one of the playoff wins, but both playoff games are kind of boring. Both CJ Stroud playoff wins.
Pick sixes were fun. They weren't competitive games.
Yeah, maybe that
one wasn't competitive.
Christian Harris,
but you have moments. Yeah. So as we've kind of laid out for you, maybe you guys have more, but would we miss the place?
I mean, there's like
I don't feel like there's a reason to build a new stadium. The renovations, whatever. If you're a bottom half of the league stadium, you think you need one, fine. But pay for it yourself, which they're not going to do. I just don't think it's necessary. But we're working our way there. Maybe something will be finalized in a year or 2 years. But get ready.
And then they'll have Super Bowl 69 here,
and it'll be nice.
Yeah, we'll all make the joke.
Yes, we'll all
still.
Make the well,
20 years from now, we'll still be.
Well, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson told Swifties to licks.
Yeah,
because that was the Super Bowl this year.
Yeah.
So no matter how old you are, no how much money you have, we're gonna make a joke like that. It's just how it is. So there it is. We will talk some Astros when we come back, because apparently the Astro reporters have a giant crush on an Astro. And Sean went to a prestigious journalism school, Moody College. So I'm going to ask him, is this only a baseball thing that these reporters are doing, or does the name they're giving to Cam Smith go across all sports? Because Sean would know. He was around the best and the brightest at Moody College in his time in Austin. So he will tell us. I went to Alvin College for radio. It was a great program. Get you on the radio quickly. But I ain't a Moody College graduate. So Sean,
this is the most love that the Moody College of Communication has gotten on sports talk radio.
Hey, Matthew McConaughey, Glenn Powell, they all went to Moody College.
Yes, they did.
Yes.
RTF department.
Yes. For a different realm of that Sean was going to. Yeah. They went to a different avenue.
Right across the street.
But they still went to the same college. So those are his compatriots.
I could have taken one road and been Glenn Powell and Matthew McConaughey and Owen Wilson and Luke Wilson. And
instead, you took this.
I took this one. This look road. At me now. Who's to say who's on top?
We can all say. But hey, you got time. Those guys are all older. What was Matthew McConaughey doing at 28 years old? Probably much better, but it is what it is. He had that bongo time too, so it wasn't all great for him.
Yeah, there was the McConaissance. There was the need for the McConaissance.
Yeah, because he was in a down period of his career, but things are different now. And now he's the minister of vibes at UT. Maybe that's what you can aspire to as well. So Sean will explain to me whether this is a baseball thing or just a sports thing. We'll talk about that and other things going on at spring training when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So the big piece of the Kyle Tucker trade was Cam Smith. Astro reporters have gotten their first look at him, at least when it comes to team activities. And you tell me, Sean, I've seen it several times since he showed up. The phrase Cam Smith is a unit has been said several times by reporters. Brian McTaggart said he is a large individual. He did not use the term unit when referring to Cam Smith. It's just, hey, he's a big, physically impressive dude who, of course, the Astros want to be a major part of their future. Not necessarily this year. That's a baseball thing, right? Like, we don't call players units in football or basketball. Like, Amin Thompson, when Jonathan Fagan was doing the job, he never said Amin Thompson's a unit when he saw him up close in person.
Yeah, I feel like that's only a football and baseball thing.
So football people call people units too.
Yeah, like a lineman or something, where it's like one of those big guys, just an absolute. It's also very internet speak.
Yes,
where
it
it's
is.
like that's really what it is. It's just like
it's
internet
not something
speak.
you say in a real conversation.
Like I feel like Mike Golick Jr. has called someone an absolute unit.
Yeah, I would agree.
Like it's that kind of internet talk.
Well, the people who are doing it right now, at least the latest is Chandler Rowe. Cam Smith is a unit. I don't know. Unit bothers me.
I don't like it.
I don't like it either.
Well, in baseball,
how about a hoss, a tank, whatever?
Yeah. In baseball, there's also the big unit.
That name has already been taken. Yes, you're right.
Big unit.
They called him the big unit. Yes. Even then. So you say it's internet speak, but it's not new.
No.
They're calling Randy Johnson that.
No, like a lot of things on the internet, it is what's currently popular, but it is not new or innovative in any way.
I'm going to need this infatuation with Cam Smith's physicality to end.
I mean, it'll end when he's in double or triple A.
When he's no longer visible?
Yeah, in like a month.
Yeah. Cut it out, baseball guys.
But then wait until he gets called up.
No, you've already did it.
No, but they're going to be like, because he's going to have gone away. Still going to be.
They're forgotten about him.
Lifting weights, I'm sure. Maybe he gets even bigger.
Cam Unit is even. I'm not
Cam Unit.
Ooh, that's good. Will he be called Cam Unit going forward?
At least on this show.
Yeah, I think we've got a name.
I already forgot what his last name is.
Smith who? Cam Unit going forward. Okay, I just wanted to know you've got the prestige of going to Moody College.
No, they didn't
teach
tell
you guys to call physically impressive
units.
baseball players units.
No, that was
when you're going through things like you never had that in one of your reports when you were anchoring.
Probably not specifically unit.
Okay,
but I might have called someone a hoss at some point.
A tank, something like that. I'd be fine with Cam Smith's a tank.
Yeah, I was like Chris Warren III is the absolute hoss at running back.
There it is. Unit, whatever. But you're right. It's internet speak.
Cam Ridley was a hoss. These are just
random Texas players.
Random Texas athletes from almost 10 years ago
from
now.
Your time at the great University of Texas. So there it is. Cam Smith impressing physically. We may see whatever he will be a little bit later, maybe 2 years from now. Who knows how quickly he will rise up the Astros organization. But a guy who they want to have an impact immediately is Brendan Rodgers. They signed him. Former Rocky. The splits aren't great. He appears to be a Coors Field merchant. Now, it can't be strictly an offensive acquisition. He signs a minor league deal, but the expectation is he's going to be someone who they lean on for depth when it comes to playing in the infield and particularly second base. Now, Brian McTaggart had these. I know others had them as well, but Brendan Rodgers as a Rocky while playing at Coors. 306. The slash line is 306, 361, 465. When he's playing anywhere else in his career, 227, 272, 356. The homers are, oddly enough, almost identical, with the plate appearances 910 in Colorado, 919 on the road. He is not someone who's good at the plate when he's not playing at Coors Field. So it's not a lot to look into it, other than it proves more of the point that they were going to get someone in the infield, no matter if it was Bregman or not, and Altuve was going to play left. And he talked about it yesterday that the plan was right after the season. The plan started right after the season. They told him about it, and of course, it was tied to bringing Bregman back. But it was always going to be a thing for them, no matter if Bregman was back or not. So, welcome Brendan Rodgers to the Astros, and hopefully, as a lot of Astro fans are trying to see the positive side of it, is that a new environment, a winning environment, will turn him into a better hitter on the road. That might be pie in the sky, but what else are you supposed to latch on to? Maybe Astros culture will turn him into a better hitter. Usually we put that aside for the pitching staff, because that is a proven thing. Guys come here, and turn it around. I'm not sure that's going to work with the batters. I'm not sure that's a thing for the batters.
It's at least not the immediate snap, like, oh, okay, this guy, even like Kikuchi, like, kind of put it to the test. But even after the trade, there was a little bit of like, let's see what the Astros do when they get their hands on him. No one thought he was going to be as good as he was the second half of last season, but he was that good. They I guess reinforced that thought about their, I don't even know if it's pitching development. It's just pitching coach, like how they coach pitching, where they tell them, hey, that pitch you're bad at, stop throwing it.
And the pitch you're pretty good at, throw it more.
Throw it more.
Yeah.
Boom.
And it worked for Kikuchi.
Congrats, you're an ace.
Got him a deal with the Angels. Congrats to him. Brendan Rodgers, don't expect that type of increase in productivity just because he's an Astro.
No, because there's not really the hitter success story where
who came here and turned it around.
Yeah, like Ben Gamble had a couple great weeks, but that's what it was. A couple great weeks. Chas McCormick and Jake Myers also have had some great weeks as Houston Astros. They've also had bad ones. So I don't know if there is a guy off the top of my head recently who was like a veteran acquisition that all of a sudden just was awesome.
I can't remember it.
John Singleton, but he wasn't awesome.
He wasn't awesome.
But he went from not a major league player to an average major league player.
Is he an average major league player?
I think an average major league batter, yeah.
Okay.
If you take into account the glove, he probably slips below that.
Going back to last year with Rodgers, in his 266 at-bats with the Rockies on the road, OPS of 571, the 235 at-bats for the Rockies at home, 888. That man's a Coors Field merchant.
That's crazy that it could be that big of a
gap. He's a 328 hitter at home, a 214 hitter on the road.
Do the Rockies and Astros play this year? Can they call them up for one last job?
Hey, we need you to help. We need your help winning the series
against one of the worst teams in baseball,
and it has to be in Colorado. Did they struggle for a game, or did they struggle for a series in Colorado, or did they just lose a game? I don't remember how that. There were moments.
They played them last year in Mexico City.
Okay, yeah, that's what it was, and they destroyed them. And Jordan talked about how that was going to be the jump-off point.
Yeah,
and they didn't play well immediately afterwards, but of course they turned it around.
Oh, they have a trip to Denver, July 1st, 2nd, and 3rd.
That's his moment.
Brendan Rodgers. Brendan Rodgers.
You know what's going to be the crazy thing is they don't play him.
No, for sure they won't. He'll get an off day. Two of these days.
He won't even play all 3 games. Now he's struggling. We're gonna let him take a back seat.
Yeah,
refresh instead of playing him in the place where he's comfortable hitting.
And then one's like, don't like the platoon splits against this starting pitcher, so we're not going to play this game. But he'll play the middle game and hit 2 home runs.
Yeah, the one place we know he can hit They won't play them all three. Hopefully, that's not the case. I know a lot of people are pointing to them being analytical, and Altuve, his play at second base has regressed. So they want a better defensive second baseman, no matter who it might be. Less Altuve there. But please, look at the counting numbers for Rogers. It's right there for you. McTaggart had him for you. Wexler had him for you. A lot of people pointed it out. He better play in Colorado.
It really sucks.
If he doesn't play, I know we're cooked with this team. If they don't even do that.
It really sucks to be a Rockies hitter because every time you go to a new team, just every member of the media and fan base is like, all right, let's
pull up the splits.
Yeah, just hit me with the splits.
And for Rogers, they're very dramatic.
Yeah, but really, what's the difference between Rogers and Coors, and what the selling point for Isaac Paredes and Christian Walker is with the Crawford boxes, where people are just like, well, he pulls everything, so now he plays with a 300-foot left field, so he's going to be pretty good.
Well, the difference is that the guy, they weren't bad, and well, I haven't done the research, and I never will, but we don't know that there were bad in parks where there was a short porch. There wasn't a short porch and left. We know this guy in stadiums that don't reside in Denver, Colorado. He is not good. That's the difference. You can go, hey, Christian Walker, yeah, sure, cool. The Crawford boxes will help, but he's still a professional hitter in places where the short porch isn't that big of a deal. This guy is awful everywhere else.
I mean, he is signing a minor league contract.
Yes,
so
that's why there's a chance it doesn't matter.
He's not even on the team.
Yes, there's a chance it doesn't matter. But the way it's being talked about is like, no, this is another depth piece to help in Altuve's transition to not playing second base as much.
Unfortunately, he is going to have to basically fight for his job in a place that is nowhere near the elevation of Colorado. He's going to have to fight for it at West Palm Beach, Florida.
What do you mean? West Palm doesn't offer the same advantages?
No, not quite.
The air is a little heavier?
Yeah, a lot heavier.
Yes. Yeah. Let's see if his struggles during the regular season, as far as not hitting in Coors, translate to hitting in the spring in Florida.
Yeah, doing a cold, rainy night in West Palm Beach, or a warm, hot, humid,
heavy night,
late afternoon,
heavy as hell, humid night in West Palm. But welcome Brendan Rodgers to the Astros. To say that people are questioning this move because of the splits, I would say that's correct. But hey, as you said, Sean, minor league deal may not matter at all. But if he makes it, at least call him up for the Coors Field games just to give the man something.
They show him a tribute video.
Maybe they applaud him as he's announced.
All of it is highlights from Coors Field.
Yeah, what
took place in Coors Field.
Well, there are homers in spots. It's relatively even, so maybe the power numbers won't be any different.
That's the craziest part, because you think that would be the difference, is that the ball just carries.
Yes, we've always attributed Coors Field to great power numbers. So maybe the home run numbers, the power numbers will translate. Everything else, as far as getting on base, won't.
What if it's just being at home makes him comfortable? He just can't travel on the road. He just doesn't love hotels. Can't get a good night's sleep in a hotel, and so he stinks. And he's the only Astro that's good at home and not on the road.
We're gonna treat him like they treated Roger Clemens way back when. He gets the Clemens treatment.
Yeah, I mean, he could just go back to being a backup second baseman or whatever. But
yeah, he can go on the road. Just don't play him, except for the Coors Field games.
Yeah,
but he's a great home hitter. There's a positivity. I like it.
Yeah, everyone else stinks at home. Everyone else cannot hit at home,
and you can't get Rogers out at Dyken Park. Excuse me.
You know, if Brendan Rodgers was in that Tiger series, maybe it goes differently.
They made the signing 1 year too late.
Who's to say? Maybe the Ranger series goes differently. They win one of those home games.
So now
with Brendan Rodgers,
the National Series goes too late. Maybe they should. Maybe they should have drafted him instead of Bregman.
2 rings instead. Oh,
think if they had drafted him instead of Bregman, the way that guy hits at home, we could have had at least 2 more World Series, possibly.
Oh, man, what if Rodgers is the key to the dynasty?
I'm going to say unlikely. Well, you don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know.
Everything else in Colorado is so bad. We couldn't tell. We couldn't see how much he would lift the boat.
There it is. Are you sure you're not in the Astros front office? Because I wouldn't be surprised. I would be surprised if that was their thinking.
If Dana Brown was like, if we signed him earlier, I mean, it's not my fault.
I wouldn't even hear.
Jeff Luhnow should have signed him.
Yeah, it wasn't me. He should have drafted him over Bregman.
He would have won 2 more rings.
Yeah,
probably still the GM.
Oh, look, Bregman's celebrating in Fenway. You know, that gift that everyone loves. Whatever. What about the times he couldn't hit in the World Series at home?
Yeah,
Brendan Rodgers could have done that.
Yeah, this guy won't blow up our team because we don't know where to play him.
Yeah, the Red Sox thing isn't going away. I don't know if Tristan Cassis will be asked or be allowed to speak. I'm sure the media will love him to speak because he gives them a quote. The former Astro Bregman, as we said yesterday, could be a chaos agent. If he's going to force the Red Sox to eat themselves alive from the inside, cool. We might get to that sound a little bit later, as Tristan Cassis has a definite opinion about where Bregman should play and where his boy Rafael Devers should play. But when we come back, we'll get to some news and notes from the rest of spring training. I didn't think the Brendan Rodgers thing would go an entire segment, but I guess I've never met this show before. I guess I forgot who and what I'm dealing with. We'll get into what is happening at spring training that doesn't involve a minor league deal being signed when we come back.
But first, I want to talk to you about Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And finally, after a long, well, if you count the All-Star game, which you shouldn't, but it's only been 2 days. But if you don't count the All-Star game, it's been a week without NBA basketball, and now it's here with one game, Lakers versus the Hornets, 2 teams that just made a trade that got rescinded. Revenge on both sides. Dalton Connect, Mark Williams trying to show the other side what they forgot or what they're missing because Mark Williams has a terrible physical, apparently. Luka Doncic has recently been cleared for no more minutes limit. So JJ Redick gonna ride his new horse they just got traded. 41 points plus rebounds and assists. I like the more on that. Good news is, especially if you ask Nico Harrison, Luka can't guard anybody. He's giving that all back to LaMelo Ball, who's going to score more than 24.5 points. And LeBron James, fresh off of, I would say, dipping out of the All-Star game last minute. I'm going to go less, 23.5 points. He's too hurt to play in the All-Star game. He's too hurt to score 24 points in Charlotte. That's my Prize Picks lineup for today. If you want to get on the action as the second half of basketball season takes off, you download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even need to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Joe Espada spoke. Chandler Rome has some of the notes from Espada this morning. While the deal isn't official for Brendan Rodgers, Joe Espada likes his tools. Altuve will work exclusively with the outfielders for the next 4 or 5 days. He will play his first spring training game in the outfield. And some injury updates, like Caleb Bourde's got an oblique thing and Jacob Melton's got some soreness. But as far as their new signing, not official, but your manager likes them. And get ready. When Todd Callis gets going for his first time this spring, he'll be able to talk about Altuve in left field. I assume Todd Callis will be on the call for that first game.
If it's even televised.
If it's televised. Yeah, it might be some split squad thing we don't see. But either way, no, Space City's got to get this done. If Altuve is playing left field, it better be on television.
They normally, I don't know how many of the spring training games that they do.
Yeah, they don't carry them all.
Yeah, because they treat it like a big deal whenever they do one, and then I'm like, oh, okay, that's interesting. And then by the 5th inning, there's no one that I know that's on the field, and I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, they're carrying 10 games this season. This spring training. So there's no guarantee we'll see them. The first time, let's see, I don't know. The first game, well, yeah, they'll have the Saturday game.
Okay.
So we will get to see Altuve take his first. I don't know, what do you call it?
He'll stand outside in left field.
Yeah, we'll see that.
That's all we can guarantee. We don't know. We don't know. He'll actually make a play.
Any putouts? We don't know if he'll throw anyone out. I feel like that's unlikely. But
the second one definitely.
But yeah, definitely. But we will see him out there to start spring training.
Maybe he catches his first fly ball in left field.
I would like to avoid the inauspicious start. I would like a regular ass fly ball caught. No, I don't need him going back on it. I don't need him calling. I don't need him calling Paredes off. No guarantee Paredes will be out there, but whatever. I don't need him calling off an infielder. Just regular lazy fly ball. I don't even need him to really move.
No, it's super important that even if he's not good in left field, that he's not
a disaster.
Making blooper reel plays.
Yes.
Like if he's just like slow to get to balls, like that's fine.
That's expected, actually, particularly early on.
Yeah. But if he's like, trying to catch it and the ball like bounces off his face or something.
A Canseco.
Yeah.
Ball bounces off his head and goes for a home run.
Or if he tries to make a play at the wall and it's like, it's at, 6.5 feet and he can't quite get there jumping.
6.5 feet. That's disrespectful.
You just can't make that play. I don't know.
Look, the Nationals have taken enough from us. Don't embarrass our guy to start. You guys have done enough. Don't start off this 2025 season with embarrassing.
Hit it to right field. Hit it to right field.
Yeah, in fact, hit it to right field.
Give Chaz some work.
Hit it to center. Just keep it out of the left.
Ground balls.
Whatever it is. If it's got to get through, if they got to get between the hole and short and third, fine. Let him just
scoop it up
and throw it in. Of course, all the jokes will fly about, do you need a cutoff man at all times? I don't think so. Not on non-competitive plays. I don't think we're going to need a cutoff man.
No, because he can
just loop that thing in there.
Two bounce it.
Yeah. Good luck.
The first sacrifice fly is going to be electric.
I'm telling you, I'm watching that game. I don't remember if I've ever watched a first spring training game. For what? For who? I'm watching it.
I'm assuming that's going to be on at like 2 p.m. So I probably won't be able to. Yeah, no, I won't be able to.
This will be on Space City, the first one. But on Saturday. Where are you going to be on Saturday?
Oh, on Saturday.
Yeah, it's on Saturday.
I thought it was a weekday.
No. Where are you going to be?
This Saturday. I don't know. No plans.
All right, then. Space City. And I don't even have Space City, so I'm going to have to watch it an alternative way. But I'll make sure I'm there for it.
I also don't have Space City, so I will. I'm really depending on the streamers thinking that this is important enough.
They'll get some site will have the Astros spring training games, the ones that are available.
Someone should just go on Instagram Live.
That might happen. Don't put it past. I wouldn't put it past someone to put that thing on Twitch. Lazy J, I see you, but we are. We'll combine like we do. Lazy J, what's up?
Hey Dale, what's going on, my brother? Black History Month. Proud to the people.
Is that why you said brother that way? Hold on. Is that why you said brother that way? Because it's Black History Month?
Well, I was trying to mimic how you say it, so I don't know.
I've never called you brother or brother. Don't try to put that on me. That's on you.
Alaikum.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Got you. I want to talk about soccer, but I had one culture question.
Sure.
I wanted to get your thoughts on it. I was watching Shay the other day, and they had Gilly on there, and he was naming his best rapper, basketball player. I think it was like Master P, J. Cole, Davies, The Game, Chris Brown, Quavo. Wanted to get your thoughts on who you thought was the best. To me, I thought it was Master P, even though he didn't really get in an actual NBA game. I mean, he did make back then, I guess you can call it the Summer League of today. So wanted to get your thoughts on that. And then with Real, you think Holland, that was just one good game for him, that he finally showed up against a big team and on a big stage? And what do you think he does today at 2 o'clock? Love the show. A la Madrid.
Champions League is what he's talking about. Man City, Real Madrid. Let's go to the Master P question. Master P, good basketball player, but he also has sons who play on the D1 level. We have a kid here. One of his kids plays for the Cougs.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to say Master P by those metrics that he has kids who have played on the D1 level.
He's so good at basketball that his sons are good at basketball.
Yes. Michael Jordan's the best basketball player of all time, and there are questions about his kids' ability to play. They played on a D1 level too. One's a D1 level coke guy too, but that's a different story altogether. I'm gonna go with Master P. I don't know if any other rappers' kids multiple of them have played D1 ball.
So these are rappers as basketball players, not basketball players as rappers. Like if you combine the two talents.
Yeah, I don't think it was saying
because that goes Shaq. As far as best at both.
Shaq's a basketball player first, though.
No. Yeah, what I'm saying is like best at both. Like the best double threat.
No, I think he meant guys who made their living rapping and then also play basketball.
Then it's
because
Master P and Jake.
Master P has his kid at Houston, also has Hersey Miller play for Louisville.
Mm-hmm. Sheck West played basketball in France.
Does he have a kid?
No,
who plays basketball? He's not old enough
I don't know.
to have a kid who plays ball.
Yeah, no.
At the D1 level.
I'll see if he was with Bonnie Blue.
Oh, that's a story. Hersey Miller currently plays at I guess he transferred from Louisville, but he played in the ACC. Although Louisville wasn't very good at the time.
Isn't one committed to the Cougs?
One's playing for the Cougs.
Okay, well, yeah.
It's clearly Master P. If anyone has a different answer, you're wrong, but sure, you can try
it. Did LeVar Ball ever rap? Because he got 2 kids in the league too.
Yeah, but his trade wasn't rapping. You can't use him.
Okay. What was his trade exactly?
Promoting his children.
Okay.
I think Mercy Miller and Hersey Miller are the 2 current Miller kids playing college basketball. Yeah, I know.
Are they twins?
No. Mercy is young. He's younger. He's 19. Hersey's 22.
Percy Miller is.
I mean, there's
Master P.
Not a lot of deviation. You're just changing the first letter, but hey, I think it's better than naming all your kids with the same first letter.
I feel like it's the same crime. It's the same crime committed differently.
You might be right, but at least all the names rhyme. Rapper.
Makes it easy to rap. That is for sure.
If he wants
Silk the Shocker can handle that one.
If he wants to put all his kids in a song, it doesn't take much creativity to rhyme their names. There it is. So I appreciate the question. It fits what the show's about. But as far as Real versus Man City, I don't know if Haaland's back. I don't know. It was one game. He has not been great all the time in big matches, particularly in European soccer when it comes to playing the best in the world.
Lights too bright.
possibly. He's been a dominant force since he got to the Premier League. Now they're not going to win the Premier League this year. Man City, they're going to fall off, and Liverpool's likely going to do that. They may run away from Arsenal. I don't know. I don't care for Man City. I almost rooted against Madrid specifically because you're a fan, Lazy J. It's kind of my hater coming out. But if I had my choice, I'd rather see Real advance than see Man City go through. Did Christian Pulisic's Milan go down yesterday? I was watching the highlights yesterday. I know it's the second leg. I think they went down yesterday as they lost the aggregate to Feyenoord 2-1. So Christian Pulisic and Milan no longer in Champions League. All right, we will come back with hour 2. If you have a question about best actor turned rapper turned basketball player, bring it. You heard Lazy J. He asked a question, you can ask one too. 713-780-3776. We will be back. We were talking about Master P because the question was asked, who is the best rapper turned basketball player? And I think you have to take into account his children. The Cougs have one of his kids on the team, Mercy Miller. He and the Cougs won last night in Tempe. They beat Arizona State for the 12th straight Big 12 conference road win. Set a Big 12 record. They got a big couple of games coming up. They got Iowa State at home, and then they go to Tech. Tech is the one team in the Big 12 to beat them this year. The Cougs are 14-1. Their other losses, by the way, Tech, I think, dropped the game last night, but they're 9th in the country right now. Iowa State is number 8. So a couple top 10 matchups, at least as it's set up right now for the Cougs. Lost to Texas Tech. That's their one loss. That was at home in the Big 12. The other losses to Alabama, Auburn, and then San Diego State. That was when we're like, oh, what's wrong with the Cougs? Turns out Alabama and Auburn really, really good. And San Diego State's not great, but they're a perennial contender to make the tournament out of the Mountain West. So high quality losses and a chance to, at least in a couple games, get some revenge against Tech. But they got Iowa State coming to town before then. So big stretch for them as they try to win another Big 12 regular season title. The transition to the Big 12 for the Cougs, just fine. They're fine. No surprise, Kelvin Sampson got that done. And Kelvin Sampson's going to join John and Lance on Friday, 9:30, I think is the time. He'll join that show. I was told to remember that's happening. That I got the text that was happening, and hey, remember this. It's like, all right, got it. Another text told me to don't F it up.
Okay. So Lance told you to remember
No,
it.
John told me
to remember it, and Lance told you
chimed in and said, don't F this up. Del.
I would have had that flipped. So.
Well, John has a relationship over there.
That's true.
So he's the one behind having Kelvin Sampson on, and Lance is a heckler. So he told me not to F it up. Because, when John says, make sure you remember, Lance has to chime in, because it's not about him remembering. Lance doesn't have to remember. I have to remember to make the call.
Arguably, John doesn't even have to remember.
Yeah, that's why.
After he says, Del, make sure you remember, they don't have to remember.
Well, to be fair to him, he did not say, Del, make sure you remember this. In the group chat, he just said, make sure to remember this. But the assumption, and rightfully so, is the producer in question has to make sure this happens. And we'll have Kelvin Sampson on Friday. He has, as I said, a big couple games coming up, and that game's on Saturday. It's going to compete with Altuve playing left field. Don't know which one I'm going to be focused on, to be honest with you.
Can we get a double box?
Yeah, it might be a possibility.
YouTube TV on that?
Well, I'd have to sign back up for YouTube TV.
Oh, yeah. And YouTube TV
doesn't have the Astros. So.
And would also have to be like, you know what? Let's put a spring training game on.
Yes. Well, if they had Space City Home Network, they could, but they don't. So you have to find ways, and I've done that, and I'll have to do that this year too. So the Cougs, good win, and they're just a great road team. They swept the Arizona schools. They beat Arizona a couple nights ago. I think that was over the weekend. That was a close one, and they had an easier time with Arizona State. And I believe Bobby Hurley is still there. Bobby Hurley at Arizona State. His brother's having a much better year. And so I think Arizona State's 12-14. They're having a tough time in the Big 12. Danny, it's got to be rough, right? You're the older brother, the star of the family for years. And I guess Danny was like, those who can't teach. So I can't play at your level, Bobby, although Danny was a D1 player too.
Yeah.
I think at Seton Hall.
Seton Hall, who they just lost to. But I will win 2 national titles. So sure, you had it. You had the good times in your 20s, but now as we progress, I'm the king. Yeah. Now I
family.
Now I get to yell at people.
for
2 rings,
and then lose the next game to a bad Seton Hall team.
Hey, that happens.
Yeah. The run for UConn. I mean, yeah, you win 2 national titles in a row in this era. It's nuts, but to never be within single digits of one of your opponents in your 12 wins.
Yeah, that's
so
crazy.
Dominant.
It's crazy. And then now that they're probably like a bubble team.
Yeah. Well, Stephon Castle was one of their prime contributors. He's with San Antonio.
Castle and Klingen Merchant.
Yeah,
Bobby Slug. Or I was almost calling him Bobby Slug. Danny Hurley.
What, 2 top 5 pick merchants?
Yeah,
Well,
top 10 pick.
Top 10 pick. Klingen was what, 8 or 7, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, shoot him a little bail. You lose 2 top 10 picks in a row in one off season.
Do it again.
Well, he did it again. He
Do
won
it again.
one. Oh, you mean win 3 in a row?
Yeah.
Why? So Riley can get some money? No.
Yeah.
No.
He's already going to get money off of Mac McClung winning the dunk contest.
Well, Orlando's got to make those shirts, or Mac's got to make those shirts. If they don't make the shirts, he doesn't get any money. If they don't use that term three-peat, Riley gets none. Would Riley? Yeah, I was going to ask, would Riley really make Mac? Yes, he would. Would he really make Mac McClung?
Yeah.
Struggling to hang on to any NBA career. Would he really make him pay penance for the three-peat thing? And the answer is yes. Yes, he would. That's the reason you trademark something and copyright it. Yes.
I also think, at what point does a team trade for Mac McClung just for the 1 week of
How does that
All-Star
even
weekend?
work? Can you trade for? I don't think he's on a two-way. He's just a G leaguer. Can you trade for a G leaguer?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
The Rockets did a G League trade a couple weeks ago. There was like a 3-team trade, all G leaguers.
I had not paid attention.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. It happened.
One of the Nates got traded. I forgot if it was Nate Hinton or
it wasn't
Nate Williams.
Because Williams was balling against the Warriors.
I think it would be Hinton, but I don't know.
I get people love a transaction.
I saw a graphic for it.
That's exactly my point.
What
are we doing for a G League trade?
Yeah, but still. So if it's an hour before the deadline, and I'm like, listen, whatever, Rob Hennigan, whoever the Magic GM is, will give you a very fake second-round pick for Mac McClung. You can just turn the 50th overall pick, or you can turn Mac McClung into the 50th overall pick.
Because we haven't won one of those All-Star Weekend awards in a long time.
We just need the PR of this guy dunking in our jersey.
Yes, let's bring it home. Yeah, Nate Hinton is now a member of the Memphis Hustle. But speaking of Memphis, reports are out that Ja Morant could be out, because Memphis is looking to potentially move him.
They saw what Nico Harrison did, and they're like, hell yeah, let's get some of that.
Let's trade beloved superstars.
I do like that every team now is like a little bit like, oh, we can do that. Okay.
And of course, all the edits start to happen. Hey, wouldn't Ja look great here?
Remember when he tweeted about the Rockets when he was 17?
Yes, people screenshotted it, and I've seen that pop up on my timeline too, because the 17-year-old mentioned the Rockets.
Maybe not even 7. He might have been younger.
Yeah, when he was not really even a prospect.
No.
But yes, let's hold him to that. Let's pull from that to think he really wants to be here. That man just loved James Harden at the time. That's probably all that was about.
Yeah.
But Ja Morant, the Grizz not enamored with him, and apparently he could be someone that gets moved in the offseason. We know, according to reports, that Kevin Durant is going to go.
Yeah.
That's a thing that people feel like has to happen this offseason. But Ja Morant would be a bigger prize. I saw a lot of people go, if the Rockets trade for him, if you think the shooting's bad now.
Yeah.
But acquiring Ja Morant's not about shooting.
No.
That's not what you're acquiring.
No, it's not holding Memphis back.
No, they're a pretty good basketball team. I wonder if that's the type of player the Rockets would decide, yeah, young, fits the timeline.
Already a top, 12-ish kind of player.
Yes, and it would mean we make an easy decision to get off of Fred VanVleet, and we have a clear giant upgrade at point guard.
Yeah. Reunite him with Dylan Brooks.
Yes, because
and Steven Adams.
You sure Dylan? Yeah, I don't think Memphis wants Dylan Brooks back. So
under no circumstances do they want it back. It's been reported.
That was a couple years ago now. Maybe they feel differently, but yes.
It's the only guy that's ever been reported that under no circumstances.
While the season was still going. While his season was still going. Not just the regular NBA season. They were in a playoff series. And we found out there was no chance. Now they're about to get swept or at least eliminated very quickly. But we found that out. No circumstances that guy should be on our roster going for it. And they held firm.
No, his key card stopped working the day after they lost.
You think the Jamal Adams thing was funny? It was real.
Yeah.
In Dylan Brooks' case. Yeah. Maybe Taylor Jenkins
doesn't want to see Dylan Brooks back. But maybe he's not that. I can't imagine. John Morant feels like Memphis. Feels like the perfect dude to be a Memphis Grizzly.
Luka felt like a Maverick.
Nah, I just felt like a guy who was biding his time. No, I'm kidding. I didn't feel like Luka embodied Maverick basketball. I just know he was a superstar, so you don't trade him. Ja feels like embedded in Memphis culture right now. Like he feels like a perfect Memphis representative because you hear stories about the city. You know, it's a major city, but a little tough. It's a little tough. Don't be in the wrong area. And I guess you can say that about every city, but Memphis in particular, there are places you should not be. And whether you want to still call them grit and grind from the Conley, Randolph, and Gasol days, whatever, and Tony Allen days, but he felt like the perfect transition to what they were going to be. But that reporting is out there. We will see if Memphis uses their own friendly to the team reporter to shoot that down, but I haven't seen it as of yet. So.
And would they want to trade him inside the division, the hotly contested Southwest Division?
I mean, if the Lakers can pry Luka out of Dallas, I think nothing's on the table. Nothing's off the table.
That's going from the Southwest to the Pacific.
I understand what you're doing there with divisions. Yes, this show unreasonably so talks about divisions, mostly in a joking way, like you're doing now. But
I don't know.
I don't.
You have to face him 4 times a year?
I don't think they'd care that much. If they were willing to trade him, the Rockets had the best offer. Yeah, we'll see you, Josh. We'll see you. I mean, we want to move you. We'll take what we can.
Do you think they have Jalen Green braid his hair differently, and then they just trade for Jalen Green, and they're like, "Look, close enough. We have Ja Morant at home."
Wow. Both very explosive. Jalen Green, astonishingly so, actually a better shooter considering some of the nights he has. He is actually a more consistent shooter than Ja.
There we go.
But I would say
Splash Brothers.
No.
Clank Brothers.
Well, I won't put this on the guys in town, but what was the nickname for DeRozan and Kyle Lowry at one point?
Oh, that's ugly.
What was it?
Trash Bros.
Yes. That's their name. That was their nickname in the playoffs specifically because they got their asses kicked by LeBron because that never happens to Eastern Conference opponents. That never happened.
They were the guy. See, Toronto was the team that lost to LeBron, not all the other teams.
Yeah.
It was Toronto that did.
Yeah, we will call you LeBronto. It's not like the Hawks caught it. It's not like the Celtics eventually caught it when he went to Miami. It's not like everyone caught it at some point. But like the man, once he went to Miami in a trade, by the way, it was actually a trade because as much as Dan Gilbert wanted to write in that stupid font and yell at LeBron, he did acquiesce and make sure LeBron got his extra year and traded for him and traded him away. From the 4 years in Miami to the time in Cleveland, he beat everybody who came up from that fake ass Hawks All-Star team that led to
That's how they saved the All-Star game.
It's by putting Kyle Korver back in the All-Star game.
Damari Carroll.
It's an old clip. That's right. It's an old clip, but Jeff Teague likes to talk about it because in a playoff game, LeBron and the Cavs are up 2-0. It's, I think, LeBron's second stint with the Cavs. They're up 2 on the series in Atlanta. And like the final seconds of the game, LeBron's driving, and Teague just shoulder chucks him into the baseline, and LeBron runs into a fan or so. Checks on everyone's okay. Checks on the fan, whatever. And his boys on the podcast, hey man, why you do that? Like, I was tired of losing to his ass. And everyone's cheered for him in my building. That's why I did it. I was tired of watching him kill me. One of the GOAT podcasters of all time, Jeff Teague. Whether the Ja Morant thing is real, or maybe it's just an NBA executive trying to create instability because it came from an NBA exec. Never put it past someone to go, hey, let's shake up Memphis a little bit and tell the world that Ja Morant could be on the table this offseason. Either way, the Rockets will likely be involved in a lot of those discussions because of their prospects and because people want to push the thought of them being a real contender really quickly. It'll be up to the Rockets to decide who's the best fit and how much they're willing to give away. Okay, we will get out of here. We got a couple more segments to go. If you want to get in, you can. 713-780-3776. We have some news about the Texans getting their money back. we know they're going to ask for your money when it comes to renovations and a potential to the NRG and a potential new building altogether. But a couple of their players were fined, and the NFL was like, actually, our bad. We're wrong. So we'll get to that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So Joe Mixon gets his money back. If we remember, the Texans were in the aftermath of losing to the Chiefs, and Joe Mixon kind of uttered what a lot of people felt like you go up there, you got to be ready for the refs to do you no favors. He was fined, and in the initial letter, he was fined for something he did not say. It was actually something a different Bengal said years ago, or at least a different Bengal, in this case, a former Bengal, TJ Houshmandzadeh, said. And then Joe Mixon went on Twitter to complain about it, and then he got fined again. And he initially put out there that he was getting fined a second time for complaining, and that set that Texans Twitter ablaze. Not only did you screw us, you're fining our guy for something he didn't say, and then you're fining him for complaining. That is not why he got fined. He didn't get fined a second $25K for complaining. The NFL went in and looked at what he actually said and said, okay, no, that's finable. We shouldn't have fined you for that thing you didn't say because that was someone else's quote. We're going to fine you for the actual thing you said. And he just got the $25K fine. Well, that's been rescinded too. So if you want to call it a saga, you can. But what Joe Mixon said at the time wasn't finable. The NFL has decided, you're right. You fought this and you win. What you did was not a finable offense. So credit to Joe Mixon. I was trying to relate to what that would be for me. Like, millionaire, played a long time, got plenty of money, kind of a drop in the bucket. 25K is a big deal, but probably a drop in the bucket. Would it be like with taxes coming up, initially having the IRS say I owe them money? Like they say I owe them $325, and then actually carry the one, whatever. We actually owe you $325. Well, the $325 that I'm giving up sucks. It wouldn't kill me, but getting the $325 back is vindication.
It honestly might be less than $300.
Maybe for him, the comparison, probably.
What he made like $8 million, something like that.
Okay, let's go 120. Is that the proper comp for a guy who hosts a show from 10 to 12 and produces a show from 7 to 10? If the IRS took 120 away from me and were wrong about it and then gave it back to me, not just gave it back to me, gave me an extra 120. Because in Joe Mixon's case, it's not like he got an extra 25,000. He just didn't have to pay it. Because I'll tell you, and everyone knows, if you don't expect to owe and expect to get something back, and it turns out you get nothing back, it stings. It stung more when I was younger. Like when I was a kid delivering pizzas, the great thing about it was I'm gonna get some money back. I know they took more money than they should have. It was a lock.
Yeah,
it could be 200 sometimes it got to 300, but you add in I'm a student, I'm paying my own way, all the deductions. I could make out with maybe a car payment back then, maybe more, depending on the type of car I had. Now, I just pray, please don't take any money away from me. I gotta re-up on my PlayStation membership. What's it called again?
PlayStation Plus.
PlayStation Plus membership. I'm setting aside that money for this because I got to play Josh Beard for the 8th time in 20 games. Get out of my conference, Josh. Go to the SEC or whatever you're going to do.
He did. No, Big Ten.
Good.
I'm in there.
He gets to play Joe.
I'm in the best conference in the world.
Well, I asked you about it yesterday. Are you going to throw games against Texas in your online dynasty? Are you going to maybe not throw? You'll try. Are you going to be one of those soccer players who wins but doesn't celebrate?
That's what I'll be. That's what I'll be.
When you're playing,
I won't do the Heisman or the gritty.
Yeah, you won't even celebrate. Sean you are
East Carolina.
East Carolina. We have an online dynasty between the 5 of us. You've heard of some of us. There's one guy you might not have heard of, but Joe, Sean, Josh, and me, and then there's one other guy who you likely don't know. But hey, my first year, they're 4 seasons completed. Sean's a dominant force in the sport of virtual football.
Yeah.
Hey man, recruit.
I am the Mario Cristobal of this.
Except, do you make dumb decisions too?
Oh no.
You're not the Mario.
Maybe I'm more like Kirby Smart.
Maybe you're more Kirby Smart. Yeah, there it is.
Actually, Urban Meyer. Because I'm an a-hole.
Are you going to leave?
I don't learn your name until you're good.
Are you going to leave the sport and spend more time with your family too?
Maybe. I might go do a Madden Dynasty for a year. Who knows?
I don't know.
Leave this one.
Look, I don't know. I don't know how it works, but someone in the Dynasty surprise retiring would be very funny. Because there's that option there where you can just retire. That'd be don't warn anybody in the Dynasty and just retire and pull an Urban Meyer.
And then come back with a different team after a year.
Yes, let you guys play a season without me, and I'll come back. I just need some time off. And the season takes like 2 weeks. Guys, we go at a pretty fast pace. I'm like, guys, the group chat. RTA. I'm like, guys, I guess I got to get on and make sure I'm up to date. Oh, well. All right, we got a couple things to get to when we come back. We mentioned the John Morant thing, and I said it was an executive. They told this to Howard Beck, longtime NBA reporter, that Ja Morant could be on the move. A guy who's not going anywhere and is up for a new deal made a decision. That's a smart one because there's no reason he needs this particular piece of the NBA hierarchy. His money's pretty solidified, so we'll get to that when we come back. and also more on the Astros, but we'll do that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. Sean and I are reliving the passage of time. Just thinking about Disney and Nickelodeon stars who are in their 30s now. And we're like, wow, look at that.
It's weird to put them in context of how close in age they are to me, because in my head, I watched them when I was a kid and they were adults.
Yeah. You know, I'm older than Sean. So even me, I'm like, there's a time where it would even be weird to go, oh, she's cute. Now she's in her 30s. It's perfectly acceptable to say that. Victoria Justice, Miranda Cosgrove, all in their 30s, former Nickelodeon and Disney stars. But the guy who's younger, much richer, and is trying to stay that way is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He fires his agent on the verge of a Supermax. And why does Shai Gilgeous-Alexander need an agent? Unless he needs someone to secretly campaign for him to get traded, his money is set. The Thunder are going to give him it all. Unlike the Mavs, the Thunder don't appear to have the same issues about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and his commitment to basketball. He's Supermax eligible. He's going to get it. So why give your agent a piece? It's a tough one for the agent, though. He is months away from that Supermax, and the agent doesn't get a cut. But I get it. Everything's slotted. They know what number he is due. There's no negotiation. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander should treat his agent like he's a girlfriend around Valentine's Day. You break up with her because you don't want to give her a gift. Then you get back with her after Valentine's Day. That's not something a mature person would do, but maybe some of you have done that back in your 20s or so. Maybe you're still in your 20s, your early 20s, when you didn't have much money.
Okay.
When you didn't have much money, you didn't have it. So what you do, allegedly, I've been told, is you slowly pick the fight. And then when right around the time where it'd be a birthday or a Valentine's Day, we got to break up. This isn't working out. Then just come back.
Right around now.
You don't do anything.
Send that text.
That's a little quick, but maybe you want to have fun, whatever. But you wait a couple weeks or so, maybe a month, and go, hey, really miss you. Would love to get back together. If Shai does that, I would laugh and respect him for it. I would hope the agent has more dignity than to come back. I don't know if it's explicitly because he doesn't want to give the agent a piece of his new Supermax when it comes about. But if it is, I'm with it.
I think the fact that the second half of the report is that he's going to act as his own agent. Like, that's why.
Yeah, he does not want to give anyone a piece of this when it's not going to be a negotiation. There's no reason to give someone a cut.
I do wonder, like, when you act as your own agent, does that literally mean that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander just, like, walks in the office and he's like, whatever the Supermax, 5 years, 320? Cool.
I know there's a rule you have to be an accredited agent, so I don't know if he can even act as his own agent. I think that's just something they say. You can't. He has to be actually be an agent to do that. I think it's just, hey, maybe he'll have a business manager who looks over the deal.
I was gonna say, is it like a court-appointed lawyer where one will be provided for you by the NBA?
Some guy's rushing in, his tie's not even tied. He has to run in and make sure the deal is on the up and up.
This is my lawyer. I know I'm going to jail. This is my agent. I know I'm not getting the Supermax.
Yeah. They're going to slide that contract in front of him, have him sign it, and we're done. Why are we giving anyone any money? It doesn't make any sense. Like, if you're a superstar.
Yeah, like obvious max.
And you are happy with where you are. You don't need the agent to circumvent rules and talk to people to suss out who will want to trade for you and figure it out. And you just want a ball in the city that you're in. Get rid of them.
Yeah, and then hire him when you want to demand a trade.
Yeah,
18 months.
This is what we're talking about. That's the equivalent. Hey, I need you, and you're lonely. Your girl's no longer there, and it's not so great on the open market. And well, of course, women can do the same thing, but it's more likely a man to do it because we're kind of a-holes. You do it, and this is what Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's doing. I respect that. It makes all the sense in the world. Who's next on that list? Like Luka could do it. Actually, you know what? He won't get a Supermax, and of course, he'll get the max that any team can offer if he actually makes it to free agency. But he's another guy, I guess, who could be like, you know what? Okay, the Supermax is off the table.
Yeah.
But the Lakers will give me all the money. Anyone who has cap space will give me all the money. What am I cutting you in for? Unless he's just a loyal guy.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a list of like the best players in the league where it's like,
yeah, name them.
Jokic.
Yes. Like Jalen Green needed an agent to negotiate what he got.
Yeah. Şengün needed an agent.
Yes. Because they weren't getting the top of the top when it came to money.
Ja Morant, would he need an agent just to
help a trade go through to the place he wanted to?
I was just thinking if they're a free agent like tomorrow.
Well, the one thing we did not mention when we're talking about Ja Morant is he rarely plays. He's played. We know about the suspension. We know he missed a lot of time from injury last year, almost the entire year. He's also only played 32 out of 54 games this year. Yeah. So maybe the Grizz would be, hey, why do we want to give a guy that type of money when we don't know when he'll play? Like Jaren Jackson's up for a deal. He's another guy the Grizz are likely just going to give all the money in the world to. So it doesn't have to be MVP candidates, clear all NBA guys. Jaren Jackson's a really good player. He's had a really good year. And a reason that the Grizz were looking to maybe make a deal for an expiring contract this year was because they know they got the bills come due on him. So maybe that is part of the consideration for Ja, or it's just an NBA exec, as we said, trying to create chaos for the Grizz. That's always possible too.
Yeah, and no games.
Yeah, there's nothing
no
to talk
games.
about. Howard Beck needs to put an article out.
Yeah, I mean, there's someone. I saw a Cavs fan quote tweet something where it was just a report from this time last year, where honestly it might have been Howard Beck, but it was a different, or some of the national NBA writers, where league sources say that it's highly unlikely Donovan Mitchell will re-sign with the Cavs. It's like he re-signed. There wasn't even particularly dramatic.
No, he didn't make him wait.
No, it was just boom. First
10 hours.
Yeah, first hour he could do it. Signed the full max, and so there is a little bit of like we'll see. These are long processes. We've had enough of these to where we know like the steps you have to go through. They're in the middle of a playoff push. They're in the middle of a division push.
Of course.
Fight for the Southwest.
Thanks to the Rockets falling off, the Grizzlies have taken control of the Southwest Division. Do they really need this type of distraction as they go for a Southwest Division title? Is the unnamed exec Rafael Stone trying to cause a distraction?
Yeah. Hey, we got to make up 2.5 games.
We have a tiebreaker, so all we got to do is tie them. Let's create some discord.
Stir it up.
The Grizzlies. I much as I respect Shai Gilgeous-Alexander firing his agent, because why do you need him? If Rafael Stone is out there trying to create chaos with his division rivals and a potential playoff matchup, I welcome it. I need you to be active. You didn't make a big trade at the deadline. Go destroy the Grizzlies.
Yeah,
if you can.
Now Luke Kennard's going to be looking at Ja like, is he really bought in? Santi Aldama is like, am I next?
If Luke Kennard needed this report to have those concerns, all you got to do is look at what Ja's been through over the course of the last 2 years. If you thought he was not locked in, you had plenty of evidence. I believe Ja loves basketball.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, Scottie Pippen Jr. is like, this is messy. And I'm Scottie Pippen Jr.
I know Messi. I definitely know what Messi is. Scottie Pippen Jr. He's an annoying guard, and he just if you're a person who has a team who has to play against them, your favorite team is playing against them, you're not gonna like Scottie Pippen Jr. And the players who go against him don't like him. That's how he's gonna make his money, whatever that comes out to be. He is not the physical force, the unit that his dad is.
Yeah, listed at 6'1".
Yeah,
that's a bummer.
He's an undersized guard. Yeah, your dad's like a 6'7" giant wing defender who can do everything, and you happen to be 6'1".
If Scottie Pippen was the exact same player, just 5 inches taller,
he'd be Scottie Pippen Senior.
He would have like tripled his career earnings.
Yeah, just be the annoyance that you are. Hell, Dylan Brooks ain't even 6'7". Doesn't have the wingspan that Scottie Pippen did, and look what his career has become because of his ability to guard his man, guard your yard, as they say. Okay, we got one more segment to go before we wrap it up. And as always, if you want to get in, you can. Number 713-780-3776. We'll come back with, speaking of Discord, we have not played this today, at least on this show, Tristan Cassis. Why Tristan Cassis wanted to speak about who should play third for Boston? I don't know, but the Boston media appreciate it. We'll hear from him about his definite opinion about where Devers and Bregman should play when we come back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
That's Michael Carroll. He'll join us tomorrow. He is taking a day on Friday, so we moved him to tomorrow, 11:30. We'll see what he has to say about Captain America Brave New World. He did wish us a happy Gorge Day, the Gorge Day. I don't know if he watched it himself. We'll see about that on Thursday, or at least tomorrow as well.
I think he did.
Okay.
I think I talked to him about it.
Okay.
Or maybe I just talked at him about it. I don't know.
At him about what you saw.
That happens a lot.
It does. Just part of life. We'll see what he has to say if he watched it. And you can hear him on Comicast, wherever you listen to podcasts. He and John Lee will keep you up to date about what's going on in pop culture. Maybe you call it nerd culture. And so that's a great podcast to listen to. And he'll give some of that tomorrow as well. Okay. Tristan Casas is a Red Sox infielder, and they're going to ask anyone who wants to speak about who should play where. Considering what Devers said when he said, I play third and I'm not a DH, it's going to be a topic of conversation. Now, Bregman is taking ground balls at third. It appears the plan is for him to play third, unless you ask Rafael Devers, because Devers is taking ground balls at third too. He's still there, hoping to, I don't know, convince someone that he should play third despite his history of not being a good third baseman. But not if you listen to Tristan Casas. You're going to hear him say some wild things about Devers as far as his ability to play third. And something interesting about, well, I'm going to let you listen to it, and we'll talk about it afterwards. Here's Tristan Casas.
I think it's Rafi Devers' position. I think he's the third baseman, and at that point, that's where it stands. And he's done it for a really long time now. And I think he's only getting better at that position. I think his defense is getting better every single year. We don't know what the future holds, but we know it holds Rafi Devers. So I think he's got to play defense. It's going to keep him athletic, and he's going to hit because of him being at third base. He doesn't know any other position. He doesn't want to play any other position, and he's going to fight for it, even if it's with any of the younger guys, any new guy. I think he's the best third baseman in the league. I wouldn't take anybody over him. So I think he should play third base. Yeah.
So you think Bregman should play second? Rafi plays third?
I think Bregman should play second base. Yeah. I think he's going to make the transition well. I think he's athletic enough to, and I think Trevor, is going to play an awesome shortstop.
He should play third to keep himself athletic. It's a nice way of saying if they make him a DH, he's going to balloon up. There's going to be no reason for him to not eat whatever he wants.
He burns a lot of calories in the hot corner.
I think even mentally, it's about Devers saying, I play third base, so I got to stay in some form of shape.
So you know what? Only one ice cream.
Yeah, if I got it, I'm a DH. Why do I got to lay off this? I'm just out there to hit, swing the bat. I'm not even playing third base. It was an obvious way to say they make that man sit for most of the game. He's going to take that as an invitation to take part in less than healthy habits. But Devers plays third, according to him. I don't know that Devers is getting better every year playing third base. He's 28 years old. You tell me, Sean, once again, as a member of an alumnus of Moody College, that prestigious journalism school, you would know better than I.
Okay.
Do baseball players get better defensively as they get older?
Well, luckily this was part of our curriculum.
Okay. I'm glad I was able to ask you this question.
For some reason, they taught us this. No. 28, you're normally a pretty
finished product there.
Finished product, and then in a few years you start to tail off.
So already,
same with radio producers.
It happens, man. Either you transition to something else, or you just get worse.
Yeah.
You got a couple years.
Watch me in a couple years.
Yeah. Sean's 28. Everyone.
I'm a finished product.
No improvement, huh? Don't tell him. It wouldn't matter.
I produce mid mornings and or middays and morning.
You could move up to mornings Or afternoon drive, you don't want to do mornings.
I produce mid morning or
okay. Oh, it's the Devers thing. Okay. hey, have they talked to you about doing mornings?
I made an agreement with David Gal.
I've got to play the Alex Cora here. David Gal's not here no more. I don't know if you've heard. That's the old guy. David Gal's in Seattle. Whatever Cora said about the former GM. St. Louis. David Gal's in St. Louis. I don't know if you've heard. That's the other thing about it. No matter what the promises were to Devers or what Tristan Casas thinks, that's a Cora decision, right? And the front office decision. I don't care what you think of Devers as a third baseman. That ain't your decision. Now, I welcome him saying it because he said a lot of things that aren't true about Devers, but back your guy if you got to. That's your guy.
He also said, it wasn't in this clip, but it was in a different one. I think he was, different part of the availability. He said that Rafael Devers is going to play third base for the Red Sox for the next 10 years. And I was like, that's definitely not true.
That's not happening.
Like, if you want to say he's a third baseman right now, yeah, sure. But when he's 38, he's still going to be this guy who's one of the worst defensive third baseman in the league is still going to be playing third base.
If he is a Red Sox player in a decade, the DH thing would have happened 7 years prior. That DH thing is happening for Devers. The question is when for him and how long he wants to fight it.
Yeah.
And they have made a signing. Now it only potentially is 1 year. Bregman is going to make $40 million in year 2 someplace else. Probably not. But it could only be 1 year. So who knows how long Devers will have to deal with the indignity of being a DH. But that ain't anyone's decision but Cora and the front office of the Red Sox. So if they want Devers to play someplace else, he'll play someplace else. Or I guess get suspended for not following the rules of the franchise. Conduct detrimental, I guess, possibly could be in his future if he decides not to. I imagine if they say, hey, Bregman's playing third, he will go be the DH.
This is basically just what happened last year with the Astros with their 8th and 9th inning.
Yeah.
With Ryan Presley.
Presley wasn't happy.
But it was behind the scenes. Like he
wasn't vocal.
Yeah, that's the difference is that he was like, he at least kind of pretended that he was okay with it.
He didn't go, I pitched ninth.
Yeah.
He didn't go, he didn't say, I pitched the ninth. He
that happened behind the scenes.
Yeah, I mean, Espada talked about it, or Dana Brown talked about how it fractured the relationship when he made the acquisition and told him, hey, you're no longer the closer. But that was revealed by the GM after Presley had been traded. We could kind of sense that Presley wasn't thrilled, maybe just by his performances, but he didn't expressly say that. Devers is a different guy altogether, clearly. I play third. I'm not a DH. What are you going to do about it? Whatever. It's the baseball offseason. And much as you say, hey, Bregman's no longer here, I think we would be talking about it in some way, shape, or form, not to the extent we are, even if it wasn't, because it's a player stepping out and going, you guys are wrong. I'm not doing what you're saying I'm going to do.
And especially where it's so connected to the Astros because not only is it Alex Bregman's new team.
It's Alex Cora, it's the Red Sox, all of it.
It's also at the same time that Jose Altuve, the greatest Astro of all time, is willingly moving to left field.
The dichotomy between the two situations definitely pops. It
and
definitely does.
Rafael Devers, big Rafael Devers, what has he ever done?
One World Series, right?
Cheated his way to the one World Series.
So they're even in that regard. Although Altuve was less involved than most.
And 2022, God knows.
As I said, I know. They're even in the cheating for a World Series, at least the teams were. And we got a clean one. Altuve has a clean one, unlike Devers.
Yeah. Sign-stealing merchant, Rafael Devers.
Hey, stand your ground, Devers. See how it goes for you. Hope it works out.
Has anyone asked Bregman about this?
He said he's happy to play anywhere.
Man, what a winner.
He's a good teammate.
Yeah. Astros culture right there.
That's right. Once AJ Hinch told him to stop showboating.
Astros culture.
It also may have affected him as a player. He ain't been the same since. Yeah. AJ Hinch got after him, said, hey, cut it out, carrying your bat down the baseline.
And then the whole world got after him for stealing signs?
I'm going to blame AJ Hinch, not the world coming down on him. Either way, he hasn't been the same guy he was since he was a near MVP. Now he's the Red Sox problem now. We're done for the day. Gallant George are up next. Killer Bees follow them. Which one of the next 4 guys is most like Devers?
The same as the tag team answer from yesterday.
I would agree. And if you missed it, we're not going to divulge names because why would we take that heat? If you missed it yesterday, well, let's not do that again. Since we're done for the day, what does that mean, Sean?
We did it!
We did. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
And welcome aboard, Gallant and George. It is Wednesday, February 19th of 2025. I am Paul Gallant. He is Joe George. Sean Mapes behind the glass. And
I thought we were done with this. I thought the last one was the end of the freeze. This is cold outside.
The weather outside, Joe, it's something.
Is it frightful?
I'm not going that far.
Oh, okay.
And I'm not about to sing a song that implies you shouldn't leave because we might be about to shaboink.
That's right. That's the song that got canceled.
That
right?
song has been canceled, right?
I forgot about that.
Wet ass, you know what?
Yes.
Not canceled because that's with the culture. But let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Canceled. There's no snow outside. It's just cold. And you know what? For a change, that awkward conversation that you have at the water cooler with your coworkers, it's merited. It's warranted. It's cold out.
Yeah, it's very warranted. It's not enjoyable.
How about the weather today? Cold.
It'd be nice if it was snow. If it's gonna be this cold, just snow.
Like, you want the snow? No,
No,
I don't want the
snow. If it's gonna be cold, like go all the way. Like give me something fun to do outside. This is like a
shovel.
This is half-ass effort.
There's nothing fun to do outside in the snow. Everyone loves what the snow looks like. No one actually likes the snow, Joe.
I like to play in the snow with my kid.
Yes, but that's different. You have a small human
child.
You
don't. I get why you, but yeah,
also,
you're not going sledding.
I mean, listen, the sledding and all that is fun, but the scraping the ice off of your car, that's not fun. Like there's nothing fun about snow unless you happen to have children or you are still a child.
Yes.
You can play out in the snow.
What if we block off the road by the building here the next time it snows and we sled down the giant ramps from the second floor into the street?
Too close to Westheimer, we still might get hit.
Yeah.
We might get hit by some random car. So, slow week of sports, but the Astros are in spring training and they made a move. Brendan Rodgers, a second baseman who won Gold Glove in the National League in 2022, is getting a spring training invitation with the Astros. This is a guy who, over the course of his career at Coors Field, been really good. I took a look at his numbers. I was surprised that the Rockies didn't bring him back because clearly he's a pretty good hitter. He's a plus 300 hitter in Colorado. And I get it, the altitude, all that crap. Away from Coors Field, his average significantly different. Splits at Coors Field, 306, 361, 465. Splits on the road in his career, 227, 272, 356. It's a pretty big discrepancy, almost 100 points. But doesn't this lend itself further to the idea that Jose Altuve in left field is going to happen a lot?
Yes, it absolutely does, because this is the kind of guy that you invite on to a spring training. You give him the spring training invite, but he can win the job. He can win a roster spot. He can replace Taylor Thamel or whatever his name is.
Trammell?
Whatever it is. I don't know. He won't be on the roster probably.
Way.
But like he is a bench piece if Dubon's going to be frequently in the outfield, if Altuve is going to be frequently in the outfield. But yeah, Jose Altuve is he's working out with the outfielders every day. He's still using Jordan's glove, I think.
Apparently he's looking good in the outfield, whatever that means.
I don't know if he's thrown the ball yet from the outfield, but he's catching the ball in the outfield.
The people who are there, which are, I believe, Chandler Rome, Brian McTaggart, and Matt Kawahara from The Athletic, MLB.com, and the Houston Chronicle are there. You've got some TV reporters.
Mm-hmm.
There is the Astros flagship radio station. And we're not really seeing, actual baseball because there's no games that have been played yet. That'll start soon. But everyone's saying Altuve looks good in left field. It feels like they're just trying to ease us into this. And this is another reason that it might happen. Whether it's good or bad, I truly don't know what to make of it. I'm honestly not even going to make any predictions about it. Whether Altuve will be good or not, that's not for me to say. All I know is the tea leaves scream Altuve is going to be playing a lot more left field than you'd expect if they're bringing in a guy like this who has been a proven major leaguer, if not necessarily a good major leaguer.
Yeah, he's a really good second baseman. And I do think even like the home road splits are a little deceiving in a way. In 2021, on the road. He hit 289, which is incredible, obviously. But in 2022, Paul, he hit 218 on the road. And in last year, he hit 214. So he even has like 1 year that's like really propping it up. So he's like a 216 hitter away from Colorado. So it's even worse, I think, than the numbers led on. The home run numbers, all of it.
So that explains why he's available.
Yes. But it's also, but there's a lot of other weird splits in here. Like, I mean, he struck out twice as many times on the road last year as they did at home. So maybe they see something back to like 2021 where he hit 289 on the road, 280 at home. Like maybe they think they can find something, that guy in there somewhere. But all it leads to is Altuve in left field a lot.
You would think. I mean, whatever Brendan Rodgers is, get this, former top 5 pick. Pick right after Alex Bregman.
That's true.
Top 5 pick potential. Remember how if a guy in the NBA was a former top 5 pick, or how a guy in the NFL is a top 5 pick, they get chances forever and ever. Daryl Morey loved to roll the dice on random top 10 picks with the Rockets, like Johnny Flynn and Hasheem Thabeet, among others.
Yes.
Fun times. And
they don't really do that in baseball, but hey, you know what?
No, generally not.
He was taking the top 5 for a reason.
Yeah.
And he was taking 2 picks in front of Kyle Tucker.
Wow.
Yeah. Only 1 pick behind Bregman, like you said.
Look at that.
So you know what? Maybe there's something there. But yeah, it's just now it adds maybe a small level of intrigue to spring training.
I mean, it doesn't because we can't even watch it, but
that's true. They don't show a lot of the games. They only show like 10 of them.
To me, that's a miss.
I think so too, because
nothing's going on.
They're during the day, a lot of them. So it's not like you're having conflicts with the Rockets. Your TV team, Todd Callis and Blum, will be down there for most of spring training, regardless. And there's nothing really going on, like besides Rockets basketball right now.
Yeah, can't you just simulcast what's going on the radio if you don't want to move the TV team down there?
Yeah, you don't need like a big production.
Is it really that hard to put it on camera? I've never understood that about spring training. There are a few teams that I think actually air the majority of spring training games, but for the most part, it seems like, yeah, you might get to watch 3, 4, and that's it.
Yeah, and a lot of the spring training games too, your starters aren't out there. But like, do I want to watch like when Altuve's in left field? Yes, I want to watch it. I want to see what it actually looks like in a game. Because while I appreciate everyone that's down there saying how it's looked good so far, they're lazy pop-ups. It seems like it doesn't seem like they're like really. He's like really out there yet. Still, it seems like they're just drills.
Oh yeah, I want him trying to leg out, stopping a ball down the left field line.
Yeah,
and he's got smaller legs, so that might be a little bit more difficult.
It just means more steps.
Yeah.
He'll get there though.
Not necessarily in time. Some comments here. Christopher Soriano on YouTube says, I trust the Stros. They found something with Yusei Kikuchi last year that no one saw initially. Well, with Kikuchi, there were some things that showed you, hey, the guy's got some impressive stuff. I saw it in Seattle. The problem was consistency, and hey, he found some with the Astros last year. Coog Blaze says this is going to be the typical Astros move of picking a guy up and he becomes an all-star. I don't know if I'm going to go that far. I mean, his numbers at Coors Field are really good. His numbers away are really bad.
Yeah, I guess people can correct me if I'm wrong, but like, when's the last time the Astros did that with someone in the batting order? Like, they do that a lot with pitchers, yes. And to what Christopher Soriano said too, yeah, you bring in a pitcher, if they identify one, I'm going to bet on that guy being much better here than he was elsewhere. But the lineup, I don't feel the same way.
The last time I remember somebody being brought in who could have been had anywhere else that actually was a really good player for the team for a while was like Marwin Gonzalez, maybe. And
yeah, I guess Dubon, you could say. I mean, Dubon was kind of chopped liver in San Francisco and they moved on. He's been a good player, but he's not an all-star. He's a utility gold glove winner. You have Jason Hayward. He had a couple nice moments. Ben Gamble, a couple nice moments.
It's been a while for Hayward but Hayward at one point was considered like one of the bells of the ball. I don't know if Rodgers ever has been that, even if he was, a top 10 pick. You can't put in Michael Brantley. Brantley was a good player before the Astros signed him. They got him for such a bargain. I couldn't believe that deal when they got him for that. So look, ultimately, is Brendan Rodgers going to be a major contributor for this team? I don't know. but I think the writing is on the wall. Altuve is going to be playing a lot of left field, whether that makes sense or doesn't make sense. You don't sign a guy like that who's won a Gold Glover if you're not going to at least try him out there at that spot. And I do think it makes sense to try and find a way, if you can't add any outfielders, to get as many good hitters in the outfield as you possibly can. This is the way to do it. So I'm not as opposed to it as others might be. I still want to see it in action.
I mean, yeah, the more at first I was like, this is stupid. But the more I've thought about it, I'm like, okay, I got to get the philosophy behind this. So now if you roll out with Altuve in left field, you've improved your lineup in the outfield. You now on the infield, you have a Gold Glover at first base, second base, and shortstop. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Like, and Joe Espada keeps talking about details and the little things. Like, this guy solves a lot of that. The reason why the defensive metrics are bad for Jose Altuve is because of his range at second base. Well, Brendan Rodgers would solve a lot of those things. So if you're going to move away from it and you're not going to start Dubon at second, then you bring in a Gold Glover. It's basically, would you rather have a Gold Glove at second base and a bad bat, or maybe Chas McCormick in right field? Because this might trickle down to Chaz and Jake of, like, Dubon could be a starter in the outfield with Altuve. There's a bunch of ways this could play out. I'm curious, but just not expecting a lot from the hitting perspective from this guy.
Nor am I. He's Joe. I'm Paul. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Marvin Gonzalez, I forgot, was actually drafted by the Astros, and he had an incredible 2017 year. Colby Rasmus was with Toronto in 2014. 2015, he joined the Astros. He had a pretty good season, and he got that extra option for a hot minute. So he played in that really disappointing 2016 year for the Astros. Up next, Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. The Houston Texans have built up a lot of goodwill over the last two seasons. But with the way last year ended and this move on top of all of that, they might be about to lose a lot of goodwill. Stick around and find out what we're talking about.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
I believe that billionaires should pay for their own fucking football stadiums.
That's Bill Simmons in a trailer for the ill-fated HBO program Any Given Wednesday. Didn't last long, but that clip will last forever because everyone agrees with it. Who thinks that someone who owns a sports franchise, a constantly appreciating asset that they generally lucked into because their parents were the ones who acquired it, should then be able to hold a city to the fire and force a city to spend taxpayer money on a new stadium with the promise of more jobs, which is a load of crap. But it feels like, Joe, that could be something we're about to see with another team in town.
Yeah, the only people that think that they shouldn't have to pay for the stadiums is them. Is the owners themselves.
Right. Look, I get it. It's expensive. Build it yourself.
Yeah, you have the funds.
You should have the funds.
If you don't, then you're probably a kid of the original owner, and you didn't earn your income. You didn't earn the ability to buy a football team. Usually, that's the guys who have to ask for a stadium. But most of these billionaires have the money, and they just ask anyways. If the Dallas Mavericks really were to move to Las Vegas at some point, the new family that owns it, they would be asking Las Vegas to build the stadium. That's the Oakland A's had the ability to do it. They just wanted the stadium to pay for it. It's always the same song and dance that happens. And it felt like this was inevitable for me that at some point the Houston Texans would ask for a new stadium. And it feels like now we're on the cusp of that.
Yes. This is an article from the Houston Chronicle with Jonathan Alexander and Dylan McGinnis. The article begins bringing up the new Houston Texans president, Mike Tomlin. On his resume, McNair touted that Tomlin has extensive history in stadium development. Tomlin was an executive at Legends, a stadium operations firm co-founded by the Dallas Cowboys. He worked on arrangements for new NFL stadiums in Los Angeles, Las Vegas, and Buffalo. And since the Texans have started negotiating a new lease agreement at NRG Stadium, publicly financed home that they've been in for now 22, going into 23 years, apparently this stadium is in average or below average condition compared to its peers, with a lot of needs from deferred maintenance over the year. So you read this article in the Chronicle, and everyone's of the belief that eventually the Texans are going to push for a new stadium, which is interesting given that they have also pushed for and funded renovations inside NRG Stadium over the last couple of years.
I mean, at some point, I guess it becomes like cost prohibitive to just keep investing into the stadium if you could just build a new thing. It does like that part of the article where they talk about maintenance that got away from them, basically. It's like, well, then you're going to punish the taxpayers because you didn't take care of your stadium better. I mean, it only broke this year when the roof fell apart. The roof fell apart a little bit. It does make more business sense in terms of, I think, from the Texans' perspective of things that they want. You're getting passed by in terms of just not just like maybe what's happening in the stadium, but the look of the stadium. You're not as, appealing as the others. And what's happening across the NFL.
But for what?
Super Bowls. They ain't getting another one until they get a new stadium.
You really don't think so?
No, I don't, because the new stadiums are all going to keep getting it. Like, Cleveland and Chicago are both going to have dome stadiums. They're going to get Super Bowls. New Orleans.
I don't know if Cleveland will.
Maybe not Cleveland. You're right. But like Chicago will get a Super Bowl. I mean, they go back to Miami. Every time a new stadium opens, they immediately get a new one. They get a Super Bowl like right away.
I'll also believe that Chicago actually is capable of building a new stadium within the next 10 years when I see it, just given, the limitations of that state, which I know you're very familiar with.
No, they said they're going to break ground this year. I don't believe them at all.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, that is definitely the current trend in the NFL.
You have Vegas, LA, Miami, all new stadiums getting Super Bowls.
How much does the Super Bowl really help a town?
I don't think it can't help that much.
I mean, sure, there's going to be tons of hotels for a week, but it's more a vanity project for the owners to host the Super Bowl and host all the other owners of the NFL than it is to bring in jobs into the city. Like, it's a load of crap.
But none of this is for us.
A lot of the Super Bowl jobs are volunteer work,
Mhm.
which kind of goes through the cracks. So you're right. It's not for us. And I don't think the stadium's that bad. I really don't. Now, again, I would prefer the press box not be up in outer space.
Yeah.
I've said that a million times. But stadium works. It's loud. It has air conditioning. The air conditioning is not like at Dyken Park a problem. If you build a bigger stadium, it's probably going to be worse for concerts. And maybe that's something that the Houston Rodeo looks at and says, okay, well, we could maybe make this better. And it becomes some sort of teamwork agreement with the Texans. All I know is I don't want to pay for this. And what are the Texans going to do to make us pay for it? What are they going to do? Are they going to flex like the Oilers did? Are they going to do what the Oilers did all those years ago? Because all of those renovations for the Astrodome eventually weren't enough. They wanted a new stadium. And Houston said, F off. I think Houston's a lot more likely to say F off to this team. And I mean, okay, I suppose there are other places to go. Are they going to be better than Houston, Texas? As far as just a huge market? Do you really want to start fresh when you're finally getting a semblance of relevance across league circles? Because the last 2 years, there's been a little bit of excitement, even if you were underwhelming this past year. I'm really curious as to if they have the balls. And I saw this on the Twitch too. Yeah, I don't buy that Cal McNair, says Coug Blaze, would move this team. So what kind of leverage can they exert on this city to force us to pay for a new stadium, which I think these days is an FU to everybody that lives in the city?
You can't. The fan base is not loyal enough to even threaten the idea of moving. I don't think people stick around for this team.
I'm with you. I mean, I think if they start strong arming here, they're treading right back into the waters from which they just emerged.
Yeah.
Where they, like Andy Dufresne in Shawshank Redemption, crawled through that tunnel with Deshaun Watson and Jack Easterby and Bill O'Brien, the river of poo, and they came out on the other side with with CJ Stroud and with D'Amico Ryans. Do you really want to piss this away?
No, because like the fans, I think, just bail immediately. Maybe not to full capacity, but if you threaten to leave, this franchise has not accomplished enough to warrant staying loyal to a city that's already lost a football team.
I'm with you.
So like they'll just bail. And even the idea of like building like a bigger stadium, like you really want to build a bigger stadium so people can clown you more when your seats are half empty at kickoff. Like it's just going to look even worse. I don't think this is a necessity. I think they just want it because they want, and I know it's a fair point that Twitch brought up. They just hosted the national championship game. I get it, but they've hosted 2 Super Bowls, and I really don't think another one's coming. They planned this thing out like 5, 6, 7 years in advance. The lease goes through 2032, the current Texans lease. The Super Bowl is already pretty much planned out to that point. They're not on it. So if they want to be on that next wave, it's going to have to be in a different stadium.
From the 713, the Superdome's old, keeps getting renovations, keeps getting Super Bowls. That's fair. New Orleans is also just a better Super Bowl city. Here's the other thing that would be working against it. Okay, Houston builds a new stadium. They're going to get 1 Super Bowl max. And remember, it took them a while to get that second Super Bowl. And here's the thing, and anyone who comes down here, they bitch and moan about it. Houston is so spread out, and no one understands how spread out it is until they actually get down here. So generally, the coverage of the city as a whole ends up being less than favorable from people out of market. And if this is a reason that you are building the new stadium to host a Super Bowl, it's one that's going to get you one. Is it really worth it to have that prestige? We hosted a Super Bowl. In my opinion, no, it's not. And the stadium's fine, and they can kick rocks.
But the other part about this too, where this is not for immediately, because I don't think the McNairs are on the rush to sell the team. But if you own a stadium, it does increase your evaluation in terms of what the franchise is worth by a ton. We saw Washington spike as soon as they started even talking about building a new stadium. I mean, these teams are going up in value. We saw what happened with Vegas and LA. It just goes up and up and up and up if you own a stadium.
Texans are one of the most valuable franchises in the NFL, but if they move to another city, they lose all of it. I think a lot of this has to do with just how big the actual city is. And I saw someone text in, San Antonio or Oklahoma City. Sure.
I don't think there's any way they
Sure.
leave.
Good luck. Good luck. Honestly, that's what they want to do. Good luck. Best of luck. Get my Sundays back.
Where's Hannah McNair from?
Good question. I mean, I know.
I don't know if she's from
the
Houston
McNairs
or
are going to
not.
move him maybe back to Charleston, South Carolina, but they've been doing all this pandering to Houston over the last couple of years, and it'll look completely hollow.
Yeah, it'll then look completely hollow. Unlike right now, where it doesn't look completely hollow. I mean, this is the one city, or not the one city, but it's the one city where you go. I mean, it's the fourth biggest city in America. It's in Houston, Texas, the football hotbed in this country. They've already done it once, where they kind of called the owner's bluff on this.
Yeah,
like they go ask Amy Adams Strunk. Like, no, they'll let you move.
It's really crazy that, and a lot of people are in agreement here. It's for 8 Sundays a year, maybe 9, 10, 11. Oh,
Yeah, the wild card round. Don't forget that one.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm making a motion.
Yeah.
Cool. That's neat. That's so awesome. I do not understand why any of us should say, oh, yeah, that makes sense. Like, I really don't. And I'm curious as to what kind of argument that they come up with. I really want to hear them try to sell this to us. Because ultimately, it's like, oh, well, we just want our corporate sponsors to be a little happier for the games that they don't show up to until the second quarter. You know, like that's what it's going to be.
I feel like the only way like this even gets an ounce of momentum is if it starts with the Astrodome comes down. And that's where the new stadium goes. Because at least the Astrodome then goes away. Because like you can't like we're gonna like if you're gonna build a new stadium on the same property or maybe across the street where Astro World used to be, right? Like where else would you build a stadium? Like you're not gonna go to Sugar Land.
There's that East Downtown area that's developing, so I think that might be the area that's next.
That would be interesting
because there's a lot of stuff that's popping up in that area, and I mean, I think one of the big complaints about NRG Stadium is the location. It's inconvenient. Number one. Number two, there's just nothing there. Like there's some nice neighborhoods, and then there's a bunch of strip malls. It's kind of out of the way. There's not really restaurants. There's just nothing.
It's like in its own part of town.
Right. And it feels like it's always been about the rodeo and maybe Astro World before. And of course, you got the old genital wart looking Astrodome sitting next to the NRG Stadium area. I mean, I'm not even sure that area is big enough to build a new stadium on. And then, of course, the rodeo would be probably pissed off that they're building. And the rodeo is a big deal. The rodeo would probably be mad that the Astrodome is getting knocked over. And there's going to be construction taking place in the midst of their grounds.
If you did the East Downtown, that might help the argument to sell fans and the city on a little bit. I really struggle to think of any way in which you could logically say it's in the same general area and anyone would buy into that because it's inconvenient. It's terrible to get to. It's a miserable experience in and out of there. If you did East Downtown, like maybe you can make a small argument, but I struggle to think that anyone's going to be like really excited about this.
I don't know the ways in which they would raise the taxes for this, but like, another property tax increase here, which we just dealt with one because of some emergency fund that Lena Hidalgo pulled out of her ass because of the derecho that we dealt with last year. Like we've already got an increase on the horizon. So like, now on top of that, you're going to add this too. But I wonder if we even have a say. Because we all voted to demolish the Astrodome, and guess what? That thing's still there. We voted to get rid of it, and they're like, we're going to make it a landmark, you silly bastards. And they pulled it right underneath our noses. They did it. It's crazy.
They should move and make NRG a landmark.
Oh, my God.
I would actually support that.
You know what? How about that's what we do?
We just never blow up a stadium ever again.
Well, if we call NRG Stadium historical landmark, can they leave the stadium? I mean, Ed Emmett made the Astrodome historical landmark. At NRG Stadium, you know what we saw? We saw 2 Patriots Super Bowl victories. That's pretty awesome. We saw Janet Jackson's boob. Awesome.
A lot of big things have happened.
Yeah.
Lady Gaga dropped through the roof.
Yes.
When it was open, one of the 6 times
there
was
wasn't
open.
a hole there.
Right. Yeah. It's one of the least used stadiums with a retractable roof in the United States of America. That's something historical landmark. So I want to do something to just mess with the Texans here because it would be really funny if all of a sudden they couldn't move. Stop. Just spare me with this. Oh, we need a new stadium. No, you don't. You need to actually do anything of value, which is make it to the AFC Championship game once. Good God.
Yeah, it also just like rings so hollow. You mentioned at the beginning that like in the report it says that the maintenance has lapped on it. It's like, well, whose fault is that?
Exactly.
Like, yes. It's not our fault that the maintenance it's whoever owns it.
That would be that's like how does it lapse?
Yeah, like oh, sorry, it lapsed.
But also like where? Like besides the roof falling apart from a hurricane or derecho, whichever one it was, NRG is fine.
Yeah,
there's nothing wrong with NRG.
Hey, the Astrodome, which has not been touched in like 25 years, guess what? Still standing. Oh, we need maintenance. We're going to live $1 billion worth of maintenance in the next 30 years. Oh, you built something in 2002 that can't last another 30 years?
Could they just spend a ton of money to fix the Astrodome and let them play there?
No. Stop.
Like, wouldn't that be cool?
That needs to be demolished. It needs to be demolished. We voted to demolish it. It's unbelievable that it's still there. It became a national landmark. All right. If you want to weigh in on this, you can. 713-780-3776 to call in to text in. Let's just go straight into soft boys. Who has been soft in the world of sports this week? In honor of Ime Udoka calling LeBron James a soft-ass boy during last year's NBA campaign, every Wednesday, 12:30, we talk about who's been soft in the world of sports. Cleveland Browns, they're soft. Domed stadium in the north. They're moving forward with it, and they're doing the same thing to their taxpayers.
How did they get their fans behind this?
I don't think they did.
Like,
unless someone suffered frostbite or little Timmy died of pneumonia or something like that after attending a game, and he had his mittens off too long while trying to eat a hot dog, a Browns dog, and and
he just froze to death, his fingers froze.
His fingers froze, and then they fell off. Like, I don't know. I think it's soft that the northern team doesn't play outside.
I do agree.
Vikings soft, Lions soft,
yeah. Bears
Colts soft,
yeah. Bears soon to be soft.
Not yet though,
but soon.
Resist.
I don't want it. I want a stadium, but I don't want a dome.
Yeah, I don't either.
It's just dumb. I don't need
bear weather.
I don't need a Super Bowl.
Yeah,
exactly. Bear weather is supposed to mean something.
Yeah, unless you want them to hibernate all year.
But like
that is what bears do in the winter.
But like, is Buffalo gonna get like? They're not. No, they're not building a dome.
They almost
not
did,
gonna
though.
be a dome.
Yeah,
they wanted to, but it's not.
But you know what? And if anyone was going to, you could have sold me on Buffalo. They've had to move games to different states and different days because of snowstorms. So like, if anyone was actually going to do it in a cold weather like area, like, you could sell me on the idea of Buffalo.
I do feel like, I don't know if it happened with Buffalo. It should happen with Cleveland, where Roger Goodell has to walk in to a room with the owners and have a really hard conversation of, listen, I know you want to put a dome on the stadium so you get a Super Bowl. Look around you. You're in Cleveland. You're not getting a Super Bowl.
Well,
Buffalo, look around you. You're not getting a Super Bowl. Like,
you don't want to go to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame after we go to Radio Row?
That's sarcastic.
Exactly.
Joe's being sarcastic.
I went once. I'll never go back.
Just sit down. Like, we're not bringing the damn Super Bowl to Buffalo, New York. All right, like, just get out of here with this. We barely wanted to bring it to MetLife.
They haven't even brought it to Boston or Philadelphia. You know, I mean, and those places have stadiums that are about as old as NRG Stadium too. Brown Stadium is a little bit older. It's 1999.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that might be part of it. But
I can't believe we're replacing stadiums that are 25 years old.
I agree. I mean, the Turner Field, right, with the Braves. I mean,
yeah,
they're on like their third stadium of my life.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that was even new. I think they were only there for like 15 years. So it was crazy.
Honestly, if any stadium maybe needs renovation, it's possibly Toyota Center, but even then, it's fine. Like,
yeah, and it's also like
purpose.
Yeah, it's a basketball arena.
And then for Minute Maid Park, I mean / Daikin Park, like, just fix the air conditioning. I like Daikin.
I do too.
/ Minute Maid.
I like going there.
Cool.
It's a fun ballpark to go to. Like, I don't know. As a fan, like, I don't need ticket prices and my tax properties to go up a ton because it looks cooler.
Yeah, or there's a chance that one every 5 years there's an event that only really makes my life worse. That's there.
Yeah, because like the Super Bowl doesn't benefit any of us.
Right. Yeah, it just makes everything a pain.
Because like even if we got credentialed for the Super Bowl, they would just tell us to watch in the parking lot like they did the last time.
Yeah, that's true. So we don't even get the perks of being in the liberal media. More soft. The Cleveland Cavaliers dunked at the end of a game against the Raptors, up 20 points, and it really bothered the Toronto Raptors. Tristan Thompson, per Raptors coach Darko Rajakovic, not to be confused with Darko Milicic, multiple Darkos, I guess, in the world, said it was disrespectful that they dunked at the end.
That's so soft.
I got to say, the Raptors fans are a bunch of bitches. And I mean, I can't stand any of them entirely because of the one time Sean and I went to a Rockets game and there was this little kid who was a Raptors fan and he wouldn't shut up. Like, I hate them just because of that kid.
Yeah, TikTok hair.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He sucked. He sucked. I hope he's in a juvie or something like that, or a foster home.
Hope he got deported.
Yeah. Ooh, see, thank you.
Back to Canada.
Canadian.
Yeah.
Take them north in our country without any class. So that's soft.
No, I think and what Tristan Thompson said, they were full court pressing. I think right.
Yeah.
If you're gonna full court press, then I can dunk on you.
By the way,
it's the same thing with like fouling too, where it's like you're still trying to win the game.
Like if you're trying, I'm trying.
Yeah.
Can you guess one of the guys who also confronted Tristan Thompson? And this is a huge disappointment for me.
Grady Dick.
Jamal Shed.
Oh.
Cougs legend Jamal Shed was one of the guys who confronted Tristan Thompson about this moment. Come on, guys. We're better than this.
Yeah, that's not very Coug like.
No.
Soft Boys continues. Oh, you work at Chase Bank and you want to continue to work from home? CEO Jamie Dimon thinks you're soft.
A lot of you were on the Zoom and you were doing the following, okay? Looking at your mail, sending texts to each other about what the other person is. Okay, not paying attention, not reading your stuff, and if you don't think that slows down efficiency, creativity, creates rudeness and stuff, it does. Okay, and when I found out that people are doing that, you don't do that in my meetings. You go to meet with me, you got my attention, you got my focus. I don't bring my phone. I'm not sending texts to people. Okay, it simply doesn't work, and it doesn't work for creativity. It slows down decision making. And don't give me the work from home Friday works. I call a lot of people on Friday. They're not a person you get a hold of.
Oh, sounds like some other places I know.
Yeah, I can't believe the ultimate soft people here are the people who are upset that they have to go back to the office. Like
I mean, I can't believe people like working from home.
Oh, those like the snow days. I guess I felt like I was more efficient when I actually sat down. But getting to sit down was a challenge.
I was like, oh, I got to clean up my house. Oh, I got to do this. Like I have too much ADD when I'm at my house. I can't do it.
Yeah, I'm not a work from home person. I guess I could probably do hybrid. We'll see how it goes in the fall. I just don't think I could be like a full-time work from home person. I think it would drive me nuts. I like people.
Yeah, I mean, I like to see people from time to time. Yeah, being by myself all day. I have a cute cat, but Cats have a shelf life.
That's true.
As far as like how long they want to tolerate you and how long you want to tolerate them.
Yeah, even like during I never stopped working during the pandemic. Like both my wife and I were at work all the time. But even then, we still were spending way more time together then than we were, and it was kind of strange. I was like, we're just around each other all the time.
Yeah, after a while, I'd probably get tired of it.
Well, I'm just like, we just got married, so like it was like it was like a full like welcome to marriage.
Well, hey, yeah, listen, that you survive that, you can survive anything. I don't know if I'd be able to live with somebody else anymore.
Ever again?
No, I don't think so.
What if you had like your own like space? Is it okay?
No,
man cave.
No,
don't bother me. I'm in my man cave.
You could be like the most beautiful woman alive who's like amazing. Nope. Probably be like, I'm gonna go on vacation for a month. John Calipari said that Arkansas is soft. Not going so well for him in his first year with them. Second year.
And for us to bust through, we're gonna have to beat somebody. We can say what we want. Like, I wanted to make sure they weren't happy. We're gonna be okay. No, if we won that game, say it. We're in the tournament. If we won that game, we're in the tournament. So it's not okay to say we'll be all right. Now you're going to have to go get somebody else. I didn't want to put that on them because I got some guys a little bit fragile. So I'm having to hold them accountable, but keep picking them up.
I corrected myself there too much. So this is year number 1 for Calipari at Arkansas. They're not doing so hot, and now he's calling his players fragile.
I think
this does work sometimes.
I don't know if fragile is, and they're kids like that. I don't know if that's gonna work. If that's gonna work.
I think fragile, being called fragile, is even more demeaning than soft.
Yeah, because it makes you feel like you thought about it.
Yeah.
What word can I use besides soft?
And there's like a little bit of like they're delicate. It's like, yeah, there's a little extra on it.
You think Kentucky misses Rick Pitino right now, by the way? Because Rick Pitino, meanwhile, with St. John's, they're top 10. And this kind of speech that Rick Pitino's given to his guys when he thinks they're being soft.
Dig in and be a basketball player. Dig in. Every time you miss a shot, your game deflates. We don't care about your missed shots. Play defense. You guys keep blowing opportunity upon opportunity upon opportunity. You're like children with bad things happening. Instead of digging in and be tougher, you wilt. Where is your toughness? Where have you guys been raised that you're so weak mentally that you just give up when something doesn't go right for you? Don't you know what adversity is all about? That's the game of life, not the game of basketball. You don't get down when things go wrong. You dig in and get tougher. Your whole life's going to be adversity. Learn how to deal with it.
I'm ready to run through a wall for Rick.
Oh, man. I think I'm backing on Rick Pitino.
Dude, he's so back. This is maybe the comeback story of college basketball over the last decade. I mean, from what happened at Louisville to St. John's, which is not an easy program to win at least of late. Like Lou Carnesecchia, his run at St. John's was like 30 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They were called the Redmen then. I mean, they had a racist nickname. Now they're the Red Storm, and he's had an incredible year. And that speech, that is how you talk to guys that you think are being soft.
I need more Rick Pitino in my life now.
I'm with you.
I think I'm ready to be all in on Rick Pitino again.
So that's Soft Boys every single Wednesday, 12:30. Up next, some people wanted to weigh in on the Texans pushing for a new stadium. We'll get to that. Stay put.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
The Astros signed a second baseman, which has us thinking that Jose Altuve will be playing a lot of left field. The guy won a Gold Glove in 2022. Brendan Rodgers, most recently with the Colorado Rockies. But I think the most interesting story in Houston sports today is a story titled in the Houston Chronicle, Houston Texans may seek public money to build new football stadium. They hired in their new team president, a guy with a history of stadium development, Los Angeles, Vegas, and Buffalo. And if you read this article, feels like all the talking points were handed out, like this line. It may also be difficult to retrofit NRG Stadium with some of the premium features the Texans may seek. 30 years ago, some of the biggest draws of new stadiums were retractable roofs and roll-in turf fields. Now the industry prioritizes more space for luxury suites and clubs, ideally closer to the field, and bigger concourses where fans can watch from bars and restaurants.
I don't need that. I don't need bars and restaurants inside the stadium.
I'd rather have it than the current setup, I will admit.
Yeah, but they're going to be in like the rich areas.
Correct.
Yeah.
But I mean, if I'm watching a game, I'd prefer to watch it that way. Otherwise, for football, it's the perfect sport to watch on TV. I'm totally fine watching on TV, and maybe that's what they're realizing with this push that they're making. But
give me iPads in the seats so I can watch Red Zone during the game.
That might be asking a little.
Just a little iPad I can just flip up, put on Red Zone.
The signal in NRG Stadium is non-existent.
In the new stadium, they'll fix it.
Sure they will. I love how there's a section of this article, but you have to scroll pretty down to get it to it in the Houston Chronicle. A tough sell. A new stadium could prove to be a tough sell with taxpayers. Houston and Harris County's elected leaders are paying off the debt they incurred to build NRG Stadium 25 years ago using taxes on hotel rooms and car rentals. Figured they would have paid it off by now. Huh. I guess not. The Harris County Houston Sports Authority, it's a joint venture that financed Houston's stadium building spree in the late 90s and early 2000s, still owes $1 billion in principal debt on the bonds paid to build NRG, Daikin Park, and Toyota Center, and not scheduled to pay them off until 2056. I mean, this is just,
oh my gosh,
this is just our entire country in action when it comes to spending irresponsibly. Hell, it's me. I'm not going to act like I'm any better off here with some of the stuff I'm pushing off on my credit cards. 2056, and you're going to build a new stadium with taxpayer funded money. And you're not done paying off this current stadiums until 2056. So how long are these going to take? Because they're going to cost more. And inflation.
Well, so far it's only one new stadium. I do wonder if there's like a trickle-down effect here, though.
Oh, that's what they want you to believe, Joe. That's what they say.
No, but like it's like NRG gets rebuilt. When did the Astros ask?
They will ask immediately, as will the Rockets. Yes, it's not like a trickle-down effect. Because if you say trickle-down effect, generally what I'm thinking of is the owners are going to say, oh, yeah, there's going to be so many jobs and industries that come into the city because of this new stadium. But yeah, you're right. The trickle-down effect is, the other teams are going to get jealous.
Yeah. And Toyota Center is going to go through a major renovation here soon. They're going to get a new roof. I can't remember when that's supposed to be done. But like, so maybe they won't need it right away. I hope Jim Crane. I mean, he's got Craneville supposedly happening at some point. I mean, he's pushing out all the local businesses in the area so that way he can put his bars and restaurants. So maybe Minute Maid will stay and so will Toyota Center. But it does feel like once one starts, then they all start. And if they're all in debt together, well, then getting more debt together. I do like, I want to credit the Twitch here for a second here. Great point from the Twitchers, though. The lease ends in 2032. That's also the year the asteroid's supposed to hit.
Wow.
So then, like, why would I vote for this if we're all gonna be dead?
Well, listen, it's only at 3%.
Well, it went up. It goes up 0.5% a week. So
it does seem to go up 0.5% a week. It's a little concerning.
You can double check with NASA.
Right. Well, hang on, because NASA's apparently firing a bunch of people in the next 2 days.
Because they can't get the astronauts back, or
No. It's part of cutting federal funding. That's what's going on. So it might be a SpaceX problem. And all right, Elon, let's get off the phone and boinking randos that are thirsting for you online. And let's focus on building the rocket that blows that asteroid up so that we can build this brand new stadium.
Yeah.
Maybe also spend a couple extra dollars so that we can have microphones that don't break in studio. That would be nice too. That'd be nice too for those who don't know. I just pulled the microphone out of its stand.
It's back in though.
It's back in.
He fixed it.
Put it back in.
It's like an NRG Stadium fix.
More comments. Wherever the Texans play should be closer to downtown, says someone. The basketball there during March Madness, when they do play there, is awful. Slopez says, give us legalized gambling and they can have their stadium. I mean, that does make a lot of sense. That would help, you would think, because you could put probably like a casino in the stadium or something.
Yeah, they'll do sports books. I mean, we're starting to see that. Like there are teams with sports books,
but again,
inside of it,
there's a lot of things though that I just never believe it's going to happen here. Like I feel like having been here long enough, and you've been here long enough too. We know how this city generally goes. The stuff that is even slightly morally wrong in the eyes of many of the right-leaning people that live here, they will always push back on it, even if it is legal, literally hours from us. Where then in other situations, when we vote for something to not happen, it still happens anyway.
Yeah.
I'm a real cynic and skeptic about this.
What you're explaining is both like, yes, they work against the government works against our interests.
Yeah.
Whenever they decide like, we don't want to.
Like I would love for legalized gambling, but that's a state issue versus a city issue. So like they're not going to be directly connected. And also like as hopeful as I was that at some point we would get the legalization of sports gambling. I don't really care about casinos, but like I guess that can come too. And eventually marijuana. Like they're banning THC. It's like we're going backwards.
Yep.
Like we're not going forward.
At least it's still decriminalized, I think. But for how long? He's Joe. I'm Paul. We got Sean behind the glass. It does look like the Texans are about to ask you for money to build the new stadium. Nothing quite like a mustachioed man in a suit panhandling, but here we are with the McNairs, who have been pandering to you for 2 years now, panhandling. Throw up those H's. Up next, I know we've been spending a lot of time talking about a Houston Astro that's no longer here. I'll just ask this question. Am I the only one who's angry for Alex Bregman, even though he just left us? Am I the only person? Let me know. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. Stay put. Thus far in the show, we've talked about a new second baseman for the Houston Astros, Brendan Rodgers, who won a Gold Glove in 2022. He got a spring training invitation. Does lend itself to the idea that Altuve in left field is going to happen a lot more than you'd expect. We've also spent a lot of the last hour talking about how the Houston Texans are already starting to get the ball rolling towards the inevitable new stadium that you will vote against paying for with your own money. Because there's an article in the Houston Chronicle about it, and it highlights how their new team president, Matt Tomlin, has experience in building stadiums in the past in a couple of different locations before. But I want to talk about something else, and I'm going to apologize because I am trying to read the room, and I do sense, Joe, that people are tired of Alex Bregman talk right now, right?
I don't know. I think it's more interesting today than it was a couple days ago.
I'm honestly, from a looking for sports content to talk about, things to get passionate about perspective, I'm honestly thankful that the Boston Red Sox, 81-81 last year, are being a bunch of entitled little bleeps. I'm actually thankful for it because they are giving me a lot to work with. But this is authentic. I feel for Alex Bregman. Even though he just robbed the Red Sox with that 3-year, $40 million deal, I feel for him. You are better because of what you've accomplished than any player on the Red Sox, including Rafael Devers, who is a very good hitter.
Mm-hmm.
Is he that much of a better hitter than Alex Bregman? Like, how many tiers are we talking about in terms of the separation between the two? Based off of last year, it's not that big of a separation. Rafael Devers is, for whatever reason, too stubborn to move off at third base when, by all the numbers, he is one of the worst positional players at any position over the last decade. By many numbers. Constantly towards the top of the league in errors on a team that was second in errors in all of Major League Baseball for 2 years in a row. Whether or not Alex Bregman plays second base or third base is besides the point. And by the way, credit to Alex Bregman saying this, not in front of cameras. I'm super excited to just be Devers' teammate. He's a great player. I think everybody in this clubhouse is worried about winning. And whatever it takes to help the team win, that's all I'm focused on. I'll play wherever Alex Cora tells me to play. So you see that and you're like, hey, this is what a good teammate does.
Mm-hmm.
And yet you got Rafael Devers and other teammates in the Red Sox clubhouse, Joe, that are like, yeah, but what we got right now, it's good. It's good. And it's such an F you to Breggy.
Yeah, especially, and it's just strange. Like they wouldn't be excited about, like, being willing to move positions when we see it happen all the time. Alex Rodriguez was the best shortstop in baseball, and he moved to third base for a lesser player. Now, I guess that puts Jeter in the Devers category of this, but like, look at Altuve willing to move to left field, whether it's for Bregman or anyone else. Like, we see guys move positions all the time to do what's best for the team. Obviously, Biggio did it, and for Devers to be that poor at third base and just be like, no, not doing it.
It's funny.
It's laughable.
Who the hell does he think he is?
Derek Jeter. Like that's who he thinks he is. He thinks he's the Derek Jeter of this, and he's a good player. But at the end, he is a 3-time All-Star. He's 28 years old and is a 3-time All-Star. Like, this isn't some no doubt. I mean, Fernando Tatis in San Diego, he moved from shortstop to right field. Like, guys that are way better than him, the Jose Altuve, they move positions, and to be not even like resistant behind the scenes like Ryan Presley was, but to be resistant in front of the scenes is like completely ridiculous.
They're being a bunch of mean girls to someone who, let's be honest, is way hotter than them. He's way hotter than them.
He's the new guy there.
He's the new guy there. He's not the fat, out of shape, terrible defensive third baseman, because that's what Devers is. Devers is a effing clown at that position. Watch him play. The highlight montage of him pooping his pants at that spot are next level. And I'm just stunned by the people in Boston that are kowtowing this. Like, have you lost your balls, Boston? Do you need me to come up there and teach you how sports radio is done? Everyone's pussyfooting around this. This guy's being a total jackass, an a-hole. And they're like, yeah, well, I mean, he is Devers. David Ortiz, for God's sake, one of the greatest Red Sox ever, 3-time champions. Like, well, Bregman's Bregman, but Devers is Devers. Yeah, what does that mean? They were 81-81 last year. And what's more is, okay, Devers being a little prat about this, using British terms now. That's one thing. Okay, fine. He's a $300 million player. He's entitled. Maybe there's a language barrier or something like that. But I don't know who the hell this guy is. Some guy by the name of Tristan Casas, some Gen Z kid who's born in 2000. This guy is defending Rafael Devers and throwing more fuel on top of this fire, which just reeks of Alex Cora. Get your bleep together, bro. Here's Tristan Casas.
I think it's Rafi Devers' position. I think he's the third baseman, and at that point, that's where it stands. And he's done it for a really long time now. And I think he's only getting better at that position. I think his defense is getting better every single year. We don't know what the future holds, but we know it holds Rafi Devers. So I think he's got to play defense. It's going to keep him athletic, and he's going to hit because of him being at third base. He doesn't know any other position. He doesn't want to play any other position, and he's going to fight for it, even if it's with any of the younger guys, any new guy. I mean, I think he's the best third baseman in the league. I wouldn't take anybody over him. So I think he should play third base. Yeah.
Joe,
They drug test this kid?
Joe, what's your favorite justification of all the things that you heard there? What's your favorite?
Oh, my favorite one is when he says that he's going to get fat if he doesn't play third base.
What's my favorite too?
Because he said he's going to stay athletic, was his words, if he plays third base. He's literally saying he's going to turn into a fat tub of lard if he only DHs.
It's like he needs this for his cardio.
Yeah.
He needs to stand out at third base for cardio.
Jogging out there every half inning, jogging back. Those calories add up, Paul.
You know what? That's not the worst point in the world, which is so sad. But it's more about the jogging he does from the dugout to third base than anything.
Yeah.
I listened to that yesterday, and I did it on my live stream, and I kept on pausing because there are so many justifications along the way there that make no sense. Like, I don't know many things, but I know Rafael Devers is the future. What? Like, the dude looks like he's going to be out of the league because of eating in 3 years. So many of the things that he said along the way there. Like, I don't care if he's a rookie or a new guy. What if he's a gold glover literally from last year at that position and he's bad at that position?
I know this guy's a first baseman, so like maybe he's scared like Devers is going to take first, but
I would think he would be happy about someone not throwing the ball into the effing stand.
Yeah, but like this really, I don't know how this doesn't end in a trade of these guys. Maybe not Casas, but like Devers. I mean, if your manager's having to go like saying like Shane Bloom or whatever his name was, like he's not here anymore, so that promise means nothing. And then this would be the reaction immediately. And I know Bregman's just being a great teammate and he's saying like, I'll play wherever, I'll do whatever it takes to win, because that's who Alex Bregman is. But he's got to have at least a teeny little bit of regret, I would think.
Oh, this is how it goes, because you would think, Joe, Tristan Casas has that moment with the Red Sox media, and then he has another interview coming up, and he's like, you know what? I gotta walk some of it back. What I said. Here he is with Red Sox state media. These bobos, Tom Caron, who is a putz, and Lou Merloni, who I actually like. And here is how this went down.
We heard Rafael Devers yesterday say, I want to be at third base. That's my position. What was your reaction when you heard that?
I completely agreed with him. I think that he's the third baseman of this franchise for the time, a long time to come. And he's I don't know if there's a third baseman in the league that I would take over him. And his defense is constantly getting better every single year. That was the knock when I came up, that he was bad defensively. And then I see him come and make some barehanded plays, pick it in the bag, diving all over, rolling bodies, throwing from his butt. I mean, he's just all over the place. And yeah, he'll boot a routine play. And I think that's why he gets docked so heavily. But he plays hard, and he really sets the tone out there at third base. And I want him on at that position this year and for the next 10 as well. We'll see how the legs hold up, if the bat's elite enough to. But man, I think for this year, I think it makes the most sense.
I mean, I know Bregman could be gone after a year, so like that's maybe why you don't want to like upset Devers too much. But this guy's a dum-dum.
Tristan Casas.
Yeah.
I think he comes out. I mean, Devers definitely looks selfish. He just comes off as a moron.
He literally is like, I know he messes up routine plays. Sometimes he throws from his butt.
I'm looking at his baseball reference page, and they have like the fielding stats, and there's a lot of stats I don't understand that all have negatives that all have a minus sign in them. But the ones I do understand, the big bolded ones in the errors column, led the league in errors in 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024.
So every single year.
Every year he's played a full MLB season. He did not lead them in 2017. He had 14 errors in 56 games.
So his defense hasn't gotten better. He says he's all over the place. Casas did, but Rafael Devers. Yes, not in a good way.
Fat piece of lard.
Yeah, he boots routine plays. Yeah. Oh, that's great. You really want to see that. We'll see how the legs fare. Okay, so you're even talking about his stamina already. I mean, in both of those clips, someone else texted in one of the many amazing moments from this moron, Tristan Casas, who's talking about Devers. It's the only position he knows. Oh, you don't think he'll get familiar with designated hitter? Because he hits. That's all he does.
Yes.
And underrated is I think he'll play there for the next 10 years.
Yes. I heard you and Dell talking about that on the way in.
Tristan Casas, I don't think he'll play third base in 10 years.
I don't either.
I don't know if he'll play him in 2 months.
Exactly.
This whole thing is just comical.
It is
like,
comical.
When he signed with Boston, like this would not have been my list of things to predict that would have happened.
If I were Bregman and I signed up for the Red Sox, I sign up thinking to myself, okay, this is a fan base that cares a lot about this team more than anything, which, by the way, not true anymore. But as someone who knows the area, it's kind of third favorite team in town now. Oof. But he's going here thinking this is a team that wants to win. And here he is joining this clubhouse, and they're resistant to him playing the position he plays best for no reason. There's really no justifiable reason. And yes, he left the Astros, and he's being overpaid by the Red Sox. There's no denying any of that. But I feel bad for him because this is just disrespectful. This is more disrespectful than the Astros offer. That's for damn sure. These two guys who have done, I get it. Devers won a World Series in 2018. Sure. That was a Mookie Betts championship, who, by the way, the Red Sox got rid of after that year. That is crazy to me that you look at yourself in the mirror. If you're someone in this Red Sox organization that is defensively one of the most horrible teams that I've ever seen. There's highlight reels on YouTube, Joe. You can look them up. It's not just Devers. Devers is one of the worst parts. Problem. But he's not necessarily the worst part. And they're like, yeah, Gold Glover. I think what we're doing is fine. You were 81 and 81 last year. You were half a game out of fourth place. I get it. The AL East is tough. Blah, blah, blah,
no,
blah,
but like you're the Boston Red Sox. And like you shouldn't be doing this. Like you brought a new guy to make your team better. And just like history tells you, like this is guys move. Like they do what's best.
Yeah.
I know it's not, you don't have to always follow the leader, but like it's not like you mentioned Mookie Betts. He's a second baseman now.
Yep.
That's not what he was. Kyle Ripken moved. Like the guys we mentioned earlier, like guys move positions at some point. A texter brought up his arm's not healthy. He had his gremlins removed. The gremlins were removed in the offseason. Yeah, Bregman's gremlins were removed.
Bregman's arm
so he'll be fine.
Bregman with gremlins or Rafael Devers at third base.
I'll take the gremlin guy.
Yeah,
I will too.
The last what the gremlins? Like September? It's the last 2 months of the season.
Wasn't a problem.
We thought it would be a DH. We thought the DH spot would be taken up by Alex Bregman because his elbow was so bad.
He came out and was whipping it from third base in that first game.
Yeah, I mean this is even like the Red Sox. I get it's been it's been a recent downturn. But when you sign with the Red Sox, you at least think like, hey, my guy Alex Cora is there running the clubhouse.
Not very well.
First class organization. No, and it's the gif of the guy walking with pizza and everything's on fire. Like, what the hell just happened?
This is why I love that I left these losers in the dust. Like I'm glad like I don't follow this team anymore. I can't imagine being a fan of this team. I mean, you haven't done anything since 2018. You haven't done dick since then. The last time that you were even had a chance, the Astros snuffed it out. 2021. But a bunch of last place finishes, and they're acting entitled. Like, for what? Like, the 04 team could act entitled because they won the World Series in 07. And that's how 2011 happened. For those who don't know, the Red Sox were eating fried chicken and drinking beer in the clubhouse during a improbable collapse in September of 2011, which led to them hiring Bobby Valentine and firing Terry Francona and then smearing him and then smearing a bunch of other players. And that led to me not liking the Red Sox anymore because I was like, hey, at least that team accomplished something. You're going to slander them. Where's the Red Sox to slander their current players right now, which they normally do? This is in their playbook. So I'm just thankful. I'm divorced from these people. I cannot stand that organization and the fact that they have let things get to this point with this fatty Boombatty at third base, who's literally just a fat slob who can't play defense, but is now paid $300 million and actually had a bad season after signing the $300 million contract by the standards of a $300 million contract. This guy's like, I can't move off the third base. Yeah, because you probably are too fat to walk back to the dugout and sit your ass on the bench because when you sit down, you're going to fucking break it. Sorry, that was an unintentional F-bomb.
I do think the Boston Sports Radio, like, if Bregman moves to third base, like, the first game he has an error, though, might be must listen radio. Just to, like, hear what the people have to say about Alex Bregman the first time he commits an error.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're going to be upset.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't tell what the fans think of this. Like, your friends back home, like, are they team Bregman or are they team Devers here?
I've only talked with one
Okay.
Boston Red Sox person, and this person is like defending it. And I'm hoping that is just one person.
I just don't get why. He's just not good.
At the very least, like, again, Jose Altuve has whether we don't know if Jose Altuve actually wants to move to left field or not. He says all the right things, but it did come out that it was initiated originally from the front office telling Altuve that this is the plan, and them maybe going, yeah, and we'll totally you'll move to left field if we sign Bregman, because we're definitely working on signing Bregman, and yes, but you will move to left field. And then, oops, sorry, no Bregman, and he moves to left field. Last year, Ryan Presley, in basically the same situation as this, where Devers is an accomplished hitter who plays third base, and Presley was one of the best closers in baseball.
Demoted, didn't like it.
Yes, got demoted, but at least had
his job.
Yes, and had the decency to not like bitch about it in front of the media.
Yeah, I mean,
in the clubhouse, or like Brian Abreu didn't go, this messed up. I think it's Presley's job. Like, everyone else kind of takes the orders of like, this is what we're gonna do.
You keep this stuff in house, and when you bring in a guy like this, like this is the kind of stuff you bring him in to weed out. And to his credit, this is Bregman's doing what he's supposed to do, saying exactly what a good teammate says.
I think everybody in this clubhouse is worried about winning, and whatever it takes to help the team win, that's all I'm focused on. And I'll play wherever AC tells me to play. Get ready for the season, and hopefully help this team win.
He and Alex Cora have to drain the swamp there, and okay, like, I feel bad for him. I know it's crazy. He's getting this great contract. He's stealing from the Red Sox $40 million a year with opt-outs after every single year, Joe. But like, I feel bad for him. This is such a horrible way to treat a new good player, the biggest signing your franchise has made in like half a decade.
Mm-hmm. At least he can leave after a year. At least he can leave after a year. He's not locked in.
Can I opt out now?
Yeah, I mean. And like someone texted us asking like would you give up your spot for a new talent? Well, that's like, it's not apples to apples. Because if someone came in, like, there's nowhere for us to go. It's not like Devers is getting cut. Like, no one's getting fired.
Yeah, no, it's like
there.
It's like if they added like Colin Coward to be the third Like to be a third guy on this show.
Colin Cowherd, I would step down.
I
or
would.
just and
I wouldn't subject you to that.
and then Paul being like, "But I'm still driving, right?"
I would do that. I would definitely do that. I'd be like, Coward, you're going to sit back. You're going to take a seat, and we're going to go down some wild roads while I butcher the English language along the way. But the difference is Cora should have stepped in and done something.
He's mismanaging this.
Right. Cora is definitely part of this. Cora should have been telling the players, like, hey, like, we're looking at guys, and this is not probably going to be the final roster going into the year. So now they're all handling it like this, and he's got to deal with this. And okay, you bring in your out-of-house guy. Well, we do see this in sports radio from time to time where somebody from one market brings a guy that was in another market with him, and it might work, but it might not work too, because you might have some sort of like weird Mean Girls mentality towards the new fresh meat.
Well, and obviously, like, teams don't handle this stuff well all the time. I mean, we saw the Astros butcher this last year, but I think the situations between Alex Bregman and Josh Hader are very different. Josh Hader was a deal that got done within like 48 hours as soon as Kendall Graveman got hurt. Like, yes, there was not a lot of time to have conversations with Ryan Presley. But again, Ryan Presley being replaced as the closer made logical sense. What's weird about this situation for Boston for like part of it is this has been rumored all offseason.
Yeah.
They've been connected to Boston since before the regular season ended.
Correct.
Like, so they could have been having these conversations throughout the process with Devers of like, hey, we're still talking to Bregman. We're still trying to get this thing done. If his elbow is healthy, we'd like you to see him at third base and you to move to DH. If they were just like, Bregman's here and now he's playing third, then I could see why Devers is upset. Like, I don't want to put all the blame on him I think he's handling this wrong, but this also seems like a major, like, Cora front office butchering.
Right, which leads to other players talking about this. So, look, I'm glad I got to get this off of my chest. I know that people are kind of sick of talking about Alex Bregman. I saw a text in there. Can we just move on already? This is, I think, it. Assuming no other Red Sox says, yeah, by the way, that Alex Bregman, he doesn't read the Bible. Like, is that the next step?
Wait till next year. Wait till next offseason when he opts out. 5 years, 156 still on the table. Internal conversations still happening. Altuve in left, Bregman at second, Paredes at third. Like, you never know.
The only thing missing from this welcome to Boston has been anti-Semitism. And I mean, like, is that next up? Like,
that'll be his first strikeout. It's coming.
Yeah, that'll be the callers on WEI.
Yeah, dude. This guy, I haven't seen him at church anytime recently. I don't think he goes to confession.
I wouldn't want to go to church in Boston.
Good point. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call it, to text it. Up next on this fine radio program of ours, more justice for the Houston Texans, who are still trying to strong arm you into building a stadium. You'll have to pay for it. Stay put. Justice! Sweet justice! Not only was Joe Mixon's fine from the NFL for criticizing officiating in Texans Chiefs rescinded, 25,000 buckaroos. Will Anderson also won his appeal, a very forgiving appeal hearing. Will Anderson had said after the Texans lost to the Chiefs, we knew it was going to be us against the refs going into the game. Joe Mixon's comments, which at first he was fined for TJ Houshmandzadeh's comments, and then he was fined for saying we could never let it be about us against the refs. Those I don't think were fine-worthy. This I still actually think was fine-worthy, but shout out to the NFL showing mercy for a change.
I know when we talked about this yesterday, I think we all said the Will Anderson that would not get rescinded. I'm surprised by this one, honestly. Is this in any way an admission of guilt that the referees were not good in that game? By rescinding the fine, you're like, yeah, I kind of get it, guys.
See, I'm going the other way.
Okay.
So after this game, huge storyline was the NFL is rigged for the Kansas City Chiefs. And then again, after they beat the Bills, obviously because they marked Josh Allen short, which he might have been, who knows? Different angles show different things. Obviously, the NFL is rigged for the Chiefs. We spend 2 weeks talking about how obvious it is that the NFL is rigged for the Chiefs to three-peat.
Some people did.
And then, just the
I got
story at large. And then they get their absolute doors blown off in the Super Bowl. And when's the last time anyone's talked about the NFL being obviously rigged for the Chiefs to win a Super Bowl? No one's done it. I think the NFL, this is not how you should adjudicate justice, but temperature's not so hot on the referee. We don't have to strike down any bad comments about how the refereeing might be slanted. Okay. Will Anderson, we'll let you slide. Joe Mixon, that's our bad. We'll let you slide. I think if the Chiefs win and won in like a controversial way, I think they still get the fines. I think
I like
to send a message about do not criticize our one-sided officiating.
I like that take, Sean.
I agree.
I like that.
Because that's how the NFL operates. Like Deflategate, it's because people were mad. Like that's all it was.
Oh,
it's because they
100%.
wanted to.
Like they only really hand out punishments when people are angry.
Yeah.
Even in like
response.
serious situations like Ray Rice. Like
they
he was fine until we saw a video that's like, see ya, dude.
Suspend him 2 games. The video comes out. Actually, you're suspended indefinitely. That gets appealed because he can't do that. And he basically never plays again.
There is a part of me, having heard you say that, Sean.
Should I put on a tinfoil for that?
No, that's tomorrow.
Okay.
Tinfoil Hat Thursday. There was a part of me, having heard that even though I like Will Anderson a lot, like he's one of my favorite players in the Texans locker room, there was a part of me that wants anyone who was blaming the refs for that loss or even hinting at the refs for that loss, it was us playing against more than anything. D'Amico Ryans included. D'Amico was really coy with his shade that he threw. Honestly, it was probably more damning than anybody else. We knew we had to beat everyone out there. I think everyone should have stayed fined because don't bitch about a loss where the refs weren't the primary reason for the loss.
I didn't love the messaging coming out of the locker room. The only one that really, like, for me, should have been rescinded was Joe Mixon.
Mixon's like, he didn't say that.
Yeah.
And he said, his comments were like, let's not let it get to the refs.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Which is totally 110% how sports work.
Yeah.
Never leave it in the ref's hand. And that's all Joe Mixon said. Yeah, I didn't love that either. I hate hearing a team lose and then start blaming the refs, especially when in large part, like, you just kind of got dog walked most of the game. I mean, like the second penalty, like, yeah, they moved up the field, but you had a 4th down, a 4th and 3, and you still let them convert it. Like Travis Kelce did not score a touchdown on his one play. They had opportunities to stop the Chiefs, and they instead blamed the refs instead of themselves.
Also, the Texans are trying to get the ball rolling on a taxpayer-funded new stadium.
It's happening.
They put out an article in the Houston Chronicle.
It's like this. It's like just little tea leaves.
This is how it starts. Oh, it's not tea leaves, Joe. This is a snowball. It is this very, very beginning of a snowball.
Hiring the president, the new team president, and then putting in the press statement that you sent to the media and highlighting that he had experience building stadiums. That was a all-time clue of we're doing this.
I hope that they actually have that press conference not between noon and 3. If they are cowards, they will hold it between noon and 3. That's all I'm saying.
Paul has questions.
Oh, I will be there. They will not be questions. They will literally just be pointed a-hole observations that will sound like a question.
If you're not there though, I think I got a couple media members that I think will be very team Paul on this.
Good.
And that's very pointed questions.
I'm sorry, Texans.
Will Kunkel.
It's not just Will. There's a lot of people here.
Yeah.
Sorry, Texans, you're not good enough for a new stadium. You're not. Rockets won 2 titles. Astros won 2 titles.
Ooh, I have an idea.
Get to the AFC Championship game before we even start the conversation.
You can't break ground on a new stadium until you win a Super Bowl. The Texans can put out their proposal, say we want to build a new stadium, but the caveat is we must win a Super Bowl first before we build a new stadium. Would you then vote for it? Be more open to it.
I mean, but then you have all those memories in NRG. How
You're
could
right.
you tear it down?
You're right.
I grew up going to the worst stadium in sports. Foxborough Stadium was the worst stadium in sports. I've appreciated every stadium I've been in, having gone to that hellhole 40 times before they demolished it and they turned it into Gillette Stadium. This stadium is not bad at all. I don't understand why they're complaining about it. The food options in there are pretty good because that's the Houston way. It's ridiculous. Sad news in the NFL world. Hear about this? A Jet legend and a Panther legend had his foot amputated. I'm, of course, talking about LeVar Ball. LeVar Ball sadly had to have his foot amputated after suffering a serious medical issue. I miss LeVar Ball.
He was really tame, even like in the recent stuff he did, talking about his kids.
Someone clearly told him to shut up at some point, and maybe that was when Lonzo joined the Lakers and LeBron was there. I don't know what
I think it's
happened.
just like when his kids weren't as good as he thought they were going to be.
Could have been that too.
Playing in Lithuania or Ukraine or wherever they did. I feel like that, like after that, you kind of just stopped hearing from him.
Yeah, I mean, like LaMelo's leading the league in all-star votes, but like his usage percentage is the highest it's been since 2006.
I just
for any player.
I really want LeVar Ball to challenge somebody to an athletic competition without a foot. Because he would. I think he still would. I think he's still got that fastball in him. He's got that dog.
A 40-yard dash between LeVar Ball and Rafael Devers. Who you got?
LeVar Ball wants
I'll take the guy with 1 foot, I guess, now.
Devers would just sit there and be like,
who's a better third baseman for the Red Sox?
This is a good question. I think LeVar Ball probably has more range.
Yeah, he has both arms.
He played in the NFL. So he's clearly more athletic than Rafael Devers. And, you take 1 foot away from him?
You can beat Michael Jordan still.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know what? I think now I got Jordan.
I agree. Really?
Now I'm going to go Jordan.
But what about LeBron? Because, Jordan's better than LeBron.
I'll have to think about it. Okay. I mean, LeBron's hurt right now.
You're right. LeVar Valuka.
Fatty. Yeah.
Fatty boom batty. The Ravens, by the way, had no comment on the latest Justin Tucker allegations.
Oh, that's a good way to go.
We're at 16 to 17 allegations of sexual misconduct by massage therapists that Justin Tucker got treatment from.
Feels like that number is going to increase as well. I feel like we're not near the end of that story.
I agree. I mean, it starts rolling, and there will be some people who join in, and you'd like to think that everybody who joins in actually has a claim with merit. I would say, though, when it starts off with 7 the way that it did, I believe the reports.
Because even Deshaun started out with 3.
Yeah, it was like
it was 3, but only one of the women would go on the record. And she only went on the record because the judge said she was going to have to in the court of law. So like she had her first media press conference.
And in a situation like Justin Tucker, like the first of these incidents and allegations, they happened like 10 years ago. So you're talking about 10 years of massage therapy.
Oh yeah.
Where this goes on. Like Deshaun Watson was like, what, 3 years, 4 years was like the time frame. This is just completely different scale.
This goes very far back. Very, very far back with him.
It was like when he was a rookie. Right?
Yeah, it was when he was a rookie.
Yeah, so because like 2012.
Imagine being that entitled. You got to.
I know, a rookie kicker.
But like, think about like he went in and was like, "I'm the kicker for the Baltimore Ravens." Like, he wore his Ravens gear. That was in the first article.
Yeah,
like, he was like, the arrogance.
That's born in Texas. I know.
Whoa,
Sean, that's born in Texas. That is on
Don't
Mac
put
Brown.
that on Mac Brown.
I am putting that on Mac Brown.
Not complicit.
I'm putting that on Mac Brown. That's part of the Texas culture.
Definitely the late era.
Yeah,
Texas Longhorns.
I mean, am I wrong? Like I bet everyone in Texas thought they were the bee's knees. at that point.
No, they try to lock up the recruiting class the year before.
Hey, did you see what I did in that game against the Aggies? I won the game.
Pull it up on his phone. What?
Yeah.
See?
Yeah. Yeah. And it's like, at that point, it was a sidekick because he might not have had an iPhone at that point in time. So there you go. That's the 10-minute drill. Taking a look around the National Football League. Up next, our beloved Cougs got a nice dub. Talk about that really quickly. And hey, we got a new countdown for the Houston Astros as we get closer and closer to the regular season with opening day on March 27th. You got new bells and whistles and everything. Stick around.
2025 is on the move. It's February 19th already. So if you've not started working on your New Year's resolutions, now is a great time to do so. Or if you weren't sure what you want to do this year, hey, get to the gym. Let's get healthy in 2025. Do it at O Athletic. You can check them out, oathletic.com, O Athletic on Instagram. And 767 North Shepherd in the Heights is where you find them. They offer over 100 classes per week. You can sign up for personal trainers. They have the endless pool, the sauna, the steam room, all that available for you at O Athletic. It's the gym for me. It should be the gym for you. Check them out, oathletic.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Who runs the Big 12? We do! Who runs the Big 12, Joe?
The Cougs do.
They do.
Our beloved Cougs.
Hell yeah.
Not Kansas.
Jeez, Kansas, yikes. Kansas got smoked.
Yeah, Bill Self said yesterday they need to get away from each other after the game.
Yeah, I don't disagree. So, big win for the Cougs over Arizona State, who's not very good this year. They're the second worst team in the Big 12. But it was one of those games you watch it and you're like, yeah, this is what they should do against teams beneath them, throttle them. They win 80-65. They shot nearly 50% from outside. I'm looking at what they've done this year with their only losses against Auburn, who's the current number 1, Alabama, who's the current number 4, and Texas Tech, who did lose last night to TCU, but is the current number 9, and San Diego State, who's always pretty good, even though they're I think like 50th in the BPI, if you care about that. Is this the year? Is the iron as sharpened as the iron ever will be now that the Cougs very clearly run the Big 12, although Iowa State might have something to say about that Saturday at the Fertitta Center.
I think it's very possible that this is the year. I think if LJ Cryer, I think, can lead them to a national championship. They have the coaching. There's not these like built teams anymore. Now everything's the transfer portal, the NBA draft, everything, and these teams change so much. But like the Hooks have a good veteran presence. Like if Cryer can score and be clutch at the end of the games, then yeah, I think they can win a championship this year. It's just so hard because it's March Madness.
Yeah, what I think is that they're like definitely one of the top 3 teams in the country. That means you can win the national championship. It's just will you? Who knows? You might lose in the Sweet 16 because one guy just gets stupid hot on a 5 seed.
Oh, I know, and they've never done it. I mean, they've had some awesome teams, the Cougs, with Keem Olajuwon and Clyde Drexler and Guy V. Lewis running the show, among many, many others. It's insane the amount of guys who have gone through that program, considering they have never won the title. Now with Kelvin Sampson running it, I mean, you could argue they are the premier program in Houston sports as a whole. Over the Astros even right now, along with the Rockets and Texans, clearly.
I mean, they're plus 950. They have the 4th best odds to win the national championship.
I will pick them just because I will pick them by default, Joe. But there's a part of me where I'm still struggling to believe because of what you said. It's just so hard in March Madness to get through it, and the way that they play, like the defense, is going to be there every night. The shooting, like last night, like that's a rarity, sadly.
Yeah, like it's such a crapshoot. I mean, like Duke is number 2 right now in these odds. That's because of who they have. Cooper Flagg is number 1 prospect. Like he's going to be juiced up on the odds. But like Auburn's number 1. Your Florida Gators are number 3, actually, just in front of the Cougs.
I don't like Florida basketball.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
No, it's a weird thing. I mean, we're both the same. You're like Notre Dame basketball.
Yeah, I don't like Notre Dame basketball. I mean, that coach, not very inspiring.
What?
He's not Rick Pitino.
I should have liked Florida in high school. Like they won back-to-back titles.
That's like a great time.
And I was like, I don't know what it was. I just didn't like him. I think it was, and now like Al Horford's on my Celtics. I love Al Horford. I really don't know why I didn't like him.
You're just like Corey Brewer. Don't like it.
No, I think it was like Joakim Noah, which makes no
sense. Yeah, I know.
Joakim Noah is like everything I like in a basketball player.
The jump shot or the free throw, the push that he would do.
It might have been his hair. I was like, oh, was it? He's got a ponytail. What are we doing?
Take your
monster.
Hair. Get a buzz cut like a real man, like Aaron Hernandez.
Well, on that note, nice win for the Cougs. That's our Cougs watch for Wednesday, February 19th, 2025. We got a new countdown as we get closer and closer to opening day for the Houston Astros. Hit it. Built for this.
You know what? I'd like to double down on something you said the other day.
What's that?
Joe Espada, not inspiring.
That wasn't the best speech. And I cut out some
now
of
I
it.
miss Alex Bregman.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel the absence of Alex Bregman in that.
I cut out some of it. And how about the build for this guy, though, from the Astros?
That was good.
Season trailer, because that's going to be their motto this year. We are built for this. Seems like they got the guy who does those in a world, but like not the original guy.
Like the knockoff guy?
The guy who does it in like Tropic Thunder?
No, there's Honest Trailers. Sounds like the Honest Trailers. Guy.
Yes.
Honest Trailers was one of my favorite YouTube series where they just do an 8-minute review of a movie and basically make fun of it the entire time. So 36 days away from opening day, Joe. Are you built for this because you're reconsidering something?
Oh yeah. So we did off-season grades. I gave him a B.
It's pushover.
Paul was firm with his grade. Said C.
Honestly, probably a C-.
I graded off of hope and dreams and assumptions that Dana Brown would either get a lefty
in the outfield, which he hasn't done besides Ben Gamble. He would add to his rotation, which he hasn't done, or he would bring back Alex Bregman. He did none of those things. So at this time, I would like to rescind my grade of a B and drop it to a C+.
A C+? It's above satisfactory?
I still like what they did a little.
Joe,
bit.
Are you trolling me?
Yeah.
What? Okay.
No, I'm going to C. It's a C. It's a C. It's a C.
Okay. It's satisfactory then.
I mean, yeah, you gave him a C too, Paul.
Was it a C?
Yeah, you gave him a C. You said they did exactly what they should do. Satisfactory.
I thought it said like a C-.
Yeah, I think it was C-.
And possible D if Alex Bregman didn't come back.
Oh, then I guess you're a D now.
Well, I honestly forget what I said. So I mean, Joey,
No, that does sound right though. I think that does sound right.
But you might be right. I mean, I have perennial short brain syndrome here.
Is there really a difference between a C and a C-?
Yes.
I feel like
C- is almost a D.
I don't think so. I think my parents.
No, it is.
My parents do anything with a C is equal.
C- is below average. C is average. C+ is above average.
Gosh, a C being
D- means what did you do? Or D, anything in the D, it doesn't matter. Anything in the F, it doesn't matter. Because I'm of the belief that anything less than a C- is a failure. That's how I was raised.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's how.
Yeah. I've had one D in my life.
What was it in?
What are you talking about, Paul?
Well, what party was it at?
I was in communications law. I just
communications law.
Yeah, communications law.
Yeah.
My whole thought process was, I'm going to hire a lawyer. The first test I took, they wrote the scores on the board. Who got the highest and who got the lowest?
Oh no!
So the highest score on the board said it was like a 90. I was like, oh damn! The whole class, the highest grade was a 90. So the lowest score was 37. I was like, that dumbass. It was me. That's the worst I've ever done in a test ever in my life by like a good 43 points.
The only class I ever I should have got a D in was Spanish.
Ooh.
In college.
Because you stop showing up?
No, because at the high school I went to, you were not required to take Spanish or French if you took certain other classes. The schools I had intended on going to college followed that same model. I went to a different college. They made me take Spanish. The class was taught in Spanish. I only knew the alphabet. It was really challenging to take that class. I had to beg the teacher to give me a C-. And the argument was basically, do you want to see me again next year?
Oh, that's you know what though? That's a compelling case.
And she was like, deal.
Do you want to deal with this again?
I was like, I'm not going to learn it.
Yeah, I'm not going to get better over the summer.
Yeah.
I'm a lost cause.
Yeah. And she agreed with me and gave me a C- so she could get rid of me.
I am not Jose. I am just Joe. Yeah, I did that with a teacher too, actually, where I begged on one of my tests. We had a let's just say not from the United States statistics teacher.
Okay.
My second semester of college. And I would write at the end of every test, like, dude, I have no idea what you're saying. Somehow I still got the math right. I think I got a B in that class. And I have no idea how I did, because I always felt whenever I finished the test, I was like, I definitely failed this completely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Old Kai Weeksing. R.I.P. R.I.P.
R.I.P.
Yeah.
Just like R.I.P. to the B grade I gave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Back down to a C.
It's down to a C.
Yep.
There you go. All right. Well, guys, 36 days away.
All right.
From opening day. And you still get that bone in your life. Just no more Alex Bregman now. Now it's Joe Spada's speech after the Astros.
Where he rhymes. I forgot that he rhymed.
I know. It would have been so great if he continued to rhyme.
Got grit. We don't quit.
Oh. And this season was a hit.
There we go.
Oh, speaking of built for this, you know what I learned yesterday?
What'd you learn yesterday? Spanish?
No, definitely not. The Tigers, who knocked you out of the playoffs, their slogan is built different.
That is true. They are built different.
The Astros are built for this, but the Tigers are built different. I don't love that.
No.
I feel like the Astros should rebrand.
To what?
Anything other than built for this.
Okay.
Because the team that's built different knocked you out of the playoffs.
Yeah. Well, that's a fair point. So we'll see what happens the rest of the spring training. They did sign a second baseman. He's Joe. I am Paul. Sean Mapes behind the glass. So what do I say about what's happening next,
Oh, I'm
Joe?
taking a break for 30 minutes. I got a meeting. I'll be back at 2:30.
Joe has a meeting. What is Joe's meeting about?
I'm not getting.
713.
You know what? I can't say I'm not getting fired. I don't know that.
3776. Is Joe about to meet with somebody to have me fired? Is Joe a status up at the air? What's going on? We don't even know. Stay put. Are the Killer Bees in trouble? Who knows? Stick around. So Joe is here, but he's not here. But for the next 30 minutes, it's the Paul Gallant Show edition of Gallant and George. Just Paul, no Joe, with Sean behind the glass. As far as the Astros are in spring training, the news that was of note today was that they signed Brendan Rodgers, a second baseman from the Colorado Rockies, who won the Cy Young Award. Excuse me, not the Cy Young Award. What am I talking about? He won the. That would be crazy.
My God!
At second base,
this guy.
he was a Gold Glover.
White Ohtani?
Yeah, he's the new Ohtani. Second baseman and pitcher. So he won a Gold Glove with the Rockies in 2022 at Coors Field. And look, he played well at Coors Field, but not a very good hitter outside of Coors Field. So the Astros just gave him a spring training invitation. And there's more breadcrumbs, tea leaves, whatever you want, that Jose Altuve could be playing left field this coming year, which is still very weird to think of. But I think the closer and closer that we get to the regular season actually beginning, I think we're going to get to a point where it actually feels right. Is that wrong? I don't know, but I mean, I just look at the rest of the outfield, and am I standing on the table saying, yeah, this guy's defense is so important that we are not even going to consider putting Jose Altuve in the outfield? That's where I'm at right now. And perhaps I am being a little bit too simplistic looking at baseball. I'm thinking that, hey, Craig Biggio did it, kind of. And Altuve can do it too, even though he's 5'7". But that's where I'm at. And there's just more breadcrumbs on that front. You want to jump in, you can at 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. The other things we've touched on today, the Houston Texans are trying to get the ball rolling on a new stadium. They did it with an article in the Houston Chronicle. If a new stadium is built, it is likely going to involve a lot of your money going towards it. And I said it earlier, I don't think that the Texans have exactly earned the loyalty of this city to be trying to pull a Houston Oilers. I don't think that's where they're at. They used to think they were there, and I think they found out the hard way over the last couple of seasons. That's no longer the case. Maybe it's a little different for some with CJ Stroud, with D'Amico Ryans, but do they really need a new stadium? I don't think they do. That stadium's not that old, and I mean, you're paying for all of the stadiums in Houston currently with bonds through 2056. So it doesn't exactly seem like the best use of taxpayer money to put together some other proposal that pays for these stadiums when? Until 2100? Seriously, is that how long you'd have to push it back? Do you have to wait for that bond to get paid off to do the next bonds? I'm not familiar, Sean, with embezzling. I mean, with cooking city books. I mean, I'm not familiar with money.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't seem like you or I could essentially take out a loan and just like not pay it back and then also take out another loan like 20 years later. Like, that just doesn't seem like you could do that with the government or anybody, really, to be like, hey, I know I haven't paid you back yet, but actually, can you give me a way more money for a new version of the thing that you just gave me that you gave me a loan for 20 years ago?
Do you know who does that? Crack addicts.
Yeah,
drug addicts do this,
and gambling addicts, I guess.
Yes,
as I talk it out, it is what gambling.
It's just a truly like addict panhandling.
But they lose money. Like that's the whole thing, is that you lose money when you do those two things. You don't lose money when you own and operate a NFL stadium or an NFL team or an NFL venue.
Someone has to put their schmenzer on the table and say, no, we're not doing this. And I want someone to lay it out in the same way that we've been laying it out all show today here on Gallant and George. So that's on the table if you want to touch on that too. And one last thing. I feel bad for Alex Bregman in Boston, even though he is robbing them blind with that 3-year, $120 million deal with an opt-out after every single year. The idea that there is a revolt in the Red Sox clubhouse about a guy who was an upgrade defensively for an 81-81 team last year that's been one of the worst teams in baseball defensively for the last few seasons, it is a joke. And it is a reflection of how far the Boston Red Sox have fallen. This used to be a prestige franchise. Now they're what? Third best team in the American League East, and they're not even as good as the Baltimore Orioles. Oh, they got a lot of prospects. Oh, they got some pitching. Sure, Jan. Cool. That's neato. So all that's on the table. I got a DM today from somebody who writes for one of those sports media websites. And this person asked me this question. They wanted to know what it is that this time of year you want people to talk to you about. And am I about to take you behind the kimono and go a little bit inside radio? No, I am actually curious because I just saw up on TV on ESPN a lower third graphic that read, latest update on LeBron James missing the All-Star game. And I mean, geez, guys, we're really scraping the bottom of the barrel, producers over at ESPN, if we're doing that. If you've listened to me long enough, you know that I do like to drift away from talking about sports from time to time. So how far away can we drift? That's what I want to do over the next couple of months. I know a lot of you out there, you hear about NFL draft talk. There are some names that are probably interesting to you, but we're talking about the names that are at the very top of the draft. Specifying specific prospects for the Houston Texans, doing double specificing. Do you really want that? I don't think you do. So do you want us to talk about things like, I don't know, the John Rocker and Patrick Mahomes squabble? Remember how we talked about that? Seemed pretty fun. Seemed like it was destined for rough and rowdy. And lo and behold, a rough and rowdy event was created for it. It turns out this entire thing was a hoax. I'm really getting bummed out with the amount of things that I see on the internet that end up being fake. Because it seems like it's over 50% now. Things that you see online, whether it's just inaccurate, misinformation, disinformation, or some sort of staged video, reel, TikTok, and that's what we got. Patrick Mahomes Sr., after he was seen on Bourbon Street getting into it with John Rocker, had to admit that this was made up. Mahomes is currently on probation after his third DWI. Honestly, there's 4. The first one wasn't charged. The fight arguably violated the terms of his limited freedom. But Mahomes, to make sure that he could get away with this on probation, he told a court last week the fight was a staged promotion for John Rocker at Barstool's Rough and Rowdy. He signed that contract on January 17th. So this beef on Bourbon Street, there's actual legal proof that that was fake. So do you even want to watch it anymore? Is that something that you're into? Because this is where sports are going. You know, the NBA, more and more boring by the year. The NHL, you don't have a team. The NFL, the regular season's getting a little bit frustrating. College football games are losing meaning. 162 baseball games. Baseball's playoffs are great. It takes forever to get to them. So is this the kind of stuff that you're interested in? Celebrity fights have already taken over boxing as far as what actually gets money, what gets popularity. We saw it with the Jake Paul. Was it Logan Paul? Jake Paul? Don't even care. Against Mike Tyson fight. We saw that, and a lot of people watched it. You were probably disappointed and felt like an idiot for paying money for it, but a lot of people watched it, and you probably watched it because you knew a lot of people were going to watch it. I don't know if a lot of people are going to go watch 2 50-plus-year-old baseball former players get into a brawl with one another, one of whom is loathed by everyone, the other, the father of the greatest athlete in sports today. Are you going out of your way to watch that? Is that something that actually interests you? Serious question. I don't know. It feels like, though, this is where sports are drifting towards. And I'll bring up as another example, and this is different, but Tyreek Hill and Noah Lyles. Noah Lyles is a sprinter. Tyreek Hill, of course, for the Miami Dolphins, one of the fastest players in the NFL, podcast extraordinaire, multifaceted media conglomerate. Tyreek Hill, who might do porn someday, they're going to race each other. Would you watch that? I think this is the future of sports. I think we're seeing the early stages of it. It's just various celebrities competing against each other in weird things. And there's a part of it that's intriguing in the same way that that MTV TV show Celebrity Deathmatch was back in the day, right? And that show's funny. I honestly want to go back and watch some of those old ones. I don't know how many of those cultural references I'll get since the show, I think, it's like 20 years old or so. But it feels like we are heading that way, and I'm wondering how many people are into the various forms of it. Obviously, the Paul Tyson fight was a joke. But okay, what if someday you saw, as promoted to a degree at the Super Bowl, James Harrison against Chad Ochocinco? What if you saw that? What if you saw Vontaze Burfict against Antonio Brown? It seems like random famous people fighting is the future. Elon Musk versus Mark Zuckerberg. Are you into it? I mean, I guess if you can gamble on it, that's a reason to be into it. Sean, are you into this? Because I think this is the future.
No, this is definitely the future of combat sports. Like boxing being dead has been just like something we've talked about for a while. I think the fact that the only way to watch or to get people interested and to watch people fight is that they're famous for other things, and it's just the like lowest common denominator of. I mean, you're if you're anywhere and you hear, "Hey, two guys are about to fight," like you want to watch, like you don't care that they're good at fighting, which is what all these celebrity boxing is. Like if two guys were like gonna play one-on-one, like no one cared. Like if John Rocker and Pat Mahomes Sr. wanted to play basketball, a one-on-one basketball game, who cares? Who's watching that? If it's a situation where two famous, if Jake Paul and Mike Tyson are going to be like doing a home run derby against each other, who cares? No one wants to watch. I think it is just like a fighting thing where this is like how they can somehow claw back relevance just by, I mean, it's always kind of been the like lowest form of entertainment of like, hey, these two guys, we're going to have this guy who's Mexican and this guy who's American, and they're going to fight on Cinco de Mayo. And it's always been like that, where it's just like playing to your most base, like, hell yeah, USA versus Russia.
USA versus Canada in the Four Nations Cup tomorrow night again.
And this is just like, hell yeah, John Rocker versus Pat Mahomes. It's like guy you hate, John Rocker, Jake Paul, either of the Paul brothers, versus guy you like. And that's kind of how it's all set up.
Mahomes, though, his dad, not exactly the most likable.
Or it's two scumbags fighting each other.
Two scumbags. But you want to have a good guy and a bad guy. I mean, wrestling did figure it out, even if it was all fake. I mean, the guys were absolutely killing each other, but it was predetermined what was going to happen in some way, shape, or form. But that's how that became big. Considering we have seen basketball turn into what we've seen it in, where the guys have to be incentivized over being incentivized already to play, and where it does feel like football will eventually get to that point if this regular season continues expansion. Baseball's already there to a degree, even if postseason baseball's there. I'm just wondering if this is the event that actually can get casual people to go out of their way to watch and then talk about after the fact. Is this what's next?
Well, it is also a side effect of people saying like, well, this is entertainment, where we talk about football, we talk about basketball, we talk about baseball through the lens of like TV time and TV inventory for ESPN, for Fox, for whoever's broadcasting it, for Netflix now. We talk about it as if it's entertainment, and so now it is like just entertainment. Like it is being constructed to just be as a network sitcom. Which how many episodes can we squeeze out of these six friends? How many episodes per year can we get? Can we get 28? Can we get 16 football games? How about 17 How about 18 football games and more playoff teams? How about more playoff teams in college where we can just stretch this out as much as possible?
Or like with the Big Bang Theory, which has a spinoff called Young Sheldon, which has another spinoff like George and Mandy's First Marriage or something
exactly,
like that.
Where this is just like entertainment. Because like Noah Lyles versus Tyreek Hill, like why are we interested in this?
I'd love to watch them fight.
but they're gonna run.
Right, I know. I do think that a great way in 2025 to settle differences is for two men to race against each other in the street. I say that as somebody who knows he can win most of those and doesn't want to deal with the consequences of getting into an actual fist fight.
The race record is going to be better than the fight record.
For sure. Lifetime fight record is 2-4. Lifetime race record 2-0. And I was challenged by people who definitely thought they would win based off of looking at me. Let's just say that. With the finish line at an inconvenient place for those two. Whatever the case. Is this what's next? I think it is. And I'm wondering how far we go. As time goes on, do we think to ourselves, you know what? Going back towards celebrity, almost gladiator style events. Is that something any of us see in our lifetime? Do we ever get to a point where we got prisoners fighting each other to the death? Or do we have famous celebrities going old 1700s Alexander Hamilton versus Aaron Burr with pistols and doing a duel with one of those pistols with way too much gunpowder used to fire that little pellet? I'm curious. I don't think we're above it. I don't think it's impossible. And it's stuff like this that paves the way. And I'm honestly disappointed that they let this get out. I get that they had to let it get out because Patrick Mahomes Sr. is on probation and he had to tell somebody in court that, hey,
I didn't actually fight.
I didn't fight. I wasn't drunk. This was staged. And honestly, now you think about it, like the cameraman wasn't a really good
so
spot.
obvious that is. I think I said afterward. I was like,
you did suggest it.
It was the fact that they all tweeted about it so fast, and then that they had a fight booked for Dave Portnoy like the next day, where it's just like, this is crazy.
Yeah, they tried to slow play it, like, oh, we're still working on the details, and then, oh wait, here we are.
It was signed 2 weeks ago.
It does bum me out that nothing is real, but if nothing is real, then can we at least have celebrities beating the hell out of each other?
I mean, we already have that. We already we get that already.
I want more. I don't want it just to be Logan Paul or Jake Paul or Paul versus Mike Tyson. Okay, I need a little bit more. 713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's how you text in. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Joe is here, but Joe is in a meeting. What's the meeting about? 713-780-3776. Is Joe looking for a new co-host? Is Joe perhaps meeting with another show to determine their future? You never know with middle management Joe. You never know.
He's sitting there like Commodus with his finger out.
That would be very funny. See, what I know is happening right now. We're having our annual show review meetings, and I'm really curious. With Joe now a year removed officially from producing the Killer Bees, I'm wondering how this is going all together. Joe, Jeremy, and Joel again. Because Joe's been getting a lot off of his chest, on this show, and sometimes the Killer Bees fire back. And I'm just Switzerland in all of this, You got to let the fights be what they are. And maybe that's what's next. Coming out of this meeting that's taking place, middle management Joe versus Joel Blank.
Oh, there we go.
Joel's got a sore leg from playing kickball. You also got if Jeremy Branham is not in another state right now, it could be Joe versus Jeremy.
I think I saw him in the hallway.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he is back in Texas.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe that's the future for ESPN 97.5. Just have the hosts fight each other.
We're definitely not above that.
No.
We're definitely not above that. Do you want to duel against one of our hosts? Well, guess what? For a nominal fee of, insert this, you can buy sponsorship on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Percentage of it goes to charity.
See, that would be the best way. It's for the kids. You can shoot Paul in the head, and it's for the kids. That's the way that we do it here. I am curious. I know we're going to have a meeting as well. What's our meeting going to be about? What do you think? You're the producer of the show.
Probably gonna be super chill, I imagine.
I think it actually will be too.
I think ours will be easy.
I think our show of all the shows is probably. I don't know what your relationship with Dell is like, but I feel like of all the shows, ours is the most low maintenance, which is ironic with me running the show.
I'd say Dell's more low maintenance, just because a lot of times it is like we just carry over stuff from the morning show, and it's like it's a little easy to do that stuff. But also in the meeting, maybe there's just, since it's I guess newer show, just more to talk about.
It's true.
We're here. I guess it's as long of a show, but like we all have worked together before.
That's true. And now, middle management Joe
deciding the future of
the
some of
Killer
your
Bees.
favorite hosts.
Yeah.
I think this is the first time where his middle management position has actually like affected.
Oh yeah,
this show.
Yeah,
availability.
He just said, "Hey, I have a meeting."
Yeah.
He looked at me. Looked down his nose at me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not making a comment about short people. He looked down his nose at me as I sat here, and he said, "Hey, I got a meeting. Got a meeting right now. So we'll see." The future of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. It's hanging in the balance right now. It's for the afternoon show, I think. Are they going to have to go until 8 now? That would be so funny. That would be so funny. Did they go like an extra 2 hours?
We really liked when the Wheelhouse was 4 hours. What if you went 5? Huh?
That would be so funny.
They'll just both quit on the spot.
Who would quit first, Jeremy or Joel? If they had to do a show until 9 p.m., which is on the table.
People have discussed it in this building.
713.
Is it us right now?
Right.
Discussing it right now?
People have discussed it.
But people on ESPN 97.5 had discussed it.
713-780-3776 to call and to text. And we are a democracy. Should the Killer Bees go until 10 p.m.? 713-780-3776 to call, to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Killer Bees from 3 to midnight.
3 to 7 a.m.
Investors?
They just lead in straight to John.
It's just a live stream from 3 until 7 a.m.
Like those streamers. That
We just
hours.
lock them in the studio, and they just have to be with one another. I wonder how that would go. Anyway, Joe will be back in a moment. I'm Paul Gallant. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call or text. This is the real question I do have going forward, though, because it was inspired by this person who sent me this DM. What is it from this time until March Madness begins that really gets you going in the sports calendar? Because I think there's a strong argument to be made that this is as dead of a time of the sports calendar as the summer. And obviously, we could find entertaining things for us all to discuss, like Patrick Mahomes versus John Rocker being a hoax, and how it might be the precursor to barbaric future gladiator matches of a dystopian future. But I am curious on that front. So we'll take your suggestions in the suggestion box. I'm Paul. Joe will be back in a moment. Sean behind the glass. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Middle management Joe is back.
Didn't get fired. Woo!
Well, that's you. Did I get fired?
No, you're good. You'd be gone by now.
You do have a gleam in your eye. Did you finally get back at the Killer Bees for all the bullying? Or
Yeah.
You got back at them?
No more bullying.
Okay.
So I told them.
Oh, okay. So they still work here too.
Oh, yeah.
It would have been funny if you went in there into the meeting and you had a slow build up to sorry guys, that's it.
Yeah.
And then you just like, just kidding.
Like, the Cougs just not good enough, Jeremy. You gotta go focus on them. The football team, not the basketball team.
Okay, so Joe's back. In the last segment, Joe, we were discussing what we're going to talk about going forward, especially in the wake of the very sad news that the Patrick Mahomes Sr. versus John Rocker fight was a staged fight on Bourbon Street, which led to the rough and rowdy fight. Patrick Mahomes Sr. had to confess to that because he was violating his probation for his third DUI charge and possibly fourth DUI ever.
I didn't realize that's why he had to confess to it being staged.
I didn't either.
It was DUI related. I thought they just let the cat out the bag on accident.
But he had to reveal that there was a contract signed for January 17th for Mahomes versus Rocker. It is a very weird fight to set up without having some sort of backstory. So they manufactured the backstory. I wonder how many people will realize that moment right there was fake. I mean, some in the moment, Sean did think that it was at least dubious with the camera work and all of that.
Yeah, but it's just hard because Rocker's just such a lunatic. Like you just feel like cameras are always on him.
It was just specifically the fact that these two guys in their 50s were immediately tweeting about it.
Yeah.
Even one guy who's the father of one of the quarterbacks in the Super Bowl is tweeting about this on Super Bowl week.
I thought one of the funniest things, underrated parts of this, was what happened during the week of the Monday night media session. Taylor Lewan, the former tackle for the Titans, his podcast is Leaving Barstool, and he went up to Mahomes and was like, "Hey man, we got to get you on the pod." And Mahomes literally said, "Well, now that you've left Barstool, anytime." But then his dad signed a contract with Barstool to fight John Rocker, which also no interest. Have you guys ever watched the Rough and Rowdies?
No.
Yeah, I know it's not good fighting. But
okay, when it's not celebrities, it's actually somewhat entertaining because there's a bunch of heroined up hicks from West Virginia trying to kill each other.
Heroined up. Oh, I would have thought methed up.
Oh, is that what it is?
I wouldn't know. I would think meth would lead to more energy.
Oh, okay.
Versus heroin, which they'd probably be sleeping.
That makes sense. But yeah, so it's actually the actual fights are somewhat entertaining, but when they bring the celebrities in, it's kind of terrible.
But you want to watch for the celebrities. You don't want to watch random Rick from Alabama.
Yeah.
I will say though, this is a poor job by Rough and Rowdy, for grabbing, I would say, relevant celebrities for people in their base, which I assume are people in their 20s, because you're grabbing two 50-year-old guys who pitched in the 90s. The guy I know more is Patrick Mahomes' dad, and I only know him because he's Patrick Mahomes' dad. These are just two relievers from the 90s.
And you only know he's a reliever from the 90s because he keeps getting DUIs.
Well, no, I only know that because his kid is the best quarterback in the NFL.
I know.
I would not know who he is other than that.
I honestly don't think we would talk about his dad as much as we do, because I think it's more about the DUIs than it's about him being a former major league pitcher.
Yes. Yeah. I'm saying I would not know who Patrick Mahomes Sr. was if it was not for his son.
Yeah, because we
Same
wouldn't,
name.
and it's just the whole family sucks. The kid, the dad, or the younger brother, and then you got Kermit the Frog, the great quarterback. It's, if you didn't know, I don't know if it plays with their base. They had Jose Canseco fight one time. He took a dive in the first minute and a half.
But they had him fight someone from Pardon My Take, which is basically bigger than Barstool itself.
Yeah.
They get guys that are relevant to
their audience.
Their audience. These are just again, two pitchers from the 90s
who apparently need a
And
lot.
one we know because of his kid. One we know because he's maybe not a great guy.
I have a question.
Yes.
I think you can answer it. So Patrick Mahomes, his son is named Patrick Mahomes.
Mhm.
His son has become the Patrick Mahomes that is more synonymous with Patrick Mahomes than the original Patrick Mahomes.
Yes.
So for you,
yes,
how would you feel if you, as a sports media personality, are someday not the Joe George everyone thinks about? They're thinking about your kid. I mean, you'd be proud as a dad. I know you would be.
I'd be pretty proud.
But come on, there's got to be a little ego involved. You work in this industry. You have to be a bit of a narcissist.
Yeah, I think I would be very happy for him. But I would imagine there'd be a little bit of jealousy.
Hey, jealousy.
But I'd rather my kid be Patrick Mahomes Jr. than Bronny, who's there because he was
Or
like
Jackson.
Yeah, like Bronny's only there because his dad's LeBron.
Well, yeah, and there's like no way that Bronny was gonna be the LeBron James.
Yeah, but he doesn't
You
even
know,
belong
LeBron
in
James's kid, or his dad also played basketball.
Like he doesn't even
for the
belong in
Cavs
the
and
league.
Lakers and Heat.
Yeah, but yeah, I would. It would be. Yeah, that'd be strange. I hope that for him. Honestly, I hope he doesn't ever get near this business. But if you did,
Damn, it's such a good one. It's rewarding.
Yeah,
pays well. Never any shakeups. It's
never.
great.
Yeah, but if he was more successful than me, yeah, I mean that'd be awesome. How do you think? Is Joe Buck more successful than Jack Buck? I would say yes, right?
Well, I think a lot of people would have argued Jack Buck was the better broadcaster.
Yeah.
But at this point, as someone who's never seen Jack Buck, I really wouldn't know.
But Joe does ESPN, just football. I don't remember what Jack.
Yeah, if you
Cardinals.
just line it up where it's like, yeah, he'd do some national games, but was mostly like a local team guy.
So. Yeah.
Where like now it's like Joe Buck just doesn't do team local broadcasts. Like that on itself is more impressive, but also you have to build in like the fact it was like the 60s and 70s where
That's true.
There weren't national broadcasters.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. Washed Watch Wednesday. Let's go.
Flying. Is flying washed?
Well,
I watched the video again today of the airplane that landed and then flipped upside down.
Yeah, that's the Delta flight from Minneapolis to Toronto. I believe that a small plane crashed today and two people sadly passed away. I made a joke with the marathon girl who's about to go to Italy to go skiing.
Okay.
And she sent me a text like, hey, I'm about to head off. I'm very jealous of this trip she's going on. But I made the joke. It's like, glad your plane hasn't crashed. Because I am glad her plane hasn't crashed. She has a 3-leg trip.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. Like that's rough.
What do you have to do? Go to like Jersey or New York and then
Newark so Houston to Newark,
Okay.
Newark to Rome.
Okay.
And then via train, Rome to wherever they're going skiing.
Okay, I thought it was gonna be 3 flights. I was like, that's terrible. Yeah, I don't know. I don't love the idea of flying anymore. I just don't love it. I wouldn't say it's washed, but it deserves to be on the list. It's on the watch list.
I was debating flying home to Florida this weekend to go see my my mom and my dad, stepdad too, because they all live in St. Petersburg, but on different sides of St. Petersburg during this time of year. It's very funny because they're not exactly the biggest fans of each other. And I'm not going to lie, the idea of getting on a Spirit Airlines plane for a round trip, because that was the only affordable flights at this moment in time from Houston to Tampa. I was like, I don't really want to spend $300 on a Spirit Airlines death trap and to go through Terminal A on top of all of that, which is the worst terminal in the United States.
But to be fair,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think any of these are having Spirit flights yet.
I was going to say the one Toronto is Delta.
So like,
and then you had the United engine that caught on fire on the runway at Bush, and you had the Alaska airline plane that had a wing clip the tail fin of another plane.
It's like everything's coming up Spirit right
Well,
now.
hang on. I mean, you can't wear revealing clothing on Spirit Airlines anymore. So
That's
what am I
right.
supposed to do? Like, am I not going to be allowed to wear my shorts and show off the quads?
I would have loved for them to try to turn you away for that.
I mean,
local radio host arrested at airport for not being allowed on airplane for showing his legs.
well, there was the Spirit Airlines flight that got hit by gunfire, but that was because
their fault.
That was because of Haiti. Yeah, that was a Haiti thing. So that's the last incident on Spirit Airlines.
Well, that's pretty.
Honestly, they survived that, like getting struck by Haitian gunfire.
Yeah,
it's pretty impressive.
I can't believe only like a handful of people got hurt on this plane that ended up upside down.
Flying is definitely a little scarier now, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't love it. I just booked a flight for May. As long as Southwest stays in the clear, I feel okay.
Well, they did just lay off 15% of their corporate workforce.
That's right.
But it's the corporate workforce.
corporate
It's not
workforce.
like, honestly, these are the suits. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, they can go.
Yeah, it's the.
It doesn't
it's
affect
the-
me.
The pilots and flight attendants, they need more of those.
And the air traffic control guys.
We need more of those.
Yeah, we
too.
definitely need those.
I
Those
think-
are important.
Yeah. What else is watched?
All-Star
Joe?
games, right? Are we just? Can we be done now?
But the Four Nations thing's sick.
Yeah, but that's so different now. Like,
But
it's
it
its
is
own
an
thing.
all-star game.
But also, players are getting hurt, and like there are teams that are now losing players for the second half of the NHL season.
Good.
Because of this tournament. So like, I don't want it to go away. My concern is that they're going to be little babies about this.
I don't think hockey will.
And I hope not.
Did you see PK Subban, who used to play in the NHL for the Nashville Predators for a while? And
Yeah.
he was doing a segment on ESPN, and he said, like, look, it's just part of hockey's culture. And it always has been where, I mean, if you're hurt, you play. If you're injured, you sometimes play. Like, that's just a part of it. And he said there's like a passion with hockey that even though it is honestly a niche sport in the United States of America, that passion keeps people staying with it. And the way those players stay out there and fight through it makes them, of all athletes, arguably the most admirable.
Yeah.
So
I do agree. The owners of these teams are the ones that I would say might not be as pro Four Nations.
I mean, they didn't let them play in the Olympics.
Exactly.
They haven't let them play in like anything.
the game that happened on Saturday, this is not a stretch, is the most relevant NHL game that has been played in a decade.
Yes, and the one that's going to be played on Thursday is going to be even more.
Yeah. I mean, because now everyone's excited about it.
Yeah.
It's probably the most relevant one since USA Canada, like in 2010.
Paul Bissonnette said it was the biggest game since 2010.
Yeah.
And-
That's
and-
the only other hockey game I know off the top of my head. So it must be the big one.
Not a good sign that it's an all-star game for that sport, but at least the sport tries in that game where the NFL doesn't even have a game anymore. The NBA is just doing a different project every single year. So yeah, I agree with you. They are washed, but this one that the NHL is doing is awesome, and
It is.
they have to keep it. I understand players are getting hurt, but clearly they give a damn. And this idea that like some games you don't want to play them because you don't want a guy to get hurt. Like I get it that stuff can happen, but like that's life.
No,
Like,
I agree.
A plane can crash any moment now.
No, like I'm pro like World Baseball Classic. Like I'm pro the Astros players or Cubs players, whatever, playing in the next one. Like I know that's where Altuve got hurt, but like
I am until Altuve gets hurt. I will pretend like I will 100% fence
so your
drive.
Four Nations stance only lasts until Houston gets a hockey team, and then when the star player gets hurt, then you're like Four Nations no more.
I'll draw a line for hockey.
Okay.
But yeah,
Hockey,
if,
okay.
if another Astro gets injured,
Hockey is if they die, they die.
and I like it. That's what I love about them.
I mean, it's what's one of the best. It's why hockey's great.
But if another Astro player gets hurt with this effing medical staff, yeah, I'll say like, hey, can we at least have the international team doctors take care of it? Do I trust
Good call.
Venezuela's doctors more than I trust the Astros team staff? I might.
I still can't believe they didn't fire the medical staff.
Yeah,
Like, I thought that was going to be on my watch list number one this
The
offseason.
Texans promoting from within.
Yeah,
Got him at a discount.
clearly. Can't tell what's a broken leg or
50%
not.
pay cut. We just didn't
Yeah.
report it.
Let's use some of that. Use some of that Ryan Presley money on a couple of
Oh, that's where. Well, no, that money's going to Brendan Rodgers. Not really, but
All right, guys. That's a watch God, it's so hard. That's what she said. It is so hard to say watch Wednesday, but I did say it right there. Joe George has it every single Wednesday at 2:30. Up next, we've got some garbage time. Congratulations to one of the greatest athletes in sports these days, who is celebrating a bun in the oven. We'll discuss.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Last chance to dance, Gallant and George. Good news for the NFL. Bad news for any owner who's going to cry poor and maybe, I don't know, try to strong arm the city that it plays into a taxpayer funded brand new stadium, even though their new stadium that they're in is like less than 25 years old. Per Dan Graziano, the NFL informed teams that the salary cap will increase by nearly $30 million going into next year.
That's pretty good.
It should help out a lot of teams keep their guys around. And it is one of the many reasons that the cap is crap. It's constantly going up. That's why the Saints just keep unloading
by large chunks.
That's why they do it. Because they're like, oh, it's just going to go up by 40 million next year.
Well, the Saints are at the point now where like they've gotten a little out of control. Well, they also they need to like reset because they stink.
Well,
but
they were like 100 million over the cap, and over the last 2 years, the cap's gone up 50 plus million.
yeah. Well, this is good for the NFL. It shows business is booming. Business is good.
Mm-hmm.
The Super Bowl rating's highest they've ever been.
Fat hogs get slaughtered, but sometimes the hogs live a really long time. Sometimes they become feral and multiply and take over the entirety of West Texas. Talking about javelinas.
I hear, is that the ones that they have to shoot from helicopters?
Yes. Yeah.
I've just seen videos online.
Feral hogs. It's like the pig go out in the wild and they just become nasty.
Would you do that? Would you go up in a helicopter shoot pigs?
I'd feel bad because I know they're intelligent animals.
Yeah.
But I could be convinced.
A helicopter doesn't seem like it's my speed either.
I don't know if I feel like someone's going to play Flight of the Valkyrie in the background, and I'm going to feel like, people in Nam.
Or just like have
opening fire on like poor, like.
At least have like on your
Southeast
AirPods.
Asians.
So it's just you hear
No,
it.
I
Just
honestly,
playing Fortunate Son as you.
I do have this feeling like I want to hunt, but I feel like hunting should be a little bit more of an even playing field.
Yeah, I do feel like you
spears,
up the odds,
like spears or something.
Yeah, but at least
bow and arrow spears.
That's fair. I feel like the helicopter is really the advantage that you get here.
At least with big game hunting.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the helicopter thing, it's too much of an advantage. That's cheating. That's spawn camping essentially. All right, a little garbage time before we get out of here. Congratulations to one of the best athletes out there. Even if Joe George confuses her with other athletes and performers. Bonnie Blue is pregnant. You might remember Bonnie Blue as the OnlyFans creator who slept with 1,000 men in a day.
So who's the dad?
Good question.
I
mean, if she is the master of the internet, like I think she is, the next step is a reality TV show where she tries to find who the father is.
But guess what?
The best dates that they have, like they do episodes of them, the worst dates episodes. So she's just going to meet these 1,000 guys, and then she can, on her OnlyFans, like show what happens at the end of the date.
No, what do you do is you basically do the Bachelorette, where it's which ones does she get to know and want to be the father,
and which ones want to stay around.
And then at the reunion show, she has to get like Deal or No Deal. She guesses which, it's number 573, and it's 729.
Well, you know who has better odds of figuring out who knocked them up, Paul?
Who?
Trying to say I say all blonde hoes looking like.
Whoa!
Oh, no one uses that.
Whoa!
I am
terminology.
Is Lily Phillips, who's also pregnant.
Wait, no way.
Yes.
The two people that are fighting one another for
apparently
who bangs the most people in a day.
That's what the Daily Mail online says.
Oh, one of them's faking it. One of them is 100%.
They're both faking it.
No, well, that would be sad. And everything's fake now, so you're probably right. Especially since the John Rocker, Patrick Mahomes fisticuffs on Bourbon Street was fake. Everything's fake.
I mean, there's literally a new Netflix show about someone being fake pregnant.
That's fun.
Yeah, back in my day, I didn't know I was pregnant. Now people are faking being pregnant.
Yeah.
I think I might watch that.
I can't remember who I can't remember who the main actress is.
What if someone at like the Daily Mail or whoever just made the same mistake that Joe did, whatever, months ago when we were talking about this, and they're like, "Hey, the girl that slept with 1 million people, she got pregnant." They're like, "Oh, sweet, Bonnie Blue," and it's like, no, Lily Phillips,
the other one. It's called Kind of Pregnant with Amy Schumer. She's the main actress. So now you're out. That looks like the face of someone who's not going to watch it now.
Can't imagine he's a big Amy Schumer fan.
She used to be great.
Used to be is a good word.
Got a little too hot takey.
Yeah.
Anyway, on that note, guys, well, congratulations to two of the greatest athletes we've ever seen.
Yeah.
And I do consider porn stars to be athletes. I do.
Congrats to them.
Congratulations.
They won a medal.
We wish them well. We also really wish if those kids make it, and I hope they do, we wish them all the therapy.
Oh,
and
a lot of therapy.
But first therapy.
I just can't imagine what these doctor's appointments are going to be like. Are all 1,000 dudes coming?
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. One of those first people is so desperate they'll be like, "Yeah, I'll be the father."
I'll be the father who stepped up.
Yeah.
I'm 827. I'll be the father who stepped up.
Squid Game.
827. No, that's going to wrap up today's edition of Gallant and George. Joe, where are you off to the next 2 days?
We're doing a little staycation in Houston. We're staying at the Great Wolf Lodge. For,
Hell yeah.
Joseph's birthday this weekend.
All right.
So,
well, that's awesome. Well, Joe will be back on Monday. Big thanks to our texters, callers, YouTubers, Twitchers, everyone else who listened. For Sean Mapes, for Joe George, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long. Farewell. The Killer Bees are up next. Have yourselves a wonderful Wednesday. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass, and it's a Wednesday? It's already Wednesday? Wednesday edition of the Killer Beast? It feels like a Tuesday to me.
Yeah, it was tough for me to figure out the days this week. I know
Wednesday.
that's shocking.
Apparently it's Wednesday. Are you the owner? Are y'all driving a different vehicle today? Are you the owner of a green Hyundai Tucson?
Nope.
No blinkers,
No, not
Brian?
me.
You're not driving a green Hyundai Tucson?
Don't own a Honda.
If you're driving a green Hyundai Tucson, you've broken the rules of our parking lot.
Uh-oh.
Front left tire, front driver's side tire.
Parking czars here.
Cross the line. They parked at an angle, like a reverse slash. So, like, 3 of the tires are within the confines of the parking spot, but the front driver's side tire way over into the other parking spot where no one else can park in that spot. You, green Hyundai Tucson, have taken up 2 parking spots in our parking lot.
Not a fan of that.
Unbelievable.
Never been a fan of that.
Bad person.
Yeah.
Selfish. Bush
I feel
league.
like we should have the ability, like if you're at a restaurant, you could page people over the intercom, like, hey, something's going, like your lights are on or whatever. I feel like Jeremy should be able to page the entire building for parking violations.
I will say this. You guys got on me. If I ask them to page for the entire building and they say no and then someone else does it, I will give them the stink eye.
Yeah, I don't think that you should just leave the keys in the car.
That was more
I'll move
about
it.
me mugging 17-year-olds.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, that's right. You are mean mugging 17-year-olds.
Okay. Well, I can't deny that.
Yeah, you were doing that. What time did you wake up this morning?
6.
6?
Maybe, I don't know, 5:50.
Wow.
About 6.
You guys were awake before I was asleep.
Oh my God.
You guys were awake before I was asleep. I was, Houston Cougar basketball, go Cougs, beat Arizona State. 12 conference road victories in a row, which is the longest streak in Big 12 history. Houston Cougars, second year in the Big 12, and they're already doing things that nobody else in the Big 12 has ever done.
I watched it. A lot of fun. I was curious from your standpoint too. Like, is Bobby as big of a as his brother?
I think it's a tie.
Is it really? Because I think that his brother was like, he was kind of like Cooper Manning, where he was forgotten about and not really got the recognition until all of a sudden he got to UConn and then he won the Natties. And now it's like people forget how good Bobby Hurley was as a point guard.
Yeah.
Because as a coach, I mean, he's okay.
Yeah, he was an All-American at
Yeah.
Duke. He was a part of the back-to-back national championship teams. Was in the Final Four 3 of his 4 years there. It was a stud.
And then he was playing really well in the NBA, and he was playing for the Kings in Sacramento, and the arena was way out in the middle of nowhere, and there was only one stop sign leaving the arena, and a car ran the stop sign and drilled him, and he was never the same.
Yeah, it's kind of sad.
It really is sad.
Like, what is the deal with Duke point guards? Because you had Hurley and you had Jay Williams that got in the motorcycle accident. Like, it stinks. But yeah, good win for Houston. Great win for Houston. Nobody cares about my travel, but we had to fly into College Station. We had to fly into College Station because like something was wrong with the airports. I just shut up and dribble, so I don't really know what was happening. But we had to fly into College Station and then bus to Houston. I didn't. I mean, they couldn't fly. The airports were closed. There was something going on. I don't know. I don't ask questions. I shut up and dribble. Actually, I shut up and talk is what I do. So I didn't get home till 6 a.m.
Had to cross your
6 a.m.
mind. I mean, that would scare me because of all the stuff going on with airline and everything lately too. I'd be like, oh boy, well maybe the safest thing is to drive.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't that upset about it. But I got home at.
So you're not someone who could sleep on a plane or on a bus ride?
No, I not on a bus ride for sure. Airplanes sometimes, but very, very seldom. Actually, I was working on the airplane. Like I was like, this I better get some work done because I'm going to try to sleep into like at least 10 tomorrow. Try to get 4 hours, which is what time. And then you guys are texting. Thanks a lot, jerks. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. All right, enough about that. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Do you guys see this article? And look, we saw this coming. The Texans want a new stadium. Is this good, bad? Could they potentially move as I fearmonger this whole situation?
I don't think it's to the point yet of them moving, but I think it's something that people need to pay close attention to. It's always more convenient when the team starts winning a little bit too, that they help to try and build momentum. But from the standpoint of having gone through this with the Rockets and almost moving to Louisville and having to go through elections and votes and trying to get enough public support, if it gets to that level, it gets messy, it gets nasty. From a team perspective, like I said, it helps if you're having success because now the fans are more kind of inclined to side with you. But I think we're headed down that route, that road.
Yeah, I've wanted a new stadium. I think it was like 2 years ago. I did the cash 'em or trash 'em. Let's build a new stadium because I want a Super Bowl. And like taxpayers don't love this idea, but I don't live in Harris County. I live in Montgomery County, so I don't care about you guys.
Not your problem.
It's not my problem. It's all of you that live in Harris County, not me. I think it'd be fun to have a new stadium. I think it'd be cool. I think it'd be fantastic. You get to host a Super Bowl. You get the bells and whistles of a new stadium. I think it'd be fun. I think it'd be fun to
host
have
a Super Bowl that none of us will be at. Like, who cares?
No, we'll go to media like Radio Row. We'll hang out
I was at Radio
night.
Row in 2017. It wasn't that fun.
No, it's not that fun. But I like putting the city of Houston because I care about the city, Brian. Something that you do not. I like putting
you're
the
not paying
city
for this 'cause
on
you
the
live in another
showcase.
county.
I like you. You don't live in Harris
Yes, I
County.
do.
Oh yeah, Kingwood is Harris County.
Yeah.
They got annexed about 15 years ago. No, I like to put the city on the map, on the showcase the city of Houston. I like the Super Bowl.
Are you in Harris County?
Fort Bend.
So I'm the only one on the show that would have to pay for it.
Yeah, I don't care about your pockets.
Yeah, apparently
See, I was
not.
gonna say, this is
I don't, if Cal McNair asks for a dime, I'm turning it down. Build your own stadium. I don't care.
This is just like when we talk about it's not our money, when we talk about owners spending money to players, or when you don't want to, when they shouldn't spend that much money. But at the same time, I was reading the article in the Chronicle, and the fact that they are still paying on the combination of the three stadiums that they built with the Toyota Center and Daikin and NRG, they still owe up to I think it's $1 billion, which they won't have paid off till 2056. And now we're going to try and add more onto that.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
Man,
I don't care. Give me a new stadium.
Like, is energy-
Bring a Super Bowl to Houston.
Is it really that run down?
Yes, it's a dump.
I don't think it's a dump at all.
It's a dump.
I know you're speaking with /S here a little bit, Jeremy, but like I know, look, I guess it does suck from an image standpoint of the city if you don't get another Super Bowl. I get that, but again, I mean, like how many of us are actually going to be going to the Super Bowl? We'll be more dealing with the traffic that it causes than actually getting to see the game. And outside of that, like, I mean, I'd be interested to hear from the average fan. I mean, I haven't. I used to go to a lot of games. I haven't gone in a few years, but I when I see it on TV, it doesn't look like this is not the Astrodome with cat-sized rats and asbestos falling out of the ceilings. Like, I don't think this is a building that's fallen apart to the point where we have to have a new stadium tomorrow.
Would you want to pay more taxes or lose the Texans?
Lose them.
What?
Yeah, see ya.
You hate the city.
I guess.
You're not willing to pay an extra $10 a year to save the Texans.
Yeah, bye.
Like, what is the bottom line, too? Like, how much is the taxpayer actually
Well, I mean, they'll have to break that. I
here?
assume they would have to break that down for any proposal that comes down. The last time they built the stadium in 2002, I wasn't a homeowner, so I don't know what it was back then.
Like, they put a lot of it on travel fees, right? Like hotel,
Sure.
Like all the travel tax, all of that stuff. Like, what would be the actual cost for the taxpayer?
idea.
I don't think it's that much. I don't think it's that much a year.
Curious per like tax cycle, what you would be, how many dollars you would be charged because of the millions and millions of people that are in the city as well. But at the same time, it's just like there's so many thoughts. Like when I'm reading the article and they're talking about, well, you can either do the renovations. They're already scheduled to do $35 million, I think, in renovations, but they're saying they need much more because of how stadiums, internal like sellability and things that people are looking for have changed since the last time they built it. But what are we going to do? Do a graveyard for all the other stadiums? Like, are we going to tear down NRG, or are we going to leave it with the dome and leave NRG?
No, it's got to
build another one. Then it's going to be look like a junkyard of all the old stadiums. And hey, tip your cap to those two on the way in. But at the same time, we're just going to leave them up there because we're still paying for them.
It's got to be the ninth wonder of the world. Ed Emmett's got to give it protected historical status. Let's leave the stadium up there. I mean, obviously, I'm kidding, but I assume they would. I don't know where they would put the stadium, but there's to be no reason to keep NRG Stadium if they did build a new one.
It's weird though, because like if they leave NRG Park, what is NRG Park going to do? You got the
dome by itself.
You got the dome. You got the stadium. You have like the arena, whatever that thing's called.
They still have concerts and things there, and
like I imagine too,
events.
if the Texans get a new stadium, that the rodeo's probably going with them.
Oh, 100%.
So what in the world would we do with that area? We would probably just bulldoze it like the Astrodome. It'd become real estate. Probably not even.
We'll never be allowed to bulldoze the Astrodome, so it'd just be the Astrodome in a vacant lot.
It'd be so weird.
Yeah.
It'd be so ugly. Yeah, I don't mind this. I don't mind this at all. How much are you willing to pay to save the Texans, Brian? Since you don't want to save the Texans. You want to be footballists in the city.
Not a dime.
NFL-ists. You wouldn't pay a dime a year.
No.
What is wrong with you?
You're a billionaire. Build your own. Part of this is just principle. Like, you're a billionaire. Build your own stadium.
You wouldn't pay a dime.
I would not pay a dime.
To save the a dime a year to save the Texans.
Go ahead. Head to Louisville. Head to Nashville. Head to
Well,
wherever.
not go
I
to
don't
Nashville.
care.
They already have a team.
Yeah, no. I'm just throwing the cities out.
I can't believe you wouldn't be willing to spend a dime. I'd spend like at least $100, $100 a year to save the Texans. I'd go up to 100.
I think. Well, first of all, I think that people need to realize how much it sucked the last time when the Oilers left, and I think that as much as you hated
Another
Bud
selfish
Adams,
billionaire that got his
right?
pennies
But
in
you
a while
hated
left
Bud
town.
Adams, but you loved football and you loved your team and you missed it like crazy
I
when
just
it
watched
was
the
gone.
NFL. I watched other
I think a
teams.
lot of people have a different
I
opinion.
actually started
than you.
rooting for the Packers because I liked Brett Favre as a kid.
He roots for his fantasy team, but
Yeah.
Brian does. He's not willing to spend a dime on the survival of the Houston Texans.
Yeah, I just
selfish of you, really.
Yeah, the fact that you can just
Never,
that flippantly
never
just
quit.
brush it under the rug and go, I'll just watch other NFL teams and pick a new team.
Yeah,
I think a lot of people love the fact that they love their team, and they, especially this team now, and they don't want to see it walk away.
Yeah. All right. 713-780-ESPN. How much would you be willing to pay a year to save the Houston Texans? Brian's not paying a single dime. If you're the owner of a green Hyundai Tucson and you work in our area, you need to move your vehicle. That way you're polite to your neighbors. Let's play the game, though. Let's play the game. If the Texans did move out of NRG, but they stayed in the greater Houston area, which suburb would you want the Houston Texans to play in? 713-780-ESPN. Busy number. Jordan, where should he bet in the lineup? We love that talk. John Morant, do you want him on the Houston Rockets in the offseason? Lots to get to today. 713-780-ESPN. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN 975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Brown. 713-780-3776. What suburb would you want the Texans to move to in the greater Houston area? And how much would you be willing to pay a year to save the Houston Texans? 713-780-3776. Killer Reese, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Brian's happy with his rejoin here.
Evidently, yeah.
How much would you be willing to pay a year to save the Texans? $1 a day could save the Texans.
See you later.
This guy, he hates football, I think.
I hate billionaires asking for my money.
You think Cal's a billionaire?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He's inherited one. He's a Nepo baby, but
on it,
he's a billionaire.
I don't know.
I would think that what
Maybe
he
not
inherited
liquid, I
was
guess.
a pretty substantial amount, and then
Yeah.
whatever his portion of the Texans' ownership is going to be.
Well, that whole
That's
lawsuit
true.
with Kerry made him the owner, right?
I don't think it made him the 100% ownership.
I would think
stake.
if they're
the majority owner.
I think he was suing for the controlling ownership.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So
I
majority.
would think if they sold the team, that everybody would still get a portion of that.
This might be an unpopular opinion, but this song's a banger.
I don't hate it.
I
song is awesome.
I don't hate it at all either. There's several of their songs that are good songs.
What was this, like early 2000s?
Yeah, probably 99, 2000, something like that.
Yeah, this song, I mean, we're still playing it in 2025. It's lasted the test of time, this song.
Well, it's one of those things that goes away and is frowned upon for a long time, but then it comes back as people age. It becomes nostalgic.
Yeah. Plus, I can relate. I was always very good looking when I was a youngster. 713-780-ESPN. I think I have underestimated people's feelings about this. The text line's on fire, 713-780-ESPN. We have a full board about this. I'd be willing to pay up to $100. I'd also be willing to pay about $1,000 of Brian's money since I'm outside of the county. And then also, what suburb?
How considerate of you.
I mean, I care about the city. Which suburb would you move the Texans to? Like if they left NRG, they left Harris County. Well, maybe not Harris County, but they left the, greater, or no, I don't want to say greater Houston area. They leave downtown Houston.
They're outside the loop?
Inside the loop. Yeah, let's say they go outside the loop. That's a good way to phrase it. My bad. They go outside the loop. Which suburb would you want the Texans to move to?
To me, it's tough just because of the fact that, first of all, I'm thinking about from the standpoint of selfishly, it'd be nice to be closer to home, but also more importantly than anything else, the ingress and digress of all traffic to make sure that it's smooth. Like, I don't want to put it somewhere where there's just like 99 or, the Beltway and it's going to be just a disaster getting in and out of the stadium, because otherwise I would think that, you could look at like where the dog track is or something like that. But to me, it's either Sugar Land or Katy.
That's far.
I was thinking Katy. Katy was the first thing that came.
Katie's got those two big football stadiums already, but I think that you put it out on Katy off of I-10, or you put it out in Sugar Land off of 59 by 99, and I think that with all that's enough. I think where I would look at those two suburbs.
Give me. I want them to go to the Woodlands. I think that'd be a good spot.
Oh, that'd be a disaster.
Good spot.
45 would be a disaster. No,
The 45 is terrible.
That's like one of the last highways that, or at least that stretch of 45 that hasn't been upgraded. No, I think this has to
You're
be.
thinking infrastructure. I'm thinking for my selfish gain.
Well, that's why I said Sugar Land.
Because you live in Spring, sure.
Yeah.
I think Katy makes a lot of sense though, because you don't cause any traffic congestion in the city, but still close-ish enough to where I think it's not a hindrance for most people to go.
Katy probably does make the most sense, but I like the Woodlands as the better option. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Robert, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's going on, Robert?
Hey, how y'all doing? The notion of even thinking about the idea of building another stadium is like crazy, ludicrous. You haven't even demoed the dome. The dome needs to go. I mean, there's your parking. NRG is brand new.
It's not
Come
brand
on,
new.
man.
It's not brand new.
23 years old.
Okay, look. Okay, look. Not only that, you done build a brand new stadium for a Super Bowl when you can't even afford the goddamn tickets. They're $3,400 for nosebleeds.
How do you know I can't
man.
afford it, Robert? I work in radio.
Come on. No,
How do you-
we're talking about common folk, common people. I mean, screw the Texans. They ain't going nowhere anyway. Kill the dome, kill the curse, then they'll probably beat somebody.
What curse?
But man, y'all are crazy, man.
What curse, Robert?
I mean, the curse of the dome. They're not going to beat anybody.
Yeah, I think you might be onto something
Kill
with
the
that.
dome.
Appreciate it, Robert. Thank you for the call.
I mean, look at all the other stadiums.
You ain't done yet.
Shea Stadium, Yankee Stadiums, all the other grand stadiums of yesteryear that everybody idolizes. And they're trying to idolize the Dome and keeping the Dome alive. Down all the Dome. Get rid of it. If you want another stadium, get these billion-dollar owners and all the other people who have all this billion-dollar money they deal with and have them pay for it.
All right, Robert. I love your fire, but I still want a new stadium. I do think there is.
The biggest thing that I have a problem with is the fact that they made it a landmark now where you can't tear it down.
That was an Ed Emmett thing, wasn't it?
I think so.
It was because it was protected from being torn down because they know that there's never going to be a proposal that they're ever going to accept to do anything.
And they're still paying on it.
Right. So to Ed Emmett, for some reason, has pants tent over keeping that thing up no matter what. And so they put the protected status to protect it from being torn down while they talk endlessly to the end of our lifetimes about what to do with it.
And he's right about that because it would create so much more space and parking availability and everything else. Instead, we've created Houston where old stadiums go to die, and we're going to just start stacking and racking them up. They'll be over there where Six Flags was.
It can just be a museum now, like a row of old stadiums
Mount
that no one uses
Rushmore,
anymore.
Old
This
stadiums.
was the eighth wonder of the world. This was one of the first retractable roof stadiums. This was the one they had to have after that.
Tearing down the Dome, though, doesn't fix the issues with NRG.
No, I understand that. Because in reading some of that and talking to a few people, they said, look, before it was more or less how many suites did you have? I know when they built Toyota Center, the big thing was they have 90 suites on 3 or 4 different levels. But now it's more about, like, how close can you be to the field? You see Dallas has got those bunker suites that are literally right on the field.
On field level, yeah.
Yeah, and in Vegas they did that, and they had that club in the end zone. And there's and the scoreboard.
New stadium.
All that kind
Let's
of stuff.
do it. New stadium.
Yeah, Cal, go ahead and build
Do it. 713-780-ESPN. Back out to the HRMP listener line. Pena, you're in the high. What's up, Pena?
Hey, what's going on, guys? So, much like you, Jeremy, I could put $1 a day. That's about $365, and I'll put double the amount to knock down that eyesore right next to NRG. And I might as well just bring the stadium over here to our neck of the woods around 249 and 99. I think that's a pretty good area. Thank you. Have a great day.
There we go.
Thanks, Pena. Appreciate you always chiming in.
Yeah. Texture says, let Robert cook. Most people can't afford these tickets anymore. He's right. Lift the curse. This guy, Robert, needs a call every day. It was a strong call. That was a really, I don't agree with everything he said, but it's like especially the part where Shea Stadium was a mecca. I don't think Shea Stadium was ever a grand stadium.
That stupid apple that would rise up for home runs. No.
Well, I mean, that was their was their thing. But at the same time, like in Milwaukee, we had Bernie Brewer slide into a mug of beer. I mean, with a chalet. So every stadium had their thing. I think the biggest thing for me is if you've ever been to St. Louis and Busch Stadium was like church to the people of St. Louis. That was and they knocked that thing down, just left home plate in the parking lot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Didn't they do the same thing with Yankee Stadium?
Do it with NRG.
I think that home plate is still
I think you're right.
there.
I think home plate of Yankee Stadium is still there.
They just knocked everything else down.
Yeah, I think it's like in a museum though. I don't think it's the home plate of Yankee Stadium.
No, it's not the
Yankee
official last home plate, but they kind of marked it off and said this is where home plate of the old Yankee Stadium was.
They still have that they did have it at Old Buffalo Stadium here in Houston. It was inside that gallery furniture right across from U of H. They had home plate in there, but then that place went out of business.
What Buffalo Stadium?
The minor league team that was in Houston before the Colt 45.
Yeah, where they played before they moved into the Dome.
The Houston Buffaloes. I think they were a AAA team. I think for St. Louis.
Yeah, I don't remember.
I want to say it was
furniture
St.
by
Louis.
U of H?
It's not gallery furniture. I think it was called. I think it was most recently like a Fingers Furniture.
Okay.
It's been like a bunch of different places.
On the other side of the highway?
Yeah.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and the home plate, I never went in there, but I've always heard stories that they left home plate inside of that furniture store. Now it's no longer there. I think they died. 713-780-ESPN. Back out to the HRP listener line. Keith is in the hive. What's up, Keith?
Hey guys, on this, when they figure out what they're going to do and exhaust all options, are they going to expand what they currently have or just totally rebuild?
I think there's a couple of different lines in the water. Like I think really this is a power play trying to force NRG to renovate the stadium and get all the upgrades and all the bells and whistles. But they did hire the new team president that specializes in new stadiums.
He's done several. I said this when they parted ways with Greg Grissom. Like at the time, this was going to be a topic. Like this guy was specifically picked because on their agenda was in the next couple years they want to get a new stadium in the works. They want things to start popping on that, and I don't think Greg Grissom had that in his background. Well, now you take a guy that built he was involved with the building of the new Buffalo Bills stadium. He built Jerry World, or he was involved in that, and there was one other stadium. So with all that being said, this guy is your guy that's going to be the utmost expert on how to negotiate and do everything that you need to do, and that's what they're at. To the caller's question, there's options. All of them are going to be taxpayer options, because the way it's written with the lease and the grounds that are owned by Houston is the fact that the Texans do not have to pay for renovations. Yeah. So the $35 million in renovations has to come from the city, wherever they're getting their funds, or the sports authority, and that is different, I think, than the Texans and the Astros. But at the same time, it really comes down to they're either wanting money for renovations, and they're already doing $35 million scheduled for the upcoming 11 months before we get back to football, or you're going to look at the billions of dollars to build a whole new stadium.
Yeah. Give me a new stadium. I want a Super Bowl in Houston, and I want Brian to pay for it.
I mean, one of the things, I mean, obviously, you know where I stand on that, but one of the interesting things will be, and let's say if they are able to push this through, I mean, Toyota Center's just a couple years younger. Minute Maid, or now Daikin Park, is only a couple years older. I mean, you could see the Astros and Rockets also start to push for new, stadiums and arenas around the same time. And that'd be an interesting thing to see for who wins the hearts and minds of which bill gets supported. Because I can't see the city wanting to build 3 new stadiums all at once.
713-780-ESPN. How much money are you willing to spend a year in your taxes? I don't even know how that works. But how much are you willing to spend to keep the Texans in Houston, to build them a new stadium, to never quit? Like Cal, we can't quit the Texans. Listen to the inspiration from Cal McNair, billionaire. He can't be spending his own money on a new stadium. He doesn't have enough. He doesn't have enough money.
Hannah's got a budget.
Vermont says that his net worth is $4 billion. That's not enough money for a new stadium. We need to pay it for him. 713-780-ESPN. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, and crystal clear, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, I want to tell you about the good people at Allstate Siding and Windows. They are awesome. Mary, she runs the whole ship back at the office. She takes care of everything. Her brother is out there doing the free estimates. You need to be in tune with that, because the free estimates are fantastic. If you're thinking about siding, windows, or upgrading your house in any way, shape, or form, even a front door, you need to call Allstate Siding and Windows, because they're going to take care of you every step of the way, and they have all the answers to all your questions just by getting the free estimate. All you got to do is go to their website, allstatesidingandwindows.com, and see all the different ways and all the different products they offer that could possibly help you. My wife and I bought a new house a little over a year ago, and the first thing we did was put new windows in from Allstate, and it upgraded the curb appeal of the house immediately. And it was great, because they came out and they told me, hey, based on what year this house was built and the architecture, these are the best windows. They're going to be the ones that give you the best protection in hurricane season and do everything that they promised to do in terms of keeping all of the elements out and all of the right temperatures in your house. They can do the same thing for you. All you need to do is call them, and they're going to take care of you every step of the way. And you can set up that free, no obligation inspection for them to come out, look at everything that you have, and tell you exactly what you should do and could do with all the different products that they offer. They've got so many different deals going on, and they love taking care of ESPN 97.5 listeners, because they listen too, and they've been in business for almost 50 years. I encourage you right now to check out everything that they have to offer to you by going to allstatewindowsandsiding.com or allstatesidingandwindows.com. Either one of those websites will work, and they will guide you through the process. Go right there on the website, take that phone number, call them, set it up so that they can come out and talk to you, because it doesn't cost you anything, and it could be a game changer. We saved almost 40% on our energy bills when we got our new windows. All you got to do is call them, 832-204-1936, 832-204-1936. Tell them I sent you by. It's allstatesidingandwindows.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
What are you trying to say here, Brian?
Name of the song is Eat the Rich by Motorhead.
Brian has a problem with the man.
Build your own stadium,
so.
Cal.
Just the man keeping the man down, huh?
I feel like we should give billionaires money. I'm a huge proponent for that.
Is this the trickle-down economics of building stadiums?
Yeah. It's great for our area, jobs. Todd's proposing the Woodlands as the new stadium, which I agree with. I think it should go to the Woodlands. I think it'd be great. Better restaurants, great area, beautiful. 45 sucks, yes, but I'm not going to the games. I don't care about traffic. How many games? When's the last time you've been to a game?
I don't remember the exact year.
There you go. I'm sure they're really disappointed that you're not going to be going to games.
Stadiums on my dollar, clearly.
713-780-ESPN. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Jake, you're in the Hive. What's going on, Jake? The Red Weasel.
You beat me to it. How are y'all doing today?
Doing
What's
great.
up, man?
Hey, about the Astrodome, well, NRG Stadium, I don't think there should be another new stadium built or anything because basically only Houston is basically just a concrete jungle and there's nowhere to put anything else. Like, yeah, the Astrodome, people want to tear it down, but at the same time, it's protected. So the dome should stay. But, the Texans don't need another new stadium or anything because what do they have to show? They don't have a trophy. All they have are the South banners, and that's it. And it's like they don't deserve, they don't really need a new stadium. And our tax dollars shouldn't be used to pay for that.
Jake,
crap.
you make plenty of
Because for
money. You make plenty of money. You can help build a new stadium for poor Cal McNair.
I'm not paying my tax dollars for a dang stadium.
You're upper middle class. You can afford a few bucks.
I don't give a crap. I'd rather pay for this. Do we need DOGE? Come over here to
DOGE. How about $100, Jake? $100 a year. That's no big deal. You can put down your mochas and lattes. I'm just having some fun with it.
This team is division champs, Jake.
Yeah, they have
division
Swarm.
champs, Jake.
Swarm.
Doesn't matter, Brian.
9-7.
But Bob McNair has all his money.
Bob's dead.
He can put the bill. Well, his son can put the bill.
No, I'm messing with you, Jake. It's a good call. It's a good take. Appreciate you calling in. 713-780-ESPN. Just having some fun. It was a good take. And look, I'm obviously having some fun with this, very tongue in cheek. I would be a proponent of a new stadium though. That part is true. Texter, shut up and talk. If only one of those was possible. You're listening, Texter. I don't mind paying for it. At least I see my tax dollars getting used for something. There you go. Yes, it needs to be updated. I've been to SoFi Stadium. That stadium's amazing. There you go. Like, do you guys want to be in the middle class of the NFL with this rink-a-dink 25-year-old retractable roof stadium that doesn't even open, that has a scoreboard they can't fix? Or do you want a new bells and whistles?
Now? It's rink-a-dink?
Have you read about this video board? Apparently, they don't even make the parts to replace it. And then if they went out, they would have no chance of fixing it. No chance.
The one that, not like Jordan knocking out some bulbs with a home run. The ones in the end zones, the big ones?
Yeah, like the motherboard or something.
Didn't they just
don't
put
make
those
the parts
in a few years ago?
I think it's been a while
upgraded them?
now. I think it was like 10 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was like 10 years ago.
That
But they're
still
out
seems
to date. Yeah,
that it's
just
already
quick.
outdated. Like, what did they do? Take the bargain basement price and not look at the longevity of the company you were working with?
I guess.
That's awful, man.
I guess. They don't have the spirit that Cal McNair has, these companies that they're working with. NRG Park
Never,
does not have Cal spirit.
Never quit.
At least from Toyota Center's perspective, they bragged about having the biggest scoreboard in North America, and then after they got beat by several other arenas, they just put another new one in so that they got it back again. So they keep upgrading. How do you not
I don't know. It's weird.
have a scoreboard that's able to be upgraded?
This is why Cal and the rodeo are ticked off, because NRG is not doing its upgrades. They're not doing what they promised to do, as they live rent-free over at NRG
I
Park.
think what we're finding out from all the different stories we read about, it's going to cost this much to renovate, and this renovation was bungled, and this can't be repaired. Like, maybe the original stadium build was not done to
How
the
do you have this
standards that it should have been.
retractable roof where Cal's got to tell you it's not like going to Home Depot or Lowe's? You can't fix it overnight, and I don't know that they ever
built
fixed
by
it.
Home Depot originally. Was that what happened?
Lady
Was this a Home
Gaga
Depot
ruined
pro?
it, though, when she jumped.
the
She's the one who
drones?
jacked up the roof. Lady
Oh,
Gaga
yeah,
did.
it was her, huh?
It's all her fault. I don't know why everybody just wants Houston to settle for mediocrity. I want the best and finest for our great city. I want Houston to be up there with the best stadiums across every sport. I don't want to be middle of the pack. Oh, go to Houston with this little crappy stadium. I don't want that for the city.
Then I
have Houston pride.
I understand
baby.
that. Then I want smarter people making the deals so that you're not still paying on a summit that you don't even occupy anymore.
And that's going to a good cause. Okay. I have gone to 2 Texans games in 11 years living in Houston. It's a crappy part of town. It's embarrassing out NFL stadiums in the slums. I only go in that direction for the TriStar show at Reliance Center. There you go. Look, why are we slumming it in the city of Houston? Now, most NFL stadiums are in poor parts of the city because it's cheap land.
Yeah, well, what I was going to suggest is if you look at 2, and you've almost got it, but it would be like, where do you put the football stadium? But it would be nice if, like in Philly, and I can't stand anything about Philly except for the fact that it is convenient that they have all their stadiums on one piece of property.
Mm-hmm.
So you know where you're going. If there's a game, you're going to one of those venues.
I think Kansas City's like that too.
They
Isn't
are.
the
They're
Royal
back to
Stadium
back.
right next to the
That's
Chiefs
right.
Stadium? Yeah,
That's correct.
I would. That would be a benefit if they did redo all these stadiums, which are all about the same age. It would be nice if they're all kind of right next to each
Detroit
other.
is like within a block or 2
Yeah.
of each other.
Yeah,
there's-
Comerica and Ford Field,
I think that there's something to that. If you've already got 3 stadiums in downtown, if there was a way to put the football stadium, and I don't know if there's any place in Edo, but in around that area, but it would be nice
Unless
if
you're
they were all
bulldozing businesses and homes.
You got to do that away
Well,
from
they were
downtown.
trying to do that with a highway.
You got to do that away from downtown. You'd have to find a big block of land if you're doing that, and you're not finding that big block of land downtown.
No, it would
be out on I-10 somewhere.
It'd be in the Woodlands. That's where it would be.
Or there's no land available in the Woodlands for a stadium.
Yeah, there's plenty of land. Plenty of land up there. Maybe Splendora.
Once you get past the Woodlands, sure.
Maybe Madisonville. Put it next to the Buc-ee's. What's wrong with that?
That's the best idea you've had so far.
No, Philly does it really good. Philly, they have their, and then in the middle they have, I forget what it's called, Philly Live. I think me and the Baytown Batty did a show there ahead of Army Navy.
Ted
We
Brown
did it
screwed
from
that a lot.
the Baytown Batty.
No, Tad Brown screwed up that whole stadium thing.
Really? Why?
Yeah, because he pushed because again, another guy that's been involved in getting stadiums built. He went to Philly and he got it passed that they're going to build one completely away from that part of land. Now they're going to build a new Sixers arena like completely away from there in downtown Philly, and it's ticking everybody off. Shocker.
I like how we're upset about the stadium being a bad part of town more than we're upset that there's bad parts of town. Let's take the money and just upgrade the parts of town. How about that? Well, I mean, it's a greater city. And I mean, it's a huge city in the U.S. We're not going to be able to do that. Put all the stadiums in Galveston or Friendswood. Don't love the idea of that. Your tax dollars pay for the Astrodome. It's owned by the Harris County Sports Authority. Next time you rent a car or stay in a hotel, itemize your bill and see what the Harris County Sports Authority fees are. See, look, this is all the travelers anyways. It's not even going to be you, Brian. If it's the Woodland and the game starts at 12, you better leave the house at 9. Well, yeah, you should be doing that anyways. Called tailgating. Knock down Constellation and build Texan Stadium in Sugar Land. Give the Skeeters the Astrodome. As long as they still air on Crystal Clear 92.5. A new stadium in Galveston or Friendswood? No. What if all 3 stadiums came together to build the multi-purpose stadium that Bud Adams proposed before moving to Nashville? I don't remember Bud Adams proposing that, but I'll take your word for it. But yeah, we just talked about that. That'd be a lot of fun.
And you look at what they've done in New England when they built that whole community around it. Green Bay just did it, of all places, where it's like, what were they going to call it, Craneville? When Crane wanted to start buying up all the property around the baseball stadium to start building.
Yeah, I forget the name.
But I think that you could do similar to what you said about it in Philly too, but but have it like be a mainstream go-to for the city all year long because of all the venues and then all the different things. Because like in Green Bay, they have ice skating and sledding and all this other stuff
That'll be
along
tough
with
to
it.
do in Houston.
And hotels, right? But I'm saying, so in Houston, you do something different. You still got Discovery Green right there too, but do more of a kind of a retail version, restaurants, bars, hotels, and stuff like that.
I stand by turning all old stadiums and domes into fields for select baseball, softball, and turn a quick and lasting profit. That's not a bad idea. Those little select ballparks nowadays charge like $50 for parking. It's nuts.
Yep.
A season ticket holder for the Saints and Cowboys. Company tickets, not mine, Branham. Yeah, because I was going to call you a rich boy. And when the Superdome is nicer than NRG, you need a new one. See, Superdome did the renovation.
They did.
Woodlands or Katy, yes, but have it easy in-out traffic.
Everybody said that, though, that because I wouldn't have expected that because the Superdome used to be a dump.
It did.
And they said from Super Bowl, the people said this is the one situation where you can definitively say they did it right. The renovation, everything that I've heard about the new Superdome it's fantastic.
They can move to Sealy where the land is cheap. Cypress 290 and 99 are both options. Very good
Seeley, I
looking
think,
when you
would
were
work.
younger. What the heck happened? Yeah, it's not very nice. 9392. They said good looking when you were younger. What the heck happened? Kids and marriage. Put the stadium in the middle of Spring Branch just because, says Wheatstraw. You can just have them play at Tully Stadium, the grandfather of them all. Katie gets all the new stuff anyways. Build it there. Greenpoint's closer to the airport. Go build the new football stadium at Guns Point.
Yeah, tear
That's a
down
great
Guns
idea.
Point Mall, tear down Guns Point Mall and put the
It is.
stadium
I
there.
drive by it every day. It's. I mean, they still have some stuff that are open.
They still
in
do
it.
like the carnival in the parking lot.
Oh yeah, every
with the
now and then.
Ferris wheel?
It comes like once or twice a month.
Yeah,
we
I
had
remember.
some boxing events back in there today. That
What a
always felt
flex.
very sketchy.
That's a
yeah.
nice flex you did there.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm in the minority, but I don't give a crap about the Texans. I'm happy when they do well for the city, but it doesn't move the needle for me. I wonder what the conversation's like on the highway to hell about this. I imagine the tenor's a little different.
Oh, I would believe it
than
is.
ours.
You think they're even talking about it?
They might be trying to bury it. Good
Yeah.
point. Not paying a dime for Texans. The billionaires can pay for it. I'm still paying for the toll road. Come on, county's all the dollars you can get. Lake Jackson, no thanks. Not one penny, says a texter. Baytown, where the old mall used to be. They can call them the Baytown Baddies. That'd be a lot of fun. There are too many transplants here like that other teams for it to pass. That's probably true.
He's talking about the Mall of the Americas down there by the dog track.
Is that what? No.
The Mall of America's in Minneapolis.
No. There's another one down 45.
That's not Baytown, though.
No, it's not off I-10. It's off 45. It's
like
off of 45.
It's like
by
the
dog
Gulf
track.
Freeway.
It's like League City.
Yeah, it's Gulf Freeway area. Yeah. Yeah, I think, maybe. I heard a story that the rodeo doesn't like working with the Texans front office. Yeah, I could buy that.
They just changed it.
Yeah, I don't want to give any money to billionaires and millionaires. They can spend their own money. I mean, there's a reason they get rich because they don't spend their own money. They spend other people's money. Brian is based AF. Build it where the Astrodome is after imploding it, then implode NRG Stadium. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Charles, you're in the hive with the bees.
Hey, so earlier somebody made the comment like Philly has the stadium set up where both of those are on the same grounds, and so does Kansas City. But I lived in Kansas for like 15 years, and a bunch of my boys are still Kansas fans. And when the stadium's on the same grounds, and it's like September, October, playoff season baseball, like it is awful because the traffic, both stadiums are full. Like you can kind of balance in the regular season, but the postseason games, like they really don't get a choice on what day of the week that is. So it's awful to have both of the stadiums on the same ground. There's just no parking. The traffic's horrendous.
I can understand that simply because it's not going to happen all the time, but obviously it's a good problem to have in that both teams are one's in the postseason, when the other's in the middle of their season. But I can understand that.
I went there this year, and I mean, they came to watch the Houston Cougars. I tell you, the Arrowhead was pretty much sold out that day. Then Houston rolled into town.
Our beloved
to take on the
Cougs!
Kansas Jayhawks on homecoming instead of Arrowhead Stadium. The traffic there is not great. It's really not. It's so I can understand his point. I think Philadelphia's setup is better than KC's, but KC's is older. Like Arrowhead's really old.
Right.
What do they call Royal Stadium? Is it Royal Stadium?
It
That's
was
really old.
It was Kaufman. I don't know what it is now. Is it still Kaufman?
I don't know. They might have a sponsor on it. 713-780-ESPN. Todd, we'll get to you on the other side. Texters will wrap this up too. There's a lot of conversation about this, a lot of opinions about this. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
What kind of shot are you taking at count now, Brian?
Is this Lifestyles of the Rich?
It
and
is,
Famous?
yeah. Good Charlotte. Good job there, Joel.
Thank you.
It's a good song.
It is a good song.
It's a good song. I think we should give Cal all of our money. Let him build a new stadium. 713-780
Never,
ESPN.
never quit.
Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Todd, you're in the Hive. What's going on, Todd? Hello, Todd.
Hello.
Todd Father's not there. It's
Todd
disappointing.
waited. We teased it, and then he left us.
He waited a long time too. He wasn't ready. He choked. Some people, they step on stage, that red light turns on, and they choke. They
Todd
gag.
the no-show.
Yeah. Todd the no-show. That's what you did there. It's not
show.
bad. In Denver, they're all close to each other. I haven't been to the Denver stadiums.
I have. So
it's nice.
Yeah, and they have like a Six Flags. So there's a Six Flags. The football stadium is on. There's the football stadium's on the way backside of the Six Flags. In front of the Six Flags is the Nuggets, and then probably a half mile down is Coors Field.
Yeah, I like Denver.
I love it.
I haven't spent much time there, but I've enjoyed my time in the city. I haven't been able to go to the ballparks. In fact, I think it did drive by Coors. Now that I think about it.
You see so right along, it's kind of like almost like a more modern Wrigley feel, but along Coors, they call it the Warehouse District.
I didn't see that.
Bars and restaurants. It is a really fun spot to hang out.
Yeah, it's pretty. It is pretty. The Battery in Atlanta is a good concept. I've only seen that on TV in the World Series when the Astros lost. Move the stadium to Beaumont. I'm tired of driving to Houston. That's so far.
That'd be awful.
No, yeah, you might as well lose the team.
way.
We're never going if the games are in Beaumont.
Beaumont's far.
We love the people of Beaumont. We hate the drive. There's no way.
Isn't our satellite in Beaumont?
It is.
97.5 satellite?
Yeah, it is.
Close.
Yeah.
The 92.5 satellite, not in Beaumont. That's
No, 92.5 is very good signal right now. Check it out.
The old Northwest Mall is actually not a bad idea. 290, 610, and I-10 meet. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Instead of calling it the Three River Stadium, you can call it the Three Highway Stadium.
Doesn't have quite the same ring to it. Sounds a little more industrial and sad.
610's a little different than the Allegheny.
Yeah, a little different. Yeah.
Sanjak Mall is the one in Baytown. Does that place still operate? The Sanjak
I haven't
Mall?
been out to Baytown in a
That's
while.
not the one
I
I'm
don't know.
talking about. The Baytown. Yeah, the one. Sanjak Mall's in Baytown, and the other one is the Mall of the Americas, I believe.
In League City?
In League City.
Really? Yeah. The dog track y'all were talking about was in Lamarck by Walmart. I don't think that's the one that Blankers is talking about. I think Blankers is talking about
the horse track on the Beltway.
No, I think he's talking about the dog track off the Gulf Freeway.
I think.
Yeah, that's
but
Lamarck.
I think it is
yeah.
Lamarck. Yep.
It is Lamarck.
Yeah.
That's Lamarck?
Yeah, it's like right
I
on
think
the
so.
Lamarck League City. Yep.
No, I thought Lamarck was somewhere else. My bad. Have you been to that dog track?
I have.
Bet a little on the doggies.
When we were playing ball in college, and especially down in Florida, that's all we did was dog track.
Really?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I just like betting. So dogs, horses, chickens, roosters, dogs.
What about ostrich? I mean, is it ostriches?
They do the ostrich
They do
races
it here
at the
at-
horse track.
Yeah, Laminack won it one year, I think.
Did he really?
He was bragging about it, I think. And then what's the Coco Dominguez beat him.
Oh, really?
From Fox 26.
She's
I
quick.
think.
Coco's
Yeah.
quick. She's
Yeah.
fast. That's what I
Getting
say about
reports
Coco
from our
Dominguez.
engineer AD that the San Jacinto Mall was torn down years ago.
Really?
Yeah. So R.I.P.
So
Good knowing
AD's
you.
already trying to buy the land up so that he can sell it to the Texans.
I guess so.
Pour some out for the San Jacinto Mall. It's good. It's like
been dead
Green.
for years.
It was Greens Point before Greens Point.
Oh God.
Thank you. 80's way smarter than we are. But we established yesterday on the show that we're a bunch of dumbs. Twiddle,
Yeah. Clearly, our grammar's not.
twiddle be, twiddle dumb. Right here. A setup like Dallas has nice though, with a bar district attached, such as Texas Live. That would be cool. If Cal charges $10 to every car that rides by his house every Christmas, he could buy 2 homes or 2 stadiums. That is true. I've done that actually 2 years ago, I think.
People drive by his house on Christmas.
Well, he lives in River Oaks.
Yeah, the River Oaks
Oh,
area.
okay,
for
yeah,
touring.
sure. I didn't know he lived in River Oaks, but yeah, the River Oaks
It's
holiday,
not
like
Pecan
holiday
Grove
lights thing.
because
Yeah.
there's far fewer houses, but the light displays are
Yeah, the
far
light
greater.
displays in River Oaks are pretty nice. I didn't
Yeah.
realize he lived
No, he's
there.
like out in the open. Like his house is not that. I mean, he has like a gated fence or
Busby's
whatever.
his neighbor.
but
Tony
he's-
Busby's his neighbor.
Oh,
Because
really?
remember, Tony Busby said they kept saying, and you know who the Texans are, and he's like, no, I don't, even though Cal's my neighbor.
Yeah. I don't know about that life. No San Jacinto Mile. It's not there anymore. It's been completely demolished.
There we go.
San
Yeah,
Jac
you
Mall
need-
is a parking lot now. Tore it down. You could always move it to the old Guns Mall in Greenspoint. We mentioned that. Guns Point. San Jacinto Mall has been leveled, just a piece of ground now, says Troy.
AD beat him to it.
The mall area, but he had the advantage of not having the delay.
Yeah.
The mall area they are building in Webster League City is called Flyway. It's a master plan spot with a concert venue. They were supposed to be building. The Great Wolf Lodge is supposed to anchor the spot and bring people in. I went to we did the Great Wolf Lodge a couple months ago. It is pretty cool. It's not Mall of America's Blankers. It's Mall of the Mainland.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Could you imagine the traffic in October if they had all the park in the same area? Astros in the series, Texans on a Thursday night, and a Rockets game versus the Lakers.
How many times would that happen, though? A couple times a year at max. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm not going to
not.
base my decision on 2 or 3 days a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't exactly.
But the odds of that all lining up at the same time are very, very small.
And it's a good thing that at least your team's in the playoffs. You should be able to suck it up.
All the Fairweather fans would go to the playoff game.
The Fairweather fans would go to the playoff game?
Yeah. Yeah, they would.
I guess I'm missing the joke here.
Fairweather fans only go to the winning teams.
Okay. I see what you're saying.
The dog track's not open anymore, apparently. They're trying to repurpose it.
Oh, really? Well, there you go. There's your football stadium.
What do they do with all the dogs?
I don't know.
They just opened the door.
Hopefully they kept them away from Michael Vick. I hope that's the case.
I hope they didn't get evicted.
If Cal wants a new stadium, he can just cut back on those fancy coffees he gets every day.
Never quit.
Go out to less. Go out to eat less. Come on.
What Starbucks messages are they writing in
How did-
Cal's cup? Never quit.
Must ask you a question.
Oh boy.
That's
that's all I can think of. It wasn't good. I didn't have time to workshop it, guys.
Buy your own stadium.
No, let's give him all the money. I didn't realize that he drank coffee out every day. Did y'all? I mean, how do you know that about Cal?
No,
Does
I'm
he
not
go to your
stalking
place?
Cal, so I didn't know that.
Yeah, do you work at Maven and Cal's stopping by?
I'm not following him from his River Oaks home to his coffee shop.
Yeah,
so I have no idea where he gets coffee.
I didn't know Cal was going out to get coffee every morning. I didn't realize that.
Do y'all remember what was the lady's name that used to be the president of the Astros?
Tal Smith?
Pam Gardner. Pam Gardner worked for Drayton, and there's a Starbucks on West Gray, and people found, I guess she would open the door at like 7 a.m. and scream at the top of her lungs, "Good morning."
That's good.
And like Astros fans started like lining up to hear her yell. It was crazy.
She was the Astros rooster.
I guess.
Letting everybody know it's the top of the morning. Astros offseason. It's pretty much done, right? The Astros did make a move yesterday. Brendan Rodgers. Does that mean anything? And now that we think the offseason is done, how do you think the Astros did? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
You ever seen these water bottles that had like this flap lid instead of like a regular lid that you just spin off?
No.
It's like a kind of like a hybrid water bottle. It's awful. It's one of the stupidest inventions I've ever seen.
I haven't
screw
seen
that cap back on.
No, it's like a cap where you
no, that's not good.
It's weird.
I haven't seen that one exactly like that, but some of the nicer, like the sports bottles, will have that little tab that you flip up and down. But I hate that. Yeah, give me one that can screw off completely.
The kids have to bring their own water to school, and now that's all the rage is the Stanleys and the
Oh, really?
different ways that you can use the straw with there's a straw cover and the flip and all that.
It's kind of bougie. Little kids
my
bringing
God. My
Stanleys
kid-
to
my
school.
My kid gets money for the holidays, and the first thing she wants to do is buy another Stanley. I'm like, you got 3. What do we care about?
How old is she?
9.
That's crazy. 9-year-olds asking for Stanleys.
Stanleys are the thing. I didn't realize.
Yeah, that is weird. 713-780-ESPN. Astros signed Brendan Rodgers to a minor league contract yesterday and an invitation to spring training. Is there anything here?
Jump from being a producer in Chicago, right?
What's that?
It's a big jump from being a producer in Chicago and one-time producer of the
I don't think I like that joke.
No?
No. Plus, his name was not Rodgers. It was Riley.
I get it.
I'm not sure you do.
I do.
All right. What'd you think of the signing?
I was surprised. I looked at his numbers. They're not bad. I mean, do I think that he probably, and they say he's a defensive specialist, but if he can hit better than Dubon, then at least you have options at second base. If you're truly hell-bent on staying with Altuve in left field, I don't mind kicking the tires and seeing what he's got.
Yeah, for me, it's low risk, so who cares? It's a minor league deal with an invitation to spring training. So who cares? Like, sign all of those guys and see if they can help your team. So the fact that it's so low risk, don't care. Now, to buzzkill this a little bit, I did see a lot of people like, oh, this is a great pickup. And again, look, fine, shrewd. Maybe he can help you. If not, then you cut him and there's no big deal. I think there's a decent chance he doesn't make the team. I think there's a 60-40 chance he makes it, 40% chance he does not make it. His numbers overall do look pretty good, but then when you dive into them, is this guy a Coors Field baby? Last year, home games for Brendan Rodgers, 328 average, 888 OPS at home. What did he do on the road? 214 average, 571 OPS. That is atrocious. Well, that's just a one-season sample, Branham. No, it's not. Career numbers at home, 306 average, 826 OPS. Career numbers away from Coors Field, 227 average, 628 OPS. The defense was good a few years ago. He's now a negative defensive player as recently as last year. Was that just a blip in the radar and he can revert back to being a good defensive player? Maybe. Possible. That's why you bring him into spring training and find out. I don't think Brendan Rodgers is an upgrade to what you currently have. Now, is it worth the risk to find out? Of course. You're not paying him anything. Do I think he would improve the bench? Yes. Whether that means Zach DeZenzo starts the year in AAA, and Joe Espada has mentioned that he doesn't want his youngsters to sit the bench. He wants them playing every day. Okay, well, maybe that's why you bring in Brendan Rodgers so Zach DeZenzo can play every day. Maybe it means John Singleton gets cut. I don't really think that's the case because I think they're going to want Singleton's left-handed bat on the bench since it's a super right-handed lineup. So while I think it's a fine pickup, it's a minor league deal, so who cares? I don't think that the reaction to Brendan Rodgers is accurate to what he actually brings in. Also, ask yourself this. The Rockies could have brought Brendan Rodgers back for cheap. They non-tendered him. That's not a great look that you're being non-tendered by your team. He didn't sign until February 18th. That's not a great sign that you're well coveted around Major League Baseball. And the contract he signed was only a minor league deal. So I think it speaks to the value of Brendan Rodgers. Can it help your bench? Potentially. Is it worth kicking the tires to see if he upgrades you? Absolutely. Do I think he's going to be a major contributor for the Astros in 2025? Not by a long shot.
Yeah, this is interesting. It's almost, to me, I'm always been the kick the tires and see what you got. And hopefully you find a guy that maybe can find something, do something different, new, and with a fresh start, gets a chance and has a good spring, and there's a guy that gives you a good problem to have. If not, then you can walk away from it. It's almost like when the Texans went out and got Skronik, and you're like, oh, well, that guy's played in the league before, and he might have some talent, But if it goes your direction, you don't lose anything in the process, but you find out that he just, whether, it was later in his career or in this case, maybe it's just he's fallen off, that it doesn't work out. But as long as it doesn't cost you anything at all, I'm all for this kind of move, because if the back and forth we had a few weeks ago means that they truly are done and they're not willing to spend money right now, at least from this perspective, it's a big upside, very little low side to try it.
I would argue it's not a big upside.
Okay, there's a chance.
I would argue that he could potentially share time at second base. Maybe he outproduces Mauricio Dubon, which isn't out of the realm of possibility. Like, Dubon's not a he's not a good offensive player. He's not an average offensive player, Mauricio Dubon. But Dubon, I think, at this stage of their careers, is a much better defensive player. Yes, I know Rogers won a Gold Glove in 2022, but he's went backwards there. If we assume this is it for the Astros, they are done with their offseason, how do you think they did? How do you think they fared in this offseason?
I mean, overall, I would probably go B minus. I think that the fact that they were willing to do what a lot of people didn't want them to do and didn't think that they would do, and kind of right in the middle of the negotiation process, and before Bregman had even made up his mind, kind of already created their backup plan and then locked it in and got 2 corner infielders that can really do a lot to upgrade your team, or at least maintain your team on an infield perspective. I give them a lot of credit for. I just think that I would have a higher grade for them if they would have addressed the one glaring need that we still talk about that I still wish they did, which was a bat in the outfield.
They added the greatest Houston Astro of all time to the outfield.
I know.
They did.
Mm-hmm. And as you know, I have reservations about that move.
The greatest Astro of all time is now playing outfield. That's good. That's not good enough for you guys. It's not good enough. They need to be better. Well, how about we move the greatest Astro ever to the outfield? Nope, not good enough. It's not good enough. I'm just kidding. It's kind of rearranging the chairs on the Titanic. I get it. You go from, having a weak offensive left fielder to a weak offensive second baseman. It's kind of, from an offensive standpoint, it's the same thing. I do think people get way too caught up in the starting 9, though. Like, I think Joe Espada is going to be mixing and matching every single game. Like, how many games has Ben Gamble start this year? Assuming health, obviously. I think Gamble starts 90 games, 100 games.
I was going to say between 60 and 70.
See, I think there's a chance he starts every single game against right-handed pitching.
Maybe.
And if he does that, he's starting north of 100 games. How many games is Jake Myers starting? How many games is Chas McCormick starting? Like, I think Espada's gonna have to manage his tail off this year.
I think it's also something that excites, any kind of analytics type manager loves this, to have the working pieces that you can overthink the hell out of this to try and get the best matchups.
Yeah. Oh, he's gonna be micromanaging. I think he has to, though. Texter Rogers has never lived up to his expectations. That's a fact. I mean, you don't go from being the third overall pick
yeah.
Right after Alex Bregman to being non-tendered. Like, think about that. Like, he's available for cheap. All you have to do is pick up the option on him, and you non-tender him. It's what the Astros did with Jose Urquidy. The Astros didn't non-tender Jake Myers. They didn't non-tender Chas McCormick. They non-tendered Jose Urquidy. So that's kind of the level where Brendan Rodgers is viewed. Signed a minor league contract. Didn't sign until February 18th. Let's not overrate Brendan Rodgers. Does it help the bench? I think it helps the bench. Does it give you an option at second base in case there's injuries, give you more depth there? It does. Brendan Rodgers on the bench instead of Shea Whitcomb. Okay.
I like that.
That upgrades the bench. That's why I think it's a fine move. But do I think Brendan Rodgers is going to come in and hit 25 home runs and bat 6th and play second base every day?
But maybe to your point, if Dubon's going to be more of an everyday starter, then he becomes your Dubon. I mean, he's not going to be an outfielder, but at least you've got a guy, like you said, better than the guys that I think that you've brought off the bench in the last couple of years, and the Gray Kessingers of the world, those type guys.
Mm-hmm.
You've got an experienced major league guy that's gotten enough at bats to where you possibly have an upgrade.
And I was real critical of Dana Brown for not upgrading the bench last year. So this kind of moves, I have to applaud. Now, I think he'd probably be the backup second baseman, and then it allows Dubon to move around. Like, Dubon's probably your primary second baseman, but then if Pena needs a day off, Dubon plays short, Rodgers plays second. If Isak needs a day off, Dubon plays third, Rodgers plays second. So, Rodgers wouldn't be your utility guy, but having him on the bench allows Dubon to be both your primary second baseman and your utility guy. So I like it from that sense, but let's not overrate the signing here. A texter, Altuve, 80 games at DH. Boy, I hope not, because if Jose Altuve DHs for 80 games, that means something has seriously went wrong with Yordan Alvarez.
Yeah, I don't
he's
like
hurt.
that at all.
It's on the IL.
Yeah, and we've already talked about it, and we've talked about the fact the Astros have talked about it. It doesn't look like it was a year ago when they wanted Yordan to play about 50% of the games in left field. Now they're basically talking like he shouldn't be in left field. So, yeah, I would hope that scenario doesn't play out.
Other texture, knowing I would say that this Astros offseason too, by the way, I would say that it was courageous. Like, that's how I view it. I think it was a good one. Like, I think that, like, how do you define who wins a trade? In my opinion, who wins a trade is who gets the most WAR from a player, from the players, the package of the players, while with the remainder of club control. So, like, Chicago traded for Kyle Tucker with 1 year left on his contract. So Kyle Tucker's WAR this year, I will use that to compare it to what Isak Paredes, Hayden Wesneski, and Cam Smith do with their years of club control. I think the Astros are going to win that trade. If that's how you define who wins a trade, looking at the WAR that they bring to a team. I think the Astros will get more with Isak Paredes' years of club control, Hayden Wesneski's years of club control, and Cam Smith's years of club control. I think they'll get more WAR with that trio than the Cubs will get with 1 year of Kyle Tucker. So I think it's a win of a trade. I give them credit for not, they drew their line in the sand with Alex Bregman, which I think was a contract that was higher than I would be comfortable with. So I'm happy they didn't sign him or even up their offer and overpay for him even more. So I found that to be courageous. You don't bring back Justin Verlander, which, maybe that was an easy decision, but courageous, like a guy that has helped you a lot, arguably the greatest Astros starting pitcher of all time. Moving Altuve to left field, like, they are making bold moves that I applaud them for.
What'd you grade them?
Courageous.
No,
I gave him a C for courageous, or I can give him a B for bravado, or a C for cojones. I think they won the Tucker trade. You can't say it with a matter of fact right now. I think they will win the Kyle Tucker trade, and I grade trades based on the WAR of years of club control versus each other. So I think the Astros win that. Like the Yusei Kikuchi trade. That one's going to be close because Kikuchi was great for the Astros. And I also think that the prospects that they traded to Toronto aren't great. Like, I don't think Joey Lopperfido is an everyday outfielder. We'll see about Jake Bloss, but even Jake Bloss is probably a bottom of the rotation starter. Wagner can hit, which, maybe he could have locked up second base. But so that's probably the wild card in that trade.
And even if you go if you don't go as deep into WAR and you just say, because we've talked about this in the past, when you look at the Greinke trade and the Verlander trades and things like that, and you can just look at it and say, look, the first Verlander trade, no one came out of that made you even raise an eyebrow to say, damn, you gave up that. So I think that from the standpoint of the Astros doing something they haven't shown that they were willing to do in the past, which is trade a guy a year before you're probably going to let him walk out the door because you're not going to give him the money that he wants. This time they got something for one of their guys doing that, and it looks like they got some significant pieces that could turn into something. I applaud that because we were talking before the offseason hit about trading one, if not both, of Tucker and Fromber. And the fact that they were willing to do it with Cal Tucker shows some stones, and I applaud that. I like what the fact that instead of just sitting there and being at the mercy of Alex Bregman and Scott Boras, that they went, they saw how the negotiations started, where it was going, probably kind of assumed where it was going to end up, and made sure they had a backup plan so they weren't left holding the bag when he got his bag elsewhere. I love all those things. I just think that a team that has been this competitive and Jim Crane's been willing to spend the extra, it does. And I understand what you're saying about the competitive, with the picks. But at the same time, I would have upgraded that grade to an A if they would have gotten another bat.
How significant of a bat, though? Like, would Hayward wouldn't have done it?
No, he wouldn't have done it.
Would have Anthony Santander.
And at one point,
you would have lost a pick, though. You would have lost another.
You would have lost a pick, but you would have had a replacement for him for Tucker for years to come. That would be a significantly respected outfield piece.
So I don't disagree with you. Now, Kyle Tucker has 1 year with the Cubs. Do you think that Kyle Tucker in the final year with Chicago will have more or less or fewer, Paul, WAR than Hayden Wesneski, Isak Paredes, Cam Smith controllable years with the Astros?
Oh, I think he'll have less.
I think so too.
Yeah.
And to me, that's how you win a trade. Like, we'll do the same thing with Kikuchi. Like, whenever, and look, it's going to take a while because the Blue Jays had those guys for 6 years. The Astros had Kikuchi for a couple of months, but whose war is going to be greater in that trade? Is it going to be the few months that you had, the 2 months that you had Kikuchi, or is it going to be? I forgot about that. I missed that. Or is it going to be the years of Blas, the years of Wagner, the years of Loperfido? I think it's a chance it's Kikuchi because I don't love any of the prospects that the Astros gave up. Wagner's my favorite.
Yeah, and I look at it also from the perspective of in doing what you did. If Cam Smith truly becomes an aircraft carrier and he ends up being a big cornerstone to your franchise going forward, then it's a massive win. But even if he's just a productive outfielder and you get something from and Wisniewski's your fifth starter, then you've already come a long way because the Cubs have the challenge of having to re-sign Tucker, or they only get 1 year out of their return, and you get however many controllable years you keep 1, 2, or 3 of those players.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. Should Jordan's numbers by spot in the batting order influence your thought on where he should bat in said batting order? And maybe if we get crazy, maybe some expected WOBA talk. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Knowing that the Astros don't give long contracts or big money, do y'all think that discourages young star free agents from coming here?
I think winning cures everything. I think that you heard from Walker. He said it that, he really liked the way that they, what they did the last several years, and that winning mattered to him. And that's why he came here. I think that because they win, as long as they can stay consistent with their winning, I think you'll still get people to come here. But I think it'll be the reality that players know, I'm not coming here and I'm not looking for a six-year deal, because it's not going to happen.
I think money cures everything. I think you overvalue winning for free agents. I think free agents more often than not go to the best contract.
I think that if you're looking at two teams with similar money, then the winning does mean something.
Yeah, I think winning could be used to break a tie-ish. I think that's fair.
Because I think in free agency, for the most part, unless you're guys that are on the downside of their career, guys know they're going to get their bag.
Yeah, but like the question, the Astros don't give long contracts or big money. Did that prevent Jose Abreu from signing with the Astros? No. Did it prevent Josh Hader from signing with the Astros? No. What prevented those guys from signing with the Astros? Long, big money contracts.
Because they got top of the market.
Yeah, like the Astros are not going to be players on the 6-year, $250 million. They're not going to be players on the Sotos of the world, the Kyle Tuckers when he comes available. Their philosophy is they're willing to give you pretty high AAV. I mean, Jose Abreu was top AAV the year that he came out as a first baseman. Josh Hader was top AAV as a closer the year that he was a free agent. But they're just not going to give out 6-7 year deals. And I applaud them for that. I wouldn't do it either. I think it's stupid. I think it's bad business.
Well, look at it. We've talked about it. Of the guys that have walked out the door, maybe short of Cole, but most of the guys that have walked out the door, they haven't lived up to their contracts, especially the big core guys that we talk about, like Springer, like Correa. When you look at it, I don't think that they've come. I think it's a completely wise decision on their part to walk away and stay away from those deals.
Would you sign Tucker after next year? I think I just gave my answer.
I would not.
I just don't like those big contracts. If Melton has a good spring, do y'all think he can be on the MLB roster opening day?
I mean, is it a possibility? Yes. You just heard Joe Espada say, though, that that he's not going to want his young players wasting away on the bench to be a backup outfielder and pinch runner. I mean, he'd rather getting him every day at bats and playing the outfield.
Yeah, I think if he hit 450 with an OPS of 1,200, I still don't think he makes the roster. I think the earliest we see Jacob Melton's in the summer of this season, and I think he's going to have to tear the cover off the ball in AAA. I don't think there's anything Melton can do to make this team.
Yeah, like saying that he can make it out of spring, I think overvalues spring production. Like we'd have to honestly see, like, okay, is he facing another major league pitcher, or is he facing like guys in a split squad with, players who are going to end up in single A after spring break? So it depends, I guess, a little bit on the competition, but overall spring numbers, I just don't put much into them. So I would say no.
Yeah. Remember Justin Dearden had like that massive year 2 years ago, and they kept Corey Julks instead of Dearden. Everybody's like, what are they doing? And then Dearden's out of baseball a year and a half later. Like spring training numbers do not matter. They don't matter. So I don't think there's anything Melton can do to make this team. Now, I'll be watching him early in the year in AAA. Like, I'll be watching Cam Smith maybe in AAA. I bet you he starts in AA. We'll see. And then I'll be watching Bryce Matthews, because I think those are the three offensive players that could get called up this season to help this team. I don't think it's out of camp, though. I think the earliest you see any of those guys, and all of them would have to be going nuts offensively, would be in the summer.
Yeah, I think Blue Ball kind of falls into that deal, too.
Yeah, we're talking about offense.
I know, but I'm saying another guy that you're going to keep an eye on that's probably close.
I don't think that they like Blue Ball as much as you think. Like, my reading of the situation, I think they like Gusto more. I think that they like Gordon more. And I even think they like the Uloa guy more. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Blue Ball in the mix, but I think they like those other three arms better. Like, if all those guys were healthy and all those guys were rested and they needed a spot start, I think Blue Ball would be the fourth of those guys.
I mean, you and I saw him pitch in person, and it was a quirky delivery, and it was a little different. But I mean, I know that he's, high in terms of where he ranks within the system. But I think with that being said, Wisniewski's going to get the first shot at the fifth starter, and everybody else is going to have a chance later on down the road if they're still looking.
I'm curious where Blue Ball ranks. Astros starter. Look it up during the break. 713-780-ESPN. Who cares about the pick that may or may not work out? And I get tired of people saying Crane spins plenty when you see other billionaires overspinning him by leaps and bounds. Another outfielder was not a big ask. They moved the greatest Astro of all time to the outfield. Is that not enough for you?
Are you not entertained?
Sassy. How's that not enough? Greatest Astro ever. Texture, it's an F. They bombed in everything. The Astros just made the list. Laughing emoji, laughing emoji. They can't make the list yet.
You just made the list.
They can't make the list
And
yet.
also, that's gimmick infringement saying F. That's John McClane's gimmick.
Is that what he does?
I think he owes McClane a little fee there.
I don't think he got it.
F minus, pathetic.
Is there a chance we see Pedro Leon up in the majors permanently?
No. We saw him last year, and we saw enough of him to say that he wasn't going to stick.
He's not a major league player.
It feels like, it feels like they're not fans of him. It feels like they're not Pedro Leon fans. He got caught up last year, had a cup of coffee, and then got sent down pretty quickly.
Had a couple oopsies too in the outfield and base running, and it just looked like he wasn't ready for it.
Yeah, I don't think he's a big leaguer. Hopefully, I'm wrong. Texter Melton or Myers. For me, it's Jake Myers this year. Jake Myers plays you a Gold Glove level defensive center field, which is a premium defensive position. Let's not understate the value of that. And he hits lefties well. I'd much rather go into the season with Jake Myers over Jacob Melton.
I think based on where you are as a team and what your expectations are, I don't think that you're going Melton this year. You're going with experience. You're going with guys that have been there and done that.
I mean, you hope Melton eventually passes him up, but not to start the year.
Yeah, I think that's a situation where you're definitely starting with the defensive guy, and then if all the questions on the offense hit the negative side of it, and you're in desperate need of a bat, and Jacob Melton's hitting well in AAA, then you make the move late May, early June. But that's not an out of camp move.
No, not an out of camp move. I hate to put myself in this situation. I think the city undervalues Jake Myers. I really do. He plays a great defensive center field. It is a very important defensive position. It is at least one of the top 3 most important defensive positions. He plays it to a Gold Glove level, was a Gold Glove finalist last year. He hits lefties pretty good, doesn't hit righties that well. But you can do far worse than Jake Myers. I feel like we don't appreciate Jake Myers enough, and I hate that I'm having to argue this, but I got to call a spade a spade. You Astro fans don't appreciate Jake Myers enough.
I think I appreciate him more than enough, and I don't really.
You're not a fan.
I'm not a fan. So
you don't like defense.
That's not true. I don't like. I think his arm sucks.
Yeah, but that's the least important thing for an outfielder.
Take bad angles at baseballs. Yes, I understand he's an above-average defender.
No, he's almost great.
Okay,
above average is selling him
that's
short.
in your opinion.
And the opinion of baseball people had him as a finalist for Gold Glove, and also the facts of the defensive metrics that back that up.
Okay, I've seen enough of Jake to think that he should be an everyday center fielder on this baseball team.
He should be or shouldn't be?
I don't think he should be.
I think Jake Myers is a top 20 everyday center fielder in baseball because of his defense. I mean, he's really good defensively. I feel like the city underappreciates. He's definitely an Adam Everett type of player. No doubt about it. That's a good comp, different position, good comp. Sure. Adam Everett.
I was very anti-Adam Everett.
Adam Everett in his Astro years was a top 20 shortstop in baseball because of his defense alone.
I think
at a premium defensive position. It's different if he's playing left field.
Sure. I think this is a lineup conversation more so than it is a conversation about the individual player. Because I think Adam Everett in 2004, when that lineup was stacked, when you had Carlos Beltran, when you had Jeff Kent, when Bagwell's arm wasn't as fully removed as it became a year later. Like when that lineup was rolling and Everett was one of 2 weak spots in the lineup, okay, let's take the defensive guy because the offensive lineup is so good you can afford it. I think the same conversation applies to Jake Myers, and that's kind of why I think the whole conversation with Jacob Melton depends on the performance of the lineup. Like if the offensive lineup 1 through 6, all the question marks hit the upside, then you could probably deal with the liability at the plate and keep playing the defensive specialist like Jake Myers. But if the offensive hits the negative side, then you're going to have to search for a bat.
I agree with that. I think it's a valid point. 75, part of being a great defender is having an arm, J-Bone. Yes, but arm is one of the least important attributes for an outfielder. Does it matter? Of course, everything matters. But would you rather have a cannon of an arm, or would you rather have incredible range in center field? Do you want Chas McCormick or Yordan Alvarez in center? Or would you rather have Jake Myers or Yordan Alvarez in center field? Yordan Alvarez has got a cannon. Do you want him in center field? Do you? No. So you're telling me, by answering the question no, that arm in center is not that important. Yes, it matters. No one's saying it doesn't matter. But if you're looking for an arm in center field, just play Yordan Alvarez out there. If you're telling me that's what you're looking for, Yordan, go play center field. There's your arm in center field.
I mean,
that's how. But that proves the
range
point
is
about
most important. I agree.
That proves the point that arm is down the list of most important attributes for a center fielder. Give me range, give me speed, give me a guy who's going to catch the baseball. Arm is down the list. Otherwise, Yordan could play center.
Yeah.
for sure in center. I mean, look, in your corner outfielders, that's why, that matters even more so, because those are the guys that are supposed to have cannons or at least be able to throw guys out. But in center field, yeah, range is the first and most important thing.
713-780-ESPN. Some folks have some thoughts about this. 713-780-3776. Is Jake Myers underappreciated in the city of Houston? I can't believe we're having this conversation. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Jake Myers, polarizing figure. 713-780-ESPN. Here is the the two sides of the spectrum when it comes to Jake Myers, which sometimes he looks like he is on the spectrum. But Rocky says Myers is absolute dog poop emoji. Chris on YouTube says Myers was top 5 and outs above average for center fielders last year. Myers might be one of those computer guys. We're like, computer guys like him, analytical guys like him, and then the old eye tests don't really like him.
Analytics.
Yeah. Which side of that do you think David Culley's on? Who knows analytics?
I know analytics has those things out there.
Yeah. Rocky says, you know what I mean, Mr. Grammar Police, grow up. Oh, he's not talking to me. He's talking to somebody in the chat. Yeah, we're not grammar police around here.
No, we're very anti-grammar.
Yeah, we're Tweedle B, Tweedle Dumb. Did I say that right? I'm not sure that did. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Astro fans are the worst. People act like they were a ton of outfielders available this season. We always have a top 10 payroll. That's Keith. Somebody posted a graphic on Twitter, too. They were comparing Alex Verdugo to Jake Myers this last year, which might not be fair because Verdugo had a down year. Didn't like that he had to shave his face, I guess. But Myers had double the WAR of Alex Verdugo. A lot of that is probably on the defensive side. But then you look at OPS plus. Jake Myers did a better OPS plus than Alex Verdugo did last year. Now, it wasn't good. 85, not good. Verdugo was 83, but greater
to
than.
compare Jake Myers to Verdugo in Boston because he was he was never
never great.
What if we just look up career?
Sure, that's fine.
What if we just look up career?
It feels like last year, not that Verdugo was ever like a tremendous player, especially at the plate. He hit for decent average, but not a lot of pop.
Yeah, Verdugo OPS plus in his career 101. Myers is 86.
So
But Verdugo plus
Verdugo above average defensive outfielder, right?
It depends on the year. Depends on the year.
Because up until going into the Yankees season, a lot of people thought that he was one of the better a better than average defensive outfielder.
Pretty average, and he's playing right instead of center, which is the premium defensive position. And that's why Myers' WAR is higher because he plays center field and plays it at a high level. Verdugo plays right field and does it average, depending on the year.
Do we feel like Chaz is how far away is Chaz from Jake defensively in center field?
If we're rating this on a scale of 1 to 10, I would have Jake at about an 8.5. I'd probably have Chaz around a 7.
See, I think that Chaz gives you the potential. Again, last year is tough to deal with, but I believe Chaz gives you the potential to be a pretty good improvement offensively, and I don't think you lose that much defensively if Chaz is your center fielder. I really want Chaz to play center.
Yeah, I want to see how they play because if Chaz plays like he did last year, he doesn't belong on the roster.
Right.
So that's why I want to see it play out. I do think they should be fighting for that job against each other, though, especially against righties. Because I want Ben Gamble to be in right field against righties. I want his bat in the lineup. The Astros need left-handed bats. I want Gamble to play most games against right-handed pitching. So what does that mean for Chaz and Myers if Altuve's penciled into left field? They need to be fighting for that job. Top 20 center fielder, that's not saying a whole lot. No, it's not a massive bar. But I think if you polled Astro fans, people will be like, oh, Jake Myers is not a top 20 center fielder. Or I think he is. Another one asking how high of a prospect is Walker Yannick. Wasn't he supposed to be an extremely highly rated catcher coming out of college? He did not have a good start to his pro career. Offensively, he was dreadful, but small sample.
We're talking about, what, a month and a half?
Yeah, he's a very good defensive player. I think his bat will play at the catcher position. I saw him play quite a bit in college. I think he's a pretty... How that develops into the big leagues time will tell. But I think Yannick's bat will be a good enough to play at the bigs at some point, and I think his defense could already play.
Don't they think that? Yeah, his defense and his arm, right? His arm's
got
supposed
a
to be
cannon.
pretty damn good too.
Yeah, he's got a good arm.
Yeah.
Aaron, it's frustrating watching Myers at the plate with runners in scoring position, not a clutch batter. No, he's not known for his bat. His bat is not the reason. Top 20 initially sounds like a compliment, but isn't that below average to average? Relative to starting center fielders, it's below average. Relative to all center fielders at the big league level, it's above average. So it kind of depends on how you're asking that question. 713-780-3776. Out to the HRP listener line. Philip, you're in the Hive. What's going on, Philip?
Hey, guys. Just wanted to point out, and then I tend to be a little more optimistic, a bit of a Pollyanna on the outfielders. Just from, hey, you never know. Maybe McCormick is, like he was a couple years ago, gets healthy and does something, but I'm not saying you rely on that, and I get the hedging and splitting and platooning guys, try to get the most out of them. But my whole thing is basically the outfield is going to be our 7, 8, 9 hitters, and I just don't feel like they're that much worse than most teams when you compare 7, 8, 9 hitters. We did get rid of the giant hole at first base and just shifted it to the outfield, and quite frankly, it's going to be easier to find a corner outfielder at the trade deadline if needed than a first baseman if what they do is not working. And there's always this small chance that you get one of these guys like Melton or Cam Smith light it up in AA like a Jeremy Pena or Jordan before, and maybe they barely touch AAA or skip over it altogether, and you get them for a call-up, and you get lucky a little bit with the young bat, similar to what the Rangers did with Evan Carter a couple years ago, and gives you a little spark, and maybe you get lucky. But I'm more of a wait and see approach. I don't think it's all doom and gloom. If these guys are your 3 worst hitters and everybody else, you have 6 average or better hitters in the lineup, and you have the pitching that you think you're going to have, granted no injuries and all that, it might be all right. And we'll just kind of see what they can squeeze out of these guys. That's all. I'll hang up and listen. Thanks.
I think you're gonna have a 1, 8, and 9 outfield, right? If Altuve's in left.
Yeah, I don't think Philip was accounting for Altuve in left field, but if Altuve's in left field, it wouldn't be 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, I just think that we talked about when you had Maldi as just the absolute easy out at the 9 spot, and now you've got 2 guys probably at the bottom of it. Your best hope is that Chaz seems to be more capable of finding it again, and hopefully he can. I don't have trust in Jake offensively. And look, there's prospects that, whether it's Trammell, who was a highly rated pick when the Yankees originally took him, if there's expectations for a guy like that to his scenario of maybe you get a guy that just has a massive spring. I'm just not expecting it. I hope Gamble could be at least as consistent as he was at the end of the year before he broke his leg, to where you can use him in a platoon situation. That'd be great.
I don't think Trammell was going to make the team. I hope maybe I'm selling him so short and he's going to surprise me. I had somebody tweet at me an interesting scenario too, that he played most of his big league games in Seattle, where everybody stinks in Seattle. You look at his numbers away from Seattle, still not good, but better. I would be surprised if he makes the team when you start looking at the numbers. Maybe he'll surprise me. Maybe he'll shock me. Now, I think Philip's point is a good point. I think it's a good call. They would love if one of those prospects could be an everyday outfielder by August 1st, whether it's Cam Smith just knocking the cover off the baseball that forces his way in the line. They would love for him to take over right field by August 1st. And Dana wouldn't have any hesitation doing that if he proves he can hit the minor league level. And I think the same thing holds true for Jacob Melton. I think they'll be looking for them to make the big league roster if they can be one of the starting outfielders. I don't think that they're going to be like, no, service time. No, he's not ready. I think they'll aggressively, if they're performing, I think they'll be aggressive with Cam Smith and Melton trying to call him up, especially if the outfield's underproducing. If the outfield's underproducing, it also throws a wrench into that, ETA calculation.
It's the greatest win-win possible. Dana looks like a genius if Cam Smith just gets on that terror path to get to the major leagues and explodes on the scene once he gets there. Then Dana looks so as good as you can look as a general manager, because he made the trade, and then the guy was able to fill the void that at least I think that they have after their offseason, and that it all benefits the organization. So, I would love to see Cam Smith be ready right out of camp. That would be fantastic, but am I expecting it? No.
No, I think the most optimistic, realistic range is summer.
July,
Yeah, I think maybe even post-deadline, somewhere around there. And it depends, too, on your outfield. Depends on injuries. Todd the Show, Chaz is a bum. He is a clubhouse cancer. Dude is a dork. Tell us how you really feel, Todd.
Jeez.
Tell us how you really feel
clubhouse
about
cancer,
Chaz. He thinks that he leaks stuff.
Well, his brother does, right?
Yeah, and how did his brother get it? Jake Myers would be perfectly appreciated in Sugarland. So he has range, but everything else he has is below average. Yeah, probably. I would say his left-handed hitting is fine. Like, he hits lefties pretty good. Where's Yusei Kikuchi? He's in Anaheim with the Angels. I feel like the Myers argument defensive-wise is like Martin Maldonado. Am I crazy? No, I don't think they're too crazy. He's a better hitter than Martin Maldonado. But no, he's a defensive first. He's glove first, like Martin Maldonado. You're not crazy. Chaz is garbage, Mike Gundy voice, says somebody. A lot of Chaz hate.
Yeah.
Look, Chaz hate here.
I think I'm hopeful that Chaz can find somewhat of an improvement from the year before, and I think that there's a possibility there. I'm not going to hold my breath that he's going to be fantastic or anything like that. I think he can be better, but that's a very low bar based on how bad he was, that they had to literally just send him back to Sugarland.
He's got to be. I really think he is more of who he was in his first 3 years than he was last year. Will he be as good as he was in his first 3 years? Maybe not, but I can't imagine he'll be as bad as he was last season.
I sure hope.
He's proven enough prior to last year that he's a solid big leaguer. And then he had a dreadful year, and then he'll never be heard of again. I just can't believe that. But it has happened. I mean, look at Jason Lane. 713-780-ESPN. Let's talk about Wamos. What are those? Well, I'll tell you on the other side. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Philip68 says, is Dubin still on the team? D-U-B-A-N. I don't know if he's talking about Sean Dubin, who is still on the team, but he's kind of dealing with an injury now.
Wouldn't it be Mauricio?
And then it could be Dubon, who very well could be your everyday second baseman. So the answer to either one, Dubin is on the team, Dubon is on the team. Never heard of Dubin. But it's okay, Philip68. We're not a grammar show. We don't worry about grammar or spelling. We're a bunch of dumbs. We're dumbs on the Killer Bees. Spots are filling fast. Take the day off work and play a fun round of golf with your favorite sports station at the ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 Occasional Invitational. It's a great time. It's always a great time. You get to hang out with some friends. You get to hang out with your favorite host, and then you also get to hang out with Blinkers. It benefits Kids Mills, which is fantastic, of course. We talked to the CEO of Kids Mills the other day. A great cause. This year's tournament takes place Fat Tuesday, my favorite day of the year. I can relate. March 4, 10:30 a.m. is when everybody would tee off. Wildcat Golf Club, one of the finest courses in the city of Houston. If you are golfing, you're going to receive beverages from Carbach. You're going to drink some good beer, some good cold beer, lunch, dinner from Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage, one of the best Tex-Mex restaurants in the city, and then also 18 holes of golf. Let's keep that. It's 18. It's not 15 like the stupid TGL. It's 18 holes. You can register now, ESPN975.com. Under the promotions tab, ESPN975.com. Under the promotions tab. Why are you looking at me side-eyed and funny?
Did you see what happened in the TGL?
Yeah, it's my car wreck.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll leave it there because I didn't think it was worthy of making the crawl on ESPN.
They made the crawl?
It was the crawl, and there was multiple. You know how the crawl normally it's like the score and then maybe a couple of stats. It was 3 different screens of the crawl with multiple updates on what happened.
Yeah, I'm out on the TGL.
You
I
were,
think it's
you were
stupid.
in when it was starting.
I wanted to see what it looked like, and then as soon as I watched the one round of it, I was like, yeah, this isn't going to do it for me. It's not going to do it for me.
It never was something that was going to do it for me.
I was going to check it out. What's the difference between DWI and DUI? Any B cops in the audience? Driving while intoxicated, driving under intoxication? I don't know the
I think
difference
it has
between
to
the two.
do with the level of
Blood
alcohol in
level?
your system.
I think it might have to do with like the county you're in. Somebody calls it different than the other. I don't know. I have no idea.
I don't think that's it.
I just call them a Deweys. That's what I call them.
Yeah, I mean, regardless, one way or another, you're in trouble.
Any team with Dubon as an everyday player is not a serious team, Tyler and Conroe. Yeah, that's fair. It's fair.
It depends, right?
He's a really good defensive player. Really good defensive player. Touches the baseball, doesn't walk, doesn't hit for much power. That's who he is.
Yeah, I was going to say, if DeBon is your center fielder, offensively, he's not bad. He's decent for a center fielder.
Below average.
I think Jake was a better offensive player last year than Mauricio
His
Dubon.
OPS is
People don't
under
like
100.
hearing that.
Was
Let's
it
see.
2
It was,
years ago?
Dubon
OPS
was a little
plus,
better.
sorry.
Dubon was a little better. Myers OPS plus last year 85. Dubon was 88. Career Myers 86. Dubon 87. They're about the same level of production offensively.
Okay.
It's like Dubon is kind of the same thing as Jake Myers, except at second base. If he is your everyday second baseman,
He just doesn't look
Time will tell.
drunk doing it.
yeah, he seems like he has a little more sense.
Yeah.
A little more IQ.
Yes.
Jay Myers looks like he's always surprised at everything.
I've
There's a
always-
fly ball. That's shocking.
I've
to
always
me.
said he's just the complete deer in the headlights
He
all
is.
the time that wonders what's going on if the elevator's getting all the way to the top.
DUI, driving under the influence. Isn't that what we said? Oh, I said driving under intoxication. Yeah, my bad. It is under the influence. I misspoke. My bad. Driving under influence is more minor. Driving while intoxicated is major.
So that's blood alcohol level.
Driving under the influence. I misspoke. My bad. Driving under influence is more minor, while driving while intoxicated is major.
Yeah,
So
it's
you'd
blood
want
alcohol
you'd
level.
want a DUI. Yeah, it would be more severe of the two. DWI is not used anymore. It's DUI. DW is associated with drinking, but now you're on drugs drinking and whatever else might fall there. DWI, driving while intoxicated. Yeah, we said that. DUI can be any substance. Liquor, weed, crack.
Ah.
Took a massive leap there at the end, huh? Liquor, weed, crack. That's a giant leap there.
My level of fear on those 3 is a little different too.
Pretty strong. Yeah. The last one, yeah, pretty impactful.
DUI, driving under the influence, anything other than alcohol. DWI, driving while intoxicated, is over the BAC limit. Let's go out to the HRP listener line right now. Jerry, who's an expert, I think, is on the line. Jerry, can you tell us your expertise in the this field?
Yeah, you got it. You got it mostly right there. At
Yes.
the end, DWI is about exceeding the state limit for intoxication. DUI is two things. One related to any other intoxicating substance, which is controlled substances, like you said, weed, pills, heroin, meth, anything you're on.
Jerry, what do you
but it
usually do?
also in-
What is your
What's that?
favorite? What do you like to do whenever you're getting a good little DWI? What is your what's your poison?
My poison. Well, I don't have that poison, or I wouldn't have my security clearances. But yeah, that's the alcohol. But it's also underage drinking. If you're underage and it's alcohol, it falls under DUI, not DWI.
All right. Thank you for the information, Jerry. Appreciate you educating us and not lecturing us like Paul did yesterday.
See that he dropped that on you?
The clearance,
The security clearance.
Yeah.
That was a little bit of a humble brag.
A little bit of a big time.
I figured that's what he was, but I was just checking. Thought it was worth a crack. You shouldn't do either of these things. Driving under the influence, driving while intoxicated. Don't do either one of these things.
Thank you
The
for
Killer
that
Bees
important
suggest
reminder.
you don't do those things. Which, by the way, if you're in a Waymo, you wouldn't do these things. Have you heard of what Waymos are?
No,
they're
I'm curious
all over.
'cause I know you guys like this one. I haven't heard of what it is.
I'm scared of them. I've seen them in Vegas. I saw them in Phoenix. I've seen them in
where they're
Cali.
coming to soon.
What do you mean? They're coming to Houston?
No, but Austin.
Oh, Austin's weird.
I'm just saying, like,
what is a
it could be
Waymo?
more
So
on our list
Waymo
soon.
is a vehicle that is driven by air. I don't know. Like, it's a computer. It's AI. AI is driving Waymos, and they're like ride shares. You can hop in a Waymo, and I saw this. You can hop in a Waymo, and they'll drive you around like an Uber, but they do not have human. They're a humanless car.
And they're 24/7. They're more on demand. That's the selling point.
Weren't these initially just like either the Google vehicles or the Google Maps vehicles or the delivery service vehicles?
I thought people drove the Google vehicles.
Some do,
Yeah,
and then others.
I thought those were all
some do and some don't. I thought.
I don't know, but I'm scared of Waymo.
Like
You're right, though. I think it was Domino's Pizza started driverless delivery a few years ago. So I don't know what the first of the origin was in these, but yeah, there have been some delivery services that have been
I'm
in
with
on
you
it.
in the fact that scares the hell out of me. That the driverless vehicle is not something that I trust. That I want to drive near. That I mean, there's just too many other things that could go wrong. That if you
Same things could go wrong with trusting a rando that you don't know what they're coming from, what they're on. I mean, I don't see the risk.
So you trust would you trust like the Teslas and the cars that drive themselves?
Yeah, I would get in a Waymo.
You would get in a Waymo.
Yeah.
Have you been in a Waymo?
No, I don't live in a market that has one.
I would be.
Or been to a market that has one.
I would ride in a Waymo if it was like downtown driving. But if you had to get on a highway, I'm out.
Yeah, I'm out too.
I'm out if you have to get on a highway.
I'd probably want to try it downtown first, sure. But and overall, I'd be fine with it.
Yeah.
I got a buddy of mine that has a Tesla, and one of our other friends is absolutely terrified to drive in that car because of the fact that he kind of tempts him with the fact that he can put it on autopilot, and it freaks him out.
You're rubbing elbows with the guy who has a Tesla, huh? Only the finest. I don't know anybody. I don't even know anybody who can rent a Tesla. I have to just watch them from the side, like I'm the people in LA that are watching the OJ chase. That's how I watch Teslas go by.
What was your car in
cheer.
Arizona?
Yay! What did we have? We had a Kia. No, I don't do the rental car places actually encourage you not to get electric because a lot of people don't know how to charge up electric, so it's more work for them, and like they have to like pick you up on the side of the road. Yeah, I would love to drive a Tesla. But no, the Waymos I'm a no on the Waymo if it's a highway. It kind of scares me too. Now, if let's just say, the government, let's say they got rid of cars, all cars, any sort of human operated vehicle is gone, toast. Hear me out here. And everybody had to just ride in a Waymo. So all humans no longer drive. Everybody's in a Waymo. Do you think it'd be a better flow of traffic?
I know for one.
I actually do too.
I think we would, and I also think I would feel more confident at that point because I think that a lot of what I'm worried about is even if the Waymo is driving by the letter of the law, someone's going to run a red or someone's going to do something
wrecks that have
that's going to
happened
put you in
largely
danger.
been,
That
like,
they're
you read the stories. There have been. Sorry for the grammar there. There have been,
Paul.
I know. Paul's going to be getting on me for that one. But there have been wrecks involving these Waymos. But when you read the report, it's the Waymo was following the traffic laws and someone's running a red light. So I do think if all these cars are automated to the same system, following the laws instead of people doing 20 over the speed limit or running red lights or whatever humans do, then the flow of traffic probably would be better.
I think on average, if everything was a Waymo and we eliminated human driving, I think on average we would have less wrecks, and I think that the traffic would be better.
It would be like
Completely
individual
agree.
subway.
Kind of.
Yeah, and I would be fine with that. Because, but I will say this, and if you've noticed this, either one of you guys, with as much as we're on the highways, but the problem now is the people with the Teslas that like to put it on autopilot. It really kind of, even if it's just the way it looks as opposed to how it actually is, the fact that when it's on autopilot, they take like three car lengths with the car in front of them.
Yeah.
So if you're in any kind of bumper to bumper, it's just like, what are we doing? Like they take too much liberty in terms of how much space to be safe.
Well, it's more by the book. I mean, that's kind of what we're talking about here. Like, because when you go through like a traffic school or anything like that, they tell you to give way more distance between cars than we do on a normal basis. So
713-780-ESPN. Your thoughts on Waymos? Would you feel safe in a Waymo? Would you ride in a Waymo? Do you think we'd be more orderly as a society if we eliminated humans driving altogether and went all AI? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word from my good friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business when it comes to replacing your hair with your own hair and giving you a better look, appearance, and self-confidence because of it. Doc Linville does so many things so well, and he's right here in the Houston Med Center. He does spa treatments, Botox, plastic surgery. But what I've had personal experience with is the fact that I've had the NeoGraft procedure done, and I've had PRP treatments, and both of them have helped to get my hair back and keep it back once I got it back with my hairline in front. The one thing that I learned from Doc Linville that's going to be a very big key bullet point in this for all of you is it's not like the sprays and the creams and the foams that you see on TV that everybody is encouraging you to do. That's just a gimmick that just covers up what you've lost, not getting your hair back. This actually is your own hair that you get back. You never lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head. So he takes some of it, repurposes it where you need it most. It's almost like resodding your lawn. And in no time at all, you're going to see that hair growing. It's going to be there in 6 to 9 months. You'll see the true effects at its best results. And it's going to stay with you the rest of your life because he's taking it from a place where it's never going to leave. Phenomenal results. Absolutely amazing procedures. And I'm telling you, because you're a listener to ESPN 97.5, because you can get a consultation and all the information like I got for absolutely free. People off the street pay $150. You pay nothing if you just go to 975hair.com and set up your free consultation. They're going to explain to you how everything works, the procedures that they do, and why they're effective. And then they're going to leave it all in your hands. No signing on the dotted line, no money out of pocket, no commitment to be made, just a question and answer session after they inform you how they can help you with your particular case. May show you some before and afters of other people like me. I can't speak highly enough about Doc and his staff. Check him out today. Tell him I sent you by. Go to 975hair.com.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Tay says he'd feel Waymo safe. That's so bad, it's funny.
I liked it.
That one's so bad, it's
Turbo Puns!
Philip68 says Jerry isn't much fun at parties. Jerry's the narc who called in a little bit earlier. Troy on Twitter, I serve cops on DWI cases. Not much difference to Penn State to state. So I think it's all technicalities.
How quickly do you think in a conversation, a party, that Jerry mentions he has a security clearance?
If I had a security clearance, I'd mention all the time.
It's kind of like
if he's single, it could be a calling card.
It's kind of
He
like
didn't sound
airline
single.
pilots. You know, like how do you know someone's an airline pilot? They'll tell you. Same is true for vegetarians usually. I think security clearance with Jerry is probably up there.
How do you know someone visited Sedona over the weekend?
They told you.
Which, by the way, after my trip to Sedona and Arizona,
Wine and cheese Branham.
I'm thinking about becoming a hippie. I really enjoy that lifestyle, I think.
Well,
You
you
had the
do.
man
You
bun
do.
in the
You
past,
told us you
I
like
did,
as soon
yeah.
as you get into
Summer.
the house, you strip down and you're barefoot
Barefoot.
until you leave the house again.
Shorts and a t-shirt.
Yeah. So
I even
you're-
take off my ring immediately.
yeah, you're kind of you're getting. You're
Sometimes I
close to
go
it.
in the backyard and ground. I like some good old wine. Yeah,
That grounding thing.
Yeah, I think we still have the clip.
Yeah.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. Is that like riding a Johnny Cab on the original Total Recall? I don't think I've seen Total
No,
Recall.
I haven't
Have
seen
y'all?
it either.
Me either.
Waymo is in Austin already.
Oh,
Saw them
okay.
this weekend, Brian.
Yeah, I looked at their website. It said coming soon. So
Brian would
I
know.
don't
He doesn't know much about Austin. I'm not sure if Brian's ever stepped foot in the city of Austin.
I've been there many times. But
Texter,
thank you.
Texter Blankers has rich and famous NBA homies. There's an NBA homie that has you rubbing elbows with the Tesla.
No.
Is it Akeem that has Tesla?
No, I don't think so.
Texter says that you can test drive Teslas off of the 290 dealership. You just sign up online, walk in, and they just let you take the car by yourself for an hour or so, then just return it. They don't sit you down and try to hard sell you at all. Great random date idea. That sounds like
What?
a terrible date
You just
idea.
look so poor
It's
when you
horrible.
return it.
Like that might be a fine thing to do like on a Saturday afternoon by yourself. Like the wife and the kids are out of town. You've wanted to drive a Tesla, see how fast they go, which they do go fast. I was kidding. I have been in one. They go fast quickly. They're 0 to 60
It's
in like a
the
blink of
golf
an eye.
cart without a governor.
Yeah, they're
They
fast.
go. Yep.
They got some giddy up. There's no doubt about it. Like that's one thing to do it if you really want to drive a Tesla, like just see what it's like, but you're alone. But a date idea? Like who wants to do that as a date?
Yeah, that's not very impressive. Like, hey, maybe I can't afford this, but let's go drive around for an hour, return it, and then get back into my old beater.
Yeah. There's Texter, there's a reason that you're still on these dates and that you haven't settled down because your date ideas suck. They're
It is
brutal.
weird. Like out by us, there's like a strip mall that has like a Kroger in it, and then they have a Tesla showroom, and then they have Tesla
Next to the Kroger?
Yeah, come right down, like just 2 doors down or a couple doors down from the Kroger, and then they said this is a Tesla charging spot in the parking lot where their spots are at night. I'm like, that's random. I would think it'd be like a big dealership with all these cars on the lot and everything like that, but hey, whatever works.
Yeah. What was the one that was like beeping nonstop, like at 6 a.m. in the morning in San
Waymo's.
Francisco? Was it Waymo?
It was Waymo's in San Francisco, yeah.
Yeah.
Because they have their own little lot, and they're constantly beeping, trying to, I guess, communicate with each other. And
Yeah.
they couldn't figure out how to back into these spots.
Yeah, I do remember. I didn't realize it was Waymo. I had forgotten, but I remember that going on. Texter, you are going to end up on a giant auto manufacturing hit list for this conversation. Yeah, probably.
Not me. I said I'd get on one of them.
Well, I don't think that the giant auto manufacturing people want Waymos,
Oh, okay.
right? Wouldn't that be bad
Well,
for
then
the
we-
giant for big
Yeah,
auto?
they don't want that.
Okay,
Big Auto
well,
doesn't want that.
Joel, I mean,
No.
Joel and you guys don't want to get in one, so you wouldn't wind up on the hit list.
Oh, so
but
we're good.
Either way, not all three of us would not be on the hit
Yeah,
list.
Jeremy and I are good.
Yeah,
You're,
I might be taken out by Big Auto.
Yeah, big
We'll
auto's
see.
gonna take you out. I like part of my hippie lifestyle. I like to like go down wormholes on these conspiracies and stuff like that. This one isn't really a conspiracy, but you've heard the phrase, right? Breakfast is the most important meal of
Sure.
the day. You know who created that phrase?
Kellogg.
Dr. Kellogg.
Really?
Dr. Kellogg. What did Dr. Kellogg specialize in?
Cereal.
Cereal.
Mm-hmm.
Cereal. Breakfast is not the most important meal of the day. In fact, it's the contrary. There's a lot of thought that not eating as long as you can, fasting, is actually very helpful for you. But we, as a society, have conditioned ourselves to think that breakfast is the most important meal of the day because Dr. Kellogg wanted to sell his sugary cereal. This is how we become obese as a
Smart
society.
on Dr. Kellogg.
Huh?
Wise move
Genius.
on Dr. Kellogg.
But
no
we're just a
doubt.
bunch of sheep. Oh, Dr. Kellogg, tell me I must eat sugary cereal every morning. It's the most important meal of the day. Like, this is how we've as a society become fat.
Kind of like Ray Kroc in the McDonald's thing. Right?
What is that one?
Porky, hog, fat ass, double wide, butterball.
It's not nice.
They just pushed the fast food idea, and it worked out for them.
Texture says, what an awful date, right? Like, that's one of the worst date ideas I've ever
like a
heard.
terrible date.
Hey, sweetie, let's go into the Tesla and test drive it. That's why the dude's single.
Or is he trying to do it? The first date's a short date, so he can make her believe that it's his Tesla?
It had to be. I mean, if you only have it for an hour, what are you doing on a 45-minute date or whatever you're doing?
Yeah, it might be a little late bringing this thing back. Depends on the date go, but bear with me. Work with me.
All right, Texture has given us a little bit more context here.
Okay.
Whoa! To clear up the date, it was with my wife that wanted to check them out too.
That's
definitely
a little different.
wouldn't.
If you're married,
So
that's
you're
a little
already
different.
locked in, so it's not like a date with a perspective. It's a date for life.
Definitely
Yeah,
wouldn't be
that
doing this
changes
first date.
things.
Yeah, changes
All
it.
right.
We're still going to make fun of you, but it does make it a little bit more acceptable. Still questionable.
Nice
Still
dinner with your
questionable.
wife, or honey, let's go test drive a Tesla.
Yeah, sweetie, I want to, never stop dating your wife. What do you want to do this week? You want to go to a nice restaurant? You want to go out dancing? You want to watch the show? You can have a couple. No, let's go test drive a Tesla. It's still not very high. Still not very high on the list. It's better that you're married than like courting a lady, but it's still not very high.
No.
Still not very high. I rented a Tesla for my daughter's birthday from Turo. Careful, though. She watches Tesla Wham Bam crashes on YouTube. That sounds kind of fun.
As long as it's not me.
To watch. I don't want to participate.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. Didn't they used to have those places like here by the Galleria and certain places where like for the date idea that you could rent like a Lamborghini or whatever and they had cheap rates?
I'm sure that's existed. I've never heard of it, but this sounds like a solid business deal.
I think they'd park them out front right near the Galleria and say, rent me cheap by the day.
It doesn't sound like a good idea, though, because like if you pick up a girl on a first date driving a Lambo, how are you going to follow that up?
Exactly.
Either you got to admit that you're poor, or you got to find a way to actually have a Lambo.
Yeah.
It's a terrible idea to do that.
Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea, but I'm sure the business exists.
It's like the $1,000 millionaires, Like
Yeah.
it's going to catch up to you. Did y'all know that Tesla's self-repo itself? I didn't know that. It makes sense,
Find
though.
its way back home?
Yeah, I guess if you're not paid up on the Tesla and they're going to repo your car, you don't actually have to hire a repo man. They just program it into the computer and
It'll
it
just
repos
drive
itself.
back to the dealer.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
That is convenient. That's good.
You better afford your Tesla if you're going to buy a Tesla.
No more of people hiding it in their work parking garage. I've worked for people like that have been behind on car payments, so they'll park it in the parking garage
But they're
at work.
not as expensive as like Mercedes and big high dollar cars, right?
I don't know.
You can get a Tesla pretty cheap.
Yeah, the Tesla SUV, which I thought was hundreds of thousands of dollars based on how people were freaking out over it and when they saw one on the road. But those are like $80,000 or less.
No, they're not that bad.
Yeah, I was surprised by that.
The lower price car, I forget the model, but that one's actually not crazy.
It's like 45 to
maybe even less.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe even less. Teslas aren't fancy cars as a texture. They're actually affordable. Still rather Chuck E. Cheese than the Tesla first date. Kellogg's original cereal is extremely bland and not sugary. Okay, old. It was created as a
Special
part
K?
of Christian Science health spa scam cult. Interesting.
Special K would be the most boring.
There was also
cereal
some
of
like
cereal.
there's something along that lines with graham crackers as well. Graham crackers was the way that when it was invented as a like alternative by like a Christian group as a treat to keep people from doing more
chocolatey, really high sugar.
No, like keep them away from sex and drugs. Here's a graham cracker. Like the history of graham crackers is weird.
Sweet life.
Yeah, I know. This is way back, but hearing the thing about the cereal, there were some things like that way back that were pretty odd.
Should have been cheesecake. Also, I'm going to be the last person to buy electric, so I wouldn't. Paulie G probably thinks the Tesla date idea is a great idea.
I don't think so.
I don't know. He's still single.
He is still single, but
He's very picky.
Paulie is.
But he drives like an old woman.
He does, but Paul's very into you hear his takes on every sport that's not football. He's very into the masculine, so I don't think he's gonna. What you hear, Paul? The way Paul talks, I don't know if he's gonna do something that would be perceived as not a masculine date.
I don't think Paul's that masculine.
I don't know.
Do you?
No.
Like on a scale of 1 to 10, feminine being 1, masculine being 10.
Is masculine.
I'm not talking
on air,
about
bravado is very masculine.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I don't think he'd want to present himself in a way that came off as not
He
masculine.
owns a cat.
He drives like Mrs.
So
Garrett.
I own a cat.
Cat is not very masculine. Sorry, it is not.
I agree with that. 100%.
Let's scale it. 1 being feminine, 10 being masculine. Cat's probably at a 3.
I was gonna say 2.
Maybe a 1.
So I'm feminine.
You're kind of. I mean, you're married and you have a kid, so that kind of that masculine part of you has overrode.
No, I
the
got it
feminine
for
part
her
of
once we got married.
There you go.
It's a little different. Like you're not living by yourself in an apartment with a cat.
If you, as part of the deal, when you're getting hooked up with your now wife, brought the cat to the deal, that's different.
You have a cat with your family, which is still kind of feminine, but it's not as feminine as having a cat in a 1-bedroom apartment and
my
you're the
wife
only
and
person
kids
there.
Want a cat? It ain't happening. Just not a cat guy.
Yeah. I think breakfast is important depending on your job or training, Kristen Humble. I'm not saying it's...
Have reflux and try to have breakfast and see how that goes.
You can't have any breakfast?
I never do. I can't.
Breakfast literally means break fast, not necessarily eat raggedy cereal. I've never heard the break fast thing. That's the first time I've heard that.
That means you're eating in your car on your way to work?
I have no problem doing that.
Which I knew you did.
I've never heard the break fast thing. Eat 1 egg in the morning every day. It's amazing for your brain. Thank you. Good night. I like to eat eggs for breakfast. Over well with butter. What do you mean shocker?
Eggs for breakfast. That's convenient since it's
I love eggs.
The number 1 breakfast food, right?
I love eggs.
Eggs are great.
How do you eat your eggs?
I
Ketchup,
prefer
probably.
them. No, that's only if they suck. I've said that. If like we used to go in the media rooms and if they like we were playing an early game in New York and they served breakfast and the eggs were nasty, but it was the only thing that they were offering, then I'd put ketchup on them so I could eat them.
Yeah, I like
Sunny
mine.
side up.
Sunny side up, like a little runny. You dip the
Yeah,
bread
I
in
like
it?
Not
runny.
runny.
I like over
Sunny
medium.
side up is runny. Isn't
Sunny
it?
side up where you can still
Sunny
get
side
the
up
yolks
is
from.
runny.
Yeah, sunny side up is runny.
That's the
It's a
most
little
runny.
bit, but not too bad.
I don't like the runniness of it. I eat mine over medium, over well.
Yeah, I'm over medium.
As a single man, excuse me for wanting a pet that's easier to take care of, not a literal dog who poops everywhere. Hey, I'm not blaming you, man. Different strokes for different folks. But on the scale of feminine, masculine, it's more on the feminine scale. Not in the, hey, you do you. 2025, do whatever you want. We're not going to, we're going to judge, but you do what you want.
I'm not judging you.
Paul's show is great, but I'm sorry. Paul's as masculine as Tesla is gas-powered. Kristen Humble.
Text of the day.
The most bad a manly man friend I have has a hairless cat. Dude runs ultra marathons and trains Brazilian jiu-jitsu. The ultra marathons are nuts, man. I could never do that.
God, I don't think my knees.
You didn't have to include the word ultra
The
first
ultras
to
are
believe you would
nuts.
It's one thing to see the bumper stickers on the back of the car, the 13.1 or the 26.2s. When you see that 145, whatever they are, I'm like, yeah, no.
Texture says cats are a 3-letter word that starts with G. 713-780-ESPN. I didn't say it. Of the top 9 in the Western Conference, who would the Rockets beat in a 7-game series? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Some of you are getting way too liberal on the text line. Don't send us the crazy stuff. I don't want to hear about escapades or whatever. 713-780-ESPN. Don't send us that stuff. 713-780-3776. Ocho, Branham, last night we witnessed the greatness of the Cougs when they faced an opponent they didn't follow the scouting report or blueprint on how to successfully defend them. It never ceases to amaze me how often that happens. Cool story. Ocho, I don't know.
Did you say sex league?
I almost did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't mean to. I meant successfully. I can't read. We're dumbs on this show. I don't know why anybody expects us to be smart and intellectuals. I don't think anybody comes into the, I don't think anybody from 3 to 6 turns into ESPN 97.5 is like, let's hear the brilliance that the Bees have to say today. I don't think that happens.
Well, definitely not grammatically correct.
I don't think that they look for us for brilliance, Blinkers.
Okay.
I don't think so. What do you think, Brian? Do y'all look at us for brilliance? 713-780-3776. I think that'd be misplaced.
Time slot.
It's very nice to say that. B. Hannon says Polly enjoys hot yoga and Pilates.
It's masculine.
That's not true, is it?
But I don't know.
I've never done hot yoga. I've tried yoga.
I've heard hot yoga. I've heard a lot of really masculine guys talk about how hot yoga is extremely effective.
Would you try it?
I would try it.
Okay.
Yeah, I would.
It's like 120 degrees in there. They said you're just going to sweat like crazy.
Yeah, you sweat everything out. I've heard. I mean, obviously, I've heard about it. I know about it, but I've never done the hot yoga. I've done regular yoga as part of P90X back in the day.
Oh, you were P90X, bro?
Back in the day.
Yeah.
Tony Horton, what's up? Yeah, Tony Horton and I were bros.
I didn't realize you were a P90X, bro.
I mean, I never got through the full 90
Did Rome, was it Rome that got you into that? Because he was always always promoting the P90X.
I think it was my weight that got me into that.
Okay, fair.
Yeah, I remember.
What got you out of it? Your weight?
My laziness. Yeah.
I'm saying the weight kind of came back and you got out of it.
Tony Horton. Shout out Tony Horton. I think Beachbody's still around, isn't it?
Maybe.
I think it is. I think Beachbody's still around. I don't know, but I believe that it is. There's something else here. I can't remember what it was. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Of the top teams in the West, top 9, top 10, how many would the Rockets beat in a 7-game series?
I think it's an interesting question simply because of the fact that everybody's looking at the Rockets and thinking, top 2 or top 3 team in the West all year. Then other people I see on ESPN and other places saying the Rockets, should win at least one playoff series this year. I'm like, but who are they going to beat? Because if you start from the top down, even the teams when you start getting to 6, 7, and 8 are going to be a dicey proposition. Like going into the All-Star break, it was going to be the Lakers and the Rockets. The Rockets would have home court. Who are you picking in that series?
Rockets and who?
Lakers.
No, Rockets.
I'm taking the Lakers.
I'm going Rockets. I think LeBron's washed, and I think Luka's overrated. I'm like Nico, what's his name, Harrison?
Yeah, Nico Harrison. I completely disagree.
Give me the Rockets.
Luka flat out could kick. Luka was fat last year and carried his team to the finals.
Didn't beat the Rockets.
Didn't have to. They didn't make it. So he took the teams that were in his pathway and he put them on the side and kept going. I mean, there's no way, I'm sorry, but there's no way with what we're talking about a team like the Rockets having problems closing games out is going to beat a veteran-laden team like the Lakers.
Let's go through.
Don't see it.
Let's go. One. Well, you go 10 through 1 or 1 through 10.
Let's go. Let's
go
make it
10
easy
through 1.
first. Let's go 1. I think the easiest ones are going to be at the top.
All right. 7-game series against Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma City.
Yeah, I go OKC there. 7-game series against Memphis. I'll go Rockets there.
I think it's close. I think Memphis.
Don't the Rockets have the tiebreaker already over Memphis too?
Yes, they do. They won 3 or 4.
I'll take the Rockets there. Denver. It depends on who gets the home court advantage.
I don't think it matters.
I'll go home court advantage. Right now it'd be Denver. Rockets, Lakers. We just talked about that one. Rockets, Clippers. I'll go Rockets.
If they're healthy.
Well, that's a big if.
It is a big if, and they've made some moves to be better. Norman Powell's playing out of his mind. They got more shooting help at the deadline, and if Kawhi plays with James Harden, again, playoff experience matters.
I don't trust anybody with the first name Norman.
Okay.
So give me the Rockets there. Rockets in Minnesota.
That
one's tough because I love Anthony Edwards.
And he's another guy capable of winning the series all by himself.
I'll go Rockets there too. Rockets, Dallas.
Rockets.
Yeah, If Anthony Davis is healthy, I think that's a really good team.
It's a good series. I think Clay is washed.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, so I think it becomes another one where if Kyrie or Anthony Davis go off, now you got serious problems. But I think depth in that situation matters, and I think the Rockets can run them into winning a series.
Yeah, I like Dallas if they're healthy, but how much can you trust street clothes? Sacramento
Rockets.
Yeah, go Rockets, and then Golden State. Draymond guaranteed a championship.
Golden State beats the Rockets in a 7-game series as currently constructed.
I feel like they can't ever be Golden State. Golden State could be 10-72 on the year, and the Rockets could be 72-10. And I'm always going to pick Golden State to win a 7-game series over Houston. They're going to find a way to beat Houston.
It is their kryptonite. They cannot beat the Warriors, and now Jimmy Butler gives them an extra guy to go to. And they're playing. I think they've lost 1 game since they got Jimmy Butler, so we'll see. But I think that the Warriors would beat the Rockets.
It sounds like you think the Rockets are going to be one and done.
I do. I absolutely do think they're going to be one and done. And I don't think it's a bad thing. I just don't think, because of the fact that they don't have a closing strategy and they don't have closers so far, and because of the fact that I think they have to get their feet wet and experience the playoffs.
Yeah. So you think they're going to be one and done?
I do.
You hate the Rockets.
I don't hate the Rockets. I mean, the bigger question, too, is where do they finish? Because, for as high as they've been, which was as high as 2, they have a chance. As much as I said that I changed my prediction from being a play-in team to being the 6th seed, there's a legit chance down the stretch in these final 27 games, they end up being a play-in team.
Mm-hmm. No, I don't. I think they'll make the top 6, but it's in play. Like, it's in play that they don't finish in the top 6.
Good news is they play Utah 3 times and New Orleans twice.
Yeah, their schedule's not that difficult after the stretch. It's one of the easier ones in the league, and you're getting healthy.
Yes, and you've got a majority. You've got a good stretch coming up with home games. You got 10 out of the next 13. I
got to
think
take advantage of that.
So you have to take advantage.
You have to take advantage of that. Losing in the first round, though, I don't think is the worst thing for this team.
I don't either,
because I think that it forces them to make a move.
Well, I think it's twofold. I think the first thing is, like I mentioned, I think to get all these younger guys some playoff experience, to understand what it means. It's one thing to play 2 games in 3 nights, or 4 and 5, or whatever it is, and realize it's a different animal to play playoff basketball. And the strategy, the way the game gets kind of mucked up and slowed down, and it becomes more physical. They got to get their feet wet and understand that. And then, to your point.
Yeah, I think that both things are true. Like, you could always use the learning curve. Texture P90X and Insanity Max nearly killed me, but chicks like my body afterwards. That's great for you, Texture. Don't worry if you don't ever get any further than that.
What came first, P90X or the Billy Blanks thing? When he was doing the kickboxing?
I think Billy Blanks was way before that.
Was he?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Paulie has a shake weight. # masculinity. Why are we banging on Paul all of a sudden? Branham sounds like a guy who only watches the Rockets. Haha. LeBron not losing us if he has Luka. I admit that. I don't watch NBA basketball other than the Rockets until the playoffs. You will not ever catch me watching NBA on TNT, whatever, ESPN. I'm a college basketball guy. I watch the Rockets. I enjoy the Rockets. I enjoy NBA basketball, but I'm not going to watch random NBA teams like Milwaukee taking on Minnesota, Milwaukee versus Indiana, Lakers. I know you're an NBA guy. I'm a college basketball guy.
But I'm both.
You're a basketball guy in general.
Yes.
I turn on the NBA outside of the Rockets in the playoffs. I am not an NBA regular season guy. I'll be the first one to admit that. Now, I'll watch every Rockets game, whether it's live or DVR. But outside of the Rockets NBA, not for me. Not until the playoffs.
Yeah, I just you're right. I'm a basketball junkie. I love watching hoops. Last night was great to see all the college games on when there's nothing on. It's like, well, you got the Cougs on late. You got some good games. You got BYU blowing out Kansas. But yeah, on a given night, I'm watching NBA. Would you watch high school basketball?
I'm not opposed to it, but I'm not going out of my way to watch.
I like if there's top 25 in the country high school tournament matchups with some prospects, I like watching those games.
Only time that I really watch high school now is if it's a commit. And I'm checking them out.
One of your commits.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like if they've got like a game where there's 2 or 3 guys that are like in the past. It used to be when Chet Holmgren played the guy, he's with the Cavaliers now, but he was the number 1 high school prospect in the country. And then he didn't pan out and Chet did. And they both had like 35. I was like, okay, now I know those guys can play on the next level.
Yeah. Yeah, I pretty rare for me to do that, unless he's a commit. Now, back in the day, I would go to high school games, watch a lot of
I like doing that. My dad used to do that.
It's a little different now, though, because, like, public school basketball isn't as big. Like, a lot of these guys are going prep schools now.
Yeah, in Houston, I think you're kind of blessed in the fact that there's normally a lot of talent in some of the games in the city where you can catch some pretty good matchups.
Yeah, but then they'll go prep.
Will they?
Yeah, they'll go prep. They'll spend a couple of years here locally, and then they'll go play their junior, senior years, or just their senior year at like a Mount Verde or IMG Academy. If they're that good, they're going to one of those prep schools. 713-780-ESPN.
There's a couple kids going to Duke from Houston, I think.
Shelton Henderson from Bel Air is.
Okay,
Yeah, he's going. I guess he was one of the ones that did. I mean, it's not 100%, but most go to the prep schools. 0392 CrossFit is all people need. Yeah, but then you have to like work out and stuff. What's your box? 0392. All right, John Morant. Rumors are out there that he could be had in the summer. Is he the name or unname that you wish the Rockets would acquire? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Ocho says you're referring to the great Anthony Bennett, the biggest bust in NBA history.
I'm not.
No.
I'll look it up. Anthony Bennett is the greatest bust in NBA history, though.
Shout out to CrossFit Mag Zero. Get me in your box. I just name dropped you. Get me in the box. Let me get in there and embarrass myself. I'll do a pull-up or two. Oh, come on, Ocho. He says Jarris Walker's Anthony Bennett 2.0. Ocho, you're banned for the rest of the day. You're banned for the rest of the day. You cannot text the show again for the rest of the day. You can try back tomorrow.
Anthony Bennett, former Rocket.
That's right.
They picked him up and they got rid of him before he ever played a game.
Didn't they also pick him up and then like check his eyes?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure they did. I think that they
Check
signed
his eyes
him
for what?
at like bad vision.
They were trying to equate
like,
that to his failure.
You know how sometimes like they do this with baseball players, like
Sure.
he like they can't hit, and like, oh, let's go get your eyes checked. They did that with Anthony Bennett. I don't know if they got on contacts or got on glasses,
Ben Simmons yet?
but they checked.
Anyone taken
Baseball
Ben
players
Simmons?
and wide receivers, Nike has the tech. They developed something in their labs that actually improves your vision.
What
you're saying?
Carrots?
It's like all electronically driven to how your eyes focus.
LASIK surgery?
I've had LASIK.
No, it's not LASIK surgery. It's literally like electronic exercises for the pupils that teach you to refocus or focus quicker.
LASIK. My eyes are my superpower. Actually, like I'll see things that my family cannot, and they get mad at me whenever I do that. I have 20/15 vision.
Brag.
I have 20/15 vision. Yeah,
is that good?
It's great for my professional career. Yeah, it's good to see.
It's good when you're calling games.
Good
with
to
teams
see.
that's numbers and uniform stuff.
I feel like cheaters are coming soon though, because that doesn't help the your short vision or whatever it's called. What's it, nearsightedness? I feel like that's coming.
farsighted.
Well, whatever.
It's the opposite. Like if you can't see up close,
Oh yeah,
you're
you
farsighted.
can see far.
Yeah.
You're right. So I feel like that's coming. I feel like cheaters are probably a few years away. So we'll see about that. Ron Holland, was it Ron Holland blinkers?
No.
Was it Amani Bates?
Yes, that's who it was. Amani Bates. It was Amani Bates against Chet Holmgren in two of the top-rated teams in the country, and everybody was saying Amani Bates is going to be the best player coming out, and then Chet went for like 35 and 25.
Amani went to Memphis for that 1 year,
did.
and then he transferred to, was it Eastern Michigan?
Indeed.
He actually put up numbers at Eastern Michigan.
Mm-hmm. That's what saved him to get at least drafted in the second round.
Yeah, he's with the team, right?
The Cavs. That's what I'm saying. He was with the Cavs.
He's
Last
on
time I
two-way,
saw him,
or
he
is
was
he
with
on their?
No, he was on their roster.
He's on their roster. Yeah, he's got
First
talent.
year he was a two-way.
He's still talented. Like he's probably overranked or whatever. John Morant. There's stories out there, reports out there that he could be attainable in the summer. They don't want to pay him the Supermax, kind of the Luka thing, which I can understand Memphis not wanting to do that. Would John Morant be a player that you would want the Rockets to acquire?
Yes, indeed. John Morant at his age, with his basketball ability, I understand that the off the court is a totally different issue, but just in terms of his basketball abilities and his ability to be a go-to type guy that can take it to the basket and hang in the air, that can make key shots, big shots, and is as good enough. John Morant would definitely be one of those guys that I'd be willing to make a move for.
Does his shooting concern you? Because, he wouldn't cure the outside shooting problems the Rockets have.
Not a three-point shooter per se, but what I like is he's a clutch shooter. I like the fact that he makes big shots, and the Rockets have seen some of this when they've been in close games with Memphis, where, maybe Memphis didn't win the game at the end of the night, but when a big shot needs to be made, they can go to Ja, and you can almost expect he's going to either get to the line or he's going to get two. And I think that that's something that they are sorely missing. So I would, and if it's Jalen Green as part of a deal for John Morant, I'm in.
Why is he only playing 29 minutes a game?
Because they're still nursing him from his shoulder. They're watching his minutes and everything because he's still dinged up.
Is it his shooting shoulder?
That I don't know.
His shooting scares me. He's an incredible talent. His athleticism, controls the ball. His shooting on the floor is what concerns me more than his off the court stuff.
Well played.
The off the court stuff to me is kind of immature. Hopefully he's grown out of that. I'm willing to roll the dice on that. But his I'm more concerned about his 3-point shooting than silly guns on Instagram.
It's just the fact that I can't just completely dismiss off the floor because it's multiple episodes with him and his inner circle of friends that have gotten the NBA to ban the friends and be concerned and bring in extra security. That's a problem because now you're putting a lot of money and a lot of weight into a guy that might do something to screw it up that has nothing to do with an injury. Yeah. But I think that overall, yes, I can see how you could be concerned, but I also think that if you're playing with the right guys around you, I think that he can get more open shots, which will help. But, some guys, Dwayne Wade wasn't a 3-point shooter. Jimmy Butler's not a 3-point shooter. The fact that he's able to create, he also is good at finding others when the defense, kind of collapses on him. And I think that he has so much offensive skill that I'm willing to live with that.
Yeah, I'm in. I like John Morant, the player. Now the 3-point shooting is something that would be it does not help you. Like if you're trading Jalen Green and pieces for John Morant, Jalen Green's a better 3-point shooter than Ja by a pretty substantial amount. But I think Ja is a better complete player.
I was gonna say if you need a
point
bucket
guard
at the end of a game, I'm going with Ja before I'm going with Jalen.
No doubt. Yeah, give me John Morant.
Amani
I'm
Bates
down with that.
is still on the Cavs roster.
So is he on the full time or is he a two-way?
Full time. 6'8". He's the size 6'8".
No, he's
only 21.
Yeah, he's got skill. Texture absolutely about Ja. Going to be a lot of Morant jerseys hung in Houston strip clubs. I mean, they had Harden. That worked out okay.
I mean, yeah.
Amon, Ja, and Şengün might make the worst offense in the NBA. Worst offense in the NBA? Why? That's an upgrade. Ja over Jalen's an upgrade offensively.
Men?
Yeah, Min, Ja, and Şengün might make the worst offense in the NBA, says the texter.
I don't think so.
XX says Ja would be cool as long as he leaves that fake gangster bad word in Memphis.
It's one of his buddies is he talking about?
Do you think that's why Memphis doesn't want to pay him the Supermax? Is because of the off the court?
I think so.
That's like, this is all speculation,
and again,
of course,
but also speculate the fact that no one would know better than what they have to deal with the fact that whoever's coming to the game and whatever threats are being made and weapons being used and lasers on guns being pointed.
It needs to be accurate.
I'm just saying that if anybody knows what that possibly could be a detriment on a daily basis, it's the home team.
Yeah. I mean, totally guessing, but I think that is the case. 713-780-ESPN. What is your car wreck of the day? What are you nominating for the car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Car wreck of the day, 713-780-3776. Coming up after us, Soccer Matters. Glenn Davis will have Dynamo gaffer Ben Olsen on with him. Dynamo get their season started this weekend. First match.
Facing FC Dallas. And then
rivalry.
Match 2, Messi's coming here.
The Texas Derby. The first match for the Dynamo is FC Dallas?
First match is FC Dallas. You get the rivalry.
Texas Derby.
And then the game 2, you get Messi.
It's one of the biggest rivals in the entire MLS.
Yeah.
Maybe
it's
not
big
like
time.
disheveled and wrinkled. You get the soccer player.
It actually might be the biggest rivalry in all of football, the Texas Derby.
I don't know if
El
I go that far.
Clasico. El Clasico is nothing.
I don't know if
to
I go that
Texas
far.
Derby. I'm just telling you. They battle for El Capitan. They give out the big cannon to the winner. The winner,
cannon.
El Capitan, goes to the winner of the Texas Derby. That's bigger than El Clasico. You don't think so?
No.
We'll get Glenn's thoughts on that.
Yeah.
We disagree.
We'll ask him to lead the show on it.
But that's at 6. Comicast is at 8. And in the mid-card, Hall of Fame with Brad Gilmore and Booker
Two-time
T.
Hall of Famer Booker T.
Yeah, Stevie Ray was
Put some
always the
respect
better
on his
member
name.
of Harlem Heat, though.
Oh, come on now.
Stevie Ray was the better
now
brother.
You're just getting absurd.
What's your car
All
wreck of the
respect to
day?
Stevie Ray, but
713-780-3776. Blankers, what's your
The
car wreck of
first
the day?
one happened last night. I don't know if you saw it or not. Probably not. You were busy. Duke women's basketball got deked. To start the second half, Louisville came out and intentionally lined up going the same basket they were using in the first half. Duke just went out and guarded them. That was the wrong half. They switched. They went in and got a free layup because Duke fell asleep and didn't know which end of the court they were supposed to be on. And Louisville got a free 2 points.
Really?
Yeah.
So someone just leaked out to the other end and got a free layup?
Yeah, so the girl was laughing the whole way.
Women's
They inbounded at midcourt. Yeah, she caught it, just kind of chuckled all the way down, going, gotcha, and laid up the ball.
That's crazy.
Why would you waste that in a regular season game?
It's not a trick play. The defense was asleep.
They just kind of
Yeah,
walked
but
on
if
the
you're
floor.
lining
We're
up
going
on the
this way.
wrong side of the court to trick them, that is a trick play. I'm just saying I'd use it for a more important game, but whatever.
Yeah, I see your
It's
point.
like using your best, fake punt in week 12.
Yeah, but a lot of the fake punch stuff is game plan specific. Like
Yeah.
they see something on film that
But
makes that play good against that defense.
Well,
But
what the women did
Kansas City
wasn't game
swore by
plan
that
specific.
blocked field goal. that
Probably
they had
not.
seen it on film all year.
Yeah. It's like I hate that take though. Oh, they should have saved their best trick play for another week. It's probably not available to them because it's what they see that week.
Well, when would they
against
ever
what's shown-
seen that?
No,
on-
I agree with you on the
okay,
women's
okay,
game. No, I agree
okay,
with it. Like
okay.
that to me is more trick than game plan specific. But I'm talking about it from the football element. I agree with you on that.
Kara Lawson, the ex ESPN analyst at All American, is the head coach at Duke. You'd think she'd be smarter than that.
You would. Brandon probably thought Janetti was the better rocker over Shawn Michaels. Shawn Michaels is my favorite of all time. So that is not the case. He's my
You
favorite.
seem
ever.
like more of a Bret Hart guy.
Absolutely not. Couldn't stand Bret Hart. He was dull. He was more boring than Booker T.
I can't wait for this match.
I'm going to nominate the NBA viewership for the All-Star game. Down 13% since last year. It's down 80% since the best ever, since its peak. 80%. 80 from the peak NBA All-Star game viewership.
Did it say when that peak
sad
was?
State. No, I didn't see.
Draymond was bashing that too, talking about our games uninteresting, and
he's not wrong.
There's more time given to Kevin Hart than there was actual playing
a
of
disaster,
games. Yeah, it's a disaster. It's not savable.
What do you got, Brian?
My car wreck of the day nominee goes to a certain man we have a drop for.
Never
Billionaires asking
quit.
for our money, not a dime. Houston Texans move. I don't care.
I don't understand why y'all have such a problem with billionaire owners panhandling.
Slash
I don't
S.
know where you get y'all. I was with you on this.
That was just a joke. I just wanted to say billionaire panhandling.
Yeah, that's a pretty funny image. Cal McNair out in the flipping hats and trying to get people to put money in.
I mean, flipping burgers for a few bucks. He knows what it's like to.
Yeah,
the hard times. Hard times are not.
Dusty Rhodes, son of a plumber. Well, actually, he's the son of a billionaire. Yeah, that doesn't work.
Hard times.
Maybe
for
Bob.
Cal
Maybe
McNair.
Bob's the son of a plumber. I don't know.
They need a new stadium. Hard times. He's flipping burgers for a few bucks to try to raise funds for a new stadium. I'm on Cal's side on this.
I know.
I want a new stadium in Houston.
Branham's with Team Billionaire.
Team Billionaire.
Did you see the other one I had?
No.
Illinois basketball, University of Illinois basketball
retired Terrence Shannon Jr.'s jersey, and when they dropped the banner, it was upside down.
Yeah.
Yeah, he not a good look. Now he's doing a really good thing.
Yeah.
They made a T-shirt about the whole episode and how you turn your life around when you're dropped upside down or something like that, and all the proceeds are going to charity. So good on him for being a good sport about it. It's a horrible look for anybody retiring a jersey.
It is a bit of a stretch to be like life turned upside down, bro. You got your jersey retired and it just happened to be upside down. Like you're not living tough here, you know. Like it is good, charitable cause, all that's great. You know, making light of a debacle of a situation, but he's doing okay. Like he's doing all right for himself.
Yeah, turning something out of your jersey retirement is a bit of a first world problem complaint.
Yeah. Car wrecks of the day. Ocho is banned, so we're not going to read that his car wreck of the day is Bill Self and the Kansas Jayhawks. He's banned for the rest of the show, so we're not reading Ocho's text that the car wreck of the day is easily Bill Self and the Kansas Jayhawks. They lost by 30 in Provo last night.
His press conference? We need some time away from each other.
There's some rumors out there. You're familiar with this college basketball referee, Jeffrey Anderson? He's called High Knees. High Knees. He's the guy who runs with the high knees. He injured his high knees while running in his hotel. He's going to be out for a few days. College basketball referee.
In the hotel? Not outside?
No, he's like running around his room. Running around high knees, running around his room. And then Tiger Woods in this stupid TGL. Yeah. Not a fan. TGL's dumb. Tiger tried to hit a wedge into a 199-yard shot.
He landed on the caddy who says that
the caddy said 99.
Yeah.
Which it's hard to tell distance off a monitor.
Right, but normally on the PGA Tour, you don't say the first number.
Right. Yeah, what's winning?
Billionaires.
No, I think it's Duke basketball.
Let's go Duke basketball. Does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Blank on Brandon. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Soccer Matters. Glenn Davis right now on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
All right, welcome. Bienvenidos. Off and running tonight, Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5, as always presented by the Daspit Law Firm. Brian McDonald behind the glass tonight here, as always. Man, there is excitement in the air. There is a lot going on in the world of soccer, particularly Major League Soccer. We're going to get into it tonight. We're streaming at ESPN975.com. Call-in number tonight. Keep this handy. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. Why? I've got tickets to the Texas Derby opening game, Houston Dynamo against FC Dallas, and I've got a pair of tickets for the U.S. Women's National Team, Colombia, the doubleheader She Believes Cup tomorrow at Shell Energy Stadium. Champions League updates tonight. We've got Dynamo head coach Ben Olsen. And, of course, from Third Degree up in Dallas, Buzz Carrick. So we'll get a little bit on the opponent, the enemy, FC Dallas. And there's a great story that's connected Houston-wise to FC Dallas. Their new head coach, first year, his debut game here in Houston as the head coach, Eric Quill, grew up playing soccer here in Houston, all the parks around the area, went on to play in Major League Soccer with a number of teams, Tampa, Sporting Kansas City, and FC Dallas. Well, he is now the coach of FC Dallas. So it's another feather in the cap of what Houston produces, but it's another great storyline. The Dynamo go into this one now with the signing of Nico Ladero, one of the great playmakers in MLS history. Now, he's 35 years of age. They've got him at an economical price. We'll talk about that here tonight. I'm going to give you my synopsis of kind of where the Dynamos sit here heading into the season. First and foremost, a very important message here. Cy-Fair Dynamos, that's Olivier Finadori, who played for the old Houston Hotshots in the Continental Indoor Soccer League at the Summit. That club for, I believe it's 18, 19 years now, have been hosting soccer clinics. All the funds go to the Pediatric Cancer and Snowdrop Foundation for research. But it's going to be a 3-versus-3 tournament. It's coming up. You go to, I'm going to get you the information on this. I just forgot. It's thedriven.net. That's where you go. And it's March 16th. And they're, again, hosting the clinic. And it's amazing. Roland Sickinger's out there as well, who played for the old Houston Hurricanes and Dynamos. Olivier Finadori played for the Hotshots, as mentioned. So there you go. Got tickets tonight. You know what, Brian? Do you think I can be benevolent and give a pair of tickets out right now?
You could do whatever you want. It's your show.
All right, let's do it. Benevolence. We're giving out tickets. We love to be givers. 713-780-3776 right now. Caller number 5. I got a pair of tickets to Dynamo FC Dallas. It's the home opener. It's against the rival. It's the Texas Derby. It's going to be great on Saturday. Caller number 5 at 713-780-3776. You get a pair of tickets.
Now, did you hear about the nonsense that Jeremy Branham got into at the end of the show?
No,
he was promoting Soccer Matters with Glenn Davis, of course, because he's a great teammate here at ESPN 97.5.
He always does.
And he started talking about the greatness of the Texas Derby. He said it was the biggest rivalry in all of football, even bigger than El Clasico.
Yeah, I don't know if it's bigger than Real Madrid and Barcelona. I'm not sure about that, and I'm not sure it's bigger than Rayados and Tigres or some of the great global rivalries, Boca and River. But it's our version of it, and it's good. All right, so let me get into a synopsis of the Dynamo. So let's take a dive into the offseason as we head into 2025. Great start with FC Dallas and Texas Derby. Then you get Leo Messi and Inter Miami. By the way, Leo Messi will be on TV here at 7 o'clock on Fox with Inter Miami playing Sporting Kansas City in the Champions League, which is an additional tournament to Major League Soccer. So for the Dynamo, out goes Hector Herrera. Unbelievable in 2023. He goes to Toluca. Out goes Coco to Pumas. $3.5 million the Dynamo get. Inevitably, we expect Mikael, the center back, one of the best in MLS. Yes, he made a few mistakes. So do a lot of people. But very athletic, a nice intimidating presence. Worked well with Eric Sviatchenko. He is expected to move to Palmeiras in Brazil for $5 million plus a sell-on clause. So financially, the Dynamo have their best ever transfer window with incoming dollars, bringing in somewhere around, and listen, don't quote me exact on this, but it's going to be in the neighborhood of $8.5 million. And now they have an open DP spot that they can fill with Herrera and Sebas Ferreira moving on. Now, the challenge is to maintain, after losing those players, the competitiveness of the Dynamo on the field. They've made good moves economically, I think, potential wise moves based on player performance. They've made moves that are economical. They also spilled out $2.1 million for a young American attacking player, left-footed Jack McGlynn from the Union. And I think we're going to be excited to see Jack McGlynn. Also coming in, Jimmy Maurer, a backup goalkeeper from FC Dallas. You got Blake Gillingham, a goalkeeper from Creighton University. So he's probably the third string, probably going down to Dynamo 2. Johnny Torres, by the way, is a Houston area product. That's the coach at Creighton. And he won the Herman Award as the #1 college player in the country. Johnny Torres, right here from Houston. That's like the Heisman in football. We had two of those winners here. We had him and Chris Bondi as well, who won it when he was at UConn. Eric Duenas, acquired from LAFC. Versatile, free transfer. Good news there. Not a big hit against the cap. Michael Holiday comes from Orlando. He's a right back. He will provide cover in that position. He only played 106 minutes last year, but he is athletic. They'll try to groom him into that position as a backup. By the way, Javier is the winner of the tickets. Javier, congratulations for the pair of tickets to the Houston Dynamo FC Dallas. We'll give some more away. We'll give some U.S. women's national team tickets away as well. And by the way, you can buy tickets at HoustonDynamo.com. So then the key questions here. Junior Urso, also from Orlando City, 35 years old, going to bring depth, experience. You need depth in Major League Soccer, no question. And today, the Dynamo get over the line Nico Ladero. He comes from Orlando as well. But we all know him in Major League Soccer from his time at Seattle. In his career in MLS, check out some of these things. By the way, he won a Copa America with Uruguay. International national team, 60 caps. He was a 2016 MLS Newcomer of the Year, 2019 an All-Star, 2020 Best 11. He's won the CONCACAF Champions League. He's won 2 MLS Cups and was the main fulcrum for Seattle. Now he's 35, but he can still pull off plays. So they get him over the line. And that right there is going to make the Dynamo more interesting. Now, I mentioned the two big signings being Ladero and Jack McGlynn. McGlynn's on the fringe of the U.S. national team. He's young. He's left-footed, good set pieces, good on the ball. These are two guys that can make plays and be good distributors. They could hopefully unlock the potential of the big payout center forward we have, Ezequiel Ponce. So that's going to be the desire to get out of these two guys. What I'm going to tell you next, though, I think is very key. These two signings will become exceptional signings if Pat Onstad and the Houston Dynamo can get a designated player in that is next level and above everybody else. Then these two become exceptional signings. Pressure gets taken off McGlynn. Ladero now can be utilized any way Ben Olsen wants him. Maybe it's like back in the old days with Vicente Sanchez. You let everybody beat themselves up for 65, 70 minutes. You bring him on when fatigue is set in. You get an extra half a yard of space on the ball, and he's going to kill you with passes. Nico Ladero. And by the way, he's a worker too at his age. But he's going to have to be monitored, I think, at this point at 35. But if you can get a big DP signing or a next level DP signing, those two moves become even more brilliant. Now, well, let's go into some of the key issues heading into the Dynamo season. How's it going to come together? I mean, you're a lot of change, right? So I guess we're in a rebuild. I don't know if anybody's actually said that, but we're in a rebuild. So the question is, I was hoping last year was going to be the year we really made the run for the MLS Cup and took in a DP. But everything changed with Hector Herrera last year. Can key points to look at, I think, is are Lawrence Anali and Nelson Quinones coming off knee injuries, are they going to be guys that are going to be back? I mean, listen, knee injuries, you never know. Sometimes you lose explosiveness. These guys are young enough. I think they're going to come back just fine. But per Pat Onstad, they're about 3 months away. You got to unlock Easy Ponce this year. Ezekiel Ponce, the Dynamo star striker. He's got to get more looks at goal. He's got to face goal. Ben Olsen is coming up tonight on the show. He's going to talk about the attack. They've been working very hard on that. You heard Pat Onstad say that too. But Ladero and McGlynn can be providers. Probably need more set-piece goals. Sebastian Kowalczyk, because he's gotten big rave reports in preseason. You know, he's likely going to be the starter, I would think, against FC Dallas unless something changes there. It might be a great thing to have him go in and press people and work people, and then you bring in a Nico Ladero to finish an opponent off with some of the distribution. Will this team become more direct? I believe it will with Andrew Tarbell in goal because he's going to hit more long balls. He's going to bypass midfield. He's going to like to hit the head of Ponce and stick balls in behind opponents. So that could lead to more duels, a more aggressive game, a game that maybe gets a little bit more chaotic. So the recovery of second ball, scrappy play, maybe a little bit more of a transitional game could occur. And that kind of inches a little bit away from the Dynamo game model of a methodical, tight build, all that great possession and the ability to keep your team shape and play narrow. We'll see. Do we see more dribbles from Ladero? That was the thing that I loved about Lawrence Anali. He was, even though we only got a small sample size of this young German kid, he'd come off the bench and he beat somebody and leave them. Not beat somebody, cut it back on their right foot, allow somebody to get back. He'd beat somebody and leave them and get to goal. And the Dynamo need that. And I hope he comes back physically fit. I hope also that Nelson Quinones Jr. does too. Now, the Mikael situation, he's expected to move on to Palmeiras. More incoming dollars. That's gonna be very, very big. That's supposed to be something that will go for $5 million plus a sell-on clause. So that I have included, even though it hasn't been officially announced. It's supposedly going to happen. He's going to go to Palmeiras and in Brazil. It's a great story because the Dynamo got him inexpensively. He played in Dynamo 2. He came into the first team, became one of the better center backs in Major League Soccer. Physical, intimidator. He was inexpensive. You were allowed to then let go of teenage Adabi and help your roster. Adabi's now back in Cincinnati. But that was really good business. So replacing Mikael that's a tough one. You got Ethan Bartlow, you got a young Penn State draftee in Obafemi Awodesu, who's athletic. You got Daniel Steris, who's a veteran. And last year was so valuable filling in different spots. But Eric Sviatchenko would like to have athleticism next to him. But it'll be real opportunity for Bartlow, Steris, and Awodesu. Obafemi Awodesu, Penn State. Opportunity at the center back position. That's one to keep an eye on. No question. The other position to keep an eye on is the Coco Carrasquilla position. The other position to keep an eye on is where Hector left. And that's Jack McGlynn now. Could we get a surprise from some of the Dynamo 2 players? I think you're going to hope so. There are younger players that are getting opportunity. Exxon Arzu. Could he be somebody that makes a difference? What about Brooklyn Reigns? Is he going to get squeezed out now? There's competition. So the Dynamo trying to build a lot of competition in a lot of different areas. FC Dallas is going to come in with Peter Musa up front. Lucho Acosta has been a huge signing for them. He's been in training. Dallas is already here in Houston to get out of North Texas because of the weather. For me, their back four looks vulnerable. And I think the Dynamo can, on Saturday, find some success. But listen, this is early season MLS. You're going to see mistakes. You're going to see a lot of different things occur in this game. All right, Herediano and Salt Lake, 39th minute, tied at 0. Later on tonight, you got Seattle, Antigua. This is in the CONCACAF Champions League. And then at 7 o'clock, it's Kansas City against Leo Messi. So you can get a look at Messi before he comes to Houston. In cold weather, by the way. Incredible game today. PSV and Juventus. PSV comes back, wins 3-1. They win it on aggregate 4-3 over Juventus. They knock out Weston McKennie and company. Dortmund advances over Sporting. PSG slams Brest 7-0. 10-0 on aggregate. Great. Real Madrid, 3-1 over Man City. Scored early in that game, 6-3 on aggregate. Pep and Man City are out. And the weird thing is now, at AC Milan, Christian Pulisic now, because of some of these new signings, including Santiago Jimenez, he's kind of having to prove himself again and keep fighting. I mean, this is professional soccer. Here's a guy who's been tearing it up, and they bring in a bunch of new signings. He's still got to prove himself to the manager, Sergio Conceição. All right, caller number 2 right now. We will give you a pair of tickets to tomorrow night's U.S. women's national team against Colombia, that game at Shell Energy Stadium. Caller number 4, a pair of tickets to the U.S. women's national team. We'll take a break. When we come back. Third Degrees, Buzz Carrick joins me.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
Chemical Brothers, the Golden Path. We're all supposed to be following the Golden Path, right? That's what they say. Okay. Great music, by the way. I love this song. All right. So Nico Nikos presents a World Cup moment. I'm going to give it to you right now. 1950 on June 29th. Yes. The U.S. beats England in a World Cup 1-0. Group match in Belo Horizonte, Brazil. The game-winning goal, headed in by Joe Gaetjens, who had Haitian background. So that was our legendary victory over England. The next time we beat England was in 1994. So there you have it. That is presented by Nico Nikos Greek and American Cafe. 3 locations throughout the city. You go up to the Woodlands, a new location. You've got I-10 and the Beltway. Some of the best Greek food going. Souvlakis, gyros, incredible chicken soup. They've got a bakery on site. You've got all the great lamb shanks. You want real Mediterranean diet type food. It is the legendary Nico Nikos Greek and American Cafe. And the one I used to go to way back was the original location on Montrose, which is actually built out now. It was actually smaller then. And it's obviously our great friend Dimitri. And Dimitri's son is going to UNLV to play football. How about that? Pretty big after playing at Straight Jesuit. All right, let's get a little beat on the opponent. Last year, FC Dallas failed to make the playoffs. They fired their coach, Nico Estevez. He landed in Austin. Their new coach is Eric Quill, who grew up playing here in Houston, Texas. One of the great podcasts covering FC Dallas is called Third Degree. And the man who originated it and runs it, he joins us now. He's also been a producer in Major League Soccer as well on television. He is Buzz Carrick. He joins us now. Buzz, how are you?
Well, my friend, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm glad to have you on the show tonight. I've always enjoyed your podcast. You guys do a wonderful job, or you do a wonderful job with all your guys. And I know it's a little bit cold up there, but I want to get right into it here because I know you got a lot of great information on the team. So let's just first talk. Now, this is a team that's lost Jesus Ferreira, Paul Arriola, Alan Velasquez. This is a big change. But all of a sudden, it seems like the Hunts who own this team are investing a lot into this club.
Well, they have sort of had this policy of, if they make money selling a player, they avow that they keep that money in the club. And we don't have any reason to doubt that since we can't see their actual books, but we'll take them at their word on that. And they sure seem to. They took a chunk of the Alan Velasco money and they've traded it off to get Lucio Acosta from Cincinnati. When they got in money from Ricardo Pepi, that's what went in to go get Velasco and Peter Musa in the first place. So they definitely are using the revenue they make from the academy, what they consider their DNA, their pipeline, to try and bring in players of a higher caliber. And they weren't happy with the failure to make the playoffs last year, and they've moved out DPs, and they've brought in one DP, and we'll see whether they're going to get another or if they're going to go with the 2-4 U22 initiative. But they're in a full, complete rebrand and rebuild and tear down here. And, the rebuild is about half accomplished, and we'll just see how it goes from here.
All right. How much buzz is there around Lucio Acosta coming there? Incredible player, fun to watch. He himself is an entertainer. He comes from FC Cincinnati, and 2 years ago, he was the MVP of the league.
Oh, it's very exciting. I think on paper alone, his numbers replace Arriola, Jesus Ferreira, and Alan Velasco combined. He's the kind of pure playmaker that they were hoping that Velasco would become, one that's, at the tail end of the prime of his career, but still should have 3 or 4 really good seasons left. This is the kind of linchpin player that the club can build around, the fan base can rally around. I mean, the excitement is from this pickup is just absolutely massive in terms of the electricity in the fan base and the excitement, and perhaps even an overreaction of all the fans now thinking that Dallas is going right to the top.
That's right. You're going to win the MLS Cup this year, right? Right, Buzz? We're going to win the MLS Cup.
We got Acosta. We're going all the way to the top. Forget this rebuild of the defense. Forget that. We're going right to the top. But listen, it's exciting when you have a guy who can assist like that and score goals, of course, and you pair him with a guy like Peter Musa, who a pure goal scorer and a guy who should relish the assists he should get from Acosta. It's going to be really exciting offensively speaking around here.
Yeah, that could end up being an incredible combination. And Musa's got some really intangibles that are pretty unique and different. Now, the team has also got some high-flying, very athletic wide guys. Anderson Julio, we know him from Real Salt Lake, and then Kamungo on the right. I mean, these two guys in combination with Acosta and Musa, that looks good on paper.
Yeah, so far, Eric Quill is choosing to play a 4-2-3-1, which is what he mostly has played in his past. He's using the wings predominantly in a switch foot mode. Anderson Julio on the right, on the left being a right-footed guy, and Bernie on the right being a left-footed guy. They're looking to play a very vertical game, playing off the big center forward, playing off Acosta as that linchpin. They're going to try and get behind people and get at people in a hurry, and there's some serious verticality on this team right now. And if nothing else, the games will be very exciting and very vertical, and should make for more entertaining soccer, even if it may not translate into more wins necessarily.
Well, that's one thing Eric Quill has always been very, very firm on, is that I want to entertain, I want to be aggressive, I want to go forward. A lot of people say that. He actually does it. So that leads us into the next question about who's going to balance this team out.
Well, they went into the offseason, the front office did here, Zanoda, and talking about what they need to repair the defense. And they have gone out and signed a 24-year-old player named Osaze Urogade from a French second division team. So your minds will vary on whether that's a big, massive signing, but that's their big hope. Otherwise, it's still Marco Farfan on the left. It's still Sebastian Diaga in the middle. And they've upgraded, quote, air quotes, upgraded the right back with Shaq Moore, but that's an offensive upgrade. You still have Martin Paz in goal. So the defense is maybe kind of the same as it was last year, unless there are guys a massive upgrade on Tafari. It's hard to say the defense is better. They swapped out Asir Iaramendi in midfield, who was a veteran Spanish 6'8" for now a veteran Brazilian 6'8". So we're going to have to see what happens with some of these pieces they brought in to really say the defense is actually any better, because right now I don't know that it is. And the problem is, in that regard, is that, as we just talked about, Eric wants to play a very offensive, very aggressive, risk-taking style. So he may expose his defense from time to time. We may be looking at very high-scoring games here.
What about Lalas Abubakar? You had mentioned him as well. I mean, is that the pairing, Abubakar and Ibiaga, or is the French second division guy going to get the nod?
That's the pairing today, because right now those are the only two center backs in camp.
Okay.
Urogade is in the process, quote unquote, of getting his visa. There was some optimism from the team that he perhaps could get it by this weekend. I don't know that you want to hold your breath for that, because is he going to walk in with a day or two of training and start? So I imagine this weekend it's going to have to be Ibiaga and Abubakar with no backup center back available, or if you're really lucky on that visa, you might have that guy. They have a fourth center back they've signed who's a 19-year-old kid. He also does not have a visa yet. So at this point, absolutely, it's Abubakar and Ibiaga. The club is obviously really hopeful that over time that their big TAM sign they just made is going to be the guy. Probably prepared with Ibiaga because he's the other guy they have the most money in the back line, but Ibiaga is also in his 30s already, and Abubakar he's not 30, he's very close to 30. So that defense is getting pretty up there, unless you can bring in the young French, the guy from France, and get him playing good.
Now, as far as protecting the back four, which is going to be key, obviously, who is that? I know Zabalang, Leggett are names, Ramiro. How do you think that's going to flush out for Eric Quill, the head coach of FC Dallas, who, by the way, this will be his debut in Major League Soccer, and he grew up playing in Houston, went on to a career in Major League Soccer, has really done his time as a coach to get to this level. Didn't get a gratuitous opportunity. He worked at it, went to the USL. On his second interview, he got turned down for the job prior when Estevez got it. And on the second try, he did get it after going to the USL and New Mexico United. So who protects the back four, Bus?
That's a good question. Ramiro, I think, is probably supposed to be that answer, but he had an ankle injury in preseason, and he's only played 30 minutes in the final game before the season starting this weekend. Sebastian Lletget and Siki and Sebling have been getting all the time. And Sebling is not really much of a 6, though. Neither is Sebastian Lletget, for that matter. Those guys are both more of an 8 to 10 sort of profile. So if you're looking for a linking player in that combo, it probably would be Lletget. Sho Kathumana, who's a player they got last season from the Israeli League, is also a player that has more of a 6 profile like Ramiro does and should be in that mix. But he was ill in the preseason and has not participated with any team training at all. He's still training on the side. So there's no word yet when he might actually be fit and available. And then the last player that should factor in that heavily might be Paxton Pomykal, but he's probably half a season away from being fit yet. And then you have to get a look at the kids. They have Nolan Norris, who's a 6 on the U20 team. They have Diego Garcia, who's 18. They just signed from North Texas. So those guys are probably ones for the future yet and not some people you have to worry about now. So my assumption is this weekend we're looking at Sebastian Lletget paired with Ramiro, hoping you can get to halftime and maybe a little bit into the second half with Ramiro before you have to sub him for a player. And you may not have really.
Sad to hear about Paxton Pomykal with all the injury problems. Talented player. Buzz, well, we got to head out to break now, but this should be a really interesting start. I'm expecting, a little bit of the unknown, right, in this opener. So we appreciate you coming on. Tell us where we can listen to the podcast this week ahead of the Dynamo game.
Sure. ThirdDegree.net is the website. Third Degree, the podcast, is the podcast. Saw branding all the way through right there. But you can find us on all the major podcast services out there if you want to give us a listen.
All right. He's Buzz Carrick, ThirdDegree.net. Buzz, thank you so much for coming on the show tonight.
Anytime, Glenn. My pleasure.
All right. Great stuff there. Now you got a little taste of what's coming with FC Dallas. Couple of things here. First, a big thank you to Danish Inspirations Modern Contemporary Furniture, danishinspirations.com. Head over there. Best in contemporary furniture. Also, let's do another pair of tickets. What do you think, Brian McDonald? Do another pair? Let's do it. Caller number 3, pair of tickets to Houston Dynamo FC Dallas this Saturday. Coming up is the Dynamo manager, Ben Olsen. You're not going to want to miss this interview.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.